This morning, we have every issue covered. Can the White House and Congress work together to fix the economy? Will the partisan gap now close? With the Empire State Building bathed in blue light, this much is clear.
Let the world know that 11:18 p.m. on the East Coast of the United States, we projected this win, the re-election of Barack Obama for another 4 years.
We want to welcome our viewers here in the United States and around the world. I'm Kate Baldwin. Good morning. If you're on the West Coast, it's 9 o'clock on the East Coast, 6 o'clock out west. It was one of the most divisive presidential elections in recent history. Yet Barack Obama rolls to victory, gobbling up battleground states and burying Mitt Romney in a windfall of electoral votes. Obama says the next 4 years is about rallying together. Listen here.
Our economy is recovering. A decade of war is ending. A long campaign is now over. And whether I earned your vote or not, I have listened to you. I have learned from you. And you've made me a better president. And with your stories and your struggles, I return to the White House more determined and more inspired than ever about the work there is to do and the future that lies ahead.
More determined and more inspired, but some are calling it a status quo election. The same president will face the same balance of power on Capitol Hill. Democrats keep control of the Senate. Republicans hold majority in the House. For much more on how it all went down, I'll go to John Berman, who's pulling double, triple, quadruple duty today.
I lost count, Kate. Good morning to you. Great to see you. You know, President Obama waking up this morning with 303 electoral votes in his pocket and the chance for more, depending on what happens to Florida. But the popular vote, much, much closer. The spread there, maybe a point or two. So the question is, what kind of mandate is this? I'm joined by White House correspondent Dan Lothian, who is in Chicago this morning. It's a pretty narrow margin when you're talking about the popular vote, Dan. How might this affect how he governs?
Talking to one Democrat who told me that the president really has to work harder at being more inclusive, at bringing people together. That's something that you've been talking about all morning, and we heard the president also reflect on during his victory speech. The president has to reach out not only to Democrats but also to Republicans, but there are some big challenges as the president looks to shift the way that he governs because the balance in power has not changed at all, and there are some looming issues that the president has to address very quickly, like the fiscal cliff. The one thing that's different, though, in the next 4 years as opposed to the last 4 is that the president doesn't have another election to worry about. He doesn't have to be watching the polls, so that gives the president a little more flexibility. But as we have been hearing, there are some Republicans who are already talking about not being flexible. So we do expect that there'll be some big challenges ahead as the president tackles things like immigration and tries to deal with the fiscal cliff, John.
All right, Dan Lothian in Chicago, thanks very much. One of the things the president said in his speech last night is he actually looks forward to sitting down with Mitt Romney to talk about the future and how to go forward. As for Mitt Romney, you know, he was so confident of victory yesterday. At one point, he told reporters he only had a victory speech prepared. And as the night went on, he was actually reluctant to concede because he wanted to see how the results in Ohio finally came in. When he did finally speak, it was after 1 a.m. in the morning, and it was a very gracious Mitt Romney in Boston. Let's listen.
The nation, as you know, is at a critical point. At a time like this, we can't risk partisan bickering and political posturing. Our leaders have to reach across the aisle to do the people's work. And we citizens also have to rise to the occasion. We look to our teachers and professors. We count on you not just to teach, but to inspire our children with a passion for learning and discovery. We look to our pastors and priests and rabbis and counselors of all kinds to testify of the enduring principles upon which our society is built: honesty, charity, integrity, and family. We look to our parents. For in the final analysis, everything depends on the success of our homes. We look to job creators of all kinds. We're counting on you to invest, to hire, to step forward.
Mitt Romney's family, his wife and his sons, joined him on stage along with the Ryan family for a last campaign goodbye. You know, defeat is one of the most complicated emotions in politics. It's so interesting to watch. Mitt Romney, I thought, handled it very well. Kate?
And a very difficult speech to deliver for anyone. Thank you, John. Now that President Obama will stay in the White House another 4 years, the question is, what will he be able to accomplish? The status quo of power on Capitol Hill remains. Will this hurt the country, help the country? The panel is here to help me answer all of these questions. Hillary, first to you. I mean, President Obama, it's the first day of his second term, so to speak, today. What does he need to accomplish? What can he accomplish to be successful in a second term, in your view?
Yeah, so there are big issues, obviously, on the agenda. First up is the budget. We've got, climate change issues that we incurred after Hurricane Sandy. We have immigration, which is still at a stalemate, and we have education reform. Those are big, important issues that have historically received some bipartisan support. I do think that the president is going to have to live the words he spoke last night, which was that we are going to have to listen to all of the people and bring people together. That's probably going to start with him. He's going to have to make more of a personal effort in engaging members of Congress, engaging Republicans, than some people think that he has. And I think I'm hopeful about that.
Eric, I think that's something where you and Hillary would agree. It would start with the president.
Yeah, I absolutely think so. It is going to have to start with the president. But, let's not forget, let's go back to 1996. A lot of these same conversations were happening in 96, and then suddenly they were able to balance the budget headed into 1998. Will they this time? Yeah, I actually think it's probably going to be guys like me on the right who are the ones sitting on the sidelines for a lot of it, whether we want to or not. I think you're going to see John Boehner and Mitch McConnell try to cut some deals headed into the next 4 years. Whether or not they can, though, I don't know. Look at what happened with Senate Republicans. They had a very, very bad night, Senate Republicans. It wasn't just the two major conservatives who got smacked. A lot of the recycled Republicans who the NRSC felt were the safe picks got stomped last night.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of lessons to be learned that we kind of need to all chew through this morning. But, John, I mean, Romney campaign clearly dealing with an election hangover today. Where do they go from here? That's a big question.
Well, that billion-dollar startup is done. I mean, stick a fork in it, shut it down, pull the phones out of the walls. The question is what the Republican Party will do after this loss. What is their takeaway? Look, John Boehner having a press conference today to talk about the fiscal cliff. This is an issue where the president does need to lead, and there's some clear things that need to be dealt with. The fiscal cliff, sequestration, a bipartisan plan on deficit and debt modeled after Bowles-Simpson or the Gang of Six. These are areas where there is broad agreement. The question is whether the Republican leadership will continue to embrace intransigence or whether they will feel that their own legacies, as well as the good of the country, requires reaching out and finding common ground.
And Christine, finally people are starting to talk about fiscal cliff other than you.
Well, they've been talking about it. I mean, 3:30 this afternoon we'll hear from John Boehner what he has to say about it, but now put the marker out there and get moving. I mean, the president's also going to have to signal very, very quickly where he is on this. And this is one of those things where not everybody's going to get everything they want, but they have to give up something. Everyone's got to give up something, or everyone's going to give up everything, I know that sounded complicated, but that's exactly what it is. I mean, this is an all-or-nothing ordeal here. Congress got us here. Some blame the leadership of the president. They all have to fix it. I know that they haven't been talking even really about talking yet. On the Senate side, they had one meeting. Do you think, John, that behind the scenes there's deal-making going on that we don't know about, or is it just silent?
Look, but before the election really heated up, there was talk about trying to come up with some plan to at least kick the can so the country didn't over the fiscal cliff. But now we know the results of the election. I think this outcome is the best for coming up with a deal because there's no reason to kick the can. The lame duck can be productive.
All right, stand by, guys. Lots more to go. What does President Obama's victory mean going forward? We're just starting that conversation now. We'll talk about that with Virginia's Republican Governor, Bob McDonnell. He's standing by live next.
Looking at the Obama victory celebration last night, and one of the states that really made that victory possible was his big win in the battleground state of Virginia. The president won 51% of the vote there. He took the urban areas, also some suburbs just west of Richmond, but most importantly, the suburban areas right around New York City. You see Fairfax County over there. It wasn't just the president who picked up a win in Virginia. Former Governor Tim Kaine, he won the battle of governors in Virginia, beating another former governor and former senator, George Allen there. This, with the help of outside spending, was the most expensive Senate race in the nation. These results in Virginia, both for Senate and president, came in quite late, and our very own Kate Baldwin was up all night in Virginia covering the action there. Kate?
It was a late night, but an exciting night for all of us, John. Bob McDonnell is the Republican governor of Virginia and has been a very strong surrogate for Mitt Romney during his presidential campaign. Governor, thanks so much for getting up and joining us this morning.
Sure. Thanks, Kate.
No problem. Over the weekend, you predicted a razor-thin win for Mitt Romney. Have you spoken to Governor Romney after his loss last night?
Well, I was obviously wrong. I know I have not spoken to Governor Romney. I've spoken to Senator Allen, and it was a tough night. I thought Mitt Romney and Paul Ryan were very good men, would have been good leaders. But the president, you know, in a poor economy, did a very good job articulating his message and having a very good ground game. They beat us on the ground, and I thought we'd win close. We lost close, half the margin of 2008, but they did a good job.
Let's talk specifically about your state, Virginia, a key swing state. You were on CNN Starting Point the morning of the election, just yesterday morning, and you were asked by Soledad what signs you'd be looking for in a Romney win in Virginia. I want to remind you what you said, even though I'm sure you remember. Listen here.
I would look for the Beltway counties around Washington, D.C., Loudoun and Fairfax and Prince William. If Governor Romney were to win, let's say, Loudoun County and Fairfax and Prince William County and hold his own and stay close in Fairfax, to me, that would be a great signal that he's going to win the state.
And as I mentioned, I was reporting in those counties last night, Prince William County, which went for Obama, right, essentially the same percentage that it did in 2008. He won all of those counties that you mentioned. What would you say are the big lessons that you learned about your state from this loss for Romney last night?
Well, there was a piece of good news, and as we won 8 out of the 11 congressional races, Kate, in Virginia. So at the more local level, Republicans did very well. But overall, we've got work to do up in the Northern Virginia Beltway area. I was fortunate to do well up there in 2009. But those are the greatest number of independent voters who will vote the issue and vote the person as opposed to the party. And we're losing the exchange up there, as you see in Fairfax, Prince William, and Loudoun. So we've got to do a better job in explaining to people why the conservative view of America is better for them and their pocketbook. And we apparently didn't do it well enough, but we'll get better.
Yeah, many lessons learned from last night, obviously. I want to bring in John Avalon, one of our contributors, with a question. John.
Governor, you are a broadly popular governor of a swing state. You're also associated with the social conservative wing of your party. Here's my question. What lessons should the Republican Party take from the loss of people like Aiken and Murdoch, states that Mitt Romney won double digits, but those senators, in part because of their social conservative positions on abortion, lost a huge number of split-ticket voters voting against them? What lessons do you take from that? Is it a problem of politics or is it a problem of policy?
You know, I don't think there's any surprise that the Republican Party is pro-life. I'm pro-life, that the Democratic Party is pro-choice. But a couple of candidates that lost made mistakes in how they communicated their pro-life position. And you can't do that. So I think that's it's more of a I don't think people will hold deeply held beliefs against you as long as you're right on the issues, the big issues they care about: jobs, the economy, energy, spending, debt. So we made some mistakes. I can tell you, look at nationally, we're at 30 governors now. That's 60% of America's governors. Probably pick up either 1 or 2 more in Montana and Washington State. So at the local level, our folks are doing well that are pro-life and fiscally conservative. But we have to do better at the national level, the presidential races.
All right, Governor McDonnell, thanks so much for your time this morning, Republican governor of Virginia.
Okay.
Much more to come. We're just about 10 minutes from the opening bell on Wall Street. Christine Romans is standing by for that for sure. And it could turn into a very big day for anyone invested in the markets. We'll see how they're reacting the day after the presidential election. Our special coverage continues.
Whether I earned your vote or not, I have listened to you. I have learned from you. And you've made me a better president. And with your stories and your struggles, I return to the White House more determined and more inspired than ever.
It is a first for the great state of Massachusetts. The Commonwealth elected its first female U.S. senator. Democrat Elizabeth Warren defeated incumbent Republican Scott Brown. It was really one of the most closely watched races of the campaign. She got 54% of the vote. Brown got 46%. The Harvard law professor takes back the seat once held by longtime Massachusetts Senator Ted Kennedy. And this morning, she credited her victory to the grassroots efforts in the Bay State.
Massachusetts is a very special place. This one was grassroots all the way. These were people who showed up in living rooms and kitchens and school auditoriums, who held signs, who called neighbors, who really made this happen. And they saw this race as a race about what kind of a people we are, what kind of country we're going to build, and they wanted to be part of it, and they made it happen yesterday.
Warren's Senate seat is one of two picked up by the Democrats last night. Let's go back to Kate for more now.
Thanks, John. U.S. markets are just moments away from opening, just minutes from opening bell, and it will be the first glimpse of what investors think of President Obama's reelection and really the balance of power in Congress. That will probably weigh heavily on investors' minds as well this morning. Main Street this morning wanting to find out how Wall Street is digesting the Obama win. We've got the opening bell covered like no one else. Christine Romans, anchor of Your Bottom Line, is here with me. Christine, what are you seeing so far? What do you expect?
So yesterday markets rose, and today futures are telling us markets are going to come down. They're going to give it all back. You've got Dow futures down about 120 points, S&P 500 futures down as well. Right away, you know, the headlines in business world are Obama wins second term. What's he going to do about the fiscal cliff? It's the same makeup of Congress, basically. It's the same president. It's the status quo. There hasn't been any movement at all during the election on fiscal cliff, and so that's still looming. That's a really big problem for markets, for business, and for global growth. There also, the EU president made some comments about concerns about unemployment in the European Union, so there are some concerns about Europe's growth and stability. That's weighing on markets this morning, but mostly people are talking about the election and where we go from here. We know that John Boehner is going to have a press conference at 3:30. That's going to be very big.
Laying down a marker. An
important cue. That's right. What the president does in response to that is critical. What the Gang of Eight do in the Senate, absolutely critical. And what this House is going to do to get the fiscal cliff fixed, you know, to overuse the word, I can't tell you how critical it is. The thing about the fiscal cliff, and to people who may not understand exactly what it is huge, huge spending cuts. All at once with huge, huge tax increases. Every family would see their taxes go up on average $3,500. Every family would feel it. It would mean closed factories. It would mean, you know, it would mean a recession, according to the Congressional Budget Office. Everyone wants to avoid that.
Even though it's status quo kind of everywhere. We've got status quo in the House, status quo in the Senate, status quo in the White House. Does that not provide any confidence for investors?
Well, look, they need to get together and talk about real debt reduction and deficit reduction and getting our spending in order, right? So the fiscal...
There's still a big question mark out there.
They can kick the can on the fiscal cliff in the very near term, but still have this big problem of spending more than we bring in, right? You can fix in the short term your huge deficits to a degree by going over the fiscal cliff, but at what cost? I don't think any politician wants that on their head, especially if they're running for re-election.
Yeah, absolutely. We're watching it closely. Christine Romans, I'm keeping her very close to me. We're just minutes away, moments away to remind you from the opening bell. We'll have it right after the break. Stay with us. Once again, we want to welcome our viewers in the United States and around the world. I'm Kate Baldwin, joined here by a big group of friends this morning. Thanks for joining me again. We're waiting for the opening bell. It will be ringing any moment, and we are watching it very closely, and so is our Allison Cossack. She's at the New York Stock Exchange this morning. Allison, what are you hearing from traders on the floor right now?
Well, first of all, expect stocks to sell off at the open. The bell's going to ring in about 2 minutes. Expect the Dow to drop at least 100 points. And part of the reason isn't just because of the election. Part of it is because of European Central Bank President Mario Draghi made some comments today saying the euro crisis is beginning to affect Germany's economy. And the big deal there is because Germany's really been the checkbook for the euro crisis these days. And the fact that now it's being said out loud that Germany's economy is feeling the effects, is being hurt by this, that is spooking the markets. But the other reason you're seeing the drop is because of the election. Reaction because of the election, reaction because of what's going to be coming next. Now the focus for Wall Street, Kate, is on the fiscal cliff. Congress and President Obama, they've got 2 months, 55 days to deal with those tax increases and those federal spending cuts. A deal has to be reached. Wall Street sees it this way to avert possibly a recession, as the Congressional Budget Office has said, and a spike in the unemployment rate. One analyst telling me that if a resolution isn't reached with the fiscal cliff, that stocks will plummet and the economy will drown in quicksand. So that is certainly all spooking the markets today. Kate?
And we're watching it as we're preparing for the bell to ring any moment now. You said you're seeing a sell-off, you're seeing a drop, but also, correct me if I'm wrong, stocks are up overall in the Obama presidency in his first term, right?
And that's a good point. What's funny is we've been talking up until the election about the fact that a Romney win would have been something Wall Street would have cheered because Romney was seen as pro-business, more pro-Wall Street. But yeah, if you look back at the actual numbers, you want to look at this. The stock market has really had a great run in the first 4 years of the Obama presidency. The Dow is up 60% since President Obama took office on January 20th, 2009. The broader S&P 500, which traders see as a better indicator of Wall Street, Kate, is up 68%. So sure, President Obama has had a good run on Wall Street as we hear the opening bell ring, and we'll wait for the numbers to go ahead on the ticker. Kate?
All right, let's watch this very closely, and let's bring the team in to digest it all. Christine, first to you. We're watching this happen, and you have the same expectation.
I do, and it's funny because Van Jones over here, he's rolling his eyes at me. He thinks I'm overstating the importance of the fiscal cliff. Look, we don't know when things are going to go over the fiscal cliff. It's how you fix it. It's how you fix it. That's what's so important here, and that's what really spooks Wall Street because they don't have the confidence that they're going to fix it in a way that's going to bring confidence back to American businesses. If you just push it off 6 more months, you just push off the status quo 6 more months, who's going to build a new factory if you don't know we're going to be in this position again in six months from now? So they've got to fix it and signal how we're going to start living within our means again as a country.
And Dana Bash can attest to this. Democrats are trying to tell us that it's a
don't tell me that
slope, not a cliff, with these fears in mind, right, Dana?
Exactly. That's exactly right. Look, John Boehner is, a negotiator, if nothing else, and he laid down the marker last night before we even officially called the House for Republicans, saying that they are not going to do anything long term and that there's no way they're going to raise taxes. On the other hand, you have Democrats telling us privately, and I think maybe they're even saying it publicly today, that there is no way the president is going to go back on his campaign promise this time, and he's going to hold firm on not raising taxes for the most wealthy Americans. How are they going to do that in 53 days? I just don't see it.
You do love a deadline, though. You know that.
Let me throw out one interesting name here. Paul Ryan. Paul Ryan's a guy who was central to all of these discussions for so long. What's he going to do during this whole debate?
You can see the Dow's down 126 points right now. Remember, now 143. Remember that Wall Street loved Mitt Romney, and Wall Street does not like Barack Obama, the president. It doesn't. But remember, yesterday, stocks were up more than 100 points. We'll take that back today, and we'll see where you go from there. This is really, though, the status quo, and there still are concerns about Germany and Europe, so we'll wait to see if all of these losses here hold into the rest of the day.
I think John's point, your question, is a key one. We have Paul Ryan, who's become not only a huge figure within the Republican Party, he was a vice presidential candidate. Is he just going to go back now and just be House Budget Chairman? Not that, I mean, that's a big deal on Capitol Hill.
I'll take that job. I'll take that job.
I'm going to take you for that.
He was as strident as could be, though, on the campaign trail and didn't talk about compromise at all. So I don't know that he's going to go back now and suddenly become a different person. But I think Christine raises a really important point about the business community, sort of the third leg of this important budget stool that has not really played, in my view, in a very productive way in this campaign. They obviously spent a huge amount of money on Mitt Romney. They bet wrong. The business leaders of this country coming together to talk in a productive way about the need for balance here. There's like this group Fix the Debt, which is a number of business leaders that are saying, you know what? Stop with this ideology. We need a mix of revenue and budget cuts.
And look at Simpson Bowles for a guide.
Maybe go back to Simpson Bowles. But some of those things, business leaders can pull themselves out of politics and be a little more proactive in solving this crisis.
I think that's right. I think it's very important. This is one of those things where the wrong word can lead to the wrong mindset and the wrong outcome. The word cliff is making people go crazy. It is not a cliff. It's not like the very next day taxes are going to go up, the appropriation targets change, things begin to move in a certain direction. But we should not be stampeded as Americans into doing reckless things or dumb things because a small group of congresspeople kicked the can down the road to today. There is an opportunity here for us to finally do the right thing. Here's how we're going to deal with the budget, and here's how we're going to deal with debt and deficit. We're going to have to create jobs. Growing our way out of the economy is the opportunity here. And so if we put ourselves in a situation where we start cutting programs that we need, taking a wrecking ball to Medicare, for instance, which is one of the agenda items here, this country didn't go broke, quote unquote, helping grandmama too much with Medicare. It was the Bush tax cuts and the Bush wars. We're going to have a real conversation about how to grow the economy, and this idea of a cliff is forcing a level of alarmism and bad thinking. We should not be stampeded into a bad deal or a sketchy deal. We need to have a good deal.
Well, Ross, come in on this, because do you think Republicans, and Eric, I want you to jump in on this as well, do you think Republicans are taking their takeaway from this election that they're going to change their position? I mean, John Boehner is laying out a marker, same place where House Republicans have been previously.
Right, but the difference is that President Obama just won re-election. And
do you think that'll change the mindset, though?
Well, I think the fact that, I mean, look, in the previous set of budget negotiations, the president had less leverage because he hadn't won re-election yet. And now, if we just do nothing, taxes will go up. And even though that's, you know, a loss for the country, it is, as you can tell from listening to Van, a big policy win for Democrats. And so there'll be lots of Democrats who are willing to sort of play a little bit of chicken here. And I think House Republicans know that. And look, Obama and Boehner actually came very close to a deal that would have raised about $800 billion in revenue last time. Obama has a stronger hand to play. Boehner is a negotiator. Obama doesn't have to campaign for re-election. I would expect a set of, you know, a can kicking for the next 6 months, and then some sort of deal that, you know, we're talking about this as a status quo election, and in a sense it is, but the status quo is favorable to liberalism now in a way that it wasn't a year ago because the president has won re-election. So you will get tax increases of some kind. I guarantee
Eric, jump in on this, because as we watch, you know, as we're watching the market still in the opening minutes here, do you think this sends a message as we're looking at this to House Republicans specifically? You know, the intersection of politics, this election, and how the market's reacting?
I think we're now, what, down 178? I think it sends a message to the Republicans that the markets still don't like the president. That's how they'll interpret it. We have had 18 debt and deficit commissions since 1981. We were at $900 billion in national debt in 1981.
So
we're now at $16 trillion.
We're ready to get
Washington doesn't work on this. It's not going to work. They're going to keep kicking the can down the road.
Can I say something about the markets and presidents, though? The market actually really loved this president because stocks are up 75%, but the business community doesn't like what they see going forward.
They don't like Washington.
They don't like the president's policies on bank reform. They don't like the president's policy. They don't like Obamacare. But the market has stocks. 401k investors have done very, very well over the past 4 years. If you didn't jump out at the bottom, that's a whole other story altogether.
And just quickly to Hillary's point about the business community getting more involved in a productive way, you know, that has been happening quietly. I'm told that a big group of major CEOs from the West Coast, from the tech community, they came in, they had meetings with everybody on Capitol Hill very quietly, like big names. And I'm told that some, at least on the Democratic side, they said, thank you, but where have you been?
Remember the debt ceiling?
Exactly.
But that's a good sign. A company like Procter & Gamble in John Boehner's district, that, you know, those companies can have, who end up calling for balanced approaches in this budget, can end up having more influence than maybe even the president with John Boehner.
All right, stand by, everybody. The Democrats maintain control of the Senate, as you all know, by winning some pretty close races. We'll show you the new balance of power in Congress.
I'm Shasta Darlington in Sao Paulo, and Brazilians are happy this morning. That's because Obama is a very popular man here. Just last month in local elections, a number of candidates changed their name to Obama to get more votes. The government, on the other hand, is less engaged. That's because of the economy. The United States used to be Brazil's main trading partner. Now it's China.
I'm Leonie Lakhani at a breakfast election party in Abu Dhabi. Now, people in the Middle East don't like to wake up early, but this lot have been here through the night, way before sunrise, just to watch those election results coming in. I mean, the U.S. ambassador was here a few minutes ago saying he felt like he was in a Vegas casino. He didn't know what time it was.
I'm Vladimir Duterte in Lagos, Nigeria. Big excitement across Lagos last night. Watch parties all across the city, everybody breathlessly waiting to see who would be elected president of the United States. Now, Barack Obama has always enjoyed popularity here in Nigeria, perhaps not as much as he does in Kenya, where he's the favorite son, but people here have always supported the president, and it was no different last night. During a mock election, Barack Obama carried the day here in Lagos. Even in a fake election, he won 254 votes to Mitt Romney's 35 votes.
New York Stock Exchange, the bell ringing just a little over 10 minutes ago. Everyone is watching the markets and how they are reacting to this new day, President Obama winning a second term. I want to go over to Allison Cossack, who is at the New York Stock Exchange with a guest. Hey there, Allison.
Hi, Kate. It is an ugly start to the day on Wall Street, the day after we found out that President Obama is reelected. The Dow right now down 179 points. But you know what? The election's not the only reason we're seeing the Dow plunge. I'm with Alan Valdez. He's an analyst with DME Securities. What's going on with the markets today?
Well, you know, you're right. We're back to business as usual. It's the European woes weighing the market down. Draghi made a statement this morning where Germany looks weaker than they expected going forward. That brought the futures right down. We were up coming into the market earlier this morning, but once he made that statement out of the EU, that was lights out.
So if the market was up before that statement, then the market's not necessarily unhappy about President Obama back in.
Not at all. I mean, the market was up this morning before that statement, so this downward draft has nothing to do really about the election. I mean, we're back to square one. I mean, we were up 130 yesterday. We're down 170 today. It's like the election. It's a non-event. It's back to square one.
Now, though, Wall Street's looking forward to the fiscal cliff when all those federal spending cuts and those tax hikes could go into effect. What worry is it there for Wall Street?
Well, that is the worry. I mean, the financial cliff looks more front and center now with the Obama election. Obama has never been able really to go across the aisle and work with the Republicans, which he'll have to do to sort out this financial cliff. And that doesn't look too good right now. So that also is weighing on the market. But as for the moment, it's all about Draghi.
What's the likelihood that some sort of compromise, some sort of deal is going to be reached with the fiscal cliff? Because the CBO says that could send us right back into a recession. It could make the unemployment rate spike yet again.
Sure. A financial cliff this time around would take us to a deeper recession than before and would really, really be a big problem. I think even our politicians, as convoluted as they are, will get together and work this out. They're going to have to. It's that simple. They really will have to. And we're looking for a president now that maybe will become like a Bill Clinton, come more to the center, work with the Republicans, be more pro-business, which we really need. We need a pro-business president right now, and we're hoping he goes more center.
Okay, thanks. Alan Valdez with DME Securities. Kate, I'll throw it back to you.
Allison Kosik at the New York Stock Exchange watching it all for us. Allison, thank you so much. So as that market analyst says, politicians will get it done and will work together on this fiscal cliff issue in the end. That is a major question and also has us looking at the balance of power in Congress. John Berman has more.
You just heard it from Wall Street. What Washington wakes up to this morning, gridlock, potentially, status quo. Everything stayed the same. Democratic president, Republican House, Democratic Senate. Dana Bash with the balance of power.
That's right. Wall Street clearly is not liking it. Maybe they've been watching what's happened or not happened for the past several years. And this is a perfect example. Check this out. The House looks a lot like it did yesterday before the election. Very similar. Republicans still have a pretty big majority. Democrats still pretty behind. But look at these white seats here. These white seats represent the fact that there are still a number of seats out. We're still watching these races that are too close to call. Let's look at the Senate, where there was a lot of drama. Again, status quo. Democrats are still in charge by a couple of seats. But look at those two white seats there, John. Those are two outstanding races, and perhaps among the most dramatic Senate races. And let's take a walk over here to see what exactly we're talking about. First, Montana. Too close to call right now. We just don't have enough information to tell us whether or not John Tester, the incumbent Democrat, will go on to win re-election against Denny Rehberg. And same goes for North Dakota. Heidi Heitkamp is in the race for her life against Rick Berg. I think what's interesting about these two races is that they're both very, very red states. These are Democratic seats. And they're both holding on right now. It just goes to show you that if there was a Republican wave, if Mitt Romney probably did better, we wouldn't be talking about this
You know, when
today.
Ken Conrad retired from North Dakota, Republicans thought they had nearly a sure thing there.
Absolutely. They did. But what they didn't know is that the Democrats would find Heidi Heitkamp to run. And she ran pretty much on every issue against the president.
Now, there were a number of Democratic pickups already.
There were, and we'll talk about a couple of those that are most interesting. If we can bring them up. There you go, Massachusetts, the marquee Senate race. You're a Massachusetts guy, so you, of course, are watching this closely. Scott Brown, who really shook up Washington a couple of years ago when he won in this blue state. He was defeated by Elizabeth Warren, who raised a lot of money from liberals around the country. In Indiana, this is probably one of the biggest heartbreak for Republicans, or many of them last night, but this is a big one because the Democrat Joe Donnelly, a moderate, won this seat. He beat Richard Murdoch, and Richard Murdoch was a Republican who beat a longtime incumbent Republican in the primary, Richard Lugar, you remember. He did it with some Tea Party backing, and he was going to likely win until a couple of weeks ago when he said in a debate that perhaps pregnancy as a result of rape was a gift from God. He plummeted in the polls, even in this red state, with a lot of conservatives, even conservative women.
One of two races where the issue of rape came into play, both lost by Republicans. Of course, Todd Akin losing in Missouri, with Claire McCaskill keeping a seat which no one thought she could keep.
She was the most beatable Democrat as far as Republicans were concerned, and they just didn't have even close to a win there.
And it's got to be so frustrating for each party because, of course, Senate terms are 6 years long. So when you screw up, you pick the wrong candidate, you have to live with it for a long time.
Exactly. And the head of the campaign committee that is in charge of electing Republicans, he put out a really dire statement last night saying that his party has to recalibrate and rejigger what they're doing and how they approach things because they blew it, from his perspective, 2 cycles in a row.
All right, Dana Bash for the Balance of Power. Thanks so much. So what was the secret ingredients? What were they to an Obama win last night? We're going to talk about the coalition he built 4 years ago and to what extent it stuck together this time. Stay with us.
I'm Ben Wiedemann in Cairo. News of Barack Obama's victory came too late to make it into the morning papers here in the Egyptian capital. This, in fact, was the only newspaper with the American president on its cover, and it does say that Obama is approaching victory in his attempt for a second term. Most Egyptians seem to prefer Barack Obama over Mitt Romney, many of them saying they felt the Republicans are simply too pro-Israeli.
I'm Reza Sayah in Rawalpindi, Pakistan, where the U.S. elections got heavy coverage on Pakistani television. The results aired live on dozens of channels. 4 years ago, many here supported Mr. Obama. Not the case this year. Many wanted change. They wanted Mr. Romney, and that's because they still don't like U.S. policy in the region, especially the drone strikes.
I'm Al Goodman in Madrid. Spaniards closely followed the U.S. presidential race, especially because Spain was mentioned during the campaign as a big problem among European nations suffering an economic crisis. The jobless rate here is more than 25%. So many Spaniards are pleased President Obama was reelected. He said the world can't let Spain sink.
It doesn't matter whether you're black or white or Hispanic or Asian or Native American or young or old or rich or poor, able, disabled, gay or straight. You can make it here in America if you're willing to try.
That was the president's victory speech in McCormick Place in Chicago last night. Meanwhile, other elections around the country, all kinds of history made. In Wisconsin, the first woman elected to the Senate and the first openly gay member anywhere elected to the Senate. Tammy Baldwin defeated former Governor Tommy Thompson there, 51 to 46% in Wisconsin, and earlier she spoke to CNN.
Now, what I would say in terms of crashing through that glass ceiling is, you know, if you're not in the room, the conversation is about you. If you're in the room, the conversation is with you. And that does transform things. But as I said last night, I didn't run to make history. I ran to make a difference. And my campaign was about the struggle of the middle class, retirement security for seniors, doing right by our veterans when they return home from war. Wisconsin selected me to face those challenges is historic. But I think it was much more about confronting the very significant challenges that our nation faces right now.
That was Senator-elect Tammy Baldwin of Wisconsin. That was one of the most expensive Senate races in the country. She and Tommy Thompson raised more than $20 million combined. Kate?
So much, John. President Obama can credit the Latino vote for helping him win a second term. He captured 7 of every 10 Hispanic voters. CNN Español's Juan Carlos Lopez is following this story. But let's begin first with national political correspondent Jim Acosta, who is in Boston for us and has been following the Romney campaign for what seems like probably an eternity for Jim and his family. Hey there, Jim. So, Jim, talking specifically about the Latino vote and its impact. Romney was obviously never able to motivate Latinos to support him. Is that the big takeaway for him when you look at, really, Obama won them in big numbers last night?
Yeah, I think there are 2 big takeaways from what happened last night. Kate, obviously, is the Hispanic vote. The first thing, though, I do think that auto bailout issue for Mitt Romney was a big problem in the state of Ohio. I was talking to some Republican sources in that state as this race was winding down, and they were first saying, well, we think we're going to win by 3 or 4 points, and then right before the election they were saying it's going to be close, very close, and there were some indications that the reason why they were going to Pennsylvania is because it was a similar state to Ohio demographically, but it didn't have the baggage of the auto bailout. So I think that's one big takeaway. The other issue, like you said, is the Hispanic vote. I talked to Al Cardenas, who is the head of the American Conservative Union last night, Cuban American, one of the prominent conservative leaders outside of people who are in political office. He's a political operative, but very influential in the Republican Party. And he said, listen, the Republican Party has to change when it comes to dealing with Hispanics. It cannot continue to alienate the fastest growing demographic group in this country. And he said that that's got to be the mission for the Republican Party over the next 4 years. And, when you hear from Marco Rubio, and he said this repeatedly during the presidential campaign, that the Republican Party has to find a different way to talk about immigration reform, that is not just the canary in the coal mine. That is the Cuban American in the Republican Party in the United States Senate. And it's somebody that they probably ought to listen to. And I think that is also the big takeaway from what happened last night. And, Kate, do I have a few seconds here? I just want to say, while I'm on live television, before I go away and probably take a long vacation with my family, I want to thank my producer, Matt Hoy, who did a tremendous job on the campaign trail with me over the last year and a half, all of our photojournalists who have been out in the field working tirelessly, and our Romney campaign embed political producer, Rachel Streitfeld, who did an amazing, amazing job following this campaign from start to finish. She was in New Hampshire when all of it got started, followed it all the way to the end, and she did an incredible job. And I just want to say that I'm very grateful to those folks and the folks back at our CNN political unit who did an incredible job keeping us on TV all the time. So anyway, there's my shameless plug.
Not a shameless plug at all, Jim.
I offered a chance to talk about the Latino vote, but I wanted to sneak that in there without asking anybody's permission. I hope it's okay.
No, well said, Jim. Everyone here in the studio was cheering you on and applauding both Rachel and Matt Hoy. They're amazing producers, and everyone who has worked tirelessly on this election. We applaud you, especially, too. Jim Acosta's done a fabulous job for us. Let's get back to the Latino vote, because we're going to keep moving with the news, though, and I want to go over to our Juan Carlos, who anchored CNN Español's coverage of the election last night, and who clearly is burning the midnight oil this morning. Juan Carlos, I want to talk about the comments that Marco Rubio made, but first let's talk about the fact that back in September, you will remember that President Obama, he told Univision that his biggest failure, he thought, is that he hasn't gotten comprehensive immigration reform done, but he also said that it wasn't for a lack of trying or desire. Does that, in order to maintain the Latino vote that he won so big last night, does that have to be his #1 issue going forward? What's the Hispanic community looking for from President Obama in a second term?
Okay, I think this issue of the Hispanic vote is a wake-up call for Democrats, for Republicans, and for the way that Hispanic issues and Hispanic influence in politics are covered. I say this because there are two conversations that were meant to be private but became public that I think highlight that both Democrats and Republicans understand the challenges ahead. President Obama, speaking with the Des Moines Register, said that if he was to win re-election, it would be because Republicans had pushed Latinos away with their rhetoric, and that immigration reform would be his priority in his second term. Now, he understands that Democrats have to talk the talk and walk the walk, and that's something that's still lacking. Now, with Mr. Romney, remember back in September when we heard about this fundraiser where he made the comment about the 40%. There was another comment Mr. Romney made that didn't receive a lot of attention, but he said, and I'm quoting, he said, "We can capture women's vote. We are having a much harder time with Hispanic voters. If the Hispanic voting bloc becomes as committed to the Democrats as the African-American voting bloc, then we are in trouble as a party, and I think as a nation." That's what Mr. Romney said, so he was aware of the challenge, and we'll see. Senator Rubio said last night, he congratulated the president, and he said his party has to find a way to find common ground with the immigrant community, with Latinos. There are a lot of points where there are commonalities, so it's just speaking to them in a different way, and maybe this will be one of the paths that opens the possibility of immigration reform.
Juan Carlos Lopez, thank you so much, Juan Carlos. We'll see you soon. Our special coverage continues right now.
We welcome our viewers here in the United States and around the world. I'm John Berman, and this is a special edition of CNN Newsroom. It was the president re-elected last night, winning a victory bigger than many people thought he would win. 303 electoral votes in his pocket with a possibility of still more to come. Meanwhile, the House stays in Republican hands, the Senate in Democratic hands. President Obama gave his victory speech in Chicago last night after 1:30 a.m. Let's listen.
Democracy in a nation of 300 million can be noisy and messy and complicated. We have our own opinions. Each of us has deeply held beliefs. And when we go through tough times, when we make big decisions as a country, it necessarily stirs passions, stirs up controversy. That won't change after tonight, and it shouldn't. These arguments we have are a mark of our liberty. And we can never forget that as we speak, people in distant nations are risking their lives right now just for a chance to argue about the issues that matter, the chance to cast their ballots.
Now, the president spoke until he waited until after Mitt Romney gave his concession speech, and Mitt Romney, in turn, waited till after 1 a.m. because he wanted to make sure the numbers in Ohio were accurate, but concede he did gracefully. Let's listen to what he said.
The nation, as you know, is at a critical point. At a time like this, we can't risk partisan bickering and political posturing. Our leaders have to reach across the aisle to do the people's work. And we citizens also have to rise to the occasion. We look to our teachers and professors. We count on you not just to teach, but to inspire our children with a passion for learning and discovery. We look to our pastors and priests and rabbis and counselors of all kinds to testify of the enduring principles upon which our society is built: honesty, charity, integrity, and family. We look to our parents. For in the final analysis, everything depends on the success of our homes. We look to job creators of all kinds. We're counting on you to invest, to hire, to step forward.
There's reaction from all over the world to this election, including from Wall Street this morning. Kate Baldwin watching that.
Thanks so much, John. We are keeping a close eye on how the markets are reacting and what they are doing this day after the election. Let's get a quick check of that. Allison Kosick is at the New York Stock Exchange. Allison, how are things looking now?
Things not looking too great still. The Dow falling 221 points. Really, this doesn't really have anything to do with the election. It has everything to do with the European Central Bank President, Mario Draghi. He's the equivalent of our Ben Bernanke, our Fed president. He basically said that Germany is feeling the effects of the European debt crisis that is spooking the markets today. One thing we are keeping our eye on as well, Kate, some of the sectors that are moving. Hospital stocks right now are up huge. Shares of HCA, Community Health Systems, Tenet, and others like them up 5 to 6%. One thing is certain, that after last night, Obamacare, it's not going to be going anywhere. It means more people are going to have health insurance, and that means more customers for hospitals. On the other hand, health insurance companies, they are trading lower. But there's also the harsh reality of Obamacare to tell you about. And the reality is that it puts a big financial burden on big employers who are required to give health care benefits to full-time employees, or those employers have to pay a fee. Now, lower wage employers are already feeling the pressure and may look to only hire part-time workers and not full-time workers to try to avoid that. Also, you factor in the fiscal cliff, so all that can hinder hiring. Not good timing as the jobs recovery is hopefully starting to take hold. We are also watching housing stocks. They are moving higher. The belief on that is that the housing market is recovering under the Obama administration. And financials, we're also watching financials. They are trading lower, anywhere from 3 to 4%. Shares of Bank of America, JP Morgan Chase trading lower. They are the biggest losers on the Dow. Keep in mind, the banking sector hoped a Romney win would lead to less regulation. Banks are also taking a hit, Kate, from Europe today. Kate?
All right, Allison watching it close for us at the New York Stock Exchange. We'll be checking back in with you. Thank you so much, Allison. Let's talk more about the market's reaction and what this means. Ali Velshi, Christine Romans here. So it's down some 200-plus points. Christine, you said right before you left the studio, this was a bigger sell-off than you were expecting.
It was bigger than I was expecting. Remember, the market was up yesterday. Had a good day yesterday, so this is taking back yesterday's gains.
It was up all overnight after the results.
Yeah, so this is the U.S. leading it, in part because of what the European Central Bank president said about slower growth in Europe. That's a very big deal. And you see these different sectors moving in the U.S. because of the president getting a second term. In particular, those bank stocks, look, they would have liked to have had a President Mitt Romney, because then they would have hoped that there wouldn't have been the regulation.
But they're not getting any, nothing worse is happening to them. I mean,
nothing's changed.
They've had 4,
nothing has changed.
So now these stocks are selling off. because people don't read polls and they don't read what was likely to happen. You got me on the wrong side of the table here because Van's over there. I want to tweak him on the air. I love him, but I want to tweak him on the air because I heard him saying, talking about how this fiscal cliff isn't nearly as serious. I'll tell you what the issue is. Thinking people can't imagine Congress would be ridiculous enough to let us go over the cliff. Thinking people also thought that the debt limit would be raised.
You do know
properly.
I cover Congress.
I mean, this is so while I don't think it's logical that it'll happen, and I'd like for it not to happen, if we don't warn people, it didn't show up at all in this presidential campaign. The most serious thing that can happen to this economy was mentioned once by President Obama in the third debate.
I will agree with that. And Christine, you both have been talking about fiscal cliff so much. But it's not something that really was taking center stage in terms of this president.
The underlying values work, and that's important because the underlying values that President Obama talked about was that we have a choice in this country about whether we are going to have everybody pay their fair share or whether we are going to give more tax cuts to the rich and hope that we, succeed in a trickle-down economy.
Those two different paths, those two choices.
I think it's important to argue that the progressive viewpoint that says we are going to have shared sacrifice here won. Even if they didn't use those phrases a lot, that's what's going to give the Democrats some power in those negotiations.
I'm not in favor of compromise, and I'll tell you why. I think we've
You were just writing about this on Red State.
I think we've compromised our way to $16 trillion. We might as well have this fight now. Now, Ross is right. If the Republicans do nothing or anything, taxes are going to go up across the board. Meet the fiscal cliff. You know what? The American public voted.
So the non-compromisers lose. But wait, the Grover Norquists of the world lose this battle because by doing nothing, taxes go up.
They shaped this intentionally to fail. Congress set this up to have this super committee to find cuts to raise the debt limit, knowing they would never find the cuts, to then do sequestration and then say, oh, heck, let's not actually do sequestration. They might as well learn that when they're that irresponsible to begin with, they get what they...
Van Jones, jump in.
Look.
And then Ross.
I just want to say two things. The problem with the language of the cliff is that it creates a mindset that there is nothing worse than this set of cuts. And there are things that are worse. I just want to make sure that we use the opportunity well. The president won, which means that the idea of taxes going up on the wealthy, that's the only thing he was clear about from beginning, middle, and end. And so we cannot be in a situation where we get bullied or stampeded into putting in a deal that's even worse than what the fiscal cliff is about. And I think the cliff language is making it harder for us to think creatively about how to solve the problem.
Does that music mean Ross can't talk?
That means Ross gets the first word after we come back. How Americans voted will have an impact on... I've lost control. Surprise anyone? No. We will be back right after this, which much more to talk about this election.
We are an American family, and we rise or fall together as one nation and as one people.
That was part of the president's victory speech last night in Chicago. So many Americans were glued to the television last night. There are people watching TV all around the world. We've seen reactions pouring in from foreign capitals, from foreign leaders and the like. One of the things that we've said about this election from the beginning is that it was not a foreign policy election. Nevertheless, foreign policy is still so important going forward. I'm joined by Christiane Amanpour. One of the issues everyone did, I'm losing my voice, they did talk about was Iran. What's the difference now with Iran policy from before? Now that the president's reelected, what can he do with this thorny issue?
Well, again, it really does boil down to whether a second term means that you are freer to pursue a policy that you want to pursue. You remember President Obama came into office talking about dialogue with Iran. Well, that never went anywhere. And right now there are unprecedented sanctions on Iran, U.S. sanctions and United Nations sanctions. The question is, what will have an impact? So there have been talks and rumors of potential bilateral talks between Iran and the United States on this nuclear issue. And indeed, today, inside Iran, a leading foreign policy advisor to the supreme leader, the Ayatollah Khamenei, once again brought up the prospect of that. And he's spoken to me at length about about having direct talks with the United States so that this issue can be resolved, as they always say, in a framework of mutual satisfaction and mutual interest. You know, if Mitt Romney had been elected, then the issue was slightly different because given his rhetoric on the campaign trail, he had convinced certain people, certainly in Iran, certainly in Europe and elsewhere, that perhaps he was more willing to sanction a war on Iran, sanction a unilateral Israeli strike on Iran. So those were some of the issues that separated the two.
And what about Israel? I don't think I've ever seen a foreign leader inject himself into a domestic U.S. campaign as much as Benjamin Netanyahu did. But at the end, he seemed to move the Israeli deadline for action in Iran or against Iran till well after the U.S. election. So now that the election is all done and settled, what does he do?
Well, exactly. Here are the two issues. On the one hand, the Israeli prime minister did inject himself into the election, and many people believe that it was no secret that Prime Minister Netanyahu would have preferred Mitt Romney to be president of the United States. Must say that Prime Minister Netanyahu immediately congratulated President Obama on his re-election and said that they would work together, especially on issues of national security for Israel. Now, what happens next? This is a big question. These so-called red lines that nobody wanted to actually define, except for Israel, have now potentially been put off until spring or summer. But this just keeps pushing the ball down the line, kicking the ball down the court, or whatever the correct vernacular is on that. But the point is what to do about this major national security issue that will confront the U.S. for a long time to come. And as I say, President Obama has made it very clear. He's not looking for another war. He is retrenching from war. He's ending the war in Iraq. He has. He's ending the war in Afghanistan. He says he will. He does not want another U.S. Middle East war. So how does that get resolved? We'll see. Will sanctions do the job? Many people don't think it will do the job when it comes to not hurting Iran, which they are doing, but actually ending the Iranian uranium enrichment program. So will there be talks on how to resolve this? This is what most thinking foreign policy experts believe must happen. Direct talks between Iran and the United States to resolve this issue.
You know, sometimes you might think that winning the election is the easy part. So much to do the morning after. Christian, thank you so much for joining us. There is so much to chew over this morning after the election. How did the president win? What does he do going forward? What about the fiscal cliff? We'll have a lot more to talk about coming up next.
Even though President Obama cruised through the Electoral College last night, the popular vote is divided by really only a couple percentage points. White House correspondent Dan Lothian is in Chicago, has been there, is at Obama headquarters. Dan, any behind-the-scenes strategy for Obama? What are you hearing from them today?
Well, you know, one top Democrat told me that it will be very important for the president to work very hard at being more inclusive, of reaching out not only to Democrats, but obviously Republicans. And you heard a little bit of that from the president last night, where he was talking about this hard-fought campaign that at times was very divisive and the need to essentially unite the country. That will be very challenging, though, for the president as he returns to the White House later today. He will have to face some immediate issues, one of them being the fiscal cliff. And there are Republicans already talking about not wanting to be very flexible on that matter. And so the president will be challenged right away. But the big issue for the president, different this time than perhaps the last 4 years, is the fact that the president no longer has to worry about polling, no longer has to worry about another election. So that gives the president a chance to focus on the issue at hand and also reflect on his legacy. And that could play into the kinds of negotiations that we could be seeing over the next 4 years, Kate.
And Dan, the Obama campaign has long talked about throughout this election how strong their ground game has been. The coalitions they built 4 years ago and have built on top of that. Do you think it all came down to ground game for him?
They really do. I mean, there are sort of 2 points. First of all, on the ground game, as you pointed out, this is something that was in place from the last election. The infrastructure was there, so they were not starting from the beginning. They built on that. They really targeted certain people, certain groups in certain heavily populated areas. They sort of tailored their message to them, empowered them, motivated them, got them out to the polls, and they believed that that was important. But they also believed that the president's message really resonated with voters. This push to help the middle class, especially in places like Ohio, where the auto bailout really played well for folks who depend on the auto industry for their livelihood. And so this push to help the middle class and also this ground game that they believe was very effective, both of those are issues that they think help the president win.
Dan Lothian in Chicago for us. Thanks so much, Dan. John?
Now, you don't have to be a political junkie to know that the presidential contest was not the only game in town. There were some high-profile, big-money, big-time Senate races in the election last night, and Dana Bash is here to give us the lowdown on the balance of power.
That's right. And the balance of power, if you're looking at this, let's just focus on the Senate at this time. Looks a lot like it looked before the election. In fact, for the Democrats, at this point, it looks exactly the same. 51 Democrats plus these purple seats represent independents. One is Bernie Sanders of Vermont. He caucuses with the Democrats. This is a newly elected senator from Maine, Angus King. He has not said which way he's going to caucus, but betting people say that they expect him to go with the Democrats, 45 Republicans. But let's walk over to some of the most interesting races. And let's start over in Wisconsin with Tammy Baldwin. She really had, maybe people would argue, a bit of an upset because it was a neck-and-neck race. She beat the former very popular Republican governor, Tommy Thompson. She, just by way of noting history, she is going to be the first openly gay senator elected to Congress. And then look down in Virginia, another Democratic seat. By the way, these are two open seats in Democratic hands that are staying with the Democrats. Virginia is now going to be represented by the former Democratic governor, Tim Kaine. The other thing that's interesting about those two races is that they're in states where Obama did very well. He won, so there probably is a coattail effect there. Now let's go over to Missouri. You know, Claire McCaskill, she is another kind of surprise if you look at this.
The most endangered of all incumbents.
The most endangered of all incumbents. And she was able to win because she beat Todd Akin, the Republican challenger, who made national headlines big time by his comments on rape and abortion. And let's just look at Nebraska, because we haven't talked about this very much, but this is actually a Republican pickup. Excuse me, the retiring Democratic Senator Ben Nelson, he has given this basically up for Republicans. This was also a heartbreak for Democrats because Bob Kerrey, the former Democratic senator, they recruited him. He didn't want to do it at first. They really pressed him to do it, to come in and run, and he really never took off in the polls. So we have another woman, another Republican.
Well, I was going to say, Fisher and McCaskill represents, what, the biggest Senate class of women we'll ever have.
That's right. So far, and there are a couple of outstanding races I mentioned in the Senate, but so far we're seeing 19 female senators. That is history. Right now there are 17, and that's the high water mark. So, you know, not even 20% right now. Women make up more than 50% of the country, but baby steps.
There's a chance for another pickup in North Dakota also. That race still be determined. We all know President Obama, Mitt Romney will lead this country. We all know that President Obama and not Mitt Romney will lead this country for another 4 years. But we're just starting to scratch the surface of why. Who voted for whom, why they do it. We're going to break down the exit polls coming up next.
We want to welcome our viewers in the United States and around the world. Good morning. I am Kate Baldwin. Good afternoon for some of you. We continue with our special election coverage here in the CNN newsroom. This morning, Americans are waking up to what's being called a status quo election. President Obama remains in the White House for another 4 years. He wins re-election on a couple percentage points, but because of where he won, it's a virtual landslide in the ever-important Electoral College. And Mr. Obama faces the same divided Congress when he returns to Washington. Republicans retain control of the House. Democrats control the Senate. CNN's Soledad O'Brien explains more.
The American people are so divided, they delivered the House of Representatives to one party, but the Senate and the presidency to the other.
It's clear that we spent $6 billion and we came back to a status quo election.
Right.
Nothing changed.
Right.
But B, it's also clear with this close an election, it's going to be tough to govern when this is over.
The division's so deep that on the biggest issue, the economy, half the public pushed one way,
The economy, I think he has us leading in the right direction.
while the rest pushed back.
I really think we're in trouble.
Even a record $710 million in advertising in 12 battleground states didn't put people on the same page.
That's why I'm running for a second term as president.
But one thing that did budge was the coalition that Obama put together in 2008. It got stronger.
It doesn't matter whether you're black or white or Hispanic or Asian or Native American.
This time, the president endorsed same-sex marriage, something once rejected by 38 states. It was embraced last night by 2 new ones.
I will be the first openly gay member.
Tammy Baldwin will represent Wisconsin.
He's self-deported from the White House.
And that wasn't the only seismic shift that concerned Republicans.
You're not going to make the Republican Party the party that's pro-choice and pro-gay rights. I think you've made the Republican Party the popular party. We have a party like that. It's the Democratic Party. The issues, though, are going to be the economic issues and the Hispanic immigration-related issues where Republicans are going to have to figure out a different way forward.
Obama supported the DREAM Act, and Maryland passed a local version as Latinos turned out handsomely in battleground states. And there were other signs. At times, they're changing. Colorado voted in favor of medical marijuana. Florida refused to stop public funding of abortions. The Senate will have the most women ever. Governor Romney and President Obama pledged to come together.
We can't risk partisan bickering and political posturing.
A recognition, perhaps, that Obama's coalition may not have gained much ground, but that it spoke forcefully. Soledad O'Brien, CNN, Washington.
Got so much to talk about. Let's talk about with our panel. Everyone is still sticking around and still awake, which I'm very impressed with after a very long night. Ross, first to you. You wrote talking about kind of what today means and what the next 4 years mean and how consequential this election really is. You wrote a very interesting column, and in it you said very clearly, the age of Reagan is officially over. What does that mean?
It means that Obama proved that his majority is real. Right? I mean, I think that there were a lot of conservatives who looked at the 2008 election and said, okay, Obama won a landslide, but it was because the Iraq war was mismanaged. It was because of the financial crisis. It was because the media got caught up in the narrative of America's first black president and so on. And, you know, things will revert to something like normal. And the 2010 midterms obviously encouraged that idea. But I think the lesson here is pretty clear. This is not a huge majority, it's a narrow majority, but it's the majority that America has. And we've been talking a lot about how this is a status quo election, right? Because the composition of Congress doesn't change that much and so on. And it is. But on policy, the status quo right now favors liberalism. This is a big defeat for conservatives in the sense that the Obama health care bill now gets, you know, it stays. The Supreme Court, Obama will get to pick 1, maybe 2 more justices, bringing it to 4 for his term. There's tons of regulatory stuff and so on. Even if there's taxes will go up somehow, whatever we do with the fiscal cliff. So even though there'll probably be gridlock on the big questions, I'm not expecting a big immigration compromise. I'm certainly not expecting a climate change bill. For all of that, the country has shifted leftward, and it's a win for liberalism.
Well, the immigration question is a big one, but I want to go to you, John.
John is ready for the comment.
I felt him jumping on my back at the very moment, because we were talking about the statement of status quo, maybe by number and by majority, but you say that diminishes the impact of what actually we're saying.
Absolutely. This was a highly consequential election, which is part of what Ross was getting to. And I don't think it's a victory for liberalism. I think that misstates what occurred here. But President Obama, first of all, the demographic trends beneath these 2 campaigns was in some ways the future versus the past. And it was a risky gamble, a risky demographic bet on the part of Democrats. But because they had a superior ground game operation, they were able to turn out youth vote, women under 50, Hispanic, African American, and really overcome an edge that the Romney campaign had with senior citizens and white voters, particularly white men. That aside, look at the policy, because this is where it gets really consequential. First of all, Republicans learned that there is such a thing as too extreme when it comes to certain Senate candidates. That is hugely consequential, creating an environment for bipartisan compromise.
Some of the Tea Party wave lost.
Exactly right, because you've got a more representative segment of the electorate in these, not a Tea Party-driven midterm, but a broad general election. And here's the real challenge and why it will be consequential in terms of policy. I do expect to see immigration reform. Yes. Because President Obama can pick up the mantle of George W. Bush and John McCain and Ted Kennedy and say, this was a bipartisan proposal before, let's pass it. He can pick up the mantle of Bill Simpson and say, this was a bipartisan plan, let's pass it. And then the real question becomes, is bipartisanship becoming a partisan idea? That is one of the real questions.
That already exists. I mean, that already exists. Bipartisan already is a partisan idea. But I think
Democrats only.
Well, no, I mean, I think we're both sides. But I think the key here is you're talking about the fact that Republicans may have to compromise, Democrats may have to compromise. That might be true, but listen to what we're already hearing from Republicans, for example. John Boehner is saying the president thinks this is, this is going to be something that he's going to be able to get all of his priorities on. No way. It's not going to happen. He's putting a line in the sand right now. So, yes, Republicans may be talking generally about the fact that John Cornyn, for example, the head of the National Republican Senatorial Committee, saying that Republicans have to really do some soul searching. They might be saying that, but how do they get over the reality that, Eric, maybe you know this, it's all about voters and voting, and the system is the way it is. And primary voters elect their candidates and their nominees, and they're kind of hamstrung by that.
The problem we're going to have, and I know what the Democrats are going to say, and to a degree I know what the Republicans are going to say on this. It is still an open question in my mind, though. The coalition that won Barack Obama twice, is it his or is it the Democrats? The Democrats say it's the Democrats, but they didn't show up in 2010, despite the Democratic president, the unions, others trying to get them out. Is it his or not? The Republicans, I think, are going to take a gamble going into 2014 and say, this is his coalition.
There was a backlash.
That's a fair point.
There was a backlash against the backlash. Obama came in, 2010 represented this backlash, and there were elements of it that were very nasty, that were very ugly, and then you hear this talk in 2012 about this enthusiasm gap. It turned out it was a myth. What everybody missed was the determination of African Americans who came out in record numbers. Again, Ben Jealous from the NAACP, a hero who put 1 million black votes in the play that nobody counted on. The youth vote. Our coalition held.
Or did they turn out for the Democrats?
Our coalition held. This is the most important thing I can say. It was not a one-time fluke, and our coalition is stronger now than it was before. So therefore, it is not a status quo election. It is now proven. You can throw filibuster after filibuster. Let me just finish. You got your shot. You can throw filibuster after filibuster at this president. You can put a ton of money against us, and the coalition held. So now you've got a different calculation on the other side.
Let me add one thing to that.
Because it is a fair point to say, does this point need to be proven in 2014 for it to really matter? And that's a fair question. But, the fact is that President Obama set this out right at the front end. He said, this is not a referendum on me. This is a choice between two directions in this country. And I think that, and laying it out so clearly, is actually what ended up winning this for him, because he created two different visions. That's the point Van's making. Those two different visions are not necessarily compatible.
But the backlash against the backlash is profound. President Obama won 16% of centrist voters last night. That is not close. That is a significant shift to the moderate majority, in part a reaction to what's been perceived in Congress.
But the Republicans that were elected in the Republican wave, they were doing what they say that voters wanted them to do in their defense.
But what's Mitch McConnell going to do? Say, I'm going to make sure Barack Obama's a two-term president? I mean, at some point, you have to work with a guy if you care about your own legacy, if you actually care about solving problems.
Well, and that line will probably plague Mitch McConnell for quite some time, John.
No, all I wanted to say, you guys have been talking about ground game. You've been talking about what you learned and what we now know is real. One of the things I do now know is real is the ground game. In the olden days, when I used to cover campaigns, when a campaign staff would say, we're going to turn out our voters, we're all going to get it on the ground at the end, I used to say, you're done. your campaign is finished. But I can tell you, after Bush in 2004 turned out Ohio, after Obama did it in 2008, I am a believer now. The ground game matters with the technology we have. This is the future of campaigning.
Republicans this time around said that they could match the Obama ground game.
See, I want to make one point has not been made by anybody. Is that it was a lot of hype on the Republican side. Not only do we know that
now we know that.
Well, you do. The problem is you had a number of consultants in the Republican Party who decided, we're going to keep the data for ourselves. Don't you go set it up. What Barack Obama did successfully in 2008 is he told Democratic consultants in Washington, you know what, we're going to do this in Chicago, guys. We've got to take care of, and it worked. Republicans are going to have to start doing that. It's the D.C. GOP consultants are swimming around like Scrooge McDuck this morning. And they got nothing to show for it.
This is going to be a very different election in 2016. The demographics of this country are changing.
That is true.
That is a permanent state of affairs.
Let's talk, actually, let's talk much more about that. Obviously, there is a lot to talk about here the day after the election and what the next 4 years will look like. We'll be back with more of our special coverage coming up.
You, the American people, reminded us that while our road has been hard, While our journey has been long, we have picked ourselves up. We have fought our way back.
Let's take a look at the Dow right now. It is deepening its losses right now. A 231-point loss. That's 1 3/4%. That's going to hit you right in your 401k right now. It was not this way overnight. There was a chance that Barack Obama was going to be reelected the president of the United States. And unless everybody in Wall Street had their heads in the sand, I don't understand why they'd be that surprised by this. This isn't actually about, most of this is not about Barack Obama being reelected. They might have liked Mitt Romney being there a little bit more. Most of this is about Europe, some problems in Greece again. Mario Draghi, the chairman of the European Central Bank, saying that growth in 2013 is going to be weaker than expected. So I'm getting a lot of stuff that's pinning this all on, see how terrible it is for the economy. Remember that Barack Obama, who some people have called a socialist, under him, the stock market has doubled, more than doubled in the last 4 years.
Let's talk a little bit more about what faces the president on his, I guess, first new day, well, first new day of his second term. Yeah. PIMCO CEO Mohamed El-Erian is here right now. He's one of the most respected bond fund managers in the world. Welcome. Tell me a little bit. I think the stock market reaction tells us that this president has the same old problems, even though he has a new day and a new term.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at when the stock market turned and went south, it happened just past 7 a.m. your time, when President Draghi of the European Central Bank came out and confirmed what many people suspected, which is that Europe was slowing and that the locomotive of Europe, Germany, was slowing. That has scared a lot of people. In addition, there are riots going on in Greece, so everybody suddenly was reminded that there's something else going on, and that is called Europe, and that problem is not going away. And that's going to be a headwind for us as an economy and for us as a market.
The other big headwind is the fiscal cliff. I mean, you wrote an open letter to the president saying, congratulations, in Fortune magazine on CNN Money, here's how to fix the economy. And the first order of business on day one is averting the fiscal cliff. What do you suggest the president do?
So it's critical to do no harm. So the president has to reach out to Congress and hopefully, after some soul-searching among the Republican Party as how did they lose this election, you'll get a lot more compromise. And the president has to lead a compromise that in the first instant results in a mini bargain, which is reducing the impact of the fiscal cliff. Then once that headwind is out of the way, we can pivot to the more constructive elements long-term, which is long-term fiscal reform, improving the functioning of the labor market, improving the flow of credit to small and medium-term enterprises, and improving housing and housing finance. So in the short term, remove the very strong headwind from the fiscal cliff. Beyond that, start putting in the conditions for high growth and that sustainability. And it can be done if there's political collaboration.
Mohamed, you've written this in Fortune magazine. We've published it on cnnmoney.com. I think it's required reading for anybody who needs to understand the fiscal cliff. It also strengthens a view that we have at CNN that you are a contender for the position of Treasury Secretary of the United States.
Yeah, Ali, I would forget about that view. I am so happy at PIMCO that's my only focus. So, no, on the contrary, I think there are lots of able people in Washington already, and I think they understand the issue. What they need is the political context to go forward. And I think that after this election, there's a higher chance that we may get that political context.
Okay, so you guys at PIMCO have great expressions for things, and you don't get credit for it because everybody uses them. But Bill Gross, your partner there, has said that the reason that the U.S.'s interest rates are so low are that you're the cleanest dirty shirt, right? So if you're on a trip for 3 days and then you find out you got to be there for a fourth day, you didn't bring a fourth shirt, you pick the cleanest shirt that you've got and you wear that. That's the United States right now. At some point, when does that shirt become too dirty to keep wearing?
So first, Bill is superb in taking very complex issues and summing them in a very simple but insightful way. And the U.S. being the cleanest dirty shirt is a great way of saying why is it that our bond markets are doing so well. So two things have to happen for us to be just dirty as opposed to the clean dirty shirt. One is Europe has to improve, and that is a big, big challenge. And the other one is that debt dynamics have to get worse a lot quicker. I suspect that if you are to look out over the next 6 to 9 months, neither of these things are going to happen. So for a while, we're going to be the cleanest dirty shirt. And what's critical, absolutely critical, Ali, is that our politicians have to take advantage of that window to move forward. Otherwise, we're going to face some really significant problems for future generations.
All right, Mohamed El-Erian, thank you so much. Clean and dirty shirt. Sometimes you feel that way when you're going to the voting booth, don't you? When we come back, we're going to talk about where the evangelical and the faith vote landed last night. I'll have that right after the break.
You didn't just say that on TV, did you?
I sure did.
It's a good thing.
We are not as divided as our politics suggests. We're not as cynical as the pundits believe. We are greater than the sum of our individual ambitions, and we remain more than a collection of red states and blue states. We are and forever will be the United States of America.
Frankly, I feel that Obama's basic social policies are actually good for that nation, and the general non-aggressiveness that he shows in his general foreign policy, I think, is good for all of us.
We've sliced up this election every imaginable way. Who voted for whom and why? It's one of the great things to do the days after the election. And one of the most fascinating things to look at this morning is religion, faith. Which faith groups voted for which candidate? Christine Romans at the magic wall with some magic numbers.
And it was interesting, some of the results, right? You had 2 states that voted to support same-sex marriage, right? And you had Christian leaders who had been concerned about some of the social issues, social positions that the president had taken. So how did this all play out nationwide? We asked them in our exit polls. 29% of the people who voted were Protestant, and of those, 62% voted for Mitt Romney, 37% for Barack Obama. The Catholic vote, though, 25% of those voting were Catholic, and half of them went for Barack Obama.
Catholics almost always considered a swing vote. What's interesting here, those numbers almost definitely padded by the Latino vote.
Oh, yeah, no question. When you look also at well, let me move over one more and talk about, are you a born-again Christian? What 74% said they were not born-again Christian. Of those, 60% voted for Mitt Romney. But when you look at the born-agains, people who consider themselves a born-again Christian, these are white born-again Christians, 26% said yes, 78%.
Wow.
78% went for Mitt Romney, the Mormon candidate. The Mormon candidate who early on in the race, many born-again Christians were really learning about that religion in the first place. And then finally, let's talk about nationwide the most important candidate quality, shares my values. 27% of people at the exit polls said they wanted a candidate who shared their values. Of those, 55% said Mitt Romney and 42% said Barack Obama.
It's interesting, though, you showed cares about people there, which is sort of the same way of asking the question in a different way. Cares about people, the president seemed to do better.
Yeah, he did. 21% said they care about people. 81% of people who that was their most important candidate quality went for Barack Obama.
That is a huge spread.
He connected with the middle class, and that's one of the reasons why you look at the economy questions. The conventional wisdom was always that Mitt Romney was better for the economy, but it was Barack Obama who connected with the middle class.
I had not seen that number. I have to say that blows my mind this morning. Thank you so much,
That's what I'm here to do. Blow
it is magic.
John Thurman's mind.
That's why they call it the magic wall. Kate?
And Duke, that was awesome. Christine Romans blowing the mind of everyone in this studio right now. Let's talk about this more. The role of faith and values on the vote, last night. Hillary, you were really surprised when you heard that 81%.
The 81% on cares more about people.
Yeah.
Because I think that was kind of the bellwether of this election. And Barack Obama went through the campaign reminding voters that he's been on their side, that he's been steady leadership, that he has focused on middle class, that he has taken care of the poor and the elderly. And, you know, Mitt Romney just, I think, never got past the Bain Capital ads and the notion that he was essentially a money man first and a leader second. And that in and of itself is a mandate for leadership. It's who is going to care more about their people and what can President Obama now do with that mandate for leadership.
I think that's exactly right. I think he won on that point. I was concerned and disturbed for Democrats, though, to see the Christian concern about this party. This country is becoming more secular, and I think the Democrats can delude themselves and say, we'll just sort of ride the secular wave. We aren't that secular. And for people of faith like myself who are in the Democratic Party, it is becoming less comfortable to be, you have to feel like you're out of the closet as a Christian in the Democratic Party. That is not good.
What does that even mean?
I'll put it this way. When you're with Republicans, you can talk about God right up front. You talk about church right up front. Among Democrats, it's a little bit dicier. You're afraid you might offend somebody. I think that makes it tough for us with Latinos. I think it makes it tough. Look, the African-American community is deeply religious. We don't see the church as a source of oppression. We see it as a site for liberation. We've got to figure out some way to have a faith-honoring Democratic Party, that is very disturbing to me, some of those things that came out.
It's values become the code word for things like abortion or support for gay issues and things like that. That's very
Flip
different.
this to the Republican side for a minute, right? So the challenge for Republicans with Latinos in particular is the reverse, right? You see that cares about people versus shares my values dynamic. Republicans are not losing the Latino vote because they're too right-wing on social issues. They're losing the Latino vote mostly on economic issues. Now, obviously, the party does not need the Todd Akins of the world, you know, talking about how women can't get pregnant from rape and so on. But I think there's going to be a lot of pressure on the Republicans from the party elites to say, okay, look, you know, let's get rid of the yahoos and the fundamentalists and pivot to the center. But there's a center there that's Latino, religious, more economically moderate, that the Republican Party has to be able to win.
What role do you think faith and religion played in this election? Because
I'm actually
economics was clearly at the forefront of...
I'm somewhat surprised that the number for Romney was actually that small. I figured it would have been bigger than that. Which, to some degree, you know, there still remains an evangelical core. You can say it's about whether it's because he's a Mormon or because he was the original author of what became Obamacare or whatever. They were still, a lot of them remain skeptical of him on the end, on abortion, on Obamacare, on what have you. And you still see some of these people...
Does that have to do with religion, or does that have to do with accusations coming from Democrats that he flips on positions?
No, I think it had to do with accusations from Republicans that Mitt Romney flipped those issues. They remember Rick Santorum on the campaign trail. A lot of those people with Santorum, I was at the meeting where they could not bring themselves, these evangelical leaders, to go with Mitt Romney because he had been so hostile to them previously, they thought. Now, it was still a huge number. Let's not delude ourselves there. It was a huge number. And it probably wouldn't have made a difference if it went up to 80 or 90%. But at the same time, you do have a Republican base that is to the right of a Republican establishment, and ironically, really in line with a lot of Hispanic voters on those social issues.
All right, we're going to hold right now. A lot more to talk about, obviously, and also more reaction coming in from around the world. John?
That's right. Our American election was an international phenomenon. Let's get reaction from all over the world. Our reporters across the globe.
I'm Devin McKenzie in Kogelo, Kenya. The scenes here were incredible when they found out that President Barack Obama had won a re-election. Let's look at some of these amazing pictures. Spend all night here in this village watching the results come in on CNN. This is the hometown of President Obama's father. There are family members all over the place. It's the center of Obama mania around the world. And I think they're going to be partying here all day long and well into the night.
I'm Alex Zolbert here in Tokyo. The salarymen are heading home on Wednesday evening, and they are digesting the fact that President Obama has earned 4 more years. The news did not move the markets here in any major way, just a slight uptick, but it is the economy on the minds of many people here. Keep in mind, Japan is the 3rd largest economy in the world and one of the United States' biggest trading partners. And when you speak with people here, they say they are happy a decision has been made, and now President Obama can get back to the task at hand.
I'm Reza Sayah in Rawalpindi, Pakistan, where the U.S. elections got heavy coverage on Pakistani television. The results aired live on dozens of channels. 4 years ago, many supported Mr. Obama here. This year, not the case. Many wanted Romney. They wanted change because they still don't like U.S. policy here, especially those drone strikes. One politician said he hopes Mr. Obama will end the drone strikes and the conflict in Afghanistan. A Pakistani army official said it doesn't matter who's in Washington. Nothing will change for Pakistan.
A huge victory and 4 more years. President Barack Obama wins re-election, and in the end, it wasn't even close.
You made your voice heard, and you made a difference.
With a gracious concession, Republican challenger Mitt Romney made a humble request of both parties
to put the people before the politics.
No Republican has ever won the White House without Ohio.
In the end, the battleground state of Ohio put the election out of reach.
The President of the United States defeats Mitt Romney.
But the nation remains a house divided as the balance of power holds firm on Capitol Hill. A call for unity.
We remain more than a collection of red states and blue states. We are and forever will be the United States of America.
This morning, we have every issue covered. Can the White House and Congress work together to fix the economy? Will the partisan gap now close? With the Empire State Building bathed in blue light, this much is clear.
Let the world know that 11:18 p.m. on the East Coast of the United States, we projected this win, the re-election of Barack Obama for another 4 years.
We want to welcome our viewers here in the United States and around the world. I'm Kate Baldwin. Hello, everyone. We continue our special coverage of the 2012 presidential election. For the first time in months, President Obama woke up today knowing where he'll be waking up for the next 4 years. And yet, hours after the race was called and Mitt Romney conceded, there's still the matter of Florida. We still haven't called a winner there. If the president holds his lead, he'll pad his electoral college margin. If not, Mitt Romney will finish a somewhat less distant second. We're still watching that as well as many other things. Either way, we know there are more fights ahead. Listen here.
When we make big decisions as a country, it necessarily stirs passions, stirs up controversy. That won't change after tonight, and it shouldn't. These arguments we have are a mark of our liberty. And we can never forget that as we speak, people in distant nations are risking their lives right now just for a chance to argue about the issues that matter, the chance to cast their ballots like we did today.
Much more on the presidential election to come, but first I'm going to send it to John Berman.
And we do have breaking news this morning, and that breaking news has to do with the stock market. We've been watching it drop and drop and drop some more. Just a few seconds ago, it was down 300 points, now creeping up from its lows. Our experts tell us it doesn't have to do necessarily all with the U.S. election. Christine Romans, Ali Velshi here. So what is this about?
It's not just the election, because, look, the markets expected that Barack Obama was going to become president.
Well, there was a very good likelihood that he would.
And when you look at the makeup of the House and the Senate, it's pretty much as they expected as well. But earlier we heard from the European Central Bank President, Mario Draghi, who said basically that growth was going to be weaker than expected. It was a concern in Europe and specifically in Germany. Germany, of course, Germany is the one who's been, carrying some of the other countries in the region. So this is still a problem. Also, we just talked to Mohamed El-Erian, who is the CEO of PIMCO. He said there's still some concerns about Greece. So President Obama comes today after having won last night with the same old problems. Right. A weakening Europe, a Eurozone crisis, Greece is still a problem, and we still have the fiscal cliff to deal with.
I can't overstate this, because the bottom line is things have changed. Since Christine and I started trading, following markets, things change. You used to be able to, 10 years ago, point to exactly why the market is up or down. Most trading is done by computer on the basis of momentum. So things start to sell off, computers start selling them more, there's more volume. But let's just explain this for a second. If anybody is surprised that Barack Obama had a at least better than even chance of winning, then they shouldn't be handling anybody's money, first of all. And secondly, there are these markets, we've all been up way too long, which means I got to look at futures, and so did Christine, far more than we normally do. They were all over the place. They were all over the place. They were up, and then Mario Draghi makes the speech to talk about European and German growth slowing down, and they tank. And that's where it came from. So I'm just saying.
Mario Draghi, not a name that may be a household name to many people.
He's the Ben Bernanke of Europe.
But this guy's held our economy hostage over the last year. Every time this guy speaks, the market goes up or down.
Right. Little children think Mario Draghi has horns. He is the chairman of the European Central Bank, which does not have the ability to I don't want to use manipulate wrongly, but to have an effect on the European economy the way the Fed does in the United States.
They can't do to their economies what we can do, what the Fed can do here. I will make one point. Hospital stocks are still up. That's because the markets are saying Obamacare is here to stay. Bank stocks are down very sharply.
Which would be expected.
The markets are saying, oh, guess what? We're going to get our financial reform. This is still going to be a big fight over regulating banks.
Let me ask our all-star panel here a question, because had this happened yesterday or 2 days ago, we'd see a negative ad on this. I mean, we'd see Obama being blamed for this. Are they going to be finger-pointing today? Is there going to be finger-pointing today?
Well, of course. I mean,
doesn't matter.
Well,
it doesn't matter.
Good point. I mean, but there will be, and part of the problem that we have right now is that for at least the past year and a half, we've been living in a kind of a fact-free political environment where anything that goes wrong anywhere in the world...
Not on CNN. only elsewhere.
Except on CNN. But honestly, literally anything that happens in the world, you're going to blame it on President Obama, and we're going to do... I think that has disserved the country. I think it's disserved the problem solving we now got to go into. I'm glad that we're trying to make it clear that this has nothing to do with President Obama. Here's what most people are worried about at home, though. They still don't know how we're going to get through this fiscal, I call it the fiscal showdown challenge. They still don't know where the jobs are going to come from, and they still don't know if anybody learned anything in Washington, D.C. And so if we go chasing the ball around the next sort of alarmism around, okay, well, Barack Obama killed the stock market, he's going to kill your kid next, we're going to miss an opportunity this week to do something about it.
But the reality is that, I mean, Americans should be focused on what's happening in Europe, right? I mean,
and we can't do anything about it. That's
from
the
a
problem.
political point of view, Obama, I think, has been very lucky, actually, over the past 3 months. That Draghi and the Europeans have been able to, like we do in Washington, kick the can down the road. But if you look at the politics of Greece, for instance, which was sort of on everybody's mind in their last election cycle, both the socialist and the fascist parties in Greece have gained more ground since the last election cycle. The odds of the Eurozone actually breaking up have gone up. And, you know, independent of what happens in the U.S.,
so we need to be stronger here at home, because we know that if what you just said is true, that's terrifying.
Hang on one second, guys, because I got to stop you here, because believe it or not, we have election news. Let's go to Kate for that.
And we can now, CNN can now project that Jon Tester will retain his seat in the Senate in the state of Montana. Jon Tester was considered probably one of the vulnerable Democrats up for re-election in a very tough re-election battle, as we can see, a very tight race that has taken us all the way through to today. He defeats the Republican Congressman Denny Rehberg with 83% of precincts reporting. CNN can now project that Jon Tester will retain his seat in the U.S. Senate, a Democrat to retain his seat. That doesn't change, obviously, the balance of power. It does help Democrats, though, John, as I toss it back to you in our panel, it does help them with their majority in the Senate.
Kate, our reaction here at the table here was, this is a wow. This is a wow. Jon Tester, the Democrat from Montana, was supposed to be endangered. And in fact, it does change the numbers here. This guarantees that the Democrats will actually gain governmental ruling voting seats in the Senate. You're surprised, John.
I'm stunned, and this is a big deal, in part because it shows just what a bad night Republicans had when it came to their Senate candidates. You know, the Democrats really had the odds stacked against them this particular cycle. A guy like Jon Tester, running in a very red state, Montana, that President Obama lost by a large margin, had a big target on his back. Guess what? He pulled it out. He pulled it out because he kept running as a Montana Democrat. He was running as a labor, farmer Democrat. He stands out from a lot of Democrats in the Senate. And he's been vindicated for that. And there's a special reason, too. Montana actually has a unique history of ticket splitting. It is the state that is the highest level of ticket splitting in our recent political history. And they showed that again. They voted for Mitt Romney for president. They voted for Jon Tester.
You know, I got to disagree with you, John, on that one. And, you know, I'm glad to see Rehberg lose this race. I got to be honest with you.
That's how you really feel.
We got to have an explanation for this.
Rehberg was a horrible candidate who the Republicans put up. They largely shut out other guys because they said, this is our guy. The National Republican Senatorial Committee went around the country to races this year, and we're seeing it blow up in their face, where they said, these are the most electable. George Allen, hey, let's bring him back. Tommy Thompson, hey, let's bring him back. Rehberg, who has a personal history that didn't sell well with the voters, given things in his past that came up, and it didn't work for him. If the Republicans aren't willing to go out and get fresh blood to run for the Senate and run for the House, and they just want to recycle the usual suspects who keep losing, well, then they're going to keep losing.
Before you guys jump in, we're going to talk more about this, because we're lucky enough to have breaking election news this morning. When at 11:15 in the morning, it's always great to have election news here.
That was an attention-grabbing stunt by Kate, I think.
But we've got to go to break here. There's one new member of Congress, a Hispanic Republican. Ted Cruz is the new senator-elect from Texas. He's going to join us next. But first, some international reaction to President Obama staying in office.
Tonight, more than 200 years after a former colony won the right to determine its own destiny, the task of perfecting our union moves forward.
I'm Leonie Lacani. party, at a breakfast election party in Abu Dhabi. Now, people in the Middle East don't like to wake up early, but this lot have been here through the night, way before sunrise, just to watch those election results coming in. I mean, the U.S. ambassador was here a few minutes ago saying he felt like he was in a Vegas casino. He didn't know what time it was. Now, there's some 40,000 U.S. citizens based in the UAE. Some of them were here watching those election results, but they're members of other embassies, other nationalities, including members from the community here in the UAE, who all gathered here to watch those election results. There's a huge interest in the U.S. elections here because, as we know, the Middle East is going through a time of change and evolution, and everyone is eager to see how the U.S. administration addresses those changes.
So the election's being watched all over the world, and the election's clearly not over yet because just a few minutes ago, right here on CNN, we were able to make a new projection that Senator Jon Tester from Montana has been reelected, which was a big surprise to a lot of us at this table and a big surprise, I think, for a lot of Republican establishment types. And we have to talk more about this. We brought in senior congressional correspondent Dana Bash. She was on with CNN International during the big projection. She ran here right away as soon as she heard the news. Dana.
It really is remarkable when you think about the fact that Jon Tester is a Democrat in a very, very red state who won 6 years ago in a Democratic wave. And the minute he won, he knew he was going to be fighting for his political life, and he was. Up until Election Day, it was a 1% razor-thin race, and he was able to pull out because it's sort of the way Rahm Emanuel and other Democrats began to run Democrats several years ago, which is that he matches the state. He is conservative. He is one of them. He is a rancher. He, wears his flannels, and he talks like they do, and he was able to really connect with them.
How much did luck play a role? Because if you listen to Eric, if you listen to Ana Navarro earlier today, a lot of Senate Democrats benefited from the weakness of their opponents.
That's right. Not in this case. I mean, Denny Rehberg, many Republicans thought that he was going to be a good candidate. I will say, in the end, he had some missteps or some bad press about some boating accidents and things like that. But he is a well-known candidate. He's laughing over there, Eric.
We business ones want to know what were voting accidents.
But initially they thought that they were going to be in pretty good shape because he is somebody who has won in Montana in the House. But look, yes, they didn't have the greatest candidate there at the end of the day, but this was supposed to be the seat, just like Claire McCaskill in Missouri. This is supposed to be the seat that they picked up. And we were talking about this earlier. The other big picture thing that this says is that not only did Democrats not lose the Senate, they gained a seat if you consider Angus King likely to be the newly elected independent senator from Maine, likely to caucus with the Democrats.
All right, Dana Bash, great to talk to you here. We have an exciting interview with a new senator, an incoming Republican, many consider the all-star of the incoming Senate class. Let's go to Kate Baldwin for that.
Yeah, let's keep our focus on the Senate right now. The incoming Senate class includes a Texas Republican who's never held elective office before, Ted Cruz, taking the seat of retiring Republican Senator Kay Bailey Hutchison. Senator-elect Mr. Cruz, thanks for coming in this morning. Congratulations.
Good morning. It's great to join you.
Oh, thank you so much. So, Senator, you won your seat on a day when 71%, a really amazing number that so many people are talking about, 71% of Hispanic voters backed President Obama. What do you think this says? What do you think your party, the Republican Party, should learn from that statistic?
Well, the president had a very good night last night, and the Republicans had a really lousy night all over the country. And I think at the end of the day, the president should enjoy his victory, but what I think it says going forward is we remain a nation very, very divided. The popular vote was almost 50-50 for a good portion of the night last night. It looked like President Obama was going to lose the popular vote. And at the same time that Americans reelected President Obama, they also reelected a Republican House of Representatives. So this country remains divided, and the question now is, are we going to be able to have some real leadership to pull back from these economic and fiscal challenges that I think are really grave and that the American people are looking for leadership to address?
Well, let's talk about these fiscal challenges. One of the first things that you, well, depending on how things go in the lame duck, one of the first things you're going to face when you come into office is the looming fiscal cliff. And compromise is something that everyone's starting to talk about is needed if they're really going to pull something off to save the country from going over this fiscal cliff. But you told supporters yesterday, and I'll quote this from the Dallas Morning news. You said if he, President Obama, continues down this path, I will spend every waking moment to lead the fight to stop it. Does that mean compromise is a dirty word in your mind?
Well, it doesn't. And actually, in those remarks, the first thing I said right before that is I said if President Obama means what he has said on the campaign trail, if he means what he said last night in his acceptance speech, that he wants to work across the aisle, that he wants to tackle the deficit, tackle the debt, that he wants to reduce the burdens of government on small businesses and entrepreneurs to create jobs, then I am happy to work with President Obama. But, and this was the second half that you quoted, if he doesn't mean what he says, if that was simply what he says on the campaign trail, and if he wants to go back to the path of the last 4 years, to more and more spending and debt and taxes and regulations that kill jobs, then I will do everything I can to work to stop us from continuing down that path, because I think continuing down that path will hurt this country. It is killing jobs, and a lot of people are suffering as a result.
Now, as you are prepared to come to Washington, one thing some folks are talking about this morning is that this is a status quo election, and that is going to mean more gridlock in Washington, which is why and what is behind why Congress has such a historically low approval rating right now. What are you going to do when you come to Washington to change that?
Well, I think the next 4 years may prove very challenging, and it depends really on the president. What is he willing to do? If you look back 2 years ago, after President Obama faced a loss of the House of Representatives, an overwhelming election result in 2010, President Obama didn't do what Bill Clinton had done when the same thing happened to him, which is move to the center, work with Republicans in the House, have a balanced budget, reform welfare. Instead, President Obama 2 years ago doubled down and went even further left to more spending, more debt, more taxes. I think the question now is, what does the president do? If he reads last night as a mandate for more of his economic agenda, then I think we will have gridlock, because I don't think Republicans will be willing to go along with policies that will hurt this country, that will result in more people losing their jobs, and that will result in even more debt jeopardizing our future. But if he's willing to follow Bill Clinton's model, he campaigned a lot with Bill Clinton. If President Obama will follow Bill Clinton's model and work with Republicans, reduce spending, reduce taxes, reduce regulations, I will happily work with him, and I think a lot of Republicans will.
All right, Ted Cruz, congratulations on the victory. We will see you in Washington. A lot more work ahead. Sounds to me like we've got some big battles ahead as well. Wolf Blitzer, our favorite Wolf Blitzer, is getting mic'd up again to join us again. He got no sleep. Plus, a closer look at the exit polls that we've been really chewing through and who helped put President Obama over the top last night. We'll be right back.
One of the big questions coming into this election was, did Barack Obama in 2008 catch lightning in a bottle? Would he be able to put together the same winning coalition that he had 4 years ago this year? Well, we now have our answers, and Christine Roman shows us at the Magic Wall.
And the answer, John, is yes. I mean, let's look at age here. 18 to 29-year-olds, 19% of those voting were 18 to 29, and they preferred the president 60% to 37%. Look at 30 to 44-year-olds. They also chose the president by a margin of 52 to 45. And then Mitt Romney starts to get more traction here when you talk to 45 to 64-year-olds, and then, of course, to senior citizens, 65 and older. Let's move along and take a look at how you break this out by gender. Women went for Barack Obama again, 55% to 44% women, and they were 53% of those who voted. Among men preferred Mitt Romney, 52% to 45%. And then let's break it down now by race. Okay, 72% of those who voted were white. Look at the margin here, 59% to 39%. So President Obama trailing by 20 points among white voters. How does he make up for that? African Americans continue to be a solid voting bloc for the president, 93% for Mr. Obama. And look, the Latino vote, for the first time in history, double digits, 10% of the vote there, 71% to 27% going for Obama. This is so incredibly important in this part of the country. Remember, we were so closely watching Colorado and Nevada. Very important here, in part because you look at the demographics of here, John, and this shows you the concentration of Latinos in the Southwest. And you look at all of these spots here, and now they're turning from red to blue.
He won 71% of the Latino vote. That coalition between the youth vote, women vote, and minority vote held strong for President Obama and could be a sign of future elections to come. Christine Rome's The Magic Wall, thanks very much. Meanwhile, this election, $6 billion spent and still a divided government. Can Washington break the gridlock in the next 4 years? We'll have more coming up.
I'm Malika Kapoor in Gurgaon, one of India's outsourcing hubs, where people have been following the U.S. presidential election closely to see what's being said about outsourcing. This time, though, the rhetoric hasn't been as negative as it was back in 2008 because the situation has changed. Indian call centers no longer provide just basic, cheap back-end services to the United States. They've started to provide higher value-added services. As people in call centers here say, without us, corporate America would be disabled.
We want to welcome our viewers here in the United States and around the world. I am Kate Baldwin, along with my very good friend John Berman, for this special edition of CNN Newsroom. It is 11:30 here on the East Coast, 8:30 out west. A lot has happened overnight, folks. All that time, all that effort, all that money. And post-election America looks an awful lot like pre-election America, beginning with the president. Barack Obama becomes the nation's third president in a row to win a second term. And if he's daunted by the prospect of at least 2 more years of divided government, there is a midterm. We don't even need to talk about that yet. He's not letting on.
When we make big decisions as a country, it necessarily stirs passions, stirs up controversy. That won't change after tonight, and it shouldn't. These arguments we have are a mark of our liberty. And we can never forget that as we speak, people in distant nations are risking their lives right now just for a chance to argue about the issues that matter, the chance to cast their ballots like we did today.
And as for Congress, Democrats cemented their hold on the Senate last night with big wins in Massachusetts and Indiana, and we just called one in Montana. Republicans held on to the House. Send it over to John Berman. Hey, John.
All right, thanks, Kate. You know, we called the race for president at 11:18 Eastern Time p.m. last night. Of course, there was one state that we didn't call, and they are still counting this morning. That state, the state of Florida. And our very own Ashley Banfield is down in Miami, where apparently the election's still not over. What's going on, Ashley?
Yeah, you surprised, Berman? Come on, I'm in Florida, for crying out loud. Hey, look, everybody here woke up. If they stayed up late and found out the results, they heard it on TV. If they woke up to the Miami Herald this morning, they saw It's Obama on the front page. What some people didn't know, though, was that their state had nothing to do with it. Florida has not actually made a call. There's a lot of reasons for that. Some very long lines, John Berman. You saw me showing them to you yesterday at the polling place I was at. 4 hours for some people. Then I wake up to find out later on, some of those people actually ended up waiting 6 hours at other polling stations, and some Floridians were casting their ballots at 1:45 a.m. this morning. That is well after the time you just quoted that the president was actually called the president. So very frustrating for a lot of people here in Florida. And at late last night, the U.S. Postal Service dumped about 18,000 absentee ballots onto the elections officials at Miami-Dade County. So guess what they spent the night doing? All night, 50 of them in a warehouse, opening ballots and verifying ballots and counting and scanning ballots. And that went on all day. I just got off the phone a little while ago with one of those county officials, and they actually expect to have some of those results right about now, between now and the top of the hour. However, that's not the end of it either. If you thought it was going to be the end of it, Berman. No, because they still have the provisional ballots. Those can't even be touched until tomorrow. They'll start the process with those tomorrow. They'll get to them by Saturday. They'll probably have a certification by the 20th. These guys over here are from other countries. Sven is from Germany. Manuel is from Portugal. Were you surprised to see those results here?
Yes, for sure. You know, you expect to have a vote after the election day, and there is no vote still.
Welcome to America. Welcome to Florida. It's nice to see you. So basically, Berman, we spent our morning having a lovely brunch on Miami's South Beach waiting for results.
Actually, I have to say, you look at the map of Florida right now that we have up on the screen here, you see a whole lot of red. Barack Obama carried, just by my count, 13 of the, 67 counties in Florida. So why is this so close?
Well, Miami-Dade is really the issue. The lines were very long. The ballots were very, very long. So think about just the time to scan a 9 to 12-page ballot. It's not like throwing one through in a couple of seconds. We also had tons of reports, John Berman, of those optical scanners jamming. And it happened several times at the polling place we were at. So I know that that was actually multiplied throughout the 6,000 some odd precincts throughout this this state. So, but the issue really came down to Miami-Dade and those very long lines, those very long ballots, and then those issues with some of those ballots that obviously were problematic in terms of scanning and counting.
All right, Ashley, thank you so much. Stay there. Bring us the news when it breaks there. There's always something in Florida. Thanks very much, Ashley Banfield. Kate, let's go back to you.
Thanks so much, John. Now from Florida to Ohio. Ohio was just one key to President Obama's victory. Let's take a moment to listen to his acceptance speech from early this morning.
Democracy in a nation of 300 million can be noisy and messy and complicated. We have our own opinions. Each of us has deeply held beliefs. And when we go through tough times, when we make big decisions as a country, it necessarily stirs passions, stirs up controversy. That won't change after tonight, and it shouldn't. These arguments we have are a mark of our liberty. And we can never forget that as we speak, people in distant nations are risking their lives right now just for a chance to argue about the issues that matter. The chance to cast their ballots like we did today. Despite all the frustrations of Washington, I've never been more hopeful about our future. I have never been more hopeful about America. And I ask you to sustain that hope. I'm not talking about blind optimism, the kind of hope that just ignores the enormity of the tasks ahead or the roadblocks that stand in our path. I'm not talking about the wishful idealism that allows us to just sit on the sidelines or shirk from a fight. I have always believed that hope is that stubborn thing inside us that insists, despite all the evidence to the contrary, that something better awaits us, so long as we have the courage to keep reaching, to keep working, to keep fighting.
And 2012 will go down in the record books as the most expensive election in U.S. history, to the tune of a whopping $6 billion for all the races nationwide by some estimates. But after all that money, the White House, Congress, as we like to say, some will dispute this, they say it remains status quo. Obama's still a president and Congress is still split. So let's talk about the role of money in politics and specifically this election. Take a look, it bears repeating, $6 billion election, but also look at this where all of this money really was spent. It was all really focused in the 12 battleground states. I think we have a pilot that we can throw up on the screen there. We've got Colorado, Florida, Iowa, Michigan, Minnesota. I mean, we could run through them all. You've got the 12 battlegrounds there, but most of the money being spent, probably not surprisingly at this point, Ohio, Florida, and Virginia. What'd you get for all that money?
Not a whole lot. I mean, I think there are a number of people who need T-shirts going around saying I spent $6 billion and got status quo. They did. Here's an underlying story. We haven't talked about this today, but the Republican Governors Association got Republicans to 30 gubernatorial races. We haven't seen that in a very long time in this country. They did it because they kept a lot of it in-house. They managed it themselves. One of the problems you saw on the Republican side nationwide is they, to a degree, outsourced a lot to outside groups, thinking, oh, we've got this unlimited sum of money now thanks to Citizens United. It did hurt them in that it was so diffuse, they can't talk to each other under the rules. Right. You had a lot of duplicative work. You had a lot of people stepping on each other's feet. You had a lot of people saying, I'm getting results that weren't getting results.
Yeah. I'm a contrarian maybe on this issue because, look, Americans spent $6 billion on Halloween costumes this year. I really don't think it's too much.
That's ironic.
I don't think it's too much to say, you know, we're going to invest in our government and in our leadership. So you know, where the money comes from and how it gets used and the negativity of the ads, sure, let's talk about all of that. But when you look at the aggregate, not that disappointing. The final thing I would say is that you look at some of these candidates, like a Jon Tester, like a Tammy Baldwin, like a Sherrod Brown in Ohio, who had $20, $30, $40 million spent against them. candidates matter, leadership matters, records matter, money doesn't always win.
And that's the question, though, when you see that all of this money is spent, but still some of the candidates who were way overspent, they still won.
Absolutely. And look, I mean, there may be some billionaires waking up today who decide that their money was not well spent, and maybe that adjusts their behavior down the road. But let's not, be naive about the impact of all this. You are seeing a multi-billion-dollar partisan economy in which consultants get rich, regardless of results, regardless of accountability. And folks at home who are sick of all the negative ads, the folks at the Wesleyan Media Project did this. 88% of ads was negative this cycle. That's because if you're doing it through super PACs or 501c4s, the whole point is to do a negative ad. So it leads directly to the onslaught of negative ads. It leads directly to the influence of outside spending. And these shadowy groups abusing not just super PACs, but these 501c4s that do not disclose their donors. And let me tell you, the IRS or the FEC or somebody should take a look at this stuff, because the abuse of these organizations, the promise of Citizens United was unprecedented money, unlimited and unprecedented disclosure. That did not happen this cycle.
They mostly failed, though.
It's true that it's true that they didn't get what they wanted. The super PACs weren't able to buy these elections. But we talk a lot about the fiscal deficit. There's a democracy deficit. People feel like it's becoming more like $1 one vote than one person one vote, and they start tuning it out, and that's dangerous for America.
And this may be the new ball game. $6 billion election. Wolf Blitzer will be joining us when we come back. Our special coverage continues.
The $6 billion man, Wolf Blitzer. President Obama's victory celebration last night in Chicago. That was a time of celebration and jubilation. Meanwhile, the morning after, something of a rude, grim greeting from Wall Street. The market's very unhappy this morning. It may not be all about the election. We're joined by Alison Kosik right now, who's at the New York Stock Exchange. Alison, what's going on?
Hey, John, we are watching the losses accelerate, though. The Dow down 338 points, the Dow trading below that 13,000 mark. You're right. This has less to do with the election and more about what's going on with Europe's debt crisis. What happened is Germany is showing signs of slowing, and that's a big problem because Germany, it's really been the region's powerhouse over in Europe, the country that's really been signing the checks for much of the region during this debt crisis. And throughout, we've been certainly lately talking about the election more than the European debt crisis, but now that's kind of moving to the front burner, and Wall Street is certainly focused on that. Investors, they want to know as well, now that President Obama has been reelected, how he plans to avoid the fiscal cliff. He's going to have to work with Congress, and if they're not going to have long to work out a deal, 2 months, 55 days, to come up with a solution on how to avoid those tax hikes and those federal spending cuts from all happening at once. Many are believing that some sort of compromise will happen, but until then, the market is going to be on edge about it, and as you see on edge about Europe, we are also watching oil prices fall more than 4% because that usually happens when economies are having trouble as well. We've talked about that as well. John?
All right, Alison Kosik at the New York Stock Exchange, down 330 points and counting. Thanks. All right, back to you, Kate.
Thanks so much, John. We'll be watching the markets, but also still talking about the new day. President Obama winning a second term in office and what that also means with the balance of power. Wolf Blitzer is here. He's going to be joining our coverage. It's not like you ever ended leading the coverage last night.
This is nonstop. We keep working, and it's historic moments.
And we just keep feeding you more and more coffee. I guess that's all we have to do.
Coffee is good.
So you've had time, maybe a moment or two, to try to digest all of what happened last night. What would you say your big takeaway is from our coverage and from what you saw?
It's really impressive. I was really, I guess, surprised to see that the youth vote, the younger people, they actually showed up in bigger numbers this time than they did 4 years ago.
There was so much talk that the enthusiasm gap.
The enthusiasm gap supposedly wasn't, they weren't enthused by President Obama anymore, but, they showed up, they voted big percentages for the president. That certainly helped put him over the top. And if you take a look at how he did it, he got that youth vote, certainly got the African-American minority vote, Hispanics voted overwhelmingly, women voted overwhelmingly, a gender gap. He did go down on the white vote. The white vote was 44% for him 4 years ago, 39% this time, but he more than overcompensated because he got all these other people to show up. That ground game that the president and the Democrats had was very impressive.
Yeah, and John Berman says he's now a believer of ground game because of what we saw.
I am. I never believed it before. I always thought when a campaign started talking about their ground game, you knew they were in trouble. Now I think it's a sign of times to come. I will say, Wolf, watching your 86 hours of coverage, continuing coverage last night.
You've been on the air a few hours yourself.
Exactly. One of the most fascinating parts last night was Florida. Watching the Florida results come in, just consistently tied. It was a lot worse than the Romney people thought it would be. And that's when their mood changed. You know, the map was changing to blue. They were losing states, but you still felt they were most concerned about Florida. I was communicating with them all night, and you really saw their mood change. I'm wondering what that was like just to see those numbers come in.
Well, the numbers were really fascinating. You know, I stood there at the Magic Wall with John King, and when we weren't on the air, we would look at Miami-Dade. We would look at Broward, Fort Lauderdale. We'd look at Palm Beach County to see, because those are the big Democratic areas, and the president did really well 4 years ago. He needed to win big in those 3 counties in South Florida in order to really do well. And he was winning huge in those 3 counties. There had been, the Democrats had been concerned maybe they wouldn't get the turnout, maybe they wouldn't have the enthusiasm, but people showed up, and that certainly helped him. And in that I-4 corridor between Tampa and Orlando, you know, he did well there as well. And as a result, we haven't projected a winner yet in Florida. It's still very, very close. We'll see what happens in the course of the next few hours. But, you know, Florida was certainly there for the president. Even if he winds up losing by a few votes, he did well.
And I think now, looking forward, there's, out of necessity, some kind of soul-searching amongst the Republican Party. Where do they go from here? And what do they really need to learn about last night? I mean, one of the numbers that you mentioned, and it really stick out, is that President Obama got 71% in terms of the Latino vote. That's an eye-opener and a reality check, many are saying, for the Republican Party.
And Lindsey Graham, the Republican senator from South Carolina, he made this point. Just if the Republicans don't reach out, find a way to bring in Latinos, Hispanics, they're going to be in trouble because that's the fastest growing part of our population right now. And the other thing that was really fascinating, and you noticed this, I mean, you've been reporting it as well, is that these ballot initiatives that support gay marriage, marriage equality, they passed.
A watershed moment,
it was really dramatic. In Maryland, for example, it passed. In Maine, it passed. You know, and so remember in 2004, one of the reasons a lot of the pundits suspected that John Kerry lost because they had these ballot initiatives opposing same-sex marriage. It turned out a lot of that Republican base, and it helped the Republicans at that time. But the mood of the country appears to be changing.
And very quickly, too, because in Maine, which last night passed gay marriage, just 3 years ago, 2009, they had a measure on the ballot which failed.
And I think one of the reasons is that the president has come out in favor. Remember, 3 years ago, the president was opposed to it. He defended the Defense of Marriage Act, if you will. Now he supports gay marriage, and I think that has had an impact. The repeal of Don't Ask, Don't Tell, for example, that has had an impact. You know, gays can serve openly in the United States military right now. And if you speak to any of the 4-star generals, as I have, they'll tell you there have been no problems. They really haven't had any problems. All those fears that they had over the years have not materialized.
All right. Wolf, rest your voice.
I'm resting.
He's going to be back up at the top of the hour. We'll have more right after the break.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Of course, we'll continue with our political coverage shortly, but first I want to go quickly to Karen McGinnis in Atlanta for us at the Extreme Weather Center. Reports of an earthquake off of Mexico, Karen?
It is off the coast of Guatemala, and this has happened in the last half hour to 45 minutes. Preliminary reports were of 7.5 magnitude. This is very close to the coast. Here's Guatemala City, and it was about 27 miles off the coast, about 20 miles deep. Now, the information that we have right now is that there was no tsunami warning issued. That could change at any moment now, but 7.5 magnitude, that may be revised as we go throughout the afternoon. It looks like already one aftershock being reported, but we'll keep you updated on that. And Kate, our other big story is the weather across the Northeast and New England. We'll be updating you on that coming up in the next hour with the big nor'easter that is expected to impact those areas hit very hard by Superstorm Sandy. Back to you.
All right, Karen, you'll be watching that for us, and we'll be coming back to you throughout the day. Thank you so much. So as we're about to toss it over to the next crew, but I mean, it's kind of there's a lot to digest and what all of last night meant. What are your kind of final thoughts, Dana, on what you've seen and the election and the impact?
Well, I think that we don't even have a second to take a breath because in a couple of minutes, the Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid is going to go before reporters and talk about what we're all going to be focusing on. Right now, we already are, which we've been talking about all morning, which is the fiscal cliff, how they deal with it. You can bet he's going to lay that line in the sand saying there is no way, given the results, they're going to allow an extension of the tax cuts for the wealthiest. Then at 3:30, we're going to hear from the House Speaker, guarantee you he's going to say the opposite. So here we go. Strap in.
Yeah, at the beginning of the negotiations, laying down the markers. We'll see if it ends up just like the debt debacle or if there is compromise to be had finally. I definitely don't have an answer on that. What do you think, John?
I'm still thinking about the contests that are still outstanding. There's one in North Dakota for a Senate race there, Heidi Heitkamp against Rick Berg. That could go on all day. North Dakota's a big state. It may be hard to get some of those ballots in. And then, of course, Florida. Doesn't matter anymore to the outcome of the election, but it's still fascinating to me. I really don't think that many Republicans saw this coming, the defeat in Florida, even though the polls said it was possible. I think it was a surprise. And, if nothing else, Florida speaks to the demographic challenges facing the Republican Party in the years to come.
When you talk about the final Senate race, Dana, do you why is it outstanding? And do you think it still will have an impact if it helps Democrats a little bit more or sets them back a little bit more? What's the impact, even though we know that Democrats will still have control of the Senate?
Right. Well, look, I mean, you know this very well, that every single senator and every single seat that they have counts big time when you look at counting votes. So I think the answer is yes to that. And the other interesting fact is that North Dakota, this is an open Democratic seat. The Republicans thought we talked about this earlier, a no-brainer that they were going to be able to take this, but they ran a strong Republican candidate, and guess what? Democrats ran a very strong Democratic candidate, somebody who fit the state, a pretty moderate Democrat. And one thing I will add to that on policy and substance, we're already hearing from Republicans saying, well, Democrats are going to hold a line in the sand saying no tax increases. A lot of these newly elected Democrats, especially in the Senate, are moderates who also might not want tax increases.
We've talked a lot about the future of the Republican Party, what it means for the party in general, but it's interesting to think about specifics, what it means for specific people, because there are politicians right now who've been on the phone with their advisors already, talking about how they position themselves, what to do now. Chris Christie, Bobby Jindal, Paul Ryan. What does Paul Ryan do? Marco Rubio. A lot of interesting questions about these people.
Marco Rubio, 2016.
Watch
what
out.
He does, right?
I will tell you, though, I would absolutely agree with you. The question of Paul Ryan and where does Paul Ryan go from here after being on this international stage, what his role will be within the party going forward, coming back to the House? I think that's unclear.
Well, he was already a big leader. He was already a prominent name in the Republican Party. There's no question he will continue to be because he is still the House Budget Chairman. But the question is whether or not this was, there were some who said that this was a no-lose proposition for him, because even if he didn't win the vice presidency, he would still be a new face, a younger face, the next generation of the Republican Party. I think there's a lot to that.
What does John Boehner do with Paul Ryan? That's an interesting power structure right there.
They become teammates in the fight ahead. All right, we'll continue. Our special coverage continues with Wolf Blitzer and Suzanne Malveaux right now.
The results are in. We know what happened. Today we're focusing on what happens next now that Barack Obama has won a second term as President of the United States. I'm Suzanne Malveaux at CNN's World Headquarters in Atlanta.
And I'm Wolf Blitzer in Washington, and this is a CNN special program, special coverage of America's Choice 2012. We're bringing you the story behind the numbers, the demographic breakdown of the president's decisive victory and the implications for the Republican Party moving forward.
We're also examining the challenges ahead for the president, leading a divided nation and dealing with immediate fiscal problems facing the country. In his victory speech, the president urged all Americans to come together. He said what unites us is bigger than what divides us.
I believe we can seize this future together because we are not as divided as our politics suggests. We're not as cynical as the pundits believe. We are greater than the sum of our individual ambitions, and we remain more than a collection of red states and blue states. We are and forever will be the United States of America. And together, with your help and God's grace, we will continue our journey forward and remind the world just why it is that we live in the greatest nation on earth. Thank you, America. God bless you. God bless these United States.
In his concession speech, Mitt Romney also called for both parties to come together. He said the nation is at a critical point.
And we look to Democrats and Republicans in government at all levels to put the people
before the politics. I believe in America. I believe in the people of America. And I ran for office because I'm concerned about America. This election is over, but our principles endure. I believe that the principles upon which this nation was founded are the only sure guide to a resurgent economy and to renewed greatness.
This is CNN Breaking News.
We got breaking news. We are watching a major market sell-off at this hour. The Dow falling more than 300 points. I want to bring in Allison Kosik at the New York Stock Exchange. Allison, tell us what is happening.
Suzanne, the drop on the Dow is certainly eye-popping at 314 points, but keep in mind the market actually is stabilizing now, but you do see the Dow trading below 13,000 for the first time since early September. In fact, all 30 Dow stocks are in the red. Now, investors are spooked less about what happened with the election and more about what's happening in Europe. It turns out Germany's economy is slowing because of the debt crisis in Europe, and that expectation for slow growth, you see that sending oil prices lower, more than 4% drop for oil prices. Oil sitting at $85 a barrel right now. Now, I'm going to be back later in the hour. I'm also watching some certain sectors that are moving, and that is because of the election. I'm going to have that coming up later in the hour. Suzanne?
All right, Allison, thank you.
We're getting new information from Florida right now. Let's go right to John Zarrella. He's in Miami watching the vote counting. John, as our viewers know, we have not yet projected a winner in the state of Florida, although as we all know, the president has been reelected by our own projection. But what's the latest from Miami?
Yeah, you know, Wolf, we've been waiting primarily because the numbers in Miami-Dade County, which is the largest county in the state of Florida, last night they sent the election workers home. They stopped counting. They were going to pick that up today. Well, now, finally, we have all 829 precincts reported. Now, remember, there are still some absentee ballots that have not been counted and provisional ballots that won't be completely finished or counted before Thursday or Friday. But all 829 precincts are in, and the numbers are like this. The president, 521,000 and change votes. Mitt Romney, 317,382 votes. So the president doing very, very well. And in fact, Wolf, if you compare these numbers back to 2008, the president outperformed himself so far by over 20,000 votes. And in 2008, John McCain had 360,000 votes in Miami-Dade. Mitt Romney only 317,000. So some pretty eye-popping numbers coming out of Miami-Dade as to how the president performed as opposed to how Mitt Romney performed last night in the largest county in the state of Florida. A lot of votes that they had to count last night, which caused these huge delays. Wolf?
And these absentee ballots, the provisional ballots, if you will, they will all be counted by when? What did you say?
By Thursday or Friday. Absentee ballots may all be done by this afternoon. Those provisional ballots, probably Thursday or Friday, is what the election supervisor's office is telling us.
And at some point, we'll know who won the state of Florida. An important historic footnote, very, very close race in Florida, obviously. John, thanks very much. Suzanne?
Sure.
We're going to keep a close eye on Florida. The election is over, but now, of course, the focus is on governing.
President Obama will certainly have some major issues to tackle, working with Congress to avoid the so-called fiscal cliff, possibly appointing a Supreme Court justice or maybe two, and choosing new people to fill key cabinet positions.
So joining us to talk about all of this, Democratic strategist Maria Cardona. She's here in Atlanta with me. Republican strategist Alex Castellanos and senior political analyst David Gergen, all with Wolf in Washington. Good to see all of you. I want to start off, first of all, reading two statements. This is from the Republican leadership this morning. You have House Speaker John Boehner saying that if there's a mandate, it is a mandate for both parties to find common ground and take steps together to help our economy grow and create jobs. Then you've got Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, much less conciliatory here, saying the voters have not endorsed the failures or excesses of the president's first term. So, Alex, I'm going to start off with you here. I'm going to put you on the hot seat here because The question being, how do Republicans and this administration put aside the differences and get to the serious business of governing in this country to get something done?
Well, how do they put it aside? Pretty easily. We're headed for the edge of the cliff, and I think both sides understand that. Two big problems, as you said. One is growth, and I think John Boehner's right about that. But the other one is debt, and both sides are going to have to give a little bit. There's going to be a window here where the political pressure on both sides to move to the middle is going to be intense, because both sides were tasked with this responsibility. The first one to back away from the table is going to pay a huge political price. So we do have a window here to get something done. The president also has, you know, and this is not about who gives more. This is just looking at the geometry. The president's not up for re-election again. Congressmen are up every 2 years. They have less flexibility politically, and the president can look more generous. He can move, say, to the 51-yard line and ask Republicans to come to the 49, but he can put incredible pressure on Republicans to come to the middle if he moves first and is generous.
Maria, talk about
that, by the way, is the best political Obama. That's the guy who ran 4 years ago who said there's no red, no blue America. And by the way, that's the one we saw last night.
All right, Liz, I want to bring in Maria here. What is that window that the president has to reach out, and who's the one who should make the first play here in that olive branch, extending that olive branch?
Well, it's interesting because I think the president absolutely did that last night, and I think he understands that his win is not a mandate to, you know, ram down the throats of the American people, whatever he wants. He understands that. In fact, I think he's always understood that. It is a mandate for people to come together. So I like what John Boehner said. I hope that is the mantle that Republicans take on, because I also think that while last night wasn't a mandate to do whatever the president wanted, it was a mandate for him, I think, to follow the message of his campaign, which was, look, the government does have a positive role to play. And if you look at the coalition that won this presidency, again, for Obama, Latinos, African Americans, women, young people, these are all people that understood that government has a smart role to play, a good role to play, that government is not the boogeyman. It doesn't mean they voted for big government. It means they voted for smart government, and that's something that Republicans need to understand.
And, Dave, we're going to hear from John Boehner later today. What are you going to be listening for?
Me?
Yes.
Okay, thanks, Suzanne. I'm going to be listening for getting beyond platitudes about trying to meet somewhere and getting bipartisanship. What kind of structure are we talking about? What kind of agreement should we be driving toward? The huge shop in the stock market today is not only a reflection on what's going on in Europe, but the widespread nervousness in the business community that if we don't deal with this fiscal cliff in a serious and urgent way, we could well have a recession next year. So there is pressure now coming from the markets as well as from voters for these sides to come together. I do think that I frankly think we'll not go over the cliff. People in Washington are often dumb, but they're not crazy, and they understand the stakes if we go over the cliff. But I think the big question is, can they begin putting together the structure of a grand bargain that they would figure out all the details next year? Can they postpone the cliff and give time for negotiations to start around that grand bargain? And I would think they'd go back to sort of where Boehner and the president were when their negotiations fell apart. Is that the makings of a deal?
And Wolf, you want to jump in?
You know, I think the big question, Suzanne, is a simple one. Who is going to blink? Will the Democrats blink or will the Republicans blink? Will the president blink? Will John Boehner, the Speaker of the House, blink? Because there's a fundamental issue, and I'll ask Alex if he wants to weigh in on this. Fundamental issue is this. President says you have to raise revenues, which means you have to raise taxes on richer people, families making more than $250,000 a year, individuals making more than $200,000 a year. The Republicans say they're not going to raise taxes. They promised Grover Norquist they would not raise taxes. In order to avoid the fiscal cliff, one side's going to have to blink. Who blinks?
Well, I think one of the things we have to understand is you don't need Republicans to be unanimous to get this done. John Boehner just needs to deliver a few Republicans to complement a fairly solid Democratic bloc. John Boehner's got to kind of back up the pickup truck to the House and haul away the problem. And it won't take that much to do. Now, the Republicans are going to argue, Wolf, that there's a difference between raising taxes and raising revenue. they're going to ask the Democrats, look, if you raise taxes, you might get less revenue. That has happened before. So any increase in revenue is going to have to be balanced with something that says this is growth. We'll want to plant more seed corn. We don't want to eat the seed corn.
Because you heard, David, during the Republican debates, all the Republican presidential candidates basically said even if there were $10 in spending cuts for $1 in increased taxes, they would reject that.
They did, and they were very hard about it. And look, I think there's a danger. The greatest danger is to deal with the question of, are you going to raise taxes on the rich right away or not? And if you isolate it that way, somebody does have to blink. The president said, I won't sign anything that doesn't come forward with that decoupling, as it's called. And Boehner has said in the last 2 or 3 days, I won't pass anything that has that decoupling. That is an unhealthy way to get into a negotiation. What you want to do is take that question and put it in the context of bigger questions, like if we agree on tax reform, maybe we can give on this, or if you can agree on some entitlement reform, maybe we'll give on that. That's a much more productive way, I think, to get there.
You can see, Suzanne, the fundamental problem here, what's at stake. Both sides have sort of dug themselves into entrenched positions, and they have until December 31st, for all practical purposes, to get some sort of compromise.
We are waiting to see whether or not the new president with this new Congress, which looks very much like status quo, will be able to get something done. From our viewers across the globe, of course, we're gauging world reaction to the re-election of President Obama. Overall, the response has been positive. In Jerusalem, former British Prime Minister Tony Blair, he told CNN he's eager to get back to work with the U.S. president on solving the Israeli-Palestinian conflict.
Well, I think the re-election of President Obama gives us a great chance, a huge opportunity, actually, to move things forward here. I mean, we know we've got huge turmoil and revolution in this region. You've got Syria, you've got Iran, you've got problems all over it. But this issue here, and we're standing right here in Jerusalem now between the Israelis and the Palestinians, it remains of fundamental importance.
For more reaction on the world's leaders, Christiane Amanpour, she's CNN's chief international correspondent. She joins us from New York. Christiane, good to see you, of course, as always. We know the president has a really complicated relationship with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. It has not always been smooth sailing here, and it is no secret that he was rooting for Mitt Romney this go-round in the election. We've seen a statement from Netanyahu. How has he responded? And what kind of influence do you think the president has now in terms of dealing with him?
Well, Mr. Netanyahu, the Prime Minister, has sent a congratulations to President Obama on his re-election and talking about the secure and strong relationship between both countries and his willingness and desire to keep working with the United States president. Now, of course, on the issue that Tony Blair was talking about, Palestinian-Israeli peace process, there has been no movement on that for the better part of a year, if not more. And there's no indication that that will be a priority in a second term. And, of course, even the leaders of the Palestinians and the Israelis there are not, showing they're ready to get back to the bargaining table. And so that's going to be an issue because it still is something that really affects the whole dynamic in that region. On Iran, which has been a very contentious issue, not just regionally, but of course between the Prime Minister Netanyahu and the United States Obama administration, that also we're going to see how that plays out. As you know, there's been this whole debate and dilemma over whether there's to be a military solution to Iran's nuclear program or whether negotiations and somehow these sanctions and diplomacy can work out. There was word from a senior Iranian foreign policy advisor to the highest leadership there, who I've interviewed in the past today, saying that talks between the U.S. and Iran are not taboo. And also on Syria, of course, which is important for Israel and important for that region, there is a huge amount of work to be done because both President Obama and Mitt Romney had basically said and have carved out the position that President Assad must go. But they're doing nothing, certainly not the U.S. administration has done nothing to make sure that that happens. And so that could leave the U.S. A little bit exposed to charges of weakness. And today his closest pal, if you like, British Prime Minister David Cameron, who was the first to congratulate President Obama, said that he really wants to talk to, quote, Barack to figure out how to solve the Syrian crisis.
All right. Lots to cover. Thank you, Christiane. Appreciate it. President Obama might have won the re-election last night, but he lost the White House by 20 points. We're going to talk about the changing face of America, what it means for the future of both parties.
It doesn't matter whether you're black or white or Hispanic or Asian or Native American or young or old rich or poor, able, disabled, gay or straight, you can make it here in America if you're willing to try.
We're back with our political panel talking about the challenges ahead for the president's second term. Democratic strategist Maria Cardona here in Atlanta.
Here with me in Washington, Republican strategist Alex Castellanos and CNN senior political analyst David Gergen. Suzanne.
Let's talk about the president. He won a coalition of Americans. So we're talking about women, blacks, Latinos, gays, young people, middle class, and moderates. For example, winning 71% of the Latino vote nationally, 60% in Florida based on our exit polls. So how did he get these groups? He got these groups together by offering each group something, whether it was Lilly Ledbetter Act for equal pay, same-sex marriage, or his executive order that was like a DREAM Act light. How does he keep this coalition together and eventually govern a broad, wide range of groups with varying interests? I'll begin with you, Maria.
Sure. Well, I think it goes to what Republicans need to understand about what happened last night as well. You know, we're talking about all these cliffs that we are facing as a nation. I think the Republican Party is standing on the cliff of political oblivion if they don't really understand what happened last night with Latinos, with African Americans, with women, with young people. This is the new face of America. America isn't changing. It's already changed. And I think last night proved that. And in terms of what the president needs to do to continue to hold this coalition together, if you look at all of the things that he talked about with the disparate groups, the Lilly Ledbetter, the DREAM Act and immigration, and, you know, the young people with the student loans, what is that all about? It's all about economic security done with fairness. It's all about understanding that you need to treat people humanely, and you need to treat people fairly, and you need to treat people like they're human beings.
Alex, what do you think?
Well, it's hard for me to argue against Maria that a new ascendant coalition is growing, the Democratic Party of young people and Hispanics and single professional women, especially since IR won. So, yeah, I think the reality of it is obvious. But I think, the Republican Party of Jack Kemp and Ronald Reagan was not a no party. It was not an anti-party. That's right. It was a party of yes. It was a party of opportunity for everyone. And the difference, I think, Republicans, the Democrats have made the argument, government will give you more, Republicans will give you less government. The Republican argument is, look, we can help you with an economy that's going to give you more because the government's running out of cash. And we weren't very optimistic and inclusive, about this. We need to be a party that not only has strong hands and is firm on our principles, but has a big heart. And explains that that's open to everybody.
Hey, David, do you think one of the first things the president should offer comprehensive immigration reform?
No, I think he needs to deal with the budget first, but I think immigration ought to be right behind it. And I'm much more optimistic now we're going to have some sort of comprehensive reform in the next couple of years because he will continue to press it, Democrats will press it, and now Republicans need it. And Maria is right that Republicans have to find a way to deal with immigration that's respectful and that listens to the voice of the people. In the exit polls last night, one of the most striking things from voters last night was the overwhelming majority of people wanted to find some path to citizenship for those who are here and rejected deportation, the policy that the Republicans were putting forward, Mitt Romney was putting forward. And that's very, very important. Politicians do need to respect the voices of the voters. Now, I actually think that President Obama has an opportunity here that he didn't seem to have after the last election, and that is everybody thought that he would draw upon the youth and others in this new coalition to help him govern. And that didn't work out very well. They weren't able to develop the social media and that sort of thing. The fact that so many came back out last night, that coalition stuck together in such great numbers, and they seem now to be willing to sign up and let's go to work on behalf of the president. That could help him in governing.
Wolf?
He's got some major issues, though, Suzanne, right now that he has to deal with, including his cabinet, because, as you know, he's got a Secretary of State, Hillary Clinton, who says she's only going to serve until the end of this first term. He's got a Secretary of the Treasury, Timothy Geithner, who says he's only going to serve until the end of this term. Maria, who do you think is going to be the next Secretary of State?
I don't think I'm going to go down that road, Wolf.
I'll tell you. I'll give you two names, and you tell me what you think.
Okay.
John Kerry, who helped the president in the debates, the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. I'm sure he would like to be Secretary of State. And Susan Rice, the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations. I have no doubt she would like to be Secretary of State. What do you think?
I think both of those, Wolf, would be absolutely spectacular. I think John Kerry did a fabulous job this election, and in terms of really focusing on what the president's agenda has been and would continue to be from a global standpoint. And I think Susan Rice is also a very valuable member of the president's cabinet, and I would love to see her be Secretary of State, as I think a lot of Americans out there would. So I think that he's got some terrific people to choose from. But I also would posit this. In terms of, maybe not for Secretary of State, but in terms of as you see all these cabinet positions being reshuffled, and I might get some hate mail from my Democratic friends about this, but maybe he should think about appointing another Republican. And so that way,
do you have anybody in mind?
I don't, but that could be something that goes to this, bringing people together.
You did have, and I'll bring Alex and David into this conversation, he did have Ray LaHood is his Secretary of Transportation. He's a Republican from Illinois. Bob Gates was his Secretary of Defense. He was a Republican. It's probably a pretty good idea, although I'm not necessarily convinced he's going to name a Republican to either be Secretary of the Treasury or Secretary of State.
But look what the president did last night in his speech. He said he was going to call Mitt Romney in the next few weeks and talk about how to move forward together. That was incredibly generous and also incredibly smart politically. If he begins to go that way, last time he's elected president, he immediately moves to the left, health care, lots of spending. If he does what he's maybe started doing last night, it'll help him politically, it'll strengthen him politically, it'll also be tremendously good for the country.
Because as you know, David, who he picks as Secretary of the Treasury to replace Timothy Geithner will have a powerful message to Wall Street, the business community, the international community. He could go bold.
He could go bold. That's not what one has been hearing in Washington, as you well know. We've been hearing more this is going to be a game of musical chairs, and they're going to bring somebody from inside the administration. Jack Lewis prominently mentioned.
The White House Chief of Staff.
White House Chief of Staff.
Former
to go
budget
over to
director.
Treasury.
He's a very smart guy.
He's a very smart guy, and he's been involved with budget negotiations for years, as you know. And the theory is that the Treasury job this next 4 years will be less about international than about domestic progress, and Jack Lew was well suited for that. But it was interesting, Wolf, last night, as soon as the president talked about Mitt Romney and calling him up, the social media was abuzz with the idea, what about appointing Mitt Romney as Secretary of Commerce? Wouldn't that be an interesting thing? I think it's probably a non-starter, but it does emphasize he does need a CEO.
Or as the president suggested the other day, maybe creating a new Secretary of Business and consolidating all of those departments into one new department. Lots to dissect, lots to digest, Suzanne.
Wolf, Maria and I were just here speculating on that very thing. What if Mitt Romney was in that cabinet? I mean, he brought in Hillary Clinton, kept her close to him by his side, so you never know. It could be part of the strategy.
That's right. Lincoln did it.
Yeah, absolutely. If you ask the pundits, Florida, it was the state that smashed Mitt Romney's hopes for the White House. But after 7-hour wait lines, thrown out ballots, reports of broken voting machines, there are still huge questions about the final tally there.
Americans have made several important ballot initiatives. Take a look at this. For the first time, voters in Maine approved a measure giving same-sex couples the right to marry. And Maryland voters also made history by upholding a new law legalizing same-sex marriage in Maryland. Minnesota voters rejected a ban on same-sex marriage. A similar measure in Washington state is still, at least for now, too close to call. It's the first time voters have approved same-sex marriages. In the past, only judges and state legislators legalized those unions. Legalizing marijuana, by the way, another issue on the ballot in several states. Voters in Washington state and Colorado approved the recreational use of marijuana. But a similar measure in Oregon was rejected. A critical part of President Obama's health care reform law was on the line in several states. Alabama and Wyoming backed measures amending their state constitutions to ban people from being forced to buy health insurance. And early results suggest Montana voters may follow suit. But look at this. Florida has rejected a similar challenge to Obamacare.
On the table, women were winning the Senate seats in record numbers last night as well. We're going to look at the new balance of power on Capitol Hill. Votes still being counted in several congressional races. We're going to bring you the results as soon as they come in. But here's what is crystal clear right now. Newly elected Congress still fiercely divided. I want to take a look at where things stand now in the Senate. Republicans picked up one seat, giving them 45, not enough to take control from the Democrats, who now hold at least 52 seats. Here's a look at the House. Republicans dominate with 232 seats, and Democrats have 192. So the balance of power is still split, with Republicans holding on to their majority in the House, the Democrats keeping control in the Senate. Dana Bash is joining us from Washington to talk about some of the big challenges ahead in this divided Congress. Dana.
Well, one of the biggest challenges, really the big challenge right now ahead is, and not necessarily ahead, it's right now, is the whole question of the fiscal cliff, and it's already begun. The positioning has already started to happen. In fact, the Senate Majority Leader, Harry Reid, who is still going to be the Senate Majority Leader, in fact, it looks like they've picked up a seat in the Senate. He has come before reporters and talked about what he thinks should happen, and he's being very careful tactically not to draw, as he said, a line in the sand, but to try to embrace Republicans and say, please come to the table. Let's talk about the best way to do this. Listen to what he said.
It's better to dance than to fight. It's better to work together. Everything doesn't have to be a fight. Everything doesn't have to be a fight. That's the way it's been the last couple of years. So everyone should comprehend, especially my Senate friends, that legislation is the art of compromises, consensus building.
So you can pretty easily see, Suzanne, his tactic there, trying to kind of shame Republicans into coming his way. And what we're talking about here on the substance is the Democrats feel that they have pretty much a mandate to do what President Obama vowed he was going to do, which is let the tax cuts for the wealthiest Americans expire, take that $1 trillion or so, put that towards deficit reduction. And Republicans, we're going to hear from the House Speaker John Boehner in about 2.5 hours. You can expect him to say similar remarks to what he said last night, which is they're not going to agree to what they call a tax increase. So the positioning has begun, and there's not a lot of time before this deadline hits at the end of the year.
All right. Thanks, Dana. We also want to mention, too, women having a big impact in this election. We're talking about exit polls showing a majority of them, 55%, voting for President Obama. Mitt Romney only getting 44% of that critical block. Wolf?
That's a major gender divide. There's also some racial divides out there, also some more major upsets. We're getting a closer look at what last night's election results could mean for the future of politics in America.
Whether I earned your vote or not, I have listened to you. I have learned from you. And you've made me a better president. And with your stories and your struggles, I return to the White House more determined and more inspired than ever about the work there is to do and the future that lies ahead.
President Obama looking ahead to 4 more years in the White House. His decisive re-election victory last night points to what this country is becoming, the racial, ethnic, and generational changes that have altered the electoral landscape. Joining us now, Mike Allen. He's the chief White House correspondent for Politico. He's joining us. Mike, you had a great political playbook this morning. You had winners and losers from last night. Let's go through some of the winners. Who won?
One of the winners, of course, is David Axelrod's mustache. It lasts 4 more years. They won Pennsylvania decisively, as they won just about every swing state decisively. Ohio was 2 points, but every other one was 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 points. The Romney folks weren't even close. I can tell you, Republicans I'm talking today are shell-shocked by how blue the map was and what a deep blue it was. Florida isn't called. North Carolina was close. Ohio was close. All the other ones, decisive Obama.
You had another winner of the polls, Nate Silver of the New York Times. The polls were pretty accurate despite all the criticism they were getting, largely from Republicans and the right, some of whom were projecting that these polls were distorted. They were biased against the Republicans. They were projecting a landslide, if you will, for the GOP, for Mitt Romney. The polls did pretty well last night, didn't they?
They were spot on, Wolf, and this reflects something I learned in 2004 when I was covering President Bush for the Washington Post. He was in the race with John Kerry, and the press kept saying it was tied. The press always said it was in the margin of error. You went back and you looked at the polls after the election, and yes, it was in the margin of error, but every single poll had President Bush ahead slightly. And what I learned from that is that any given poll may be wrong, lots of polls may be wrong, but every poll wasn't wrong. And that's what the Romney folks were counting on. And it's partly understandable. A lot of these polls were baking in a roughly 2008 voter turnout. And we sort of thought that was a once-in-a-lifetime sort of thing. It turns out it isn't. As you said at the top, not only did President Obama keep his coalition together, he expanded it. I talked to a polling analyst today who had some shocking figures for me about Ohio. Not only was African-American turnout in Ohio higher than it was in 2008, it was higher than the percentage of the population. And Wolf, listen to this. If African-American turnout in Ohio yesterday had been what it was in 2008, Romney would have won. So that really crystallizes how much demographics can matter, how much mechanics can matter in a campaign that has the resources, the skills to turn out every last one of their voters. Here in Virginia, voters were telling me the Democrats in line were being checked in by an Obama volunteer who had a tablet, keeping track of their voters. The Republicans I was talking to, nobody was checking them in.
Yeah, what about losers? Because you got some great losers here. I put down some of them: super PACs, millionaires and billionaires, the Bush map, Michael Barone, a Republican, a conservative analyst. Who else were some of the big losers? Because I saw you had Donald Trump in there as well.
Yeah. Donald Trump got nothing for all his attention on the president's resume, the president's college records. But Wolf, this super PACs, the millionaires, billionaires, that's going to be a big story. These outside groups that on the Republican side invested close to $1 billion. So that's separately from the campaign, separately from the Republican Party. These outside groups, they close to $1 billion. And what did they get for it? Very little. Now, what they will tell you is that if they hadn't been spending at the time that the Obama campaign was, that Mitt Romney would have fallen off a cliff in the summer. Instead, he fell off a cliff in the fall. Is that really that much better? If you're one of those donors, are you really that happy about it? I can tell you there's a lot of flack about it. As a result of this, I think there'll be some new groups, and there's going to be some new power centers around Washington, because the Republican leaders that are in place now clearly made some mistakes. They're talking even today about how they can change it. For instance, on the Senate side, where they wound up with a couple of these unelectable candidates who said a couple of stupid things and were not the most skilled candidates to begin with. They're looking at new ways to be sure that they can encourage more electable candidates through money, through events. The party bosses in Washington, as they'd be called back home, don't want to do it, but they may look to outside groups to do that. Party leaders recognize that they need to have a little more control over who their candidates are, or they're going to keep losing these unlosable races.
Like in Indiana, Missouri this time, 2 years ago, in Maryland and Colorado, in Nevada, for example, they had relatively easy wins, but they obviously didn't materialize. Hey, Mike, thanks as usual for joining us. Mike Allen from Politico. Appreciate it very much.
Well, thank you for your great coverage.
Suzanne.
He won a tough election battle, but President Obama is already staring down what may be the biggest challenge of his second term. We're talking about keeping the country from going over that so-called fiscal cliff. The uncertainty of the election is over, but the fiscal cliff, these are the automatic budget cuts and the expiring tax breaks looming in January. Well, those things creating some uncertainty with the stock market. Alison Kosik joins us from the New York Stock Exchange. Alison, first of all, tell us, how are the world markets
after the election? And we'll talk about specifics. Well, these losses that we're seeing on the Dow, with the Dow down 290 points, while the losses are a bit eye-popping, stocks are off their lows and the losses are stabilized. A little irony here for you. Did you know the Dow dropped 486 points after Election Day in 2008? But remember, back then we were right in the middle of the financial crisis. The markets were certainly in a hairy time. Still, this is the biggest post-election drop since Obama was elected the first time. Now, while the market hasn't necessarily wanted Obama to win, the sell-off that we're seeing right now is not really about the election. It's more about the comments from the European Central Bank president that Germany's economy is slowing, and that's really, Suzanne, what's weighing heavily on the market today. Suzanne?
And we see with the balance of power here, it's pretty much status quo. Republicans reasserting the majority in the House. You have several moderates out, however. A Senate still in Democrats' hands. We think that there's going to be, some people suspect, further gridlock here, and we're looking at the possibility of these automatic spending cuts and tax increases known as the fiscal cliff. Do we have a sense of how this is going to play out with the economy and the stock market?
Oh, yeah. You know, many analysts, Suzanne, including the Congressional Budget Office, they've been saying that the U.S. economy will no doubt go into a recession if we do go off this fiscal cliff, because this is a combination of huge federal spending cuts and tax increases that all go into effect together at the beginning of the year unless Congress does something. So the problem is that it would happen all at once, and that sucks trillions of dollars right out of the economy. It would really shock the system because it includes $55 billion in defense spending cuts, another $55 billion in non-defense. I mean, I'm talking everything from education to food inspection funding to air traffic safety. And then there's the tax increases because tax cuts will expire, like the Bush tax cuts, the payroll tax holiday, all of that would go away. And then, of course, there's more. There's that whole slew of tax credits that will go away or take a hit, like the child tax credit. That would get cut in half. Credits for higher education, those will expire altogether. So all this will happen unless Congress and the president can get their act together and stop it all from happening.
Yeah,
Suzanne?
Allison, that's why there is so much pressure right now to see what both sides are going to do, the president as well as the Republican leadership, and which side is going to blink first is how a lot of people have been putting it. Thank you, Allison. Appreciate it.
Sure.
Well,
social media blew up last night during the election, and the most tweeted image of the night was a hug between the president and the First Lady.
of all the pictures and Instagrams circulating out there. Wolf, you got to pay attention to this now, okay? There's something that we heard was going on with your beard. You want to share, or should we just take a look? Let's take a look at this.
You go ahead and share.
There it is. You see it? All right. Real-time election results. Beard, only the kind that Wolf can rock. See, this is the folks over at Onion.com, Wolf. They photoshopped the half-red, half-blue beard. And, you know, I don't know. It's not like the Empire State Building, but I think it's pretty good, huh? What do you think?
And we're thinking about that. If I start growing it now, maybe for 2016, Suzanne, what do you think?
That could work. You know, you stay neutral purple the whole time, and then you make way with that. I like it.
Get that beard going. Could be an indicator, red, blue, whatever's going on.
All right. Just don't ask me to grow one, all right? That's all I ask. Well, the voters have spoken. The results are in. We are looking ahead to what happens next now that President Barack Obama has won a second term in office. I'm Suzanne Malveaux at CNN World Headquarters in Atlanta.
And I'm Wolf Blitzer in Washington, and this is CNN special coverage of America's Choice 2012. We're looking at how President Obama won and what the loss for the Republican Party means moving forward. In his victory speech, the president reached out to Romney supporters.
Whether I earned your vote or not, I have listened to you. I have learned from you. And you've made me a better president. And with your stories and your struggles, I return to the White House more determined and more inspired than ever about the work there is to do and the future that lies ahead.
For Mitt Romney, it was the end of a long journey that fell short of his goal of winning the White House. His concession speech was part resignation, part regret.
I so wish that I had been able to fulfill your hopes to lead the country in a different direction, but the nation chose another leader, and so Ann and I join with you to earnestly pray for him and for this great nation.
But first, look at this. The Dow now falling 294 points, in part because of the gridlock in Congress that may continue. Investors are concerned about the two parties being able to cross the aisle and stop the so-called fiscal cliff. That's the budget cuts and tax increases that could go into effect as early as January. We're going to continue to check in throughout the hour. Now that he's been reelected, President Obama facing some challenges, trying to bring together a divided nation, working with a divided Congress. He also, of course, has to deal with the fiscal cliff. Jill Dougherty, she's at the White House to talk a little bit about this. And Jill, we've already seen House Speaker Boehner. He has talked a little bit about reaching out to the president. He's going to be addressing this very issue, the spending cuts, the tax hikes that automatically take into effect if Congress doesn't essentially come up with another plan by the new year. He's going to talk about it at 3:30. Do we have a sense if the president has a plan to reach out to Boehner or even the Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell?
Well, yeah, they have to, both sides have to reach out to each other because, after all, now that the dust is settled, we're really back to the same quandary that we had before, which is how are they going to resolve this before the cliff comes at the end of the year? And, of course, the president wants both elements, tax increases and spending cuts. There, for a long time, has been resistance from the Republican side for those tax increases. But ultimately, the question is, and some believe that there might be more room to negotiate and find common ground, but it feels like deja vu, as we say, all over again. And the implications internationally, though, are very serious, as they were before. What they're hoping is, even if that essential debate hasn't changed that much, the dynamics have, many people hope, and something could be accomplished.
Yeah, I mean, you bring up a very good point, Jill. I mean, we've seen this kind of high-stakes game of chicken, if you will, from both sides. Certainly, they're hoping that there is a new enthusiasm or tone in Washington that will help them get beyond some of this. I noticed the president as well said that he was going to reach out to Mitt Romney, and here's what he said last night.
In the weeks ahead, I also look forward to sitting down with Governor Romney to talk about where we can work together to move this country forward.
So, Jill, what do we make of that? Was he just being gracious here, or do you think there's a real role for Romney to play?
I would have to say that it's more than just, for show or being polite or whatever. It really is crucial that right now, as you yourself pointed out, the president has to bring the country together because not only just for, the symbolism of it, but because the gridlock will continue if they do not. I think one of the issues, though, is even if he were to shake hands, which he will, and sit down with Mr. Romney, as everyone expects, will that be enough for the people who on Romney's side in the Republican Party who felt that he was weak, that he didn't go far enough, that they should continue the fight? And that's one of the issues, too, is this peacemaking enough for some people who want to go even further?
All right, Jill Dougherty, it'll be also interesting to see the role the Tea Party plays as well and how far they push the Republicans as well as Mitt Romney. Thank you, Jill. Appreciate it. Wolf?
Thank you. President Obama certainly wasted no time reaching out to all Americans last night. In his victory speech, the president said what unites us is bigger than what divides us.
I believe we can seize this future together because we are not as divided as our politics suggests. We're not as cynical as the pundits believe. We are greater than the sum of our individual ambitions, and we remain more than a collection of red states and blue states. We are and forever will be the United States of America.
The president downplaying polls that show a deep divide between whites and minorities, men and women, young and old, rich and poor. So what's the next chapter for this nation? We've got two experts to weigh in. Republican strategist and CNN contributor Mary Matlin is joining us from Houston. Democratic strategist and CNN contributor Van Jones is here in Washington. Van, let me start with you. Can this president do what he largely failed to do in the first 4 years, get a coalition going with Republicans and get some bipartisan legislative achievement through?
Well, he absolutely can. First of all, I think there's a myth out there that he never tried. He put on the table, people forget, significant cuts. He put on the table tax cuts for 98% of Americans, for small business. The Republican Congress made a decision They didn't want to work with him. But he's still there. After all the filibusters, after all the super PAC money, after all the birther smears, he's still there. I think now the better angels in the Republican Party can come forward and look at some of the stuff he put on the table earlier. But I think you have to remember, he's also strengthened. The Republican Party has now shown itself to be in this demographic cul-de-sac. They cannot win another national election until they reach out. So there's pressure on them also to reach across, and I think that's good for the country.
The Republicans, Mary, as you know, retain the majority, a decisive majority in the House of Representatives. So where do you see bipartisan cooperation going, if at all?
No, it's certainly not initiated by this president. There's no record of that. Van is completely wrong. He's completely erroneous, and he was there when, I believe he was in the White House, when the president said to Eric Cantor, who came with all of the Republican ideas in hand, elections have consequences, Eric, and I won. He didn't include any of those Republican ideas. He had majorities in both chambers, and he jammed through his own agenda. And his campaign was marked by malice. His campaign was marked by malice and mendacity. It was full of derision and division and destruction and distraction and distortion. I don't see how he can... And how anyone would trust him, even Democrats,
let's let Van respond to that.
He has no mandate for anything.
Well, I think it's not true he doesn't have a mandate. He said very clearly that he thinks that people who make more than $250,000 a year should pay more taxes. 60 to 70% of Americans agree with him on that. So I think he has a mandate for that. The other thing I think is that, you know, he also was the victim of a lot of really nasty, I think, offensive attacks on him. We went through a dark, ugly period in American politics the past 2 years. My hope is that we'll get past some of the vitriol now. He is still there. The Republicans are still there. The problems are still here. And there is common ground. And I think we've got to recognize that the president is sounding the right tone. Frankly, Mitt Romney sounded a much better tone, frankly, than you just did, Mary. I think people want to come together now.
Well, Mary, let me ask you.
Because, you know why, Van? Because Romney is a gentleman.
Hold on, Mary. When you say the president doesn't have a mandate, he did win a majority of the popular vote, and he won decisively in the Electoral College, especially if he wins Florida. And we haven't made a formal projection yet on Florida, but he's slightly ahead in Florida. So why do you say he doesn't have a mandate?
What is his mandate? What is his issue mandate, Wolf? Free contraception? Penalizing rich people? For the revenues he raises from that will kill jobs, and it won't reduce the deficit.
A balanced approach
that
to deficit reduction.
That doesn't have anything to do with deficit reduction. Van, that's what he said. It was a campaign of platitudes and pap, and it was divisive, and it was destructive.
I don't care what you think, Van.
And he did not have any issues mandate other than free contraceptions and taxing rich. He's the only history president who has his president in history has a lower re-election margin and fewer electoral votes than his first time around. He won in a squeaker by running a tactical campaign.
This is the spirit that you're showing, unfortunately, is exactly what I think we're trying to get away from now. I think the Republican Party has to make a decision. Does it want to be a permanent minority party that has this sort of vitriolic tone, or does it actually want to try to find common ground where it's there? This president put tax cuts on the table, 98% tax cuts, rebuffed by the Republicans. He put on the table tax cuts for small business this past year, rebuffed by the Republicans. So I think the Republicans have an opportunity to go back and look at those earlier offers and say, you know what, Mr. President, we'll take you up on that. They don't even have to move from their own position. They just have to vote for their own policies.
All right.
This president's been championing.
Very quickly, Mary, because we got to go.
What? It's 4 years of distortion, division, derision, and it's going to be 4 more. But luckily, the House of Representatives and Romney laid out a foundation for a reform agenda going forward, which will be grounded in the House of Representatives. I'm proud of Mitt Romney. He was a gentleman. He was courageous. He ran a campaign of conviction, and he should be proud of himself, unlike the Democrats, who really, really have excelled at the politics of personal destruction.
Well, I think you're going to get a debate on that from a lot of people, Mary, but we unfortunately have to leave it right there. Mary Matlin joining us, Van Jones as well. That conversation obviously only just beginning. Suzanne.
All right, thanks, Wolf. Here's what we're working on for this hour. It's 4 more years of President Obama, but how does he move forward with gridlock now in Congress?
I believe we can seize this future together. because we are not as divided as our politics suggests.
He continues to talk the talk. Is he going to really walk the walk? Plus, his name was on the ballot in 48 states. Libertarian Gary Johnson on how Democrats and Republicans can find common ground. And almost 2 million people were without power in the Northeast after being hit by Hurricane Sandy. Now, another nor'easter is heading their way. One of the big concerns here in the United States, of course, the fiscal cliff. This car representing the United States facing a major hazard ahead. If the car continues to ignore the warnings, spending cuts will come into effect. Tax cuts will expire after December 31st, all of it worth $7 trillion. At the same time, the so-called alternative minimum tax rate expires, pushing millions of people into a higher income tax level. And if the payroll tax holiday expires, it raises the Social Security tax on earnings. Finally, if the unemployment benefit extension expires, it cuts the amount of time that job seekers can actually claim benefits. In essence, it is going to cost us a lot of money. To help understand what might happen in the future, joining us, economist and former Labor Secretary Robert Reich. He is also the author of Beyond Outrage, What Has Gone Wrong with Our Economy and the Democracy and How to Fix It. Robert, good to see you, as always. You have been somebody who worked obviously with Democrats, but you've also been critical. You are very much considered a moderate voice when it comes to the economy here. Explain to us, how does the president get out of this scenario here? He's got to satisfy his pledge. He's not going to raise taxes on the middle class, just those making more than $250,000 or above. But he also has to reform those entitlement programs as the Republicans demand. How would you advise him?
Suzanne, the real problem with the fiscal cliff is that it's too much deficit reduction too quickly. I think there is bipartisan understanding that the long-term deficit does have to be reduced. But when you take $500 to $600 billion out of the economy in terms of tax increases and spending cuts, all that quickly, you're going to push us into recession. So I think what the president has to do is seek as much bipartisan support as he possibly can for a grand bargain of some sort with regard to deficit reduction. But the critical piece of that is that the deficit reduction does not begin until the economy is out of the woods.
And when does that happen? Give us a timetable here, if you can be a little bit more specific.
Well, I would actually, I would, you know, if somebody asked me, I'd recommend that there be a trigger built right into that grand bargain that immediately upon 2 consecutive quarters of 6% or less unemployment and 3% or more economic growth, then you have immediately major deficit reduction. But you don't have deficit reduction before you get those 2 consecutive quarters of 6% unemployment and 3% economic growth. Otherwise, you have a danger of following Europe into a kind of austerity trap.
Does the president, can he afford simply to raise taxes on the very wealthy, or does he need to tax the middle class? Does he need that base, that monetary base, to get the economy growing again?
Again, broad consensus that with regard to the final grand bargain over deficit reduction, there's got to be mostly tax increases on the wealthy. That's what most of the polls tell us, not just Democrats, but also Republicans. There may also have to be a tax increase on the middle class. But again, you don't want to do that when the economy is still having high unemployment and a lot of underutilized capacity.
Talk a little about the Treasury Secretary. We know that Timothy Geithner says he's not likely to do a second term, and they're already looking at some possibilities. We love this inside Washington parlor game, if you will, to see who might be up for the job. A White House Budget Director, Jack Lew, played a key role last year in the debt ceiling and deficit reduction talks. Another person mentioned, Larry Fink, CEO of BlackRock, one of the world's largest investment firms, friend of Geithner's. Other names floating, Gary Gensler, chairman of the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, and a Goldman Sachs veteran, and of course Gene Sperling, director of the National Economic Council. Who would you advise?
Well, they're all very able people. I think Jack Lew has the inside track, and I've worked with Jack Lew. He is extraordinarily bright. He understands the budget inside and out. He has a very subtle understanding of fiscal and also monetary policy. I think Jack would be probably the best choice for the president at this point in time.
All right. You wouldn't consider coming back, would you?
I would, of course, if somebody asked, absolutely. If the president asked me, I'd be back in a minute.
All right, there you go. All right, thanks again. Wolf?
Thanks,
Suzanne. His bid for president was a long shot, but that didn't stop the Libertarian candidate, Gary Johnson. The future of this third-party movement, Gary Johnson, he's standing by to join us live, and that is next.
Well, in case you didn't realize, President Obama and Mitt Romney, not the only candidates for president on the ballot yesterday. Third-party candidate Gary Johnson, he made it on 48 state ballots as well as D.C. He appeared on The Daily Show to talk about it. Here's what he said.
Libertarian, very interesting because Democrats and Republicans both seem to agree with half of it.
Yeah.
But the opposite halves.
No, I
it's
got
like
it.
one of those friendship necklaces that has like the half, and each one has a half, and if they put it together, oh my God, a libertarian.
Well, I think so. The notion that most people in this country are fiscally responsible, socially tolerant, I'm in that group.
It turns out that Johnson actually picked up 1% of the vote on Election Day. That is about 1,147,000 votes. Gary Johnson, he's joining us from Albuquerque, New Mexico. Good to see you. You were the Republican governor of New Mexico for 2 terms, ran as a Libertarian for president this go-round. You probably just heard the interview that we saw that Wolf did with Van Jones, the Democrat on the left, Mary Madeline on the right, and still some bitterness, some contention over this race, a divided country. How do these two parties, what do these two parties do to get something done and to put away some of the vitriol?
Well, how about the notion of coming together? Romney, you know, not as conservative on dollars and cents as Republicans would like, but when it comes to the social agenda, and I'm talking now about Romney and Republicans, I think for the most part it scares people. And then Democrats, you know what? They could be a lot better on civil liberties, and they could acknowledge that there have to be some cuts that really do have to take place. So it really is combining the best of both worlds. It's reflective. It needs to be reflective of the majority of Americans, which really are fiscally responsible and socially accepting, which I think there's an opportunity here. Look, let's stop the wars. Let's stop with the military interventions. Let's stop the growing police state. And then let's stop what is unsustainable spending, which is both parties that need to come together. Like I say, I just think that's more reflective of Americans than either of the two parties are.
So, Gary, do you think that's an opening for you and other third-party candidates? Do you think that's the role that you play here? Does it underscore your importance of being in this contest?
Well, during this contest, I was really kind of taken aback. I thought we would have done a lot better. I think that I think maybe one of the analysis here is that people really did buy into the notion that their votes counted and that everybody needed to go vote for, if you will, the lesser of two evils. But that's gone by the wayside. Now we do need to move forward. And moving forward, look, we've got some really important issues in this country that start with cutting spending, lest we have a monetary collapse. Let's stop with the military interventions, which also add to that spending. And then we do have a growing police state in this country. I was really heartened by the fact that yesterday Colorado passed Initiative 64, something that I think most Republicans right now would still vote to
That's the marijuana
to make
use.
Criminal penalty. Yeah, marijuana use. That Republicans, for the most part, I think would still like to enhance criminal penalties in lieu of rolling them back. And Colorado spoke very clearly. I think that regulating marijuana like alcohol, I think it's going to change worldwide drug policy when we wake up tomorrow and realize that the world is a better place when police can actually go out and enforce real crime. Coloradans get it. Six years ago, citizens of Denver voted to decriminalize marijuana on a campaign based on marijuana being safer than alcohol. But I just get back to the social issues that Republicans scare the world with, and spending that Democrats scare the world with.
We noticed.
How about each side back off a little bit?
We noticed it was Colorado and Washington State, both of them, who did approve those ballot initiatives in legalizing marijuana use. When you say the social issues that scare people. What are you talking about specifically? Are you talking about some of those members of Congress who were making comments about rape and abortion and linking it to, in those terms? Is that what you're talking about?
Well, women's rights, immigration. Look, immigration's a good thing. It's something that's value added, and it's something that does need to be addressed. Marriage equality. Look, I think it's a constitutionally guaranteed right. But how about the notion of giving a little bit on these issues, or holding your own personal conviction, but don't make these convictions government policy. You know, lest people not vote for you. I mean, that's the bottom line. I think that people are scared off by Republicans' social agenda. And then when it comes to Romney, and I'm just going to get at the root cause of why I don't think he was elected, you know what? He really wasn't talking a different game than it came to Obama when it came to spending. During the last debate with Ryan and Biden.
Gary, a real quick question here. Why do you suppose, just real quickly here, why do you suppose you were hoping for 5%, you got 1%, and you know you're trying to compromise, bring these two parties in some sort of moderate stance? Why is not the third party candidate, your candidacy, gaining more traction?
Really a disappointment and a surprise. I mean, historically, polling really evaporates. Historically, third-party votes evaporate at the very end, and I saw that same phenomenon. And it very disappointing. I can only chalk it up to the fact that people really took to heart the fact that their vote was going to count, and, you know, lesser of two evils as opposed to... There's a lot more support out there for what I'm saying than I think was reflected in votes.
All right. Gary Johnson, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it.
Great. Hey, thank you very much for having me on.
Sure. Wolf?
All right, Suzanne, they're still counting the votes in Florida at this hour. Can you believe it? They're almost finished counting the ballots in Miami-Dade County, and they expect to finish up the rest later in the afternoon. Remember Florida's past election problems. Who can forget? Here's where the vote stands right now in Florida, with most of the precincts reporting. But even if Mitt Romney were to win the state's 29 electoral votes, it would not be enough to make a difference. So why is the state so behind in vote counting right now? Here's one reason. Thousands of voters were still in line hours after the polls closed. Also, election officials say an extremely high number of absentee ballots needed to be counted. They also say they won't finish counting provisional ballots until Thursday or Friday. We're patient. We'll see the final results. It's been more than a week since Superstorm Sandy devastated parts of the Northeast. Still, millions of people are without power, and now another nor'easter is threatening the area.
The people hammered by Superstorm Sandy have not suffered enough, trying to just recover. There is a new storm that is about to make matters a lot worse. Here's what we know right now. 179 people have died since the storm started its trek across the Caribbean last week. It includes 110 deaths here in the United States. More than 250,000 customers still without power in New Jersey and New York. Now there's a freezing cold nor'easter expected to complicate power restoration. Snow already falling in Connecticut right now. You got heavy rain, coastal floods, a mix of snow. It's going to sweep through New York and New Jersey in a few hours. Sure to add to the misery of the families that you are seeing there. They are going to get some help from FEMA. It just approved more than $156 million to help the folks in New York. Rob Marciano, he's joining us from Staten Island. And Rob, explain to us what you're seeing there. I understand you're actually at a home whose I guess the first floor completely gutted from the storm, and this nor'easter is coming.
Yeah, you know what? It's been over a week now, Suzanne, and these poor people in Staten Island, obviously New Jersey, Long Island, even Connecticut, a lot of them have just been surviving day to day. Temperatures have been getting colder and colder and colder, and for many of them, the feeling that I'm getting as I talk to them, they're just kind of beat down, you know, and with this now snow coming in and the potential for another flood coming in this afternoon and tonight with the storm surge from this nor'easter, I mean, that's just heartbreaking stuff. So this is one of the many streets here in Staten Island that was completely inundated by the storm surge of Sandy. You see all sorts of debris that's been pulled outside of homes, lines the entire streets. These are personal belongings. For many of these homes, the water was up to at least shoulder height if not more than that. I want to bring you inside. This is Nick Camerata's home here. He's lived here at least 20 years, and he's spent the entire week now gutting what was incredibly damaged walls and flooring in through here. Actually been staying here because the night that they left for the storm, this whole neighborhood, a lot of it at least, was looted. So fearing that happening again, they're going to stay in here. Hey, Nick. Yeah. So there's Nick, his wife. The neighbors, the community's helping out quite a bit. You're working on just trying to get some heat tonight, aren't you?
Yeah, me and my buddy Mike Verdi are trying to get the salamander working, but it's got a fitting that's 5/16 fine thread and can't find it nowhere.
Now, we can hear the exhaustion in your voice. We talked earlier just how devastating this is. Try to put it into words what you've experienced this week.
Everything that I own is here, and I'm trying to save it. My wife, my kids, my best friend Mike, and I'm just going to lose everything. I mean, my body's shutting down. There's no words to explain or express the stress, the pain, the suffering. And I just want to get back so that I can provide for my kids, to send my kids to college. If I could just get this place livable, I would live with insulation on the walls so that I don't lose my house right now. My house is everything I have. And the most important thing is right now is to get my kids through college.
So Nick was telling me earlier, thank you, Nick. I know you're busy and obviously emotionally and physically trying. I mean, words can't even summarize what he and his family feel right now, but just a little bit of backstory there. 4 kids by my count, at least 1 in college. He had UPS, worked for UPS for 20 years, just retired, kind of a handyman, fix-it guy, real good mechanic. Bought all sorts of equipment in order to start a second business in his retirement to help push his kids through school. Much of that equipment completely damaged, if not destroyed, by the storm. Heartbreaking stuff, Suzanne, and his stories, just one of many that's happening here across the borough of Staten Island.
Boy, yeah, his story is very heartbreaking. I mean, you just stop in your tracks and just, you hold on to every word. He clearly is suffering. Does he feel like in some way he is prepared for this weather that is going to be about to hit him and his community again?
Well, not at all. They feel a little bit helpless, but they take some comfort in getting some information. When we arrived on the scene, obviously the information is not very free-flowing when you don't have power. They're actually plugged in to our truck and another satellite truck, helping them out with some generation here just to get some light on the situation. But they were hearing at least an 8-foot surge coming in here. That would be devastating once again. The berm that was protecting them, much of that damage, if not washed away. The shoreline completely changed. So a lot of this shore, along with Jersey and Long Island, more unprotected than it ever has been. So they took a little bit of comfort in getting information from me in that they'll probably not have much more than a 3 or 4 foot storm surge, and that will not nearly, of course, do the damage that Sandy did, but hopefully won't even flood these streets. We'll have to wait to see, and then the next 2 high tide cycles. But I mean, his words tell it all, and your heart just goes out to these people.
Yeah, we're going to try to find a way to help him and his family in that community there. Thank you very much, Rob. I appreciate it. For supporters, it was hugs, high fives after the president's re-election, but traders on the stock market not having the same reaction. Stocks are now selling off.
Fresh from elections, and now we're watching a major market sell-off. The Dow has plunged below 13,000 today. Allison Cossack's over at the New York Stock Exchange. Why is this happening, Allison?
Well, first of all, put it in perspective for a second. The losses are certainly stabilizing. We are off the lows of the session. The Dow now down 268 points. Before it was off more than 300 points. And the sell-off, Wolf, not so much about the election. It's more so about some comments from the European Central Bank President Mario Draghi that Germany's economy is slowing, and that's really what's spooking investors. At the same time, we are watching oil prices drop 3.5%. Part of the reason for that, low demand because of the worry about slowing economies. The other part of it is an unexpected increase in supply, which should come as welcome news to many of us, still worrying about whether there's a gas issue in the northeast part of the the country. Wolf?
I assume investors, Allison, are also worried about the fiscal cliff. Unless they resolve this by the end of the year, there could be severe economic dislocations.
Oh, yeah, there's a huge worry about this because many have been saying that if we do go over this fiscal cliff, that the U.S. economy will go into a recession. You know, this is a combination of these huge federal spending cuts and tax increases that all go into effect at the same time at the beginning of the year unless Congress does something about it. And the problem here is that it would suck trillions of dollars right out of the economy. It would be a huge shock to the system because it includes $55 billion in defense spending cuts, another $55 billion in non-defense, and I haven't even mentioned the taxes. The taxes in this country will go up because tax cuts will expire, like the Bush tax cuts, the payroll tax holiday. Plus, there's tax rates. They'll go up themselves. I'm talking about income tax rates and capital gains taxes. Yes, all of that would go up unless Congress and the president can get their act together and stop it all from happening. That's what Wall Street is going to be focused on, Wolf, until the end of the year. And the way Wall Street sees it, the way everybody sees it, is they'd like to see a deal sooner rather than later, especially for a lot of companies. A lot of companies are holding off on hiring because they don't know what the tax situation is going to be next year. And that, of course, is eating into any recovery in the jobs market that we're seeing. Wolf?
Knowing Washington as I do, Allison, I'd be surprised if it's sooner rather than later. Usually, if there's a deal in this kind, it's always later. In fact, if there's going to be a deal, probably the last moment before that fiscal cliff happens. Let's hope they can get their act together and do something. Appreciate it, Allison.
Sure.
It was a night of firsts. Besides President Obama's historic win, Wisconsin elected the nation's first openly gay senator.
I didn't run to make history. I ran to make a difference.
The balance of power in Congress and the president may not have changed in this election, but there were some historic changes. Wisconsin elected the country's first openly gay senator, Democrat Tammy Baldwin. The 7-term congresswoman beat former Wisconsin Governor Tommy Thompson with 51% of the vote. Here's what she said about her victory this morning on CNN.
What I would say in terms of crashing through that glass ceiling is, you know, if you're not in the room, the conversation is about you. If you're in the room, the conversation is with you. And that does transform things. But as I said last night, I didn't run to make history. I ran to make a difference.
Another historic moment. For the first time, New Hampshire will have an all-female congressional delegation and a female governor. Another big gain for women in Hawaii. Voters there elected their first female senator, Congresswoman Mazie Hirono. She is also the first U.S. senator born in Japan. So, Wolf, a lot of progress there going on.
Yeah, good to have more women coming to Washington. Nice work all around. The balance of power in Congress shows little change, but one difference is the number of women joining the ranks. We have more on this. Votes are still being counted in several congressional races. We're going to bring you those results as soon as they come in. But one thing already very clear, the newly elected Congress is still fiercely divided. Dana Bash is here. Let's talk about the Senate right now. Show us the breakdown.
That's right. Well, let's just look at what the Senate looks like currently at this point. 47 Republicans, 51 Democrats, plus 2 independents, and this represents all of the seats. Now, let's check out what it's going to look like in January. You can see the blue seats kind of encroached over here on the red seats. That is certainly not what Republicans had intended. They're very stunned today and quite depressed. And you look up here at these numbers, Democrats not only have 52 solid seats, they also have 2 independents who will likely both caucus with them. So it is certainly a surprise, as I said, to Republicans, because going into yesterday, they felt pretty confident that they would at least get some of these Democratic seats, because 23 were up for grabs. 23 Democratic seats were on defense, so to speak, and it certainly didn't happen. One interesting note, a lot of these blue seats, one of the red ones, represent women. There are going to be the largest number of female senators in history. So far, 19, and we have one outstanding race. I shouldn't forget to mention that. That's North Dakota. Heidi Heitkamp is a Democrat. Rick Berg is a Republican. We'll see what happens there. Yeah, the Bernie Sanders of Vermont definitely going to caucus with the Democrats. Angus King, he said today, though, he wants to meet with Harry Reid, wants to meet with Mitch McConnell, then he'll make his final decision. So we'll see what he decides. He's the newly elected senator from Maine. Harry Reid already talking today, though, about the fiscal cliff. You know what? There's no rest for the weary. This is going to be intense
between now and December 31st.
Oh, big time. The deadline is nearing at the end of the year. And you're right, Harry Reid came out to reporters at noon today, noon Eastern, and he was very deliberate in his tone. He was very calm, tried to seem very conciliatory, but also said, look, we, from his perspective, got a mandate.
And I'm going to do everything within my power to be as conciliatory as possible. I want to work together, but I want everyone to also understand you can't push us around. We want to work together.
So we want to work together. He said it's better to dance than to fight. But at the same time, he said that he believes that what the exit polls showed was that most Americans do not want the wealthiest Americans to continue to get a tax cut. And that's their position. We're going to hear from the House Speaker, John Boehner, in about an hour and a half. Wolf, interesting, they're actually setting up a teleprompter for him right now. I've never seen him do that in that kind of environment. He clearly wants to have a message and get it out right.
We'll be watching 3:30 p.m. Eastern or so, right?
You got it.
Okay, Dana, thanks very much. Get ready. You're going to be busy between now and December 31st. Suzanne?
All right, busy people all around. The ballot box shows America's shifting attitude about same-sex marriage. We're going to show you where voters are now saying yes.
The U.S. election is certainly making headlines around the world today. From Egypt to Europe, our reporters are fanned across the globe with reaction.
I'm Ben Wiedemann in Cairo. Most Egyptians seem to prefer Barack Obama over Mitt Romney, many of them saying they felt the Republicans are simply too pro-Israeli. But for most Egyptians, there's so much going on in this country after the revolution, what with a faltering economy and an uncertain political future.
I'm Fred Pleitgen in Berlin, Germany, and it's safe to say that Germans, by and large, are very happy with the outcome of the U.S. election. Barack Obama, according to early polls, would have gotten about 90% of the vote here in this country.
I'm Reza Sayah in Rawalpindi, Pakistan. 4 years ago, many here supported Mr. Obama. Not the case this year. Many wanted change. They wanted Mr. Romney, and that's because they still don't like U.S. policy in the region, especially the drone strikes.
Americans have weighed in on several important ballot initiatives. Take a look at this. For the first time, voters in Maine approved a measure giving same-sex couples the right to marry. And Maryland voters also made history by upholding a new law legalizing same-sex marriages in that state. Minnesota voters rejected a ban on same-sex marriage. A similar measure in Washington state is still too close to call. And it is the first time voters have approved same-sex marriages. In the past, only judges and state legislatures legalized those unions. Legalizing marijuana, another issue on the ballot in several states. Voters in Washington state and Colorado approved the recreational use of marijuana, but a similar measure in Oregon was rejected. A critical part of President Obama's health care reform law was on the line in several states. Alabama and Wyoming backed measures amending their state constitutions to ban people from being forced to buy health insurance. And early results suggest Montana voters may follow suit. But check this out. Florida has rejected a similar challenge to Obamacare. CNN special election coverage continues right now with Brooke Baldwin and John King.
For this family, with victory in hand, 4 more years in the White House locked in, President Obama prepares to head back to Washington, where a hard-fought campaign pales in comparison to the challenges that lie ahead. The nation is drawing closer and closer to the fiscal cliff. Hello, and good to see you here on this day after Election Day. I'm Brooke Baldwin at the CNN World Headquarters in Atlanta.
And I'm celebrating the day after John King in Washington. Hey there, Brooke.
Good
Talk
to
on
see
Capitol Hill. It is good to see you. Talk on Capitol Hill's turning to compromise immediately after the election. Listen here, the Senate Majority Leader, Democrat Harry Reid.
It's better to dance than to fight. It's better to work together. Everything doesn't have to
see what the
be
House Speaker John Boehner has to say. He speaks live next hour. Meantime, the biggest battleground still hangs in the balance. The election's not yet over in Florida, the nation's largest swing state, too close to call. Oh, yes, Brooke, they're still counting the absentee ballots.
We're going to go there. Also happening right now, the market. We have to look at this, plunging down 264 points right now. Investors turning their attention from the election to the challenges ahead, including, we're going to be talking about this pretty much till the end of the year, the fiscal cliff. And speaking of, let's go to Allison Kosick, live from the New York Stock Exchange. Allison, the Dow down triple digits. Why the sell-off?
Okay, well, first of all, I know the number is eye-popping, but you are seeing stocks off their lows of the session. You know what? Even though Wall Street didn't necessarily want to see President Obama win again, the losses you're seeing aren't because of the election. They're because of the European debt crisis. ECB president, that's the European Central Bank president, Mario Draghi, said that Germany's economy is slowing, so that's really what's spooking investors. Also, what you mentioned, the fiscal cliff. The realities of the fiscal cliff are coming front and center again because Congress and the president have about 2 months to go before they need to get a deal going on that situation. Brooke?
Allison Kosick will keep a look at the numbers there, and we'll check back in with you throughout the next 2 hours. But John King, my magic wall friend, I want to begin with you. And the election itself, I don't know if you slept a wink last night. I think much of the nation probably went to bed watching you. Through everything last night, what was the biggest surprise, in your opinion?
The biggest surprise, Brooke, let's go over to the magic wall and take a look. The biggest surprise is, and we're going to talk more about this in the hour ahead, is that we're waiting to see who gets Florida's 29 electoral votes. A lot of the talk heading into the election is that if we were waiting on the morning after, it would be Ohio. And Ohio's 18 went for the president. Another surprise for me, if you look at this map and you go back to 2008, and I'll switch maps in a minute, but these are the two takeaways for Mitt Romney. Look, it was a closer election in terms of the popular vote, a very close election in terms of the popular vote. From an electoral college perspective, the president getting 303 right now. If he gets these 29, he cracks 330. That doesn't want to move because I have the telestrator on at the moment. Governor Romney at 206. We'll see how Florida goes out. The president had 365 last time, so he's going to come in below 2008. But what was surprising, 7% unemployment throughout the term. No president in history had been reelected since Franklin Roosevelt with that. And yet Governor Romney was able to change only 2 states, and the 2 most reliably Republican states that President Obama picked up last time, Indiana and North Carolina. That was the most surprising thing to me if you look at the electoral map. And I'll bring the national map up just now to look at the latest. He eked this out because of California, 50 to 48. Trust me, at the White House, this is a narrow victory, but winning the popular vote and the Electoral College will help them. We have a very difficult governing challenge ahead. Had Governor Romney won the popular vote and President Obama won the Electoral College, then you'd have a lot more, so shall we say, grumpy people this morning.
Grumpy people this morning. You know, people were perhaps grumpy watching a little bit last night, depending on your political perspective. And I was watching you. I feel like sort of the turning point was when you start doing the math. Almost impossible for Romney to hit that 270 mark once, you know, Nevada went Obama, and then I think it was Missouri, and it was the final projection because of Ohio, right?
Right, because of Ohio. Missouri went for Governor Romney. But what you could see is, as you watched early on, you knew coming in that Governor Romney had a harder path to 270. You knew he needed this. Now, we haven't called that yet. The president's leading right now. It's blue on this map because that's the vote total. But you knew he needed this. You knew he needed Virginia. And you knew he needed Ohio. And then he had to go somewhere else. And so as we watched the vote results come in, and we could start here in Ohio, a point early on, if you look at this, you look at the map, you're saying, look at all that red. The Republican had to win, right? But you started to look up here, and you asked me a bit earlier about surprises. Yeah. One of the surprises was, and it came in, this is where it came into play, was the Obama campaign, did exactly what it said it would do. Without a primary challenge, it spent months and millions saying, let's find all these African-American voters in Cuyahoga County, key place in Cleveland. Let's make sure we have their names. Let's make sure we have their contacts. Let's make sure we turn them out. And they did, 69 to 30. When you're running for re-election as an incumbent in a bad economy, it's hard to do this. You don't have the excitement of a primary challenge to get people in. It's hard to do this, and they did it. So the Ohio math, even though Governor Romney kept it very close, closer than John McCain, it got pretty obvious as the vote results came in. And then there was Virginia, where Romney was leading for a lot of the early count. But, Brooke, you have to, you know, if you study these states and you go, Romney's running it up here in all these rural counties. But up here, again, not by as big a margin as he did 4 years ago, but part of President Obama's coalition is the suburbs, where you find college-educated women, and in the case of Northern Virginia, also a growing Latino population. If you looked at the demographics of the electorate and you studied these states early on, it looked like Romney might make a run for it. Now, Ohio, Virginia, Florida told us it wasn't going to happen.
Based on my Twitter feed, people love watching you and those counties and that map. I'm just curious, do you dream with your hands moving and pointing toward counties or in the country?
I'm told I talk with my hands now more than I used to.
Thought so.
It's like anything. When a mechanic leaves the garage, I hope he stops thinking about the engine. When a mailman goes home, I hope he's not thinking about the mail. And when we say goodnight, I just say, see you later.
John King, don't go too far. We're coming back right back to you here in just a minute. But President Obama has very little time today to really savor that victory of his because he's scheduled to head back to Washington in the next hour. Jill Doherty is at the White House for us right now. And Jill, what's on tap for the president once he returns right there?
Yeah, he comes back, in just about 3 hours, 3.5 hours. And, Brooke, he's still got that desk, still got the same desk. And it's filled with many of the same things that he had before he went away to Chicago to watch the election. And that is, of course, you'd have to say, number one, bring the country together. And that is just huge. Whether that can happen is one giant question. And it's tied, to the second issue, which is a fiscal cliff that we keep referring to. $7 trillion worth of potential tax cuts, I should say tax increases and spending cuts that could have to mandatorily have to come into play in January. Is also talking about tax reform, immigration reform, and then finally oil independence. So those are just the domestic things. And then don't forget about, huge, like right now, almost as we're speaking, the Chinese government is having its party Congress, and they're going to be choosing a new leader. That will be a big challenge for the president, an issue of how you manage the rise of China. Then you've got Iran, et cetera. So it's a lot on the desk.
Jill Doherty, thank you. At the White House, John, to you.
It's not always the case, but the Romney campaign actually thought it was going to win the election, which makes this quite a stinging loss for the Republican nominee, and it leaves the Republican Party with a lot of soul-searching to do. Our national political correspondent, Jim Acosta, is our man following the Romney campaign. Jim, what are you hearing from the inside?
John, and now former campaign advisor tells CNN Mitt Romney is expected to get some rest and spend some time with his family in the days after this hard-fought election. As for what happened last night, that advisor tells me that the campaign really thought they were going to win this election right up until the very end. That is consistent with what we heard from Mitt Romney on his campaign charter heading into Boston last night. He thought he was going to win, too. He said he had no regrets and was proud of his campaign. But as for why this campaign went down in defeat, that advisor tells me that they are pointing to what the Obama campaign was predicting, that they were going to have a good turnout. And in the words of this advisor, the Obama campaign was right. Now, as for the future of the Republican Party, I talked to a top conservative leader, a Hispanic leader inside the Republican Party, who said that the GOP is going to have to do a better job talking about immigration reform with Latinos if they have any hopes of winning a presidential election in the near future. John?
This is CNN Breaking News.
Presidential race is settled, but we're still looking at some key races to determine the final numbers for the balance of power in the United States Senate and the House of Representatives. Our chief congressional correspondent, Dana Bash, is here with some breaking news on a race in North Dakota. Dana?
It was the remaining race that we weren't able to call, and CNN can project that the Democratic candidate for Senate, Heidi Heitkamp in North Dakota, has won that seat, so she has kept that seat. It was an open seat in Democratic hands. So look at this. This is now the balance of power, and Democrats argue it's not status quo because they have actually gained seats in the Senate. And if you look at this, they actually have 53 Democratic seats, 45 Republican seats. There are 2 independents here. You see one over here that stands for Bernie Sanders, who is the independent senator from Vermont. He caucuses with the Democrats. This represents Angus King, the newly elected senator from Maine, who is an independent and says that he won't decide who he caucuses with when he gets here. But there are now no longer any of those white seats, which we were not able to call in here. It is completely filled out. We now know what the exact balance of power is going to be in the next Congress. And what it is, again, 53 Democrats plus 2 independents, 45 Republicans. This in North Dakota is another surprise for Republicans because it is a red state. And they thought if there's a retiring Democrat, this would be a no-brainer to pick up for them. But Democrats ran a pretty conservative Democrat in Heidi Heitkamp. She, in many issues, in fact, most issues, ran against the president. And she was able to pull it off against a pretty solid Republican candidate as far as Republicans were concerned, Rick Berg. So there you have it. We have the full picture of the United States Senate now, John.
So, Dana, maybe smart candidate selection by the Democrats there, but what is the word? It's certainly embarrassing, and particularly in that seat, which most Republicans thought was a gimme when a Democrat retired in such a red state. Embarrassing, humiliating. What is the talk inside the Senate Republicans, among Senate Republicans on, wow, we thought we could actually get over 50?
I think depressing is probably the best word. You know, we saw a very blunt public statement from John Cornyn, who's the senator in charge of the National Republican Senatorial Committee. They put this out last night, saying that effectively the Republicans have to rethink and do some soul searching about how they elect candidates. Because, look, Mitch McConnell, who is now the minority leader, will remain the minority leader. He was already upset about what happened 2 years ago, that some of their candidates that Republicans elected in the primary season simply couldn't beat Democrats who they thought were very beatable. The same thing happened here, not necessarily in this case, but in several of these races. They just had some unforced errors, and they're very depressed. And it's just, look, I mean, we talk about it all the time. This is the way our system works, and particularly for Republicans, they have genuine primaries in many of these states, and it's the people in these states that elect their candidates to go up against the Democrats, and it hasn't worked for them in many, at least it hasn't allowed them to get the majority over the last 2 cycles.
A lot of soul-searching in the Republican Party, not just at the presidential level. And, Brooke, $6 billion spent on this campaign. The Democratic president stays. The Senate stays in Democratic hands. The House stays in Republican hands. Some people are going to wonder, why do we spend all that money?
It's quite a chunk of change, isn't it, John King? It's a chunk of change, and Dana mentioned one Senator-elect, Angus King, now making 2 independent senators in this next Congress. Just a heads up, you and I will be speaking with that independent live from Maine about who he plans to caucus with. He may not tell us, but we're going to ask. Also coming up next, one of the big reasons Republicans didn't have a shot at winning the Senate, losses by Tea Party candidates. We will speak live with the chairwoman of the Tea Party Express about who's to blame.
Already cliche, this was a status quo election. Democrats keep control of the Senate, Republicans keep the House, Democrats in the White House. One of the big reasons the GOP couldn't win the Senate, losses by Tea Party candidates in Missouri, Ohio, Indiana, and North Dakota. In the House, Tea Party favorite and former presidential hopeful Michelle Bachmann kept her Minnesota seat, but a margin of less than 5,000 votes. And no winner declared yet in Florida's 18th congressional district, although Tea Party-backed incumbent Alan West trails his Democratic challenger, Patrick Murphy. Joining me now is the Tea Party Express chairwoman, Amy Kramer. Amy, the Tea Party was the big buzz out of the 2010 elections. You have a lot of Republicans now, the morning after 2012, saying the Tea Party is to blame. Fair criticism?
You know, John, I don't buy it. I mean, look, you have moderate candidates that lost as well. Eric Erickson was talking about it earlier this morning with, you know, when the Republican Party continues to put up the same candidates as in George Allen and Tommy Thompson and Rayburg in Montana. So, you know, there's a lot of blame to go around. But I think at the end of the day, what this shows is that conservatives and the Republican Party have a big challenge ahead of us. Before the election, the polls showed that the people were concerned about the economy and jobs. Coming out of the election, the exit polling showed people are still concerned about the economy and jobs, and they're not happy with the direction the country's headed. So what that tells you is that people voted on personality, the candidate that they like the best, and not policy. And we have to do a better job on educating people how policy in Washington affects our lives out here in the homeland.
We've talked about this in the past. When many of the new Tea Party candidates came to Washington after 2010, a lot of people criticized it because they wouldn't compromise right out of the gate. And I said, you know, even if you don't like their policies, they're doing what they promised to do in their campaigns. They ran ads saying they wouldn't accept new spending. But what now? What about now with the fiscal cliff approaching? And the president, our White House unit, saying he reached out to congressional leaders today. Speaker Boehner will be back. The president will be back. Leader Reid will be back. If a fiscal cliff proposal comes up that has a decent amount of spending cuts, but the Republicans have to give some revenue increases, would the Tea Party give that its blessing?
Well, this is the thing, John, and no offense to you, but the media has created this hot topic buzzword that's a dirty word, compromise. And everybody wants to place the Republicans and the Democrats in a boxing ring and see who comes out on top. Well, the fact of the matter is party politics got us into this mess. What we need to do is find some common ground to get this country back on track so that America wins. So we're back on that path to prosperity. But right now, just under President Obama's term, for every one job created, 75 people went on food stamps. That's not sustainable. One job can't cover 75 people on food stamps. We cannot continue down this path. You can go and tax as much as you want, but eventually you're going to run out of people's money. At some point, we've got to cut the spending, and they have to do what's best for the people across this country and not what is best for their party and their job there in Washington.
If you look at the exit polls last night nationally, a large majority of Americans agreed with the president's position that those making $250,000 a bit more in income taxes. Again, I won't use the word compromise. Let me set it aside. If they are all in a room in good faith trying to reach a deal, and if Speaker Boehner can get the president, for example, to say, we're going to cut more for Medicare, we're going to make some spending cuts here, and the president says, well, I'll go to my guys with that deal, but only if you give me the expiration of those Bush tax cuts, maybe some higher taxes on the wealthy. Again, if a Tea Party lawmaker called you and said, Amy, if I vote yes, are you guys going to pull that rug out from under me? What would the answer be?
John, I want them to do what is right for America so that we live within our means, where Washington lives within their means. We cannot,
and so
like I said,
if there are a lot of spending cuts, I'm trying to cut through what we're talking about here. I get your point about live within their means, and I know you believe it in your heart. I've spoken to you many times. But if you get cuts on the table that make you think, thank God, here we go, we're making progress, but the only way to get them is to give some in revenues, are you willing to do that?
It just, I mean, you know, I'm not an economist, but what I said is that I think everybody has to find some common ground and figure out what's going to work here. This is not sustainable. And people, I mean, America realizes it. We cannot continue down this path we're going down. And the thing is, the president, I mean, if nothing else, what happened last night shows that this country is deeply divided. Now, if the president will do what he said in his speech last night and be willing to work across the aisle, then, you know, I think that there are people that are willing to do that. But if he continues to go down the path that he's done the past 3.5, almost 4 years now, he's been the most divisive president we've ever had. And he's not willing to work. It's Harry Reid, who under his failed leadership has not passed a budget in over 3 years. The Senate hasn't. And the president, every budget he's put up has gotten 0 votes, not even 1 vote for his own from his own party. So, you know, it has to go both ways. We have to figure it out. It's going to be a tough job. It's not going to be easy, but this is what these people are hired to do, and we expect them to do it.
Amy Kramer, appreciate your time today. We'll keep in touch as this plays out. The drama will continue after the election. And Brooke, you can see there still a lot of energy, a lot of passion on the morning after. The people who had a lot at stake in this election, even though the people have spoken, there's still going to have some people who are, you know, defending their positions. And we're going to see how this one goes forward. The governing part of this now, for me, gets fascinating.
You just hear the anger and the frustration and the passion in her voice, and it's pretty much, when you look at the 113th Congress, very similar to the one we currently have, and it's sort of like, are we going to have the same back and forth as we have this last year? We shall see. We shall see, John King. It is not hanging chads this time, but Florida once again trails the nation in getting its presidential vote counted. Find out the reason for the holdup and what this means for future elections. In the hours after the polls closed, while results were coming in all across the country, in Florida, thousands and thousands of voters still lined up waiting to cast their ballots. And today, the results from Miami-Dade were finalized. Let's see how Florida stands right now. Barack Obama, look with me, 50%. Mitt Romney, 49%, just fewer than 50,000 votes between them. But a call can't be made in Florida just yet as the ballot counting continues. John Zarrella following the story for us today. John, tell me about the results in Miami-Dade.
Brooke, you know, we've been waiting for some final numbers out of Miami-Dade County to come in, and they did send all the election workers home last night because it had been such a grueling, long day. Well, they finally now this morning have results from all 829 precincts, the largest county in the state of Florida. Now, remember, there's still absentee ballots. May have all of those done by this afternoon, and there are still provisional ballots. It'll be Thursday or Friday before they're completed. But in the 829 precincts, all in now, interesting numbers. The president, 521,329 votes. Mitt Romney, 317,382 votes. President with big numbers there. And compared to 4 years ago, he did better this time than he did 4 years ago when he got 499,000. Mitt Romney did not do as well as John McCain did 4 years ago when John McCain had 360,000 votes as opposed to Mitt Romney's 317,000. So those numbers will help the president to pad his lead in Florida in a state that remained too close to call. Brooke?
Still counting. John Zarella, thank you. John King, back to you in Washington.
Still counting. Florida.
Still counting.
Shocking. One of the night's major revelations, though, Republican campaign strategies, look, they're going to have to change in the future as the demographics of the country change and change dramatically. So how does the GOP adapt, and will there be resistance? That's next. Here's something the GOP is going to have to ponder long and hard. President Obama won re-election while losing the white vote by 20 points. The president's victory speaks volumes about how the demographics in this country are changing, and rapidly. Let's bring in CNN contributors John Avlon and Margaret Hoover. John's a senior political columnist for Newsweek and the Daily Beast. Margaret is a Republican consultant. If you look at this, it's stunning. One of the questions going in was, could the president, in a tough year, bad economy, actually keep his coalition together? Young voters, about the same. African Americans, the same. Latinos cracked 10% nationally for the first time. What's the biggest lesson for the Republican Party?
Well, I think uniformly, Republicans were saying going into this, we've got to go back and reinvest in our infrastructure when it comes to Hispanics. I was on the Bush-Cheney re-election campaign in 2004. We got 44% of the vote. It's not that we haven't done this before. It's not that we don't have a track record of actually reaching out to Hispanics and involving them in the coalition. We just didn't do it this time. So I think that's the top one. Clear numbers with youth, clear numbers with women that we also have to revisit.
But when she mentions the Latino vote, you travel the country and you talk to, you even find conservatives who say, I agree we shouldn't have, we shouldn't give status to anyone who's here illegally, but the way they talk to us, the tone, and it's 2010, you're right, George W. Bush said, first he said path to citizenship, then he said path to status. Do they have to change their policies, their tone, or both when it comes to Hispanics?
Well, this is directly a result of policies. Mitt Romney tried to tack to the right during the Republican primaries on the issue of illegal immigration, and he paid a price for it in the general election. Full stop. We know from George W. Bush that Republicans can play competitively with Hispanics. His brother, Jeb Bush, invested heavily in that philosophy as governor of Florida. Mitt Romney didn't, and he paid the price. Republicans are going to need to reach beyond their base. One of the things this election starkly shows is that they cannot depend on simply getting a larger percentage of the white vote. That is a long-term loser.
Let's flip to the Democratic side for a minute. Is this an Obama coalition? Or is it a Democratic coalition? When he's not on the ballot in 4 years, will the youth vote stay like that? Will the Democratic candidate get that chunk of the Latino vote? Will African-American turnout not only stay up at 16% range, but 13% range, but be 97% for him?
The thing about the president is he's the leader of the party now, and he has 4 years to solidify this coalition and leave the party stronger for his predecessor. And frankly, the thing we know about millennials and any age group, when they come of age in terms of their partisan identity, if they vote for one party 3 times in a row in a presidential election, that tends to, its party identity solidifies like cement. It's set soft and it gets harder over time.
Yeah, and look, I mean, the Democrats are starting with an edge. They made a risky demographic bet this election, and it worked out because of their intense targeting, their intense ground game. They really were able to make up for some of the deficiencies of the gamble they made. And this is, I think, President Obama's coalition. Seen with perspective, this is a unique, historic political figure, someone who is more inspiring than the typical politician, especially, of course, to the African-American community. He will be iconic for probably our nation's history. So that impact is dramatic. Republicans are going to have to start reaching out beyond their base, but Democrats' investment will play off more in 16 than it did in 12 and more in 20 than it did this year.
Let me circle back to the Republicans as we close. Where does that breakthrough come from? The outreach to Latinos and the proper policy and the proper tone. The policy proposals that maybe say to college-educated women, you know, look back at us. Does it come from Washington, where the Republicans now is still essentially the same House of Representatives, or will it come from out in the country where you still have the president won re-election, but there's 30 Republican governors out there?
It's going to have to come from both. It can't be grass tops. It has to be a meeting of grass tops and grassroots. But the reality is the writing's on the wall. I mean, we all know as Republicans we've got to go back and we've got to think through where did we lose votes, where are we losing, and how are we going to make up ground. I mean, the thing that's stunning about women is that even though we are a pro-life party, 78% of Republicans believe the choice for women's health care is between a woman, her doctor, her family, and her God. So something just isn't quite clicking right. And we frankly, without having an elected leader of the Republican Party to steer us through the next 4 years, you're going to see a little bit of warlordism again.
If Republicans don't get better fast, will there be an independent the next presidential election?
There very well could. Look, Angus King got elected to the Senate today as an independent. He was an independent governor before. At some point, something's got to give. Either the Republican Party needs to find a way to build a big tent again, or the social conservatives will increasingly find themselves at odds with the libertarians, who represent a rising demographic in the party. The Republicans have a great argument with swing voters, with independents, on deficits and debt. Where they lose them very often is with social issues. And so they're going to have to find a way to build that big tent again. Otherwise, those fissures will erupt at some point if the parties remain polarized and pandering to their special interests.
John, Margaret, thank you. And Brooke, as you come back to the conversation, you ready to join me in something?
Go for it.
Ready?
Go
Two
for
words. 2 words.
Yeah.
Happy anniversary.
Was it their anniversary? Did they get any sleep? I feel like Margaret Hoover was up way, way late. Margaret Hoover and John Avalon. It's good to see both of you.
Yeah, not so much, but it's it's our third. We'll have a good dinner.
Guys, happy anniversary. Thanks to you both. And I know as you all are talking demographics, we've been talking races. Coming up next, we have to talk about something else. We have to talk about pot. Marijuana. Voters choosing to legalize it in not just 1, but 2 states. And no, not just for medical purposes, but for recreational use. Why this could become one hot mess. Plus, shall we say it? Snow. Can you tell? This is Columbus Circle. Live pictures in New York City. Folks, another storm getting ready to hit people there across this region. A live report on where and when this nor'easter hits next. Here is a piece of history unfolding before our very eyes. Voters in 2 states, Washington State and Colorado, voted yesterday to legalize marijuana for recreational use. They're not talking about now medicinal use here. They're talking about getting high, period. Here's a reaction from the legalization camp in Colorado.
I am feeling amazing. This is the best day I've seen in my life.
And obviously, it's always nice to be right. So, but, you know, we're really happy. And most importantly, it's just wonderful that we're not going to see another 10,000 Coloradans arrested and made criminals in this coming years.
Okay. Here's a statement from NORML, the longtime pro-pot lobbying organization. Quote, the significance of these events cannot be understated. Tonight, for the first time in history, 2 states have legalized and regulated the use and sale of cannabis. Marijuana legalized and regulated here. So what we're talking about here is the potential birth in these 2 states of a multi-billion-dollar industry, legitimate, therefore taxed, and a whole lot of regulations, though, to set up first. And there's also this whole matter of federal law under which marijuana remains illegal. Keep that in mind. This is against the law federally. The Department of Justice released a statement just within this past hour reminding folks of that. Joining me now on the phone from London, Jonathan Calkins, professor of public policy at Carnegie Mellon University and author of the book, Marijuana Legalization, What Everyone Needs to Know. John Calkins, is this the milestone that pot smokers say it is?
Oh, it absolutely is. And it's more than the beginning of marijuana legalized for recreational use. It's also legalizing, with respect to state law, for-profit, large-scale commercial production to supply that use.
So when we say marijuana industry, tell me what 2014 is going to look like in Colorado.
And it's very hard to figure out because it depends what the federal government does. If the federal government goes hands off, then you will see, as you pointed out, a legitimate industry, legitimate producers, manufacturers producing a range of products, including candies with marijuana in them and then sold in stores.
You know, in terms of dollars and cents, there was a lot of money put into backing the legalization of marijuana. Who in Colorado, who in Washington State provided the big money? What was it, small-time smokers, growers, someone else?
No, in Washington State, there was one major donor, Rick Steves, but other than that, the major donors were people from outside of the state.
What about, let me just read this first, and then we'll get to the Department of Justice. Let me read a quote. This is from the governor of Colorado, John Hickenlooper. He said this, quote, "The voters have spoken, and we will respect their will. That said, federal law still says marijuana is an illegal drug, so don't break out the Cheetos or the goldfish too quickly." I don't know what he's talking about there, John, but how is all of this going to shake out between the states and the feds who say this is illegal?
Oh, it's a nightmare for the governor and for the president because the best possible circumstance would be that they reach some sort of negotiated circumstance. Like the federal government says, if you make good faith efforts to prevent diversion to other states, then we won't interfere with your efforts to regulate the industry. But there's going to have to be some dialogue and some compromise because the laws just absolutely conflict right now.
Have you been in touch? I mean, what are you hearing from the Department of Justice as far as, taking the time and the money to prosecute?
Traditionally, the federal agents have gone after high-level people, 200 pounds and up, or at the border, and they have the right to go after people who have smaller quantities, and the big question is whether they stay only at those very high quantities or if they do start to fill in for some of the lower-level enforcement that in the past has been done entirely by state and local.
Jonathan Calkins, professor at Carnegie Mellon University. Thanks for hopping on the phone with me from London. John King, marijuana recreationally legal in 2 states now. How about that?
Watch how that one unfolds. A lot of tension between the states and the feds on that issue, as you just noted. We'll watch as it plays out. And, Brooke, thousands of people still suffering, of course, from the impact of Sandy. They may soon be hit by another storm, this time a nor'easter. Our Rob Marciano joins us next with the details.
Victims of Superstorm Sandy are bracing for yet another powerful storm. A nor'easter now moving up the East Coast, threatening areas still very much so recovering from last week's storm. I want to go straight to Rob Marciano in Staten Island, where I know many, many people hit very, very hard just last week. And here they go again.
Yeah, and then this.
Yeah.
I mean, it's even beyond another storm that has rain and wind and surge. We've got temperatures that are obviously close to the freezing mark. They've been below freezing the past couple of nights, and now that rain has turned to snow. I mean, this is just not a good situation. You go that way, about a quarter mile, maybe a half mile just past those trees. That is lower harbor of New York, the Atlantic Ocean. That's where the storm surge came over a week ago, 5, 6, in some cases 7 feet high. Pouring down these streets, wiping out everything in their path. Any car that was on this street was completely washed back further inland, and that sort of damage goes for several more blocks. And up and down these blocks, outside of these homes, you see this sort of debris, anything that people have been able to somewhat save since this storm. We've been talking with the Camarados who live in this house, and they've been kind enough to show us around to see just what kind of damage they've endured. Obviously, since a week has gone by, they've ripped all their flooring out, ripped all of the sidewalls out as well, just trying to get that damaged stuff out of here so it doesn't mold. They've been sleeping actually upstairs in the cold with absolutely no power. Here's what Nick had to say to our viewers last hour.
Everything that I own is here, and I'm trying to save it. My wife, my kids, my best friend Mike, and I'm just going to lose everything. I mean, my body's shutting down. There's no words to explain or express the stress, the pain, the suffering.
Heartbreaking stuff. You are looking at an actual weather instrument inside of Nick's home. Temperature around 40 degrees, relative humidity 80%. Not exactly livable conditions, but they're going to stick it out, Brooke. You know, they had some looting the first night of the storm, and they're afraid if they evacuate tonight that's going to happen as well. So they're trying to get a space heater cranked up because obviously temperatures continue to drop as this nor'easter rakes up the coastline.
Heartbreaking, and the fact that Nick's story is just one of so many in both New York and in New Jersey. Rob Marciano, thank you very much. We're thinking of him and so many others. John King, just awful. First the storm surge, and now a lot of snow.
A lot of snow, cold, hardship, families displaced. It's a horrible one. It's good that Rob and our other correspondents are keeping track of the story. We won't forget about it. And Brooke, as President Obama gets ready to head back to Washington, one immediate task at hand? Yes, filling a second-term cabinet. Secretary Hillary Clinton, the Treasury Secretary Tim Geithner, both planning to leave. Up next, a short list of possible replacements, plus breaking down Mitt Romney's place in history. Get some perspective now about the election results, about the challenges facing the president's second term in office, and about Mitt Romney's place in history. Joining me for that is my colleague here in the anchor of the Situation Room, Wolf Blitzer, and presidential historian Julian Zelizer of Princeton University. Mr. Zelizer, let me start with you. How will history remember Mitt Romney?
Well, I think they'll remember him in part for his family. In part, it will be a negative memory, meaning the kind of campaign he ran was almost the last of an era, appealing to white male voters, to older voters, and people will remember the Latinos, the women whose vote he couldn't capture. And I think a lot of Republicans will be scratching their heads and thinking about how to run a different kind of campaign 4 years from now.
And Wolf, the recriminations are immediate. People saying it was Romney's fault. It was Romney's fault. Interesting, you know, Paul Ryan issued a statement today, a very polite statement saying thank you for the opportunity. We don't know what happens to him. But in terms of Governor Romney, the party's not going to spend a lot of time fretting over him, I think.
You know, he ran a strong campaign. The problem he had was that the Democrats, especially the campaign, the Obama campaign, the super PACs, over the summer, after he got the nomination, the Republicans, they painted him in such a negative way. That strategy of hammering away at Bain Capital, the Swiss bank accounts, the Cayman Islands, and then when that 47% tape came out, that controversial tape, it really hurt him. So, you know, he did well in that first debate. He almost recovered. He got close. You got to give him some credit. But that negative attack on him, it really was successful when all, you know, negative politics sometimes works.
Sure does. It has to, in some ways, be harder for him today than it was for John McCain 4 years ago because he did come so close in some of these states. Well, let's turn our attention, and Mr. Zelizer, to you first on the governing challenge. The most popular member of the Obama cabinet is the Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. She has given hints she might stay on a little bit longer. Everybody thought she was going to leave right after the election. But if you're the President of the United States, both from a global perspective and from a domestic perspective, she brings you value. What do you do now?
Yeah, she's incredibly useful, both for what she can do abroad, but also for her relations here in the United States with the media, with members of Congress. John Kerry is one person who's been mentioned, who has both the foreign policy experience and some of those legislative connections, which are actually quite important to the job. Susan Rice is another person who's been mentioned, who has less kind of gravitas on Capitol Hill compared to John Kerry. My guess is President Obama will try to find someone relatively comparable who could shine in the media, who could do well with members of Capitol Hill as they deal with the challenges abroad.
The Democrats kept control of the Senate, Wolf, so it's slightly easier when he's talking about confirmees. However, the Benghazi dust-up has put a little bit of a tarnish on Susan Rice, if you will. Has that the potential of a more bruising confirmation fight? Does that hurt her chances?
Yes, I think it does. I think she was very... She and Kerry, I think, were the two front runners. But that television appearance, 5 Sunday talk shows in which she said what she said, and given how angry the Republicans are on this whole Benghazi thing and the accusations they're making, and they're going after her directly, I don't know if the president wants to start off a second term with a bruising confirmation battle for Susan Rice. So from her perspective, I think it's hurt her. John Kerry, you know, he did a pretty good job helping him in the debates. So I think he's got a good shot at it. We'll see if anybody else emerges as a candidate.
Even Republican senators, they all tend to be kind to one of their own. So we'll see how that one plays out. Wolf Blitzer, Julian Zelizer, thanks so much. Brooke, you want to be a candidate for the second-term cabinet?
I'll pass. Thank you, though. Good luck to those who would like to try. That is quite a daunting job, John King. Thank you. You know, we've been watching these races, pontificating over who might be in the cabinet. Got to tell you that there were a number of other important victory speeches last night, in addition to that of the president. Ahead, the highlights you missed.
They said it couldn't be done, but when the people stand together, nothing is impossible.
for the first family. President Obama heads back to Washington this hour, victory in hand, but fiscal cliff very much so looming large. Hello, I'm Brooke Baldwin at the CNN World Headquarters in Atlanta.
And I'm John King in the CNN Election Center in Washington. The president could be returning to a capital city that's more willing to compromise, at least when it comes to avoiding the fiscal cliff. Listen to the Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid. He talked with the House Speaker, John Boehner, just this morning.
This isn't something that I'm going to draw any lines in the sand. He's not going to draw any lines in the sand, I don't believe. And I think we need to work together.
Do you think a deal is possible?
Of course.
Conciliatory tone there. We'll see what the Speaker has to say. He's speaking live about a half an hour from now.
We'll take that live. Meantime, Wall Street stumbles here this day after election. Take a look. The Dow down 262 points, closing bell in just 60 minutes. Investors turning their attention from the election to money troubles, both here and abroad. Worries about, we're going to be talking about it for a bit here, the fiscal cliff, also Europe's recession, and a warning about Germany, all taking their toll. We're keeping an eye on the Dow.
And back to politics now. An advisor to Mitt Romney tells CNN the Romney campaign really thought they were going to win. But, of course, in the end, they didn't. Our chief political analyst, Gloria Borger, is here to talk about how President Obama won. And, Gloria, when you look at the map, Florida's not called yet. The president's leading at the moment.
Sure.
A narrow victory in the popular vote, a very narrow victory. So not as big a win as last time. But when you look at the electoral map, almost as big a win. Governor Romney flipped only 2 states, North Carolina and Indiana. We'll wait and see what happens in Florida. Was that a surprise, given it was you didn't have a pro-democratic, a big wind at his back like last time?
No, there wasn't a sweep here. Neither of these candidates had coattails either, so this wasn't what we'd call a wave election. And so some of the battleground states were a surprise to us because they were so tight, and they all seemed to move in one direction towards the president. And I think the reason that occurred is because the president knew the people who were going to vote for him in his new coalition, and he expanded it rather than narrowing it, even though the Republicans said, look, we've got voter intensity on our side, we've got enthusiasm on their side, but what they didn't have was the demographics of the changing American population.
Let's take a close look at that, looking back at our exit polls here. Let's start first by age. A lot of people thought the youth vote would drop. It actually went up a little bit. And look at this, overwhelming for the president. So he got the younger voters and he got them to turn out. One of the advantages, ladies and gentlemen, not having a primary challenge, they spent months and millions finding these voters and signing them up. So the president kept that number constant. And this number stayed pretty static. And Mitt Romney won the senior vote, but probably not by as much as he needed to.
Yeah, he needed probably to make that number a little bit higher. Maybe Paul Ryan could have been a bit of a drag on him with that particular number. But again, the president didn't expect to win with these voters. He was mining younger voters and, of course, ethnic voters, minorities, and also women, which we'll talk about, too.
Well, let's move it over. Let's bring that over. Let's do it by gender. If we bring that up here, if you bring it up here, let's try that again. She gets funny sometimes. Here we go. 47%. She had a long day yesterday.
Is she?
She had a very he, she, it had a very long day yesterday. Governor Romney wins the men vote. 47% of the electorate was male. Governor Romney won, but a majority of the voters were women yesterday, Gloria, and the president won with an 11-point edge there.
Yeah.
If you're getting an 11-point edge in a majority of the electorate,
you know, that's a problem. Again, you know, Mitt Romney has an advantage with men. But he didn't have as much of an advantage with men as the president had with women. And as you heard at all the conventions, suddenly everyone's role model was their mother, and they wanted to appeal to women. But I think the Republican primaries also had an awful lot to do with this. When issues like contraception, Roe v. Wade start coming up in primary fights, it was very difficult for Mitt Romney to take a turn. His wife tried to help him do that, but to take a turn towards American women and say, you know what? We're really on your side. We want you to vote on the economy, which, of course, is a good case to make to women, but there are other issues they also cared about. And the Republican Party as a whole, not just Mitt Romney. I don't think you can sort of blame this on Mitt Romney, the candidate himself. It's the Republican Party that has a problem with women voters.
Some legacy problems, you might say. Women voters, Latino voters, you get out here in the West, it's a tough time ahead. We'll watch this one play out.
It's not enough to just do well with white men anymore.
No, that party
Not enough.
That party can't win in this changing country.
It'll shrink.
Gloria, thank you. Brooke?
Yeah, so we now know Democrats keeping the White House. We know Democrats keeping control of the U.S. Senate, Republicans keeping control of the House. But we're adding an independent to the Senate. He is Senator-elect Angus King of Maine, and he's being a tad coy today, not revealing which way his political affections may bend. Everyone in the Senate now wants to know, will King caucus with the Democrats or the Republicans? He routed his opponents, a Democrat and a Republican, last night and will replace retiring Republican Senator, veteran Senator Olympia Snowe. Here is part of his victory speech.
People don't care who gets the credit. They don't care who's winning and losing from year to year. And they're tired of the false choice that always seems to confront them. As a guy said to me early on this campaign, I've always wanted the chance to vote for none of the above. And you're it.
Senator-elect King joins me on the phone from Brunswick, Maine. Congratulations, sir. Senator-elect. You like how that sounds?
Hey, thank you. Yeah, it sounds pretty good. I'll go by Angus for now.
Okay, Angus King. Let me ask you this, because everyone wants to know which way you caucus, and I have a feeling you're not going to tell me yet. I understand you've requested meetings with both Mitch McConnell and Harry Reid here. Tell me, in those meetings, what will you be listening for? What are you waiting for to be that turning point to decide which party you'll be caucusing with?
Well, there are really two criteria that I've honed it down to, and one is the extent I can maintain my independence, and the second is how effective I can be on behalf of Maine. And that's what I'll be talking about. I ran on the platform of trying to call them as I see them, not be locked into a party position one way or the other, and that's what I want to try to maintain. But on the other hand, it isn't a stunt. I'm not going down there just to, to plant the flag and not get anything done.
Not a stunt. John King, jump in.
Governor King, it's John King. We've known each other quite some time. You're senator-elect. I'm going to call you governor until you're senator because you're the former governor as well. Will you talk to Olympia Snowe about this? I know she's a friend of yours. She was a Republican, sometimes a pariah in her own caucus. She worked with the president on some issues, whether it was President Clinton. She was a key swing vote sometimes for President Bush and, of course, for President Obama on issues like the stimulus and health care. Will you consult her and ask her, where do you think I'll be more effective?
Absolutely, and I already have. She was the first person to call me last night and offer congratulations. We had a very warm conversation, and I hope to meet with her either up here in Maine later this week or if she's in Washington next week. But yeah, I mean, I ran for the mirror image of the reason she left. I mean, she said she couldn't take it anymore, and I ran because I think we just we maybe have to try it a different way, so I'm an independent. I was an independent governor, but absolutely, she's one of the first people I want to talk to.
Governor King, let me just jump back in. You bring up Senator Snowe. She was on this show. I was talking to her back in September, and she was explaining, why it was that she was officially done after decades being in Washington, why she was done with Congress. Take a listen.
None of the issues that we are now confronted with in the fiscal cliff, for example, were issues that were a surprise. They were all anticipated. Even the debt ceiling crisis didn't have to be a crisis, putting the country through emotional travail. And so that's what is such, I think, a travesty.
Governor King, what will you do differently?
Well, I hope I can be a bit of a bridge between the two parties. When I was governor, I was an independent and worked with both sides and was able to achieve quite a bit. There were times when I agreed more with the Democrats and times when I agreed more with the Republicans. But, I think Senator Snowe basically said, as a member of a major party, I can't make it work. And so one of my life's philosophy is that doing the same thing harder isn't likely to achieve a different result. So I'm coming in a different way. And I got to tell you, it's the number one thing that I heard from people in Maine, and I can't believe it's only people in Maine who are reading it this way. I mean, Congress has an approval rating of something like 9%. And we've got to start talking to each other because we've got serious problems, and this business of bickering and fighting and blaming, the public doesn't give a damn about that. They just want the problem solved.
And so, Governor, you say you'll call it like you see it. Call this one like you see it as you prepare to become a senator. Might be a little lame duck before you get here, but when it comes to the fiscal issues, the fiscal cliff facing this country, can you get to the place the United States needs to be without, on the one hand, some deep cuts, including programs like Medicare, and some new revenues?
The answer to that is no, you cannot. It's got to be both, and I believe virtually everybody in Washington, with the possible exception of Grover Norquist, knows that. And it's just, you've got to do it that way. I mean, I'm proud to say I was endorsed by both Erskine Bowles and Alan Simpson in my campaign because some kind of framework like they proposed, I think, is exactly the direction we have to move in. And the sooner we can do it and put it behind us, the better everybody will be, the debt as well as the economy.
Senator-elect Angus King it is now. Governor, it's good to talk to you today, and we'll see you when you get here in Washington. And we wish you luck. It's a funny place, as you know.
I'm looking forward to it, I think.
Good luck, sir. Good luck. Thank you for jumping on the phone. I appreciate his candor. His candor there and talking about meeting in the middle. Let's talk about the president, though, because in his victory speech last night, or I should say really the wee hours of the morning, President Obama pledged to act on climate change in his second term. His topic, bound to get his opponents riled up. So to talk about this and the election's impact, we are bringing in Fareed Zakaria. He's going to join us live next. Plus, as we look in the Northeast, get ready for this snow. Look at the radar. The nor'easter that is threatening the Northeast still very much so hurting from Sandy. We will take you there on the ground live.
President Obama still celebrating his victory in Chicago, but due to depart later this hour and head back here to Washington. He'll arrive late this afternoon, returning to the White House firm in the knowledge he gets 4 more years. Joining me now to discuss this from New York are Fareed Zakaria. Fareed, let's listen quickly to a snippet of the president's victory speech and focus here on what he mentions last.
We want our children to live in America that isn't burdened by debt, that isn't weakened by inequality, that isn't threatened by the destructive power of a warming planet.
Sandy had to have some influence on that last part, the warming planet. But Fareed, you know this, barely a mention in the first term, nary a mention in the campaign. Will it be a significant policy issue now?
It's a very interesting question, John. Look, I think the truth is Barack Obama did do a fair amount with regard to climate change in the first term. That's what the whole green energy push has been. That's what the higher fuel efficiency standards are. These are all efforts to lower in some way America's carbon footprint. And by the way, the natural gas piece of this has been a huge boon. We've declined more than the European Union in terms of carbon emissions over the last 4 years, largely because of natural gas. But still, what you mean is, will we get a carbon tax or a cap-and-trade system? No, of course not, as long as we have a Republican House. But there's a second piece of this which you could do. So the first part is about mitigating, preventing climate change. There's a second piece which is adapting to it, building levees, dealing with coastlines, rebuilding infrastructure, making ourselves more resilient. That piece of it could be a very powerful thing to do because, by the way, that's another word for rebuilding infrastructure, which would be an economic boon. It would bring down unemployment in the construction industry, and it would be a very effective response to one element of climate change.
A president in his second term starts thinking about the L-word legacy, and whatever people think of President Bush and the war in Iraq and Afghanistan, they can look to Africa and PEPFAR and say, wow, that's an impressive piece of the Bush legacy. When this president looks at the world, you remember we've talked about this in the past, he told the outgoing Russian President Dmitry Medvedev, just give me till after the election, I'll have flexibility. But when you look at the world, what do you think? In a second Obama term, what do you think?
The first thing I'd say, John, is, you know, I think when he looks at his legacy, he's going to look for the consolidating of health care. Make that work. Make Obamacare work. And I think he feels 20, 30, 40 years from now, people will remember him. And, you know, presidents get 1 or 2 lines as the guy who did universal health care. In foreign policy terms, I think he wants to be the man who moved America and America's attention squarely to Asia, who made America a Pacific power, because he recognizes to be a superpower in the 21st century, you have to be a Pacific power. And I think he wants to, you know, get us out of the Middle East, lower the military footprint of America's involvement in a region that I think he feels at the end of the day is just a lot of problems without a lot of benefits.
You mentioned Asia. During the campaign, Governor Romney went first and then pushed and nudged the president a little bit to take a tougher stance toward China. There are national security questions about China. There are bigger economic questions about China. Will that disappear, or will the president have to be, at least for a while, tougher with Beijing?
I think it will grow. China and the United States are not headed in a good place. For economic reasons, for geopolitical reasons, there are kind of incentives and structures bringing the two countries into a certain degree of conflict. Remember, many of the pressures we feel here, there are similar pressures in China. There are lobbies in China that feel that the Chinese have been too accommodating to the United States. They need to stand up to them. They are, after all, so the argument goes in Beijing, they are the largest creditors of the United States, and they should use that power in some way. So I think that unless this relationship, which is going to become the critical relationship of the 21st century, unless it's well managed, we could find ourselves almost unintentionally with more conflict than we want. We don't want a trade war between the two largest economies in the world.
Fareed Zakaria, as always, thanks, my friend.
Thank you, John.
Brooke, always good the day after an election. We stop counting. We start thinking about policy and governing. It's good to have a smart guy on your team.
It is wonderful to have smart guys on the team. And while most Americans had their eyes glued to who would be elected president last night, voters in 2 states approved same-sex marriage for the first time at the ballot box. Ahead, we're going to look at whether this is a turning point here for gay rights in this country. This election could be a major turning point for gay rights and really for the country. Voters in 2 states saying I do to same-sex marriage. Take a look at the results here from Maryland. We'll show you Maine here in just a moment, but keep in mind Maryland and Maine join now 6 other states that already allow men to marry men and women to marry women. But Maine and Maryland here, they're setting a precedent because they are the first states to see gay marriage approved by voters and not just judges or lawmakers. I want to bring in CNN senior legal analyst Jeff Toobin live for me in Washington. And Jeff, obviously this is historic, at least in these 2 states, the gay rights won out. When we look at the numbers here where the same-sex marriage vote stands, this is Washington State. Ballots are still being counted. Was this a big surprise to you?
It was. All the polls were very close. It's not a big surprise. But look, you know, when it's the first time, and remember, 30-plus states had taken public votes on same-sex marriage over the previous decades, and not once had it passed, including even liberal states like California in Proposition 8 a few years ago. So the fact that the voters have spoken on this issue is a very big deal, and it could really mark a sea change on this issue as public opinion polls are marking a sea change on how people feel about same-sex marriage.
The fact that voters specifically have spoken here in Maryland and Maine, especially Maine, because they did a 180 from the last time they were voting on this particular measure. Do you think that this is potentially a sign, a harbinger of things to come in terms of more victories in this country for gay rights?
Well, certainly the trend is entirely in this direction. Think about 2004, which, after all, isn't that long ago. 8 years ago, Karl Rove and the Republican Party said, look, how can we build turnout in states like Ohio? I know we'll put a referenda against same-sex marriage on the ballot, so that will generate a lot of anger and hostility and turnout against same-sex marriage. Well, that doesn't work anymore. And even after President Obama declared his support for same-sex marriage, Mitt Romney didn't make an issue out of it. The Republicans didn't make an issue out of it. It just illustrates how quickly the tide appears to have turned in terms of how the public feels about same-sex marriage.
As you point out, though, the margin is small, but the tide is turning. But when you talk to opponents, let me quote the Maryland Marriage Alliance, quote, such a radical change in the definition of marriage will produce a host of societal conflicts that government, exercising its enormous enforcement powers, will have to resolve. Jeff Toobin, where does this go next? To the federal government, potentially to the Supreme Court?
Well, the Supreme Court has 2 possible cases this term. One, the constitutionality of the Defense of Marriage Act. The other, whether Proposition 8, the California laws, is constitutional. So certainly we're going to hear from the Supreme Court whether they're going to hear those cases in relatively short order. Other than that, the federal government is going to have to deal with some cases, some issues regarding reciprocity. Do they honor, same-sex marriages? But mostly, I think it'll be in the courts in the states over the next few months and the next few years. And it certainly looks like times are changing.
Times are changing. Jeffrey Toobin, Thank you. John King, to you.
Up next, Brooke, hate to say this, forget the celebrations, folks. Fiscal cliff staring down Congress and the president. Not much time to rest. This threat that impacts all Americans. Any minute, House Speaker John Boehner expected to speak live about where the talks stand with the president and the Democratic Senate.
Now that we know who the next president is, let me just let you know what we'll be talking about next, that being the fiscal cliff. These are live pictures as we are awaiting House Speaker John Boehner. He will be talking about the fiscal cliff. President Obama and Congress, they have to cut a deal, or trillions of dollars worth of tax increases and spending cuts will kick in the first of the year. We do know that the president called Speaker Boehner and other congressional leaders from Chicago very early today to talk about the legislative agenda for the last few days, months of this year.
Speaker Boehner, Brooks, saying there's no mandate for raising tax rates. He said he had a pleasant conversation. This is the Speaker with Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid this morning, and he says he's not drawing lines in the sand. Now, meanwhile, the Leader Reid may be signaling, can't we work things out?
It's better to dance than to fight. It's better to work together. Everything doesn't have to be a fight. Everything doesn't have to be a fight. That's the way it's been the last couple of years. So everyone should comprehend, especially my Senate friends, that legislation is the art of compromises, consensus building.
That was Leader Harry Reid. We are 60 seconds away, just about from Speaker Boehner. But let me just bring in here Jill Doherty. She's covering the White House for us today, and our senior congressional correspondent, Dana Bash. Dana, in the moments we have remaining, we'll just cut away when we see the Speaker in that live picture as we are all sort of watching. We know he indicated Sunday temporary fix might be in the works during the lame duck. Post-election, might that change?
You know, as far as we're told, at least his opening bid will be no, it won't change. He very much believes that a temporary fix does not work. It is, and particularly because you're talking about a lame duck Congress. But I have just to give you a little bit of information that Deirdre Walsh and I got on a conference call that the Speaker just wrapped up with his entire Republican conference or caucus. And he was starting out the call, we're told, really trying to buck them up, saying that that we're not going to give in on our principles, that we, the House Republicans, are the firewall between the Democrats and the Senate and all. Oh, you know what? I'm going to stop talking. There's the Speaker.
Let's go. Let's take him live.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me start by offering my congratulations to President Obama and the First Lady and to Vice President Biden and Dr. Biden. Like many Americans, I was hoping that this presidential election would turn out a little differently. Mitt Romney and Paul Ryan are good men. They're good leaders. I want to wish Mitt, Ann, Paul, and Jana and their families well. But the American people have spoken. They've reelected President Obama, and they've again reelected a Republican majority in the House of Representatives. If there's a mandate in yesterday's results, it's a mandate for us to find a way to work together on the solutions to the challenges that we all face as a nation. And my message today is not one of confrontation, but one of conviction. In the weeks and months ahead, we face a series of tremendous challenges and great opportunity. Just a weeks away from now looms the so-called fiscal cliff, combination of automatic spending cuts and tax increases mandated by law. Within months of the fiscal cliff, Congress will be asked to raise the nation's debt ceiling. Around the same time, legislation will be needed to keep the government running as the continuing resolution under which we're currently operating expires. Amid all of these short-term hurdles, we face the greatest challenge of all, a massive debt that is smothering growth and exceeding the entire size of our economy. There will be many who will say that with the election over, we should confront the first of these challenges by simply letting the top two tax rates expire and pushing the sequester off to some other date. They'd have us engaged in the same short-term temporary policies that have helped put us into this fix. In essence, they're saying, let's have more of the same. Let's agree to drive our economy off part of the fiscal cliff instead of driving it off the whole fiscal cliff, and we'll call it a day. You know, that might get us out of town, but it won't get us out of the problem, and it will also hurt our economy. And we can't keep going on like that. We can't keep setting the bar that low. It's time that we raise the bar. You know, the American people this week didn't give us a mandate to simply do the simple thing. They elected us to lead. They gave us a mandate to work together to do the best for our country. And we know what the best thing to do would be. That would be an agreement that sends the signal to our economy and to the world that after years of punting on the major fiscal challenges that we face, 2013 is going to be different. It would be an agreement that begins to pave the way for long-term growth that is essential if we want to lift the cloud of debt that's hanging over our country. And we won't solve the problem of our fiscal imbalance overnight, and certainly won't do it in a lame duck session of Congress. And it won't be solved simply by raising taxes or taking a plunge off the fiscal cliff. What we can do is avert the cliff in a manner that serves as a down payment on and a catalyst for major solutions enacted in 2013 to begin to solve the problem. Mr. President, the Republican majority here in the House stands ready to work with you to do what's best for our country. And that's exactly what I told the President earlier today. That is the will of the people, and we will answer to them. And doing what's best means fully considering the impact of the policies that we might set in motion. You know, the independent accounting firm Ernst & Young says going over part of the fiscal cliff and raising taxes on the top two rates would cost our economy more than 700,000 jobs. Ernst & Young also confirmed that many of those hit with a rate increase will be small business owners, the very people who both parties acknowledge are the key to private sector job creation. There's an alternative to going over the fiscal cliff, in whole or in part. It involves making real changes to the financial structure of entitlement programs and reforming our tax code to curb special interest loopholes and deductions. By working together and creating a fairer, simpler, cleaner tax code, we can give our country a stronger, healthier economy. A stronger economy means more revenue, which is what the President seeks. Because the American people expect us to find common ground, we're willing to accept some additional revenues via tax reform. There's a model for tax reform that supports economic growth. It happened in 1986 with a Democrat House run by Tip O'Neill and a Republican president named Ronald Reagan. In 1986, there too were skeptics who doubted the economic benefits of tax reform. Well, those skeptics were wrong. As Stanford economist and former Treasury Secretary George Shultz put it, the 1986 reform is the sort of unsung hero of the very good economic times we've had for a long time. The time has come again to revamp the tax code. And if we do, he argues, we'll get a gusher, and there will be a response, and revenue will come in. But the American people also expect us to solve the problem. And for that reason, in order to garner Republican support for new revenues, the President must be willing to reduce spending and shore up entitlement programs that are the primary drivers of our debt. If we aren't seeking to impose our will on the President, we're asking him to make good on his balanced approach. The President has called for a balanced approach to the deficit, a combination of spending cuts and increased revenues. But a balanced approach isn't balanced if it means higher taxes on small businesses that are the key to getting our economy moving again and keeping it moving. A balanced approach isn't balanced if it means that we increase the amount of money coming into the coffers of government, but we don't cut spending and address entitlements at the same time. A balanced approach isn't balanced if it's done in the old Washington way of raising taxes now and ultimately failing to cut spending in the future. A balanced approach isn't balanced if it means slashing national defense instead of making the common sense spending cuts that are truly needed. Real economic growth eluded us in the first term of this president. And without it, we can't solve our debt problem. And for the purposes of forging a bipartisan agreement that begins to solve the problem, we're willing to accept new revenue under the right conditions. What matters is where the increased revenue comes from and what type of reform comes with it. Does the increased revenue come from government taking a larger share of what the American people earn through higher tax rates? Or does it come as a byproduct of growing our economy energized by a simpler, cleaner, fairer tax code with fewer loopholes and lower rates for all. And at the same time we're reforming the tax code, are we supporting growth by taking concrete steps to put our country's entitlement programs on a sounder financial footing? Or are we just going to continue to duck the matter of entitlements, and thus the root of the entire problem? Shoring up entitlements and reforming the tax code, closing special interest loopholes and deductions, and moving to a fairer, simpler system will bring jobs home and result in a stronger, healthier economy. And history teaches that this is the right path to take. Tax reform done in a manner in which I've described will result in additional revenue that the president seeks. It will support economic growth, which means more revenue generated for the Treasury. And it will improve the efficiency of the tax system, which means additional revenue as well. Listen, we're closer than many think to the critical mass that's needed legislatively to get tax reform done. The President and I talked about it extensively during the summer of 2011. Senator Pat Toomey and Chairman Jeb Hensarling, with the support of other Republicans, offered substantive proposals in the so-called super committee last year that provided revenue via tax reform. Now, the American people recognize that our economy, getting it moving again, is the only way we'll be able to balance the federal budget. And the question we should be asking is not which taxes should I raise to get more revenue, but which reforms can we agree on that will get our economy moving again? There are two paths we can take to get the revenue the president seeks. Feeding the growth of government through higher tax rates won't help us solve the problem. Feeding the growth of our economy through a better and cleaner tax code will. Now, the president has signaled a willingness to do tax reform with lower rates. Republicans have signaled a willingness to accept new revenue if it comes from growth and reform. So let's start the discussion there. I'm not suggesting we compromise on our principles, but I am suggesting that we commit ourselves to creating an atmosphere where we can see common ground where it exists and seize it. And if we can't find common ground, it means we'll continue to operate on a tax code on a year-by-year basis. It means we'll continue to extend major programs for a month at a time. It means we'll continuously face expiration of the government's borrowing authority. And we'll be on constant downgrade watch from our creditors. In the New Testament, there's a parable told of two men. One who built his house on sand, the other who built his house on rock. The foundation of our country's economy, the rock of our economy, has always been small businesses in the private sector. I ran one of those small businesses, and I can tell you that raising small business taxes means they don't grow. If small businesses don't grow, our economy doesn't grow. And if our economy doesn't grow, we don't have a prayer of digging our country out of the hole that we call our national debt. This is why going over part of the fiscal cliff and raising taxes on job creators is really no solution at all. Instead of building our house on sand, let's build it on rock. Instead of raising small business taxes, let's start by fixing their problems. Let's start by giving them some confidence and certainty about what the future holds. And for this to work, we need to plan for a serious process, focused on substance, not on theatrics. It will require weeks of work rather than a weekend of photo ops. It won't happen around a campfire at Camp David or in a secret room of some Air Force base, or as much as I'd like, over 18 holes of golf. This is going to take time, but if we're all striving for a solution, I'm confident that we can get there. Mr. President, this is your moment. We're ready to be led, not as Democrats or Republicans, but as Americans. We want you to lead, not as a liberal or conservative, but as President of the United States of America. We want you to succeed. Let's challenge ourselves to find the common ground that has eluded us. Let's rise above the dysfunction and do the right thing together for our country. Thank you all.
The Republican House Speaker John Boehner delivering his first post-election statement, focusing exclusively on the country's decisions, the decisions the country has to make as it heads into what they call the fiscal cliff. Our senior congressional correspondent, Dana Bash, is still with us. Jill Doherty standing by at the White House. Dana, to you first. There were some conciliatory words in there, but as he planted the first flag, he essentially said, Mr. President, you need to acknowledge you're going to cut entitlement programs, and you need to give up on your biggest short-term goal, which is essentially the expiring Bush tax cuts, higher taxes on the wealthy. Speaker Boehner saying no.
Right. I mean, that's pretty much exactly what he said if you read between the lines. But the tone really deserves to be highlighted because it is a different tone. And you know what? Tone does matter here in this city, particularly given what we've seen over the past couple of years. Harry Reid was the same way, being very conciliatory. But he was very clear. And it was interesting the way he sort of tried to throw what the president and he discussed, which didn't go anywhere about a year ago on debt relief, in his face, essentially, saying that you did agree during those talks to tax cuts that are lower than they are now. So, you know, you do have it in you somewhere. But he also made clear that he's going to stick to his idea that a temporary fix is not going to work. He wants to do something long-term, tax reform, entitlement reform. One other thing I will tell you just about the politics of where he is, he had a conference call with his conference just before going on at this press conference. And he really tried to buck them up and saying, look guys, you got to stick with me. But he also, we're told, made very clear in this private conference call that these members of the House Republican Conference have just got to follow him and that he is going to, in his words, make sure that he doesn't get boxed out by the White House, but also doesn't get boxed in.
Doesn't get boxed in. Jill Doherty, the president placed that phone call. The Speaker Boehner alluded to it. If you listen to the speaker there, he wants the president to blink first. The president just won a campaign, kept his coalition intact, including people who say, Mr. President, don't cut Medicare, including people who say, Mr. President, you better get those higher taxes on the wealthy. Are we in this high-stakes game of chicken? Is that essentially what this is? Who blinks first?
Yeah, I think it is. It's the opening gambit, you could say, in this chess match, which will try to put the president in a slightly difficult situation because, after all, what they're saying is we will be willing to increase taxes if you revamp the tax code, and most importantly, if you reduce the entitlements. And that's the nub. That's the issue right now. So, but I do agree with Dana that there is a different tone. He is saying, we want to be led. That's a very interesting phrase. We want to be led. But all of this, as we've been reporting, he is using a teleprompter. This is very carefully phrased. It is, you know, read the fine print, because right now we're going into some very important but very complex period of negotiating the way out of this.
The opening markers being placed. Jill Doherty at the White House. Dana Bash here in studio. And Brooke, as we throw it back to you, we had an election. We have the results. We know what Congress is going to look like. We know what the White House is going to look like. And this is one giant important question mark as the country teeters on the edge of that fiscal.
But, you know, to the point in your conversation about Speaker Boehner's tone, did you notice the color of his tie? Purple. Did you notice that? Purple. Just saying. Maybe it was the first thing he grabbed when he was in his closet this morning, but I feel like there is no coincidence in politics these days. Guys, thank you all so much. You know, it's no secret the relationship between President Obama and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is, shall we say, a complicated one. So how will these two work together in the president's second term? CNN's chief international correspondent, Christiane Amanpour, giving us a little perspective next. Let me just bring her right in. She is CNN's chief international correspondent, Christiane Amanpour, joining me live from New York. Christiane, nice to see you here on this day after Election Day. Huge, huge win, obviously, for the President of the United States, 4 more years. But let's talk big picture here. I mean, looking ahead in terms of the global economy, what's the one thing the President needs to do in order to sort of help the world, economically speaking?
Well, you know, you just heard Speaker Boehner talk about what needs to be done to avoid this fiscal cliff. And he said clearly we need to send a message not just to the United States but to the world that 2013 is going to be different. And today some of the reaction around the world has been one of some sort of eagerness to see whether this gridlock in American government, this gridlock in Congress that we've seen and we've reported on for so many months and years now will give way to some bipartisan action to make sure that the economy can move forward and this fiscal cliff is avoided, because they are very concerned in Europe and beyond. And you can see the dramatic implosion of the Eurozone today with the Dow dropping, all the problems we've got in Greece with the austerity that Parliament is considering. And on top of that, to think that there could be some fallout from a U.S. fiscal cliff going over, that is not what they want.
And here we have live pictures of the Dow tanking here 10 minutes before the closing bell, down almost 300 points here. So as we look at the economy moving forward, as Speaker Boehner points out, 2013, a big year, I want to ask you about the relationship between the president and Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, because he had a not-so-secret preference for Mitt Romney this election. Their relationship goes back years and years and years. In fact, I was reading one of the Israeli newspapers, Israel Today, ran no fewer than 4 opinion pieces just yesterday endorsing Romney. What happens now, Christian, in this relationship between Netanyahu and Obama?
Well, what happens now is that Obama is the president of the United States, Netanyahu is the prime minister of Israel, and they have to work together. These are two countries which stand side by side. There is no doubt in anybody's mind that the United States stands firmly for the security of Israel. The international community knows it. Yes, there has been a very cool relationship between Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Obama. However, Netanyahu did congratulate the president this morning, and he said the strategic alliance between Israel and the U.S. is stronger than ever. I will continue to work with President Obama in order to assure the interests that are vital to the security of the citizens of Israel. So again, no doubt where the United States stands vis-a-vis the strong security and protection of Israel. The real issue, of course, that has divided them, one, Iran, a big problem, because Israel wants to take a much more proactive, potentially even military solution to that. And in the campaign, you saw that President Obama was trying to head that off, wanted no part of another war, at least not now, and wanted to give diplomacy and negotiations continued stance. But it was taken from his words in his campaigning, particularly in the primaries, that perhaps Mitt Romney, as president, might see the U.S. enter another war, and that might be over Iran. So that's a big, big issue. That's a huge problem for the United States right now. Not even considering Israel, but just the U.S. And will the United States, will the Obama administration now use a second term, use that political capital, use political will to do what he said he wanted to do in the beginning, and that is to negotiate and offer a different relationship with Iran? Will Iran respond? Well, today, one of the key foreign policy advisors who I've interviewed several times in Iran, to the top leader there, said that talks between the U.S. and Iran are not taboo, and that if they're done over issues of mutual interest, that might work. We'll see. It takes courage from both the U.S. president and the Iranian leadership. We'll see how that goes. Obviously, another big issue is Syria, Brooke.
A huge issue is Syria, where the U.S. goes forward. There was some movement in terms of Britain today allowing this direct involvement with the rebels who, again, are fighting the Assad regime. We'll watch that post-election, and, of course, we'll watch whether or not we saw Netanyahu with that big red magic marker in front of the UN General Assembly. We'll see what Obama's next move is here in that standoff. Christian Amanpour, always a pleasure. Thank you. And we have the same president, the same parties in charge of both the House and the Senate. Now that the campaign is over, are there any hopes here that our political leaders will reach out across party lines to solve some of the big problems we face? That debate is next. I want to bring in CNN political analyst Roland Martin and CNN contributor Reihan Salam. Gentlemen, welcome back. The election did not dramatically change the dynamics in Washington, but I do just want to point out, we just heard from Speaker Boehner, complete with his, purple tie here, conciliatory tone, talking about how 2013 should be different, talking about the fiscal cliff, this combination of tax hikes and spending cuts, basically set to kick in if Congress doesn't come together and agree on something, set to kick in the first of the year. What do you make of his tone, Reihan? And can we really expect the next 4 years to be different?
Well, the fundamental issue is that President Obama holds all of the cards. Basically, if you have expiration of the Bush-era tax rates, you have expiration. That's baked into the cake. If nothing is done, you just see a sharp increase in those taxes. So basically, President Obama knows that he can get the Republicans to agree to something very dramatic. I have a sense of what I think is going to be the ultimate deal. What I imagine will happen is that we're going to see an extension of most of the rates, but a creation of a millionaire's tax bracket. And I think that President Obama is going to try to peel off a few Republican votes in the Senate in order to pass that with something like a kind of an appearance of bipartisan support. So I think that that's, frankly, very shrewd for him politically, because it actually allows him to realize one of his campaign ambitions. And it's basically in a position where Republicans are very, very weak right now. So I think that that's where this is coming from on the part of Boehner. He's trying to do the best he can with a very weak hand.
Right. A lot of people talking about Republicans this morning waking up and soul searching. Roland, we just heard from the Republican Speaker of the House saying, Mr. President, it's your turn. It's your time to lead. How does he lead differently now?
Well, obviously, he has to start with the relationship that he has with Speaker Boehner. That really is a fundamental issue. But here's the other piece, though. We can talk about the need for President Barack Obama to lead, but also Speaker Boehner is going to have to lead his caucus. And that really is a problem because, look, you have some folks in his caucus, a significant number of individuals who are very far on the right, many of them who were saying in the last negotiations, look, forget that, allow us to fall off this cliff. I mean, we have no problem with, going down that route. The question is, how is he going to be able to get them under control, to get them to understand that they're going to have to make some concessions?
How does he do that? How does that happen? How do you get past the vitriol?
You know what? And again, that's really the $64,000 question that he has to deal with.
Yeah.
The president has an easier task in trying to deal with his Democratic caucus. He is going to need Speaker Boehner to do a very good job trying to get his caucus under control, and that really is the wild card because Speaker Boehner, I do believe, wants to cut an appropriate deal. The question is, will his caucus go along with it? And last thing he wants to do is lose control of that and possibly see them elevate Eric Cantor above him.
Speaker Boehner said, and I'm quoting, "No more punting. 2013 is going to be different." Roland Martin, Reihan Salam, gentlemen, thank you so much. And before I let you go, take a look at the big board with me. This is one of the big stories here as we're watching this massive sell-off. About to hear that closing bell. The Dow down 300 points here the day after Election Day. And, of course, much of this has to do with the looming fiscal cliff as we will await Congress to hopefully make some kind of agreement. There it was, the bell. Thanks so much for being with me here on this day after Election Day. Special coverage continues with Wolf Blitzer in Washington. Hey, Wolf.
Brooke, thanks very much. Happening now, the President of the United States is on his way back to Washington right now for 4 more years in the White House. You're going to see his return to the White House during this program. Also, Republicans still control the House of Representatives. Will the president find any more cooperation in his second term than during his first? And after passage of an historic ballot question, how soon will it be until people in Colorado can light up a marijuana cigarette legally? I'm Wolf Blitzer. You're in the Situation Room. Right now, President Obama is aboard Air Force One. He's heading east from Chicago. He's already reaching out to congressional leaders, trying to set the agenda for his second term in office. Across the country today, Americans awoke to banner headlines. From re-elected in the president's hometown, Chicago Tribune, to Obama wins in his adopted city, the Washington Post. The New York Times proclaimed it's Obama's night, while across the country, the Los Angeles Times told readers it's Obama again. Even though Florida still hasn't officially been called for either candidate, the Miami Herald says it's Obama. CNN White House correspondent Brianna Keeler has been keeping track of what the president's been doing since his victory speech early this morning. Brianna, the president should be landing back in Washington fairly soon, taking Marine One over to the White House. He's got a full agenda already, I assume.
He does, and I will tell you, Wolf, the White House is keeping it under wraps as far as what happens after he arrives at the White House, but we know that he'll land, obviously, at Andrews Air Force Base. We're expecting that not too long after 5 Eastern, and then he'll come here to the White House, landing on the South Lawn, in Marine One, the first time he's been back to the White House knowing that he'll be here for another 4 years. This morning, he did wake up in Chicago as we wait for him to leave Chicago. He called congressional leaders, Democrats and Republicans in both the House and Senate, and before making his way to the airport, stopped by his campaign headquarters to meet with hundreds of volunteers and staff members and really thank them. We understand people were standing on desks trying to get a look at him. They gave him a standing ovation as he entered the room. But he's coming back, Wolf, as you know, to some serious reality and a plate of a lot of work on his hands, obviously, as he's already reaching out to congressional leaders. As you know, here at the end of December, tax cuts, all kinds of tax cuts, including the Bush-era tax cuts set to expire January 2nd. Those spending cuts from sequestration go into effect. And that's not it. In February, he has to send a budget to Congress. You're looking at a debt ceiling that may need to be increased in February. And in March, it is potentially the stage set for a government shutdown if Congress and the White House can't agree on a way forward to fund the federal government. He has a busy schedule here in the coming months, Wolf.
And we're going to be standing by for live coverage once he lands at Andrews Air Force Base and then choppers over to the south lawn of the White House on Marine One. What he does after that, I'm sure there'll be a really raucous, joyous reception from the White House staff for the president. We'll cover that as well. Brianna, thank you. Let's continue this conversation with our chief political analyst, Gloria Borger, our chief political correspondent, Candy Crowley, and the New York Times political correspondent, Jeff Zeleny, who's joining us as well. Candy, what's the most important thing the president now needs to do to set off his second term in the right direction?
Oh, well, fix the fiscal cliff. I mean, somehow, because really his most important job in the next 4 years is the same job he had the first 4 years, fix the economy. And the first step toward that is somehow making sure that these tax increases at some level and these spending cuts do not go into effect December 31st. So simple. He's got
a mission. You know, these exit polls showed something very interesting, Gloria. 47%, an unusual number, but 47% of the people in the exit polls say they would support tax increases for those making more than $250,000 a year. That's what the president wants to do. He wants to raise taxes. We just heard a little bit a while ago from the House Speaker, John Boehner, saying he's open to increase tax revenues if it comes from tax reform.
Right. It's
not necessarily hikes in the tax rate.
Right. I mean, the Speaker made it clear it's got to be part of a broader package of tax reform, which is, I think, what everybody kind of understands and knows. I think the challenge for the president right now, and I was talking to a senior Democrat who said, look, I do expect the president to come out towards the end of this week, either in a press conference or in a statement, to talk about the fiscal cliff. The question is how specific he will be and how detailed he will be. Will he put something on the table and say, okay, I'm up for tax reform. Let's fix things this way. Let's kick a very large can down the road for a very short time. And I promise you, here's a framework of what I want to do. Give me the framework of what you want to do, and let's work together. Or
to how he governed the first 4 years.
Or will he just come out and said, okay, we got to fix this. Let's get together. So the question is, has he changed? I think
because
and we don't know the answer.
Just now, Candy, he put out a framework in general terms how he could see some sort of compromise emerge. He says he wants to reach out and reach a deal with the president of the United States. The president presumably will say something similar, but the real negotiations won't be in public. They'll be behind the scenes.
Yes, absolutely. And this isn't all that much different, by the way, than what Mitt Romney had said for a while, which was, oh, sure, well, we're open to closing loopholes and all of that, but we're not going to raise the tax rates. And this is clear. It was clear to me from what Speaker Boehner said that they are not interested in letting those tax increases go up on those making $250,000 or more. And the president has said, I'm going to veto anything that comes to me that doesn't raise those taxes. So I realize that everybody says nice things the day after an election, but it reminds me to whenever we come up on a tragedy that involves guns, everybody the next day is talking about how we have to tone down the rhetoric and how we have to all, work together. And then it kind of devolves.
But the Republican Party has a problem. If you look at the exit polls from last night, less than 20% of voters think that Mitt Romney cared about people like them. Remove Mitt Romney, make it the Republican Party. The question is, how does the Republican Party, again, become the party that represents the middle class? This is what they have to be thinking about. So the question is, on the tax issue, will there be any give on the taxes for the wealthy? I mean, maybe they raise the bar about how you define what wealthy is.
Maybe it's
Candy,
somebody is going to have to blink in these negotiations. You got November and December. That's it.
And you're also looking at a speaker who has, I haven't seen the latest figures, but could pick up a couple of seats. So, I mean, he doesn't, I realize that the Republican Party, well, you've seen, is in trouble. That's true at the presidential level. It's true in the demographic level. It's true at the Senate level. It's not true at the House level, and that's always been where the problem's been.
How much of a mandate does the president have? He won a majority of the popular vote. He had an impressive electoral college win once again. So how much of a mandate does he have to go forward?
Well, again, all I can say, yeah, he won re-election, so A, that's a mandate. But if you look at the exit polls, you have a country in which 77% of the people thinks that the economy is bad, okay? Think we're headed down the wrong track. So this president was reelected by an American public who thought he can help the middle class, but they don't think their economic situation is great. So what kind of a mandate does he have? His mandate is to fix things. And I think that's about as far as it really goes.
But presidents define their own mandates. We saw that with George W. Bush, who won by about this amount, came in and said, hey, I won, and we're going to change Social Security. It didn't work. But nonetheless, he even felt after the first election in 2000 that he had a mandate. So you either go in there and you seize control and roll the dice, or you work and say, okay, the country's clearly split, and we've got to find some way to...
Hold on a second, because Brianna Keilar is still with us over at the White House. Brianna, you're just back from Chicago. You were at the president's campaign headquarters. You did an excellent job covering what was going on last night. At what point did they finally realize this was going to be an excellent night for the president?
You know, they seemed pretty confident even early on. They seemed relaxed and they seemed calm. But obviously, I think they were waiting ultimately until Ohio, until they could really breathe a sigh of relief, because there were obviously a lot of concerns about the recounts. But I think they were looking and seeing the margins that they were winning in some of those battleground states, and they felt like it was going to be a good night for them. Remember, we'd heard even days before, and yes, it was spin, but it turned out to be true from some of the president's top campaign advisors, pardon the wind here at the White House, that they thought they were going to win the electoral vote and the popular vote, and there was some folks wondering about that. But I also think, Wolf, now you're moving on very much to reality, and that's so much what President Obama is going to be confronting as he just steps out of Marine One here on the South Lawn. You're talking about what to do about the fiscal cliff. One of the things that strikes me, having covered Congress as he came into power 4 years ago, was that he did obviously have such a large mandate then with so much support, but you could see as the weeks wore on, as the months wore on, and very soon into his tenure, you could see the political capital start to wane. He doesn't have the political capital that he had in 2008, so that also creates some of the issues with even punting on some stopgap measure to deal with the fiscal cliff. This is something that is going to expire just as the days and the weeks go on as he tries to work with Republicans towards a solution.
And briefly, Candy, one final question to you. You're just back from Boston. You were there with the Romney campaign last night. They went in pretty upbeat. They thought they might have a good chance of winning, didn't they?
They did, but I have to tell you that there was a certainty about the Obama campaign even 2 weeks out. I talked to a senior strategist who said, I'm not kidding you here. That's a cleaned up version. I'm not kidding you here, Candy. I will show you the figures afterwards. We have this. They were certain. There was an optimism in the Romney camp, but it wasn't based on the numbers. It was based on the feel of things. Yeah. And one thing you know when you cover a campaign, the feel of things can be really deceiving.
And the numbers are more important than the anecdotal evidence.
And in the end, the demographics and identity politics kind of worked against them. And if there is a mandate coming out of this, it is that. You saw that in the exit polls by a 2-to-1 margin, people believe there should be a path to citizenship for immigrants in this country, and that I think if there's any mandate for Republicans and Democrats coming out of this, it is to get immigration reform
I think
done.
the Republicans, we're going to have much more on this part of the story, because I'm taking another look at their strategy going down the road. Guys, thanks very, very much. Mitt Romney's kept a low profile today. We got a glimpse of him when his close aide Garrett Jackson tweeted this picture, along with a caption that read, Governor, or I should say Gov, hanging out with family this morning. What an incredible family. So blessed to be so close to them. President Obama won't need moving trucks for another 4 years. We're going to watch his family's return to Washington after a grueling time out there on the campaign trail. And 2 states take extraordinary steps towards legalizing marijuana. We're taking a closer look at the clash between voters out there and the Drug Enforcement Agency. It was a big day yesterday for advocates for legalizing marijuana. Voters in Washington State and Colorado approved ballot initiatives legalizing marijuana for recreational use, but the measures could be challenged in court. The Colorado Governor, John Hickenlooper, said in a press conference, and I'm quoting him now, "This will be a complicated process, but we intend to follow through." That said, federal law still says marijuana is an illegal drug, so don't break out the Cheetos or Goldfish too quickly. He's got a sense of humor. And the Federal Drug Enforcement Agency is repeating its stance that it's illegal to sell, possess, or use marijuana. I'm joined now by CNN's senior legal analyst, Jeffrey Toobin. We're not talking about marijuana for medical purposes. We're talking about marijuana for fun, for recreational purposes, if you will, and there's obviously a big difference.
Well, there is, and it's quite clear that the governor is right. Don't break out the munchies yet, because it is not legal under federal law to possess marijuana. Now, what makes this a peculiar situation is that in most jurisdictions, when I was an assistant U.S. attorney in New York, we had rules. We didn't prosecute under federal law except very large quantities of marijuana. We left that to the states. Here, apparently, the state is not going to prosecute. But even though the federal government doesn't generally prosecute, it's still illegal. So obviously, there has to be some sort of negotiation here, or people are taking a terrible risk.
So what's the next legal step? The folks in Colorado think that they're going to be able to go buy marijuana and use it for fun, whatever. And the federal government says not so fast.
Right. When the federal government, the Obama administration has been quite clear, is that they are going to enforce federal law. So if there is some sort of conspicuous attempt to defy federal law, if someone tries to open a, pot brownie store in downtown Denver, you can be sure the federal government will just go in there and bust the people who are doing it. I think this is likely to lead to some sort of public education, and Congress, some people are seriously talking about legalizing marijuana. But in terms of actual change in Colorado, I just don't think much is going to happen here, because the federal government is not going to be bullied by a state that has a personal preference. This is a law that applies in all 50 states. Congress has spoken. Congress, at least so far, hasn't changed its mind. So I think this is the beginning of a dialogue, but in terms of actual legalities, nothing's changed, and people will really be taking a risk.
So this is a sort of like Arizona passes a tough immigration law, which the federal government says that isn't consistent with federal law. Federal law, they say, trumps the state law. In this particular case, if the Obama administration and the DEA insist, they say federal law, which says marijuana is illegal, will trump state law in Colorado?
Well, it's very similar, except that it's much clearer in this case. Remember, the Arizona law, the Supreme Court split 5-4 about it. Some parts of the law were constitutional, some were not. That area of the law can be very complicated and difficult to predict. This is not complicated. This is not difficult. It is a straight-up conflict, and it is quite clear under the Constitution that the federal government is in charge here. That said, in situations like that, there are sometimes negotiations about how things work, but since there haven't been those negotiations yet, the federal government is in charge here, and it's illegal, and people would be taking a big risk if they, conspicuously smoke pot in Denver or anywhere else.
So the advice from the governor was good advice.
It was.
Hold on.
Just hold on.
Just calm down.
Or go to California and get a prescription.
Thank you.
Right.
Both parties have predicted victory on Election Day, but for Mitt Romney, something went wrong on the way to 270 electoral votes. We're going to do the math to see what happened. John King is standing by. Both campaigns said they were very confident going into Election Day. So what went right for President Obama and very wrong for his Republican challenger, Mitt Romney. I'm joined now by our chief national correspondent, John King. We spent a lot of time together over here at the Magic Wall yesterday. Let's recap what went right, what went wrong for these two candidates.
And we should note, Florida's still gold because we haven't been able to call it yet. The county still continues. The president leads. This is our electoral map. What went right for President Obama, Wolf, is, campaigns often make these grand promises. In this case, the Obama campaign did exactly what it said it would do. If you look at the electoral map on the morning after, Governor Romney picked up Indiana and North Carolina from the president's coalition 4 years ago. Maybe he'll get Florida in the end. It doesn't look that way, but maybe he will. But just a gain of 2 states. How did that happen? Well, let's go back to where we were. Let's go back to where we were coming into the election. This was our map coming into the final weeks. And so we had already leaned North Carolina red, and Governor Romney got it. We had already made Indiana solid. So essentially, from Election Day, or the last week of the election, Governor Romney got nothing. President Obama held on in Nevada. Why? For years. No primary challenge. Remember, they spent money. They identified, they turned out all those Latino voters. Colorado, suburban voters, Latino voters. The president held on to that one. An amazing turnout operation. When I traveled out there, you saw it. You were impressed by it. They out-hustled Governor Romney. They held on to Iowa, a state Governor Romney was so confident they were going to get. The Republican governor put registration at parity. The Republicans thought they could get it. They got out-hustled again. Wisconsin, the Paul Ryan pick was not enough. Stayed blue DNA. Again, a mix of traditional Democratic
voters. After Scott Walker won that recall, they would have a shot.
And one lesson we learned is that midterm elections are not presidential elections. The turnout did rise. The Obama people said African-American turnout will come back, and it did. They said Latino turnout would come back, and it did. And so this is what you ended up with. All of these states, all of the states I just turned blue were states that at one point or another the Romney campaign felt pretty confident about, and at the end, in a few, felt very confident about. So President Obama out-hustled them and ran the board. The luxury of no primary, all that spending on turnout. But look, they were smart. They identified their voters. Who would vote for us on Election Day? And where are the weak links? Let's get them to vote early.
And Florida right now, we have the actual vote that's in Florida. Let's take a look and see where it is
right now. It's shaded blue because the actual vote that is counted.
So right now, 97% of the vote has been counted. The president's ahead 50% to 49%. He's got, about a 50,000 vote lead so far.
Yes.
Which may or may not be enough, you say, based on the counties that you're looking at?
They're counting some absentee ballots. If you notice, most everything came in today. Miami-Dade was out last night. It's up at 100. Broward County up at 100. You can go around and find a couple of counties. I'd have to touch them all to find a couple that are there. That's 97%.
Basically, we're talking about the absentee ballots, the provisional ballots that they're going through right now.
Right, and so they're going to go through them. And because it doesn't matter, I don't mean to offend the voters of Florida, because it doesn't matter in the outcome of the election. The president has more than enough electoral votes. There's no reason for us to, try to make judgments. Let's let them count the provisional ballots. It looks like, from most accounts, both from the math on the ground on Election Day and from the people we've talked to, it looks like the president will hold that lead. But it is possible Governor Romney could make it up in provisional ballots.
If he holds that lead and those electoral votes from Florida stay in his column, it's a pretty impressive electoral college win.
It is. And if you look at let's come back to the national numbers. They're very happy. They are very happy in the Obama campaign. They got over 50, and they won the popular vote.
Almost by 3 million votes.
3/4 of the way through the night, we weren't sure. Governor Romney was still leading. California saved the president, and all these West Coast states saved the president in terms of the popular vote. But again, you go back and you look at their model, and campaigns are always spinning you. They're always trying to give you their best impression. If you go back to notes from briefings with the Obama people more than a year ago, and compare them to what happened on Election Day, you have to give them credit. They said, this is what we're going to do, and Wolf, they did it.
50% is pretty good for this kind of a campaign. John, good work yesterday. Great work. Thank you. As Democrats celebrate and Republicans wonder what went wrong, we're trying to dig deeper into what happened, what's next. A very special panel with some very smart people. That's up next. They also have some unsolicited advice. As Democrats celebrate President Obama's re-election to the White House, Republicans are left asking themselves, now what? Here's a quick snapshot.
You said Governor Romney would get 53% plus in the popular vote, 300 electoral votes or more. What happened?
I was wrong. Republicans are going to take a very serious look at what happened and why did it happen and why were we not more competitive at the presidential level.
The reality is that Mitt Romney won a near historic portion of the white vote in America, and he suffered a very bad loss. That's because the country looks different. It has changed.
If we're going to win in the future, Republicans need to do better among Latinos, and they need to do better among women, particularly single women.
With a high unemployment rate, with high poverty, with an economy that is not strong, if you lose this election, what elections are you going to win?
All right, let's get straight to our CNN political contributor, Margaret Hoover. She's got an excellent panel with her. Margaret.
Thank you, Wolf. We do have an excellent panel here today, and we are deconstructing what happened in the election. We're going to start first with the Republicans. I have two Republicans, one on my right, one on stage right. Ross Douthat, was this a Democratic realignment?
Quite possibly, yes. I mean, you know, we throw around terms like realignment and, you know, you can argue this and that. But the fact is that what Obama did in 2008, he, you know, on a smaller scale, replicated in 2012 successfully. And I think the most telling statistic from this election is that Romney actually won the independent vote. Yeah, not by the huge margins that he needed, but he won it. So when you win your supporters and you win independents and you still lose the election, that tells you that the other party has a majority coalition. And that's, you know, may not be true 4 years from now, but right now, this is, you know, the Obama majority, and we're all just living in it.
Well, you're not going to give Republicans advice, but you are. Anna, what do Republicans take away from this?
We had a thumping.
Yeah.
I mean, I know
Besides
a thumping when I get a thumping, and we need to, but we don't have time. And we really shouldn't be doing much navel gazing. Okay, 1 or 2 days of navel gazing is allowed. But, you know, after that, I think we have to... 4
years. I don't know. Why not let it run a little bit?
Because the things we have to do are long-term. And we have to start doing right now. We cannot do... One of the lessons here is that we cannot do Latino outreach 2 or 3 months out from an election. We have to start doing it now. That we can't do women outreach 2 or 3 weeks before an election. We have to start doing it now. So I think we do have to have that serious conversation. I think leaders like Jeb Bush, like Marco Rubio, like Lindsey Graham, like Norm Coleman, like John McCain, some of the more moderate voices have got to take control, have got to be more vocal, more active, and say, look, we really have to seriously work on growing this tent, not making it smaller.
Now, what is this going to mean? Oh, go, Van. You got it. I know. Yeah, you got some advice for Republicans. I know it's in your heart of hearts.
It's solicited. We're soliciting it.
For one. Well, I mean, first of all, I just think for both sides, this is not a left-wing period in American politics. It's not a right-wing period. It's a turbulent and volatile period. That's what's going on. We have big problems. We have big challenges, and we're trying to sort them out. And you can see, 2008, you go one way, 2004, you go a totally different way. Here's what I think for the Republican Party. Don't be mean to people. Just don't be mean. A lot of the ideas Republicans have are good ideas, but you don't want to go to a party where you feel like the people are going to actually be actively mean to you or hate you or disrespect you. And if you can figure out a way to, I mean, we love entrepreneurship in the black community. We love innovation, but you don't feel comfortable there. And mean people suck. That's my advice.
But listen, mean people, the Republicans aren't mean. I think...
It feels that way, though.
Well, it might feel that way to you.
Occasionally,
but, you know,
you
we're
turn
not,
on the talk radio dial and you do hear a little meanness.
Mitt Romney is a decent human being with a good heart, a charitable human being. He's not a mean person. We do have the wrong tone on some issues, and it's not the party. It's some factions of the party. That's why I'm saying we got to stop the insanity, and some of the other voices have to weigh in.
I think this idea that it's just about outreach seems to me like it's missing the point that it's also about policy.
Yeah, you're right.
Mitt Romney was to the right of the rest of the field on immigration. It wasn't just the rhetoric, which I think was mean, that turned a lot of people off. It wasn't just the immigration issue. Issues of cuts to Head Start and other education programs, community college support, that's extremely important, as you know, in the Latino community, very important to women. So there is substance behind this. You know, I traveled through 10 battleground states over the last 3 months, and what I heard from people was they were taking this very seriously, and they want to know who's going to produce results for them at the kitchen table. The auto recovery was a realignment in the Midwest and some of the Rocky Mountain West, not just for those who had auto jobs, but a belief that someone was recommitted to building and making things in this country, and they saw that in their neighbors. Success on women's health equity was something people noticed, the DREAM Act executive order. So I think people are smart, and they're taking a look at what does this actually mean for me. So I do think meanness stinks,
I
but I think policy matters too.
Mitt Romney was to the right of the to the rest of the field. I think he had to pretend to be to the right. I do not think the things he said on immigration in the primary were from his heart of heart, and I've met Mitt Romney many, many times. I just think that because he wasn't there, he felt he had to overcompensate. So one of the things we have to do is really fix this primary process. We have to find a way...
what is the structural aspect that forces him, if that is in fact true, to go to that position?
But part of the structural aspect, too, and you and I disagree on policy, but I agree with you that the Republican Party has a policy problem. But it also has... You were talking about politicians, right? It has a leadership vacuum It needs to find some national leaders, obviously, going into 2016 and beyond. But it also has a vacuum that you saw on the clips that we were watching coming in, where, you know, if you listen to Republican talking heads, and not just sort of the blowhards, but serious, well-respected columnists and commentators and so on, the predictions for what was going to happen were just completely out of touch with reality. And I should say, you know, I was skeptical of the polls, too. A week before the election, I thought Romney was going to win. And I ended up predicting a much narrower win for Obama. So maybe I participated.
There was an enormous amount of Kool-Aid drinking going on
exactly, and that has to end because the Republican rank and file needs to know the reality about what's happening in the country.
But you were not as starry-eyed as some of our conservative colleagues, George Will to name one, Karl Rove to name another.
I wasn't going to name names.
But you did in your column, so I can out you. Okay. But so we're going to hold on because even though we're not in unsolicited advice, we're going to have some more in just a minute. Stay tuned with us. We're back in just a minute.
There he is, the President of the United States and his family, Sasha and Malia, the First Lady. They're just got off of Marine One. They're still in Chicago right now. They're walking over to Air Force One. They'll be flying back to Washington, D.C. They're flying over to Andrews Air Force Base. Once they're at Andrews Air Force Base, by the way, they'll get aboard Marine One once again, chopper over to the White House, the south lawn of the White House. They'll go inside. I am sure all of the staff there, everyone will be at the White House with a lot of applause, a lot of smiles, a lot of happiness. This President of the United States has just been reelected to a second term. I don't know what he's carrying over there. He's got his daughter, but she looks like she's got her books. I'm sure she's getting ready to go back to school tomorrow. Missed a little school today, but that's totally understandable. There they are, the first family, getting on Air Force One and getting ready to fly back to Washington. Only about an hour or so flight. Air Force One always does it a lot more quickly than commercial flights. Good to fly on Air Force One. As we await for the president's return to Washington, let's go back to Margaret. Margaret?
Thanks a lot, Wolf. Here we are with our solicited, unsolicited advice. Anna Navarro, what is your piece of advice today?
Look, I think it's to all Americans, including the political leaders. We've had a very divisive election period. It's been very long. It's been very expensive. It's been very stressful. Republicans need to be gracious in defeat. And I would say Democrats need to be gracious in victory. And it's time we put some of our partisanship down and we start figuring out how to work together.
How is it possible to do when you have an election campaign season where 80% of the ads, even more on both sides, were negative?
I think so. I'm an optimist. I'm actually feeling optimistic today because I think we are in a period as Republicans of rebuilding. What I saw today, the exchange I saw today between John Boehner and President Obama gives me some optimism. I think that is an olive branch that John Boehner is extending to President Obama. It's now his turn to figure out how to work with Congress. So I think we are in a different day today than we were yesterday.
Van, you agree?
I do agree. I mean, I think that, first of all, the president has reached out in the past. He put tax cuts on the table earlier for when you talk about small businesses, 98% tax. So there's some common ground there. But my advice is for Washington, D.C. to look out for the new stars in the Obama coalition and the Democratic coalition. People like Ben Jealous, who is the leader of the NAACP, who put 1 million black votes into play, made the difference in Ohio, the new star rising. Tulsi Gabbard, this young woman, she's going to be the first Hindu elected to Congress. She comes out of Hawaii, 31 years old. She won by 81% or something like that, the most votes ever gotten by percentage. She's the most popular politician already by the polls in Hawaii. And again, she's an Iraq War combat veteran. The Democrats are attracting this kind of talent. It means we're going to be able to do pretty well going forward.
Do you agree with that, Tom?
Watch out for Tulsi Gabbard and Ben Jealous.
You got some insight.
You've also got the first openly lesbian senator.
And I'm a good supporter of both Ben and Tulsi, so I'm backing them.
Yes.
All right,
no, there really are a lot of people that have emerged from the last two cycles, either from the nonprofit sector and the social entrepreneurship sector or within politics. I think there was a concern after 2008 that people became really disillusioned and disengaged, and what you've seen is the real stars have stayed engaged. And that's actually my unsolicited advice to the American people is stay engaged. Election day is just one day. We are going into a conversation about the fiscal security of this country, possibly in the lame duck session, that has enormous implications for the future strength of our country, as well as very middle-class kitchen table issues about where tax revenues are going to be set, how much we're going to be investing in our competitiveness. And it's very easy to go do that vote and then tune out. And that didn't work very well for either side last time. It's important for people to stay engaged. Yeah. This is an enormous national debate. I think the deal will be stronger if the American people are engaged than if it's just happening in the Beltway.
But they get to take a little bit of time off, right? I mean, if you've been watching those 80% negative ads, you can have Thanksgiving, maybe watch a little football.
Deep breaths.
So my advice is, as at the beginning of the segment for Republicans, we've been talking a lot about the new Democratic coalition and Democratic strength with unmarried women, Democratic strength with Hispanics, and so on. I think the big temptation for the Republicans is going to be a kind of micro-targeting. We're going to do this, and it'll get Hispanics. We're going to do this, and it'll get women, and so on. And you have to do some of that, but the Republican Party has a bigger problem. It doesn't have a big, particularly economic policy message that's pitched to the middle class. And if you come up with that message, guess what? You win more blue-collar whites in Ohio, more middle-class Hispanics in Nevada, more suburban women in Virginia.
Sam's Club Republicans?
More Sam's Club Republicans, if you will.
Okay.
So think a little bigger. Don't just
All right. I'm almost to the point where I'll take micro-targeting of Hispanics. I'd rather micro-targeting than no targeting.
All right, guys. That's it. That's all we got for today. We're going to go back to Wolf, but thank you for joining us for Unsolicited Advice. Back to you, Wolf.
Thanks very much, Margaret. Good discussion. Up next, congressional leaders are also back in town. We're taking a closer look at the upcoming fight over cuts to vital programs, higher taxes for everyone. What's going on? Stand by. Now that the election is over, Congress is coming back to Washington to deal with what's being called the fiscal cliff. Here's a brief illustration of what we're talking about. The way things stand now, an across-the-board spending cut is scheduled to hit every federal agency after December 31st. If Congress does nothing before then, the cuts take effect no matter how badly the spending is needed, no matter how much it hurts, no matter who loses his or her job. At the same time, everyone in the country gets hit with an across-the-board tax increase. After the first of the year, you'll be paying more to the federal government, no matter how much it hurts, unless Congress figures out how to stop it before December 31st. Let's bring in our senior congressional correspondent, Dana Bash. Dana, this is big time. This is a crucial issue that they have to resolve over the next, November and December.
Exactly. And the leader in the House and the leader in the Senate wasted no time to come out and try to lay down markers. And if you listen to the tone of both Harry Reid and House Speaker John Boehner, it sounded like they were singing something akin to Kumbaya, each trying to sound as conciliatory and open to compromise as they can. Watch what I'm talking about.
This was really the message the American people sent from all over. And that is, they're tired of these partisan gridlocks.
If there's a mandate in yesterday's results, it's a mandate for us to find a way to work together on the solutions to the challenges that we all face as a nation.
But in virtually the same breath, each man promised to try to work together. Each laid down markers on the key difference between the two parties on this fiscal cliff: taxes. The Speaker Boehner tried to take a constructive tack. He said Republicans are open to revenue or tax increases as part of tax reform, coupled with entitlement reform, which he reminded people he had agreed to in failed talks with the president last year. But when it comes to those Bush-era tax cuts Wolf was just talking about, especially those for the wealthy, expiring at the end of the year, both sides dug in.
We won't solve the problem of our fiscal imbalance overnight, and certainly won't do it in a lame duck session of Congress. And it won't be solved simply by raising taxes or taking a plunge off the fiscal cliff.
The vast majority of the American people, rich, poor, everybody agrees that the richest of the rich have to help a little bit.
Translation, Democrats are demanding what they're calling decoupling, letting the tax cut for the wealthiest expire at year's end and use that for deficit reduction. They say they want to do that no matter what.
Yeah, somebody's got to blink on this. Now, I understand the Speaker was on a private conference call with House Republicans. You've got some inside information?
That's right. Deirdre Walsh, our House producer, and I talked to a source who was on that call. It was, again, with all House Republicans. And we were told that Boehner rallied his Republican troops after this election, saying that they're the last line of defense from an America that Barack Obama would design. He reminded them that the president won by less than 2 million votes. And he also appeared to prepare his rank and file, and this is the but, to give a little bit with the president. And he talked about raising revenue as part of tax reform. We're also told, Wolf, that he warned them that he doesn't want to get boxed in, but he also doesn't want to get boxed out by the White House.
Yeah, if it were just Boehner and the president, I think there would be a deal. He's got the Tea Party caucus, if you will, and others in the House of Representatives that he's got to worry about. We'll see what happens on that front. There's going to be a lot of negotiations, a lot of knuckles that are going to have to be wrapped.
A lot of standing in hallways.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. But the stakes, as you point out, are enormous. We're standing by right now. We're going to have live coverage of the president's return to the White House. You'll see it here in the Situation Room. And if you want to know why Mitt Romney lost in Ohio, it goes back to a decision made some 4 years ago. We'll explain. There are a lot of reasons probably why Mitt Romney lost last night. One of the biggest may go all the way back to 2008. That's when Romney decided to write an op-ed that the New York Times entitled, "Let Detroit Go Bankrupt." Those 4 words haunted him to the bitter end. CNN's Martin Savage is joining us now from Parma, Ohio, with more on the auto bailout's impact on this election. And Martin, it's been, I think it was huge, not only in Michigan, but in Ohio.
Absolutely. Well, if we're standing outside of the GM stamping plant, as you point out in Parma, that is just outside the city of Cleveland. But I want you to look at this. This is the Chevy Cruze. Part of the roof of this car was built inside of that plant. The engine block of this car was poured in Defiance, Ohio, and it was assembled in Lordstown, Ohio. It would be no stretch to say that this car helped to drive President Obama back to the White House, at least when it comes to Ohio. It's all about the numbers. In Ohio, 1 in 8 jobs benefit from the auto industry. Since the auto bailout, Ohio's unemployment rate has been below the national average. Right now it's 7 compared to the nation at 7.9. And since the bailout, GM and Chrysler have both unveiled major improvement or expansion plans, creating at least 1,000 more jobs. On Chevy Boulevard in Parma, Ohio, that matters.
Every GM car has a part that comes through our plant.
At UAW Local 1005, across the street from the GM stamping plant, local president Steve Framartino says the president saved their jobs, so his members return the favor.
He did it for us. We did it for him. When you looked at the 2 candidates, though, I mean, Barack Obama was the guy for the country.
The bailout and jobs saved was a constant theme of the Obama campaign, something the president repeated every time he was in the state.
Governor Romney said we should just let Detroit go bankrupt. That's what he said. I refuse to turn my back on communities like this one.
The message came through loud and clear on Ohio's assembly lines. At freeway lanes next to the plant in Cleveland, current and retired auto workers say there was never any doubt who they would vote for. Ivan Major holds up a T-shirt to make his point.
The message here is pretty clear. He saved our jobs. Let's save his job in November.
And I do believe the auto workers did save his job because he did get the state of Ohio.
Robert Jerdine says auto workers never forgot or forgave Romney for once saying the industry should be written off.
At first he said, let them go bankrupt.
And that's what auto workers remember.
That's what remember.
So, just how important was the bailout to the election outcome? Ohio political science expert Tom Sutton says simply,
I think this made all the difference between a win by President Obama versus what could have been a win by Governor Romney.
In the car business and the election business, it's all about the numbers. And for President Obama, they added up to victory.
Polls that were done before the election showed that 60% of Ohioans were in favor of the auto bailout. And then, of course, that seemed to be backed up by that other poll that occurred yesterday called The Vote. Wolf?
An even more important poll, Martin, thank you. And you're in the Situation Room happening now. President Obama wins big without needing even the biggest battleground state. After voters waited for hours well into the night, ballots are still being counted in Florida right now. We're learning right now what's behind the election fumble. Also, Republicans face a new reality, the changing face of America. Older white males went for Mitt Romney. The president captured just about every other group. And just over a week after Sandy devastated the Northeast, A powerful new storm brings more misery to the hardest hit areas. We want to welcome our viewers in the United States and around the world. I'm Wolf Blitzer. You're in the Situation Room. President Obama is due back in Washington in the next hour, a triumphant return to the White House that will be his home for another 4 years. A bitter election campaign ended with the president taking virtually all of the key swing states, beating Mitt Romney just about every place where it mattered most. But Congress will remain divided, meaning Democrats and Republicans must immediately start finding some ways to deal with the prospect of an urgent new financial crisis. In his victory speech, the president said Americans voted for action, and he's already called congressional leaders to discuss his agenda. The House Speaker, John Boehner, says both sides now must work together, and he hints at compromise on tax reform. In the end, President Obama won just about all of the critical battleground states without putting Florida in his win column, at least not yet. We still don't know who won in Florida because the votes there are still being counted. Let's find out where things stand right now and why things stand where they do, seeing as John Zarrella is joining us from Miami. A little complicated situation in Florida. John, update our viewers.
Sure, Wolf. And you know, what's scary is, had the Electoral College played out just a little bit differently last night, we might be sitting here today still not knowing who won the presidency, because we'd still be waiting for Florida.
Win. He's ahead of the popular vote.
So there it was. CNN anchors in front of the map of the nation.
Right now, it looks like it's still very close. But
behind them, all blue states and red states, except down there. See it? The one yellow state in the bottom right? Is that Florida again? It didn't matter in the final outcome, but here was Florida, a dozen years after the infamous butterfly ballot and hanging chads, once again too close to call, once again long lines. Even the president, during his victory speech, threw a little zinger.
I want to thank every American who participated in this election. Whether you voted for the very first time or waited in line for a very long time. By the way, we have to fix that.
In Miami-Dade County, the state's largest, people were still voting as he took the stage. Some precincts didn't wrap up until 1:30 in the morning, 6.5 hours after the polls closed.
It's not that there were any problems or glitches, which is the word that's commonly used. It is not about that. It's about the volume of paper that we're processing.
That is true. Statewide, there weren't any major technical hiccups. The biggest problem was the ballot, the longest in state history.
It was a combination of a lot of things. An overly long ballot, which took about 30 minutes to vote. New precinct locations because of redistricting and having to choose new precinct locations.
Some voters aren't buying it.
Everybody's trying to do the best they can, not to have the best election, the fairest election, but to screw the opposition.
Florida's election flub didn't just start on Tuesday. It started with early voting, reduced by the state legislature from 14 to 8 days. Republican Governor Rick Scott refused appeals to extend it, something both his Republican predecessors, Jeb Bush and Charlie Crist, did. Monday, the governor was asked, was it political?
Here's what's political. I want everybody that has a right to vote to go register to vote. I want everybody to get involved in campaigns. And I want everybody to go out and vote. 4.4 million people have gotten to vote in our state before Election Day.
At the end of the day, more than 8 million Floridians did vote. We can't say exactly how many because, well, they're still counting. And, you know, it may be a few days yet before all the provisional ballots and absentee ballots are counted in the state. So, yeah, it could be the end of the week before we really have an answer on who won Florida. You know, Wolf, there were projections that 9 million Floridians would vote. It didn't get near that, just over 8 million. It makes you wonder how many people either walked away from the long lines or just didn't bother to show up, knowing how long they'd have to wait.
And with 97% of the vote officially counted, John, the president is still ahead by about, what, 50,000 votes right now?
Correct. That's right, about 50,000.
Out of 8 million plus votes that were cast. All right, John, thanks very much. Let's get a little closer look at this voting situation in Florida. Our chief national correspondent, John King, is with us once again. You know, before we get to it is pretty shocking that in the United States of America, people have to wait 3, 4, 5 hours just to vote. I mean, that is a shocking situation.
And let's hope the president said it as an aside, but it sure sounded like he meant it last night. Let's hope he works with the Congress. This should be an issue, whether you're a Democrat or Republican, an independent, whether you're here in Washington out as a governor. I mean, come on. This is the most sacred right we have, and they should figure out, do we need more polling places? Do we need more people? Do we need better communication? I think
we need all of the above, especially on a Tuesday. People work on Tuesdays, most people who have jobs, and it takes a lot of time.
And more than a third of Americans yesterday voted early, when you look nationally. Some states are very generous in how they do that, Colorado among them. Ohio had some issues this year, but they're open early. Other states, like a big state like Pennsylvania, doesn't allow a lot of open early voting. I think that should be part of the conversation, too. A lot more early voting will make shorter lines on Election Day.
Yeah, it's pretty outrageous. All right, tell us what's going on in Florida.
It's interesting when you look at it. You just mentioned the narrow margin. I mean, this is why it was so hard last night. This is one of the reasons Governor Romney took so long to concede. They had some questions about Ohio. Turned out they didn't get Ohio. They had some questions about what's going to happen down here. It is possible, as John Zarella notes, as they count the rest of the absentees and the provisional ballots, it is possible Governor Romney will overtake the president with this narrow lead down here. But what Florida is a striking example of, this is one of the states, Wolf, we expected in the even some of the Obama campaign people said, if we lose 1 or 2, Florida will be among them. It wasn't one of their favorite states. Governor Romney won the state of Florida by more than 20 points among white voters, but he got crushed among Latinos and African Americans. So the diversity of the president's coalition is what made it stay in the case of Florida. And if you go back and look, if you look at the key places, there was a lot of talk, would the president lose votes in places like, let's bring up Broward County, because Governor Romney made a concerted effort to go after the Jewish vote, to say the president was in a fight with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel. Well, look, there's President Obama at 67% in 2012. Let's go back to 2008, exactly the same, 67%, 67%. Move down to Miami-Dade, 62% against Mitt Romney. Let's come back 58%. So a bit of a drop there, more probably Republican turnout, though, than anything else. Let's move this one up here. One more, Palm Beach County against John McCain. It was 61%. In 2012, it was 58%. So a very slight drop-off in those three, if you add up all three in the Democratic counties right down there. But then throughout the rest of the state, Wolf, in Florida, like anywhere else, the Obama people worked for months. And they said, who do we need to get to turn out here in Orange County? Let's identify them during the primaries. While Governor Romney was fighting Michelle Bachmann and Rick Perry and everybody else in the Republican primaries, the Obama campaign was identifying these voters. And look at that, 59-40 in a big, populous Orange County in the middle of the state, a place you need. Matching their vote total from 4 years ago. They essentially looked at what they did 4 years ago. They put together a plan to do it again, and a lot of people were critical of them, Wolf. A lot of people said they couldn't do it. They executed on Election Day, and they executed it not only in Florida, but they executed it in Virginia. They executed it in, let's come back to the 2012 map so you don't get confused about the states. They executed it in Virginia. They executed it in Ohio. And if you look across the Midwest, Romney thought maybe we'll get them in Pennsylvania. Didn't happen. African-American turnout in Philadelphia. Thought we'd get them in Michigan. Didn't happen. Wisconsin, because of Paul Ryan, didn't happen. Iowa didn't happen. Colorado didn't happen. Florida, one of the examples of the Obama campaign, making a list, checking it twice, spending months and millions to turn out their vote.
Yeah, they had a good game plan, and they implemented it successfully. All right, John, thanks very much. He called some of his Democratic counterparts communists and said President Obama was trying to turn Americans into slaves. Now Congressman Allen West will soon be ex-Congressman Allen West. Is there a message for the Tea Party? Plus, does President Obama owe his re-election, at least in part, to Bill Clinton? I'll ask his close ally and friend, the Chicago mayor, Rahm Emanuel. He's standing by live. Last night's historic win, a huge moment, obviously, not only for the President of the United States, but also for those closest to him, many of whom have been with him since his journey to the White House first began. One of those people, the President's former chief of staff over at the White House, the Chicago mayor, Rahm Emanuel. He and his wife were with President Obama backstage last night before he gave his big victory speech. And the mayor of Chicago is joining us now. Mr. Mayor, thanks very much for coming in.
Thank you, Wolf.
Let me read to you what the president told Time magazine a couple months ago, looking ahead at the time when he was asked about a second term if he were reelected. He was asked what he would do differently in a second term. He said, there will be some popping of the blister after this election where Republicans refuse to cooperate on things that I know are good for the American people. I will continue to look for ways to do it administratively and work around Congress. So what do you think of that strategy?
Well, look, I mean, take a look at just any executive order. He signed them. The President Clinton has signed them. Every president has used them. When you think something's imperative for the country to move forward, if Congress refuses to act, you use the authority in the executive branch. He did it on immigration and deportation, as well as on the DREAM Act. And so Congress refused to take up an immigration bill that dealt with an important issue. He did, within what areas he could affect, he took executive action. That's the same place that President Clinton has dealt with things as it dealt with kids' access to tobacco products or marketing of tobacco products.
That's when you worked in the White House.
I think it's appropriate. And with both President and President Clinton, I think it's appropriate when Congress refuses to act and the President of the United States deems an issue or progress on that issue so imperative for the nation's security or well-being, it's appropriate. But at certain times, I think it's also a message. It's a message to the American people. I will not allow Congress's inability to move and take action to stop us as a country from making progress.
But sometimes you can't just take an executive order administratively. You need congressional legislation, as you'll need in the next 2 months to avoid what's called that fiscal cliff. So here's the question. How do you negotiate a compromise, a deal with the House Speaker, John Boehner?
Well, 2 points I would stress. We've had an election. I think Speaker Boehner, as well as the Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid and the respective minority leaders in both chambers, they know, since they've all run for office, the American people have spoken. Back in '96, we had also a very aggressive and campaign between President Clinton and Bob Dole. The election was over. 9 months later, a year later, we had a balanced budget agreement that created the Children's Health Insurance Program, double the size of our national parks, and created middle-class tax credits for sending their kids to college. This time, given the voters have spoken, the president won re-election, won, I think, with a middle-class progressive agenda for pro-growth economic strategy based on the middle class. It is incumbent then the parties work together to avoid not just the fiscal issue, but lay a path for economic growth.
Well, I know that you worked, the President Clinton at that time, excuse me for interrupting, worked closely with the Speaker, Newt Gingrich. Do you think John Boehner, and you know John Boehner, the Speaker of the House, do you think he can do with this president what Gingrich and Clinton did back in the 90s after the president was reelected?
Well, I do, and I think it's essential that he also understand his own caucus. And I think when the election's done, remember, they were trying to defeat the president. Mitch McConnell said my #1 goal is trying to defeat the president. That has failed, so it's incumbent upon them now to realize there's peril, political peril, avoiding the message of the voters, and because the voters have spoken. Now, also, the Senate Democrats picked up seats. So the public's, and across the country, so not in one region. So they're clear about that. And the president's always going to be open to different ideas, but not change the goals. And the goal is not just an economic strategy based on austerity, but one that is pro-growth, pro-middle class, that allows job creation while you're bringing fiscal discipline to Washington. It's not one or the other. It's both. And obviously, John Boehner is wanting to work with the president. He's already expressed some opening to do that. It's going to take a while to get there, but if there's a willingness, I think the president is going to make sure that we achieve a pro-growth strategy while bringing fiscal discipline. And does John Boehner have the capacity? I think it's incumbent upon his caucus to say we're sending the speaker in to represent us, but to come to an agreement that moves America forward, because we all have self-interest, as the president said yesterday, regardless of who you voted for, to resolve the issues that face the country.
You think the president owes a lot to your former boss, and you worked for both of these presidents, the former president, Bill Clinton. How much does he owe Bill Clinton for helping him get reelected?
Well, first of all, I think you got to take the president at his word. 2 things. One, he owes his reelection to the American people. That's the #1 person or group of people he owes his election. And he said it last night, so there's nothing more I can add to what he said. #2, the first person he called was Bill Clinton, as you know, and so I think it's an indication, given he called him, given he thanked him, that he himself appreciates what the president has done, not only on the campaign trail, but going back to the convention, but also they are kindred spirits with the same middle-class economic agenda. That is what, I mean, while they governed at different times, they have different presidencies, they're different people. They are kindred spirits in the same kind of progressive agenda that's built on an economic strategy that strengthens the middle class. And I say this repeatedly because I'm worried that Washington is going to get into one of its myopic discussions among themselves that it's only about austerity and lose sight about, I think, an agenda that helps build our infrastructure, invest in the education and training of our workforce, things the president advocated that gives people a vested interest in the outcome. It is not only austerity, fiscal discipline, yes, but it's a pro-growth strategy realizing the fundamentals that both President Clinton and President Obama have been advocating that invests in the economic opportunity. And if that part of the conversation's left off, you're not going to get the growth you need in the economy. And they are kindred spirits. And he himself personally thanked President Clinton. I think that action speaks to how he appreciates what he did on the trail as well as at the convention.
He certainly did thank him, and I'm sure he's grateful to the former president's help. Take us a little bit behind the scenes, Mr. Mayor. You and your wife, Amy, you were there backstage just before the president, the first lady, their daughters. They went out there, and he delivered his victory speech. What was it like during those moments?
He was very concerned to how CNN was going to cover it. Wolf, I think that this is an exciting moment. As you know, what happens on an election night, in the sense that you think about the journey from not only election night 2008 in Grant Park, but more importantly, he set out a year earlier from that, engaging America in a conversation. And you get elected. And it was from the days of when we used to get unemployment reports, 800,000 job losses, to the one where you get 170,000 jobs created. From a decision when he made the auto decision. I remember in the Roosevelt room, nobody of his advisors gave him a better than 1 in 5 shot that this was going to work, and nobody suggested doing Chrysler while saving GM. He made a decision at that point that was unpopular, derided, said you're throwing good money after bad. It turned out to be right for the country's workforce, right for the auto industry, obviously helped in both states like Ohio, Illinois, not that he needed here, Wisconsin and Michigan and Pennsylvania. And to see that ratification of both job growth as well as the politics that come from that, and that, you know, when you get a second term and you get elected by a bigger coalition in a sense of what you've put together for the middle class, it's an affirmation of the strategy you have for America. And so there's both a personal gratification, a political gratification, and also the course you're trying to build for the country has now been ratified by the public.
I'm sure he's grateful to you as well for all the help you gave him in those final several weeks of this campaign.
As I told him last night, it's a labor of love. I think he's a great president. He's a dear friend. And I think he's been a courageous leader for this country in some very challenging times.
Rahm Emanuel is the mayor of Chicago.
We're all lucky to have him as our president.
Thanks very much for joining us, Mr. Mayor. A powerful nor'easter taking aim right now at a region devastated by the superstorm Sandy. We're going to have a live report from New York, Staten Island, where thousands of people are still in the dark and they're bracing for horrible weather. Look at this. Stay with us. You're in the Situation Room. A terrible day on Wall Street as investors apparently reacting to President Obama's victory, among other issues, including fears about the fiscal cliff, what's going on in Europe. Lisa Sylvester is monitoring that, some of the other top stories in the Situation Room right now. So what's going on?
Wolf, not a good day for the market. Stocks plunging today with the Dow dropping 313 points. Its worst day in a year. The NASDAQ and S&P also both sank more than 2%. Investors are worried about how the president plans to avoid the fiscal cliff after winning re-election, also dragging on the market line Mitt Romney. And Californians voted to keep the death penalty and raise taxes on the wealthy. 53% of California voters rejected a referendum that would have abolished the death penalties. This is expected to bring in $6 billion a year over the next 5 years to the cash-strapped state. And Puerto Ricans are backing statehood for the first time. 54% of voters rejected their status as a U.S. Commonwealth. In a separate question, 61% chose statehood as an alternative. Officials say an economic downturn and a shrinking population are contributing factors. And some say the vote on this non-binding referendum was flawed due to many blank ballots on the statehood question. Wolf?
They got issues with their elections in Puerto Rico as well.
All around, apparently, it seems.
You know, this is the 21st century. We got to fix these things. It's amazing.
I know. You'd think after 2000, when everybody said we learned our lessons with the dangling and the hanging, comes up, as you well know, and by the way, you did an outstanding job last night. I'm speaking for everyone. Everyone
just irritates me that this is still going on, whether in Puerto Rico, whether here, in Florida, whatever.
A lot of people feel the same way. Well,
Congressional Republicans tied to the Tea Party lost big last night. So are Americans already tired of the movement that took Washington by storm just 2 years ago? Stand by. We'll have it up. All right, let's get to our strategy session right now. Lots to discuss with our CNN contributors, the Democratic strategist Paul Begala and the Republican strategist Alex Castellanos. Alex, the Tea Party, what's going on here? We took a look. Some Tea Party supporters, activist Joe Walsh of Illinois, he lost his bid for re-election. In Indiana, Richard Murdoch, he lost his bid to be elected the senator. He had beaten Richard Lugar for that Republican senatorial nomination. Alan West, very popular, the Tea Party movement in Florida, congressman. We haven't projected a final result yet, but with 100% of the vote in, he's 2,456 votes shy of Patrick Murphy, the Democrat. So what should we say about the Tea Party movement and what's going on right now based on what we saw yesterday?
Based on what we saw, I think the message is pretty clear, Wolf. In 2010, just a couple of years ago, we elected a bunch of Tea Party guys to Congress. Why? Because the car had no brake pedal. Democrats controlled everything, the House, Senate, and the White House. Americans put a brake pedal on the car. They just trusted Republicans to say no. This election wasn't about putting a brake pedal on the car. We've got one. This election is about hands on the steering wheel. Who's going to take us into the future? And we're still the guys who say no. That's all we're good for. We're not trusted yet to lead. We didn't present a vision, how we do it, a rationale for governing. The Tea Party doesn't offer that. We're still the no guys. And until that's corrected, Republicans won't be trusted to lead.
Americans do like checks and balances. Right. They like a little restraint on the executive branch of government from time to time. That's why there's a Republican majority in the House, presumably, and a Democratic president.
Well, it's certainly why there was the shellacking, as the president called it, of my party in the 2010 midterms.
When the Tea Party activists, when they gained all those seats.
They did, and good for them. They did it by organizing and by outworking and outsmarting the Democrats. The most important thing they did, though, was take over a bunch of state legislatures and redraw the map. Frankly, the Democrats would have taken over the House had the maps been drawn by Democrats, or even, I think, in a nonpartisan way. But this is the way our system works. I'm not complaining.
It was totally legal.
Well, it was perfectly legal. Yeah. It was in the finest tradition of American politics, honestly. It's real democracy.
Democrats are capable of doing that, too.
Absolutely. Well, I'm not trying to be sour grapes here. But they've now become an enormous negative for the Republicans, and I think Alex alludes to that. In our exit poll yesterday, only 21% of Americans, only 21, have a favorable opinion of the Tea Party. That, I think, is below the favorability of the replacement refs a few weeks ago in the NFL. I mean, 21 is terrible.
No, the replacement refs had much lower favorability.
Maybe, but they're about the only people they're better than.
They do. Yeah.
They don't. So
what do the Republicans need to do now after the most important lesson or lessons they need to learn from yesterday?
Bill Clinton, New Democrats, Democratic Party lead. They weren't trusted with the nation's pocketbook. They learned how to take what they believed and move it across the center. Republicans need to do the same. The next generation of Republicans, the Marco Rubios, the Bobby Jindals, the Jeb Bush's, are going to say, hey, look, we've got a better way to govern. We're going to take money out of Washington's pocket, put it in your pocket, grow this economy naturally bottom up. We need to evolve the same way Ronald Reagan evolved from Goldwater. We're waiting for the post-Reagan Republicans. No less conservative, don't love freedom any less, but want to move this party forward into the communications age.
You're familiar with that triangulation and the
This is very different from triangulation, though. That was a discredited theory for a guy who used to work for President Clinton. What President Clinton did was the New Democratic movement. He modernized the party and, yes, moderated
through the DLC, that whole movement, the New Democrats.
Absolutely, and he did it by changing our position on several issues: welfare reform, crime, the death penalty, free trade. And the Republicans, I've looked at the polling. What they need to do, what they need to move on, are all things that are already popular. Embrace returning high-income Americans to the Clinton tax rates. That's supported by 3/4 of Americans. Acknowledge...
And that means, Alex, going from the right now 35% for people making more than $250,000 a year to 39.6%.
Right. And it's 70% support that.
We may. Right. But it may not be good for the economy. One of the things, if that's true, you know, there's a difference between
when Clinton was president.
But it might now, because they're the only people paying a lot of the federal taxes, the big burden of it. Now, here's the question. If we want to raise revenue, that's why we want to raise taxes, right? But we know raising tax rates and raising revenue are not always the same thing. If it doesn't raise more money, Could we agree to say
you
let
can
it
raise
expire?
Revenue, Paul, by eliminating all these loopholes, these exemptions, these tax credits, stuff like that?
Sure. Well, and we have to do both, frankly, because we do need more revenue, and it should come from upper-income Americans. But the rest of the agenda shouldn't be that hard for New Republicans. Most Americans want to go back to the rates that the high-income Americans paid under Clinton. Most Americans in our exit poll, 65%, want some sort of path to legal status for undocumented residents here. And most Americans support gay marriage. Those are three easy things. They're popular. It's where the country is. It's the mainstream of America.
What we're going to see as Republicans, I think, say freedom nationally, values locally. Let's not use big government to cheat and enforce our values. Big government doesn't become a good thing just because we're running it. But the other thing Americans agree on, a smaller government in Washington. Take more money out of Washington's pocket and put it in Americans' pockets and grow the economy that way, bottom up. And I'm sure that's a place that President Obama will come our way.
I suspect if the two of you, we're up to the two of you, we would have a deal.
Just like this. We could run this country.
Probably 20 minutes from now. All right, guys. Thanks very much. It's the law of the land, Obamacare. Guess what? It is now here to stay. Now that President Obama has won a second term, we're going to explain why it is not going away. And what does that mean for you? What changes are still in store for health care reform? Our own Dr. Sanjay Gupta. He's standing by live to explain. A celebratory photo of President Obama hugging the First Lady with a caption, 4 more years, became a record-shattering viral sensation online. On Facebook, the picture brought in a whopping more than 3.5 million likes, making it the most liked photo ever. On Twitter, it was retweeted, get this, more than 700,000 times, making it the #1 tweet of all times. There's the picture. Nice picture. In the wake of a resounding defeat in the presidential election, the Republican Party now faces a new reality, the changing face of America. Lisa Sylvester's been looking into this for us. She's joining us now. Lisa, what are you seeing?
You know, Wolf, even before the final results were in many of the states, people were asking the question, what went right for President Obama and what went wrong for Mitt Romney? And in part, it comes down to demographics. The day after the election, and there's a political hangover among conservatives. At the National Press Club, the Tea Party's national coordinator blamed Romney himself.
What we got was a weak, moderate candidate handpicked by the Beltway elites and country club establishment wing of the Republican Party.
Plenty of soul searching now, but one reality stands out. The face of America is changing. What clinched it for President Obama? The minority vote, the youth vote, and in part, the women's vote.
The reality is younger voters, African-American voters, Latino voters identify with the president. They like his positions. They like the Democratic Party's positions.
Romney had 59% of the white vote. Obama dominated everywhere else. 93% of the African-American vote, 71% of the Latino vote, and 73% of the Asian vote.
When you look at a state like Florida, we know that we signed up 137,000 new people to vote. And we also know that the president only won by about 50,000 votes. And those folks who we signed up were black and they were brown primarily.
Census figures show the Hispanic population grew by 43% between 2000 and 2010. Caucasians grew by only 5.7% during the same period. Those numbers can't be ignored. Republicans acknowledging that they need to reach out to Latino and African Americans, including people like the former congressman from Alabama, Archer Davis, who changed parties from a Democrat to a Republican.
I think that Republicans certainly have to address that one way or another. I had dinner with Arthur Davis not long ago, who outlined what he thought, and his points were very significant, things that Republicans need to listen to in terms of what blacks and Hispanics believe, what they want in candidates and so on. And I think if Republicans don't start listening to that, it's going to be a long time before they win.
They're pitting their hopes on the younger up-and-coming stars of the GOP, Senator Marco Rubio of Florida, Governor Bobby Jindal of Louisiana, and newly elected Senator Ted Cruz of Texas. And one issue that is expected to gain traction is immigration reform. You know, given the election results, some conservatives, even at the National Press Club, they are now saying, you know, maybe it's time that we embrace comprehensive immigration reform to try to find a solution to the millions of undocumented immigrants living in the United States. So that's something certainly to keep an eye on, Wolf.
A lot of reassessment, soul thinking going to be going on among Republicans right now. Thanks very much, Lisa. Good report. So if you think Congress is dysfunctional now, just wait until January. It could be even more partisan than ever. We have details on the new balance of power, why it may be difficult to get anything passed. President Obama's controversial health care legislation also winning big with his re-election. Our chief medical correspondent, Dr. Sanjay Gupta, is joining us now with this part of the story. Sanjay, much of the president's new health care law hasn't actually gone into effect yet, but now that he's been re-elected, there's no doubt it's going to be the law of the land for years to come. So what are you seeing? What should we expect in the not-too-distant future?
Yeah, a lot of this will start taking place in January of 2014. And really think about it mainly as a lot of patient protection. Specifically, we've talked about some of this in the past, Wolf, but for example, people not being charged higher premiums for being sick. You know, we talk about the idea that people cannot be discriminated against based on pre-existing conditions. And I'll tell you, Wolf, you know, we typically think of the scenario being someone who can obtain health care insurance because they're sick, but there are a lot of people who are still buying it just at a very high cost. They're going to get a break on their health care insurance. And finally, no annual dollar limits on health benefits. So, you know, they can't be capped. The president referred to this in his speech last night, as you may remember, Wolf, talking about an 8-year-old girl with cancer who you know, would no longer be capped in how much money could be spent on her health care. And finally, there's these health exchanges, Wolf, that will be created, try to be created at the state level as well for people who are trying to buy insurance on their own, Wolf.
Talk a little bit about these health insurance exchanges, Sanjay. Will all states have them? How exactly will these exchanges work?
Well, you think of it sort of as a one-stop shop, you know, for people who want to try and buy health care. The health care plans sort of compete against each other, so that raises competition a bit. But it's primarily for people who are buying insurance on their own or work for small businesses, for example, where the insurance isn't provided. Your second question, I think, is a very important one, and that is that so far, we just tracked this, about 10 states have signed up to actually create these sort of exchanges. They have up until November 16th to decide for sure whether they're going to create an exchange in their state. I think a lot of people were waiting to see what happened last night, Wolf, in terms of their own decisions. If they don't do it, then the federal government will need to step in and possibly create the exchange within the state. And they don't want to do that. It's a lot of technical additional work, but that's sort of the plan as far as I can tell moving forward, Wolf.
And starting in 2014, Sanjay, every American will be legally required to purchase health insurance. If people ignore what's called the mandate, will the health insurance exchange programs still work?
I think it'd be very hard. For the same reason that any of these insurance plans that we're talking about would have a hard time, so would the exchanges. You need a combination of both people who are healthy and obviously taking care of people who are sick for it to work, because more people paying into the system through the mandate helps offset the costs of people who are sick. And that's a real concern, Wolf. Might there be cherry picking, for example? Some insurers, you know, only or preferentially covering people who are healthy. The law, the way it's written, should prevent that sort of thing from occurring, but that's part of the reason I think some states have been slow to adopt this, Wolf.
And there should be no doubt that Obamacare is now going to be fully implemented over the next 4 years. The president is making that clear. Even if the House were to reject it, as they have in the past, the Senate unlikely. But even if they would, the president would veto any such legislation, would require 2/3 majority, 67 votes in the Senate to get rid of it. So it is here. Obamacare is not going away at all. Americans are going to have to get used to it, whether they like it, a lot of them do, or they don't, and a lot of them don't. Sanjay, thanks very much.
You got it, Wolf. Thank you.
Thank you. Democrats may be celebrating President Obama's victory and some key wins in the Senate and even the House, but the president still can't push his agenda without Republican help, and that may be hard to come by. CNN's Tom Foreman is joining us now from CNN's virtual Senate. What are you seeing, Tom?
Hey, you know, Wolf, you're absolutely right. A lot of the president's supporters are hoping he can rekindle a spirit of bipartisanship not only here, maybe over on the House side where the Republicans are in charge, but certainly in the U.S. Senate, they're hoping he can do that. And this is one of the reasons why. Look at what our exit poll showed yesterday. When people left, 41% of the voters yesterday called themselves moderate. That's up from a few years ago. And 29% say they're independent. So that's held pretty steady for a while. So about a third of the public thinks of themselves as independent. Yes, they're going to vote Democratic or Republican, but they're clearly tipping their hat to the idea that you need cooperation. But this chamber, the U.S. Senate, has been moving steadily away from that. Look at this analysis based on something the National Journal did some time back of what the Senate looked back like in the early 1980s. You see all those tan seats in the middle out there? Those represent moderate senators, people who at that time were willing to cross the aisle to strike a deal with the other side to make votes for other legislation that maybe they didn't sponsor. Move it forward to the 1990s and watch those seats diminish. Suddenly, it's only about a third of Congress. And here comes a big one. Watch this. You move to the early 2000s, and now you're down to a handful of reliably moderate senators willing to strike deals with the other side. And if you go to the vote from yesterday, Wolf, it's going to be very hard to find a reliable moderate in this chamber. The simple truth is many of the people who were willing to strike those kinds of deals have been pushed out as the parties have found more strength in their bases. They've realized they can get more power by turning to people in solidly red states, solidly blue states, and playing to what they want, even as the public says they want more cooperation, Wolf.
What are some of the most pressing issues you think that could be impacted by all of this?
A simple thing. Let's talk about economic issues alone, Wolf. The biggest ones for the public out there and some of the issues upon which the Democrats and Republicans are most sharply divided. The fiscal cliff. There is absolutely no question that Democrats and Republicans know they have to deal with it, know that it could trigger another recession if it's handled badly, and yet they have very different ideas about what to do. Tax reform. Both parties say we have to do it, but there's huge disagreement on what that means and how you're going to get there. And beyond that, what about the idea of the deficit back here? That's another huge threat looming out there that both parties say is serious and must be dealt with over time. The only way the president can get this done, Wolf, without that 60-vote filibuster-proof majority here, which he does not have, is with some cooperation from the other party. And the fundamental problem is, as we started from the beginning, they're saying the deal makers have been steadily pushed out. There are fewer people in these chambers who are natural go-betweens for the parties, and that's going to make it much, much tougher for the president to broker these deals. Wolf?
Tom Foreman in our virtual Senate. Thanks very much for that. One of the hardest hit areas in Sandy's deadly path, getting slammed again. Just a little more than a week since the superstorm Sandy devastated the Northeast. Now a new powerful nor'easter is already packing a wintry punch of wind, rain, and snow. CNN meteorologist Rob Marciano is joining us from Staten Island in New York right now. What's going on, Rob?
Wolf, it's snowing. Can you believe this? Big flakes, been snowing like this now for a good 2-3 hours, and the winds have been gusty as well. We've had wind gusts over Cape Cod or near Cape Cod over 76 miles an hour, and several inches of snow piling up in the storm zone. We're in Staten Island. Just a few hundred yards that way is the ocean. We made it through the first high tide with no flooding, but over a week ago the flooding was up and over my shoulders, and this area has been decimated. Snow, we've got a couple of inches on the ground. Wolf, you know it's snowing hard this time of year if the snow is actually sticking. So that's how hard it's coming down, but it's piling up on some of the debris that's been pulled out of these houses that saw substantial flood damage from Hurricane Sandy just over a week ago. This home is lit up only because we let them plug into our satellite truck generator. These people are dealing with some serious cold, some serious wind, and still over a week after Sandy ripped through this area, Wolf.
How are the folks out there preparing for this?
Well, they prepared as well as they could. You know, they've got shelters open, but I tell you what, come on inside. A lot of people sadly are staying where they are because they had some looting a couple of right after the storm, so they don't want their stuff to get stolen. Like I said, they plugged into our satellite truck inside here. The Camaradas have ripped everything out to kind of dry the place out. Earlier we spoke with Nick, and here's how he explained his emotional story to our viewers.
Everything that I own is here, and I'm trying to save it. My wife, my kids, my best friend Mike, and I'm just going to lose everything. I mean, my body's shutting down. There's no words to explain or express the stress, the pain, the suffering.
Physically and emotionally worn out, Wolf, no doubt about that. They're the camerades. Hey, Nick, how's the carbon monoxide meters working all right? So far, so good. We're hoping. They got Wolf, they got the propane heater going. Obviously, those can be dangerous things, so they're wary of that. But just to get the temperature above freezing is the goal, so he and his family can sleep in some somewhat warm shelter tonight. Wolf.
What a sad story. Rob, thanks very, very much. And happening now, President Obama is returning to the White House to face the hard part of winning re-election, a fiscal disaster that could be just around the corner. Also, Republicans are picking up the pieces after Mitt Romney's loss, more worried than ever about reaching beyond their white political base and the huge lines and problems at polling places across America. Can the president deliver on this promise?
By the way, we have to fix that.
I'm Wolf Blitzer. You're in the Situation Room. Right now, President Obama and his family, they're heading back to the White House. They'll be calling that home for another 4 years. The American people handing him a clear victory and presenting him with enormous challenges in the immediate weeks and months ahead. The president wound up winning every critical battleground state except for Florida, which is still too close to call. He still might win Florida, but even without Florida, he still has 303 electoral votes right now. That's well over the 270 needed to win, and far more than Mitt Romney with 206 electoral votes. The president also won the popular vote with 50% of the vote compared to 48% for Mitt Romney. The Obama camp had plenty to celebrate last night in Chicago, but today the president has a big second-term to-do list. Let's turn to our White House correspondent, Brianna Keeler. She's watching this part of the story for us. Brianna?
Wolf, he started to tackle his to-do list even before leaving Chicago. He called congressional leaders, both Democrats and Republicans in the House and Senate, to touch base before beginning negotiations over the fiscal cliff. He also stopped by his campaign headquarters. It was an emotional thank you received by a lot of staff and volunteers there, some who have worked toward President Obama's cause for as many as 18 months. But he has a lot on his plate as he heads back here to Washington as we wait for him to touch down at Andrews Air Force Base. December 31st, that is when the tax cuts expire, part of the fiscal cliff. January 2nd, that's when the spending cuts kick in. And that's not all. You move towards inauguration January 20th, and at the beginning of February, President Obama's budget proposal will go to Congress. Also in February, the Treasury Department estimates that the debt ceiling will need to be increased. And yes, it was negotiations over the debt ceiling last year that nearly brought the country to the brink of default. And then come March, that is when government funding for the federal government is expected to expire. That could potentially lead to a government shutdown. So you can see there's a whole lot on President Obama's plate as he heads back here to Washington and also, quite frankly, Wolf, to reality.
Reality indeed, political reality. I take it there's been a change to the arrival back at the White House. What's going on?
That's right. It seemed like there would be a somewhat dramatic arrival for President Obama. He was initially expected, as he normally does, to come by chopper, by Marine One to the south lawn of the White House and walk the 100 or 150 yards into the White House. That's normally an open press situation where people can gather. There's room for a lot of people, including press, to gather and greet him. That's not going to happen. So there were a lot of staff members who are going to come out and greet him, no doubt with clapping and with cheers as he walked into the White House. Because of weather, he's now motorcading, and that means that he pulls up much closer to the White House and just goes in. It's not quite as much of a grand arrival, and this has been limited now so that fewer members of the press, including myself and a number of other correspondents and also White House staff members, will not be there to see him as he comes in, Wolf.
So we'll get a still photo at least out of that. All right, Brianna, thanks very much. As for Republicans, they're doing a lot of rethinking right now after Mitt Romney's defeat, and Kate Baldwin is picking up this part of the story.
Absolutely, Wolf. When Mitt Romney told reporters he thought he would win, it apparently was not just spin. A former Romney advisor tells CNN that members of the campaign went into Election Day thinking they would defeat the president. The advisor says Romney wound up losing because of the Democrats' strong turnout. There's no word on Governor Romney's future plans. We are told, though, he's likely to spend the next several days getting some rest and spending time with his family. Some much-deserved rest after a very long campaign.
Yes, a little rest is good. We heard quite a few Republicans insist that Romney would win right up until he lost. And some of them trashed state and national polls that showed President Obama had the advantage. Listen to this.
They're overpolling Democrats overwhelmingly. These polls are basically just part and parcel of the campaign for Barack Obama to help him stay in this game as long as possible.
We're going to win by a landslide. I base it on reading the polls, the exact same polls that say that Obama's going to win.
That poll has a Democratic oversample of 7 percentage points. In 2008, the Democrats turned out 2 percentage points more in New Hampshire. That poll is so far out of whack, I'm not worried about it one bit.
The NBC Wall Street Journal poll in Ohio had a 9-point advantage in Democrats in the poll. That's bigger than it was in 08, and I've yet to find anybody who thinks that, that 12 is going to be a more Democratic year than 08.
Fact of the matter is that serious pollsters got it right all along. Republican surrogates, they got it wrong. Apparently, most of the time. Let's talk about this with our senior political analyst, Ron Brownstein, the editorial director of the National Journal. The CNN ORC poll, all the mainstream polls, they were pretty much perfect in their targets all along. Nate Silver of the New York Times, he got it all right. What happened to these Republican pollsters, these Republican political operatives, if you will, who insisted that these polls which showed the president doing well were all biased and wrong?
It was an extreme example of a tendency that exists on both the left and the right, but especially on the right. In the modern conservative movement, there's a tendency to create this kind of hermetically sealed alternate reality, that ranges from Real Clear Politics to Fox News, in which anything that kind of contravenes the idea that there is an inherent conservative majority in the country is fundamentally and immediately rejected. In fact, the polls did get it right. In August, I wrote that for Barack Obama, the formula for victory was 80-40, 80% of minorities and 40% of whites, so long as minorities were at least 26% of the vote, as they were last time. If the polls were wrong about anything, Wolf, it was under projecting the minority share of the vote, which actually rose to 28%. Very few pollsters had that. And if anything, the electorate tilted even further toward the Democrats in many places than we saw expected in those polls. So, look, this was an example. Daniel Patrick Moynihan famously said, as you recall, everybody's entitled to their own opinions. They're not entitled to their own facts. Too many analysts on the right believe they are entitled to their own facts, particularly when it comes to these electoral, kind of matters. And this was, I think, a wake-up call about you're polling. How many people were polled in October? The idea that it would be systematically wrong in both the state and the national level kind of beggars the imagination.
Yeah, they were even going so far as predicting landslide for Mitt Romney, which was counter to all the mainstream polls out there. It was pretty shocking when you take a look at it. We'll have to do a complete review, and I'm sure political scientists will be doing a lot of that. And now you've looked closely at the polls, and you're an expert on these subjects. You talk about the Rust Belt, the Sun Belt. What do you see here as far as the election yesterday is concerned?
Here's what's really striking. The overall picture, of course, is that Barack Obama wins re-election comfortably despite losing white voters by 20 points. In fact, Mitt Romney runs as well among whites as any Republican challenger ever, matching Bush in 1988 and only 1 point behind Eisenhower in 52, and yet loses. And in part that is true because Barack Obama was able to navigate not one tightrope but two. He built very different coalitions in the Sun Belt and in the Rust Belt. In the Sun Belt states like Virginia and Florida, then Colorado and Nevada in the West, he faced enormous difficulties among those working-class white voters, but he overcame it by running reasonably well among college-educated whites and benefiting from that big minority turnout. We saw a big increase in the minority share of the vote in places like Florida and Nevada, up 5 points in a single election cycle, which is remarkable. Now, in the Rust Belt, he put together a very different coalition. There is not enough of that coalition of the ascendant, as I've called it, to win. You've got to kind of mobilize blue-collar voters, and there he was able to win just enough working-class whites. If you look, for example, at the numbers among non-college white women, much better in the Rust Belt than the Sun Belt. He put that together with some of the college-educated white women and a smaller but growing minority population to hold on to those critical Midwestern battlegrounds of Iowa, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Ohio.
Fascinating stuff. Ron Braunstein, as usual, thanks very much for coming in.
Thank you, Wolf.
Kate, he knows his stuff. He knows this stuff well. And it is pretty shocking, the accusations that were made against the mainstream pollsters. These are professional statisticians. They do their job well. If it's just one poll, that can be an outlier.
Right,
when you have so many of them saying basically the same thing, to say they're skewed, they're interviewing too many Democrats as opposed to Republicans, well, you know what? They were almost precise.
I do remember you when we were talking about this in the thick of it. You're saying just wait and see how the election turns out, and then we'll talk. Then we'll do our review. And I think you were absolutely right about that, because you said we would all, the mainstream pollsters would be right in the end. Still ahead, now that the election is over, President Obama is promising to reach out to Republicans. Well, how much are Democrats willing to compromise? We'll ask the party chair, Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz, coming up. And a landmark election for gay Americans who want to marry or serve in the U.S. Senate.
The Democrats are certainly celebrating key victories in the election.
That's absolutely right. Of course, President Obama won another term, and the Democrats gained seats in the Senate, which they already controlled. But very good news for them there. But despite predictions to the contrary, the House remains firmly in Republican hands.
Let's talk about that and more with Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz. She's the chair of the Democratic National Committee. First of all, congratulations on getting reelected.
Thank you.
Was it even close in your district over there?
At the end of the day, it was not close.
What did you get? How many percent?
65%.
Oh, that's not bad. You know, next time you should shoot for 70%.
Really appreciate it. I'm just happy to be reelected.
Right, well,
Took nothing for granted.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
You know, when I interviewed Nancy Pelosi, the Democratic leader in the House, a little while ago on October 2nd, she was pretty confident that the 25 seats net gain might be possible for the Democrats to be the majority. She might be the speaker again. Listen to this exchange I had with her.
I think that we probably have to win more than 25 to net.
Can you net 25 seats?
Yes.
Oh, yes, she said. What happened?
Well, I mean, she said probably have to win more than 25, and that was because after redistricting, the redistricting process across the country put a lot of our members who were previously not in a vulnerable situation in one.
Because Republicans control the legislators on all of these states.
In many, they picked up a lot of legislative chambers in 2010, and as a result, they were able to redraw the district lines in a lot of states in their favor. And so we lost 17 seats last night, while gaining, I think we're up to 25 seats that we picked up.
Our current projection has 233 Republicans in the new House, 194 Democrats. There's still a couple seats.
With races still to be called.
I know redistricting is one thing we've talked about a lot, but was it a problem with candidates? Was it a problem with funding? Because, I mean, there were predictions that Democrats had a strong chance to take back the House, and that clearly did not happen.
The DCCC, you know, led by Steve Israel, they put a phenomenal field of candidates on the field. They really did. They had the resources they needed to win. You know, at the end of the day, when you're up against a stacked deck in a district that is skewed towards Republicans, then it makes it harder. And then don't forget, in a House race, while a super PAC has trouble buying the White House, they have obviously trouble buying a Senate seat, and grassroots paid off there. It's much easier for all that super PAC money dumped into a House race to make a more significant difference. And I think that affected a lot of our House races because there was such a lopsided amount of outside money in there. And it's one of the things that absolutely has to be addressed. We have to get that opaque, non-transparent, corporate special interest money out of the democratic process. It's really one of the worst Supreme Court decisions ever handed down.
The Supreme Court ruled it was constitutional. There's a limited what you could do.
What we can do as a Congress is come together and pass legislation like the Disclose Act that holds these corporations accountable, that has disclosure.
By the way, here's the President of the United States Air Force One landing at Andrews Air Force Base, or Joint Base Andrews, they call it now.
Yes.
He's coming back from Chicago with the First Lady and their daughters. It's an exciting time for him. You're beaming as you just think about it. You were with him last night.
I was, yes.
When did you have a chance to talk to him a little bit?
I did. I had a chance to talk to him and the First Lady and the Vice President and Mrs. Biden, and it was just really gratifying. You know, I'm so proud, not just of the President and Vice President, but of the tens of thousands of our volunteers who really, as I said, knocked on doors till their knuckles bled. And, what was the most gratifying was that our team, our campaign, put together the largest, most dynamic grassroots presidential campaign in history. And, even though there was a ton of money that was dumped on the president, they dumped everything but the kitchen sink on this president. But we ran a campaign that the average contribution was $50. We ran a door-to-door, neighbor-to-neighbor, people-to-people campaign and increased our turnout when there was, for months, I know we had these discussions that there was some kind of enthusiasm gap. Not only was there not an enthusiasm gap, which we insisted there wasn't, we had increases in African-American turnout, in youth turnout, in Latino turnout from over 2008.
I know you worked hard to make sure that some of your Jewish constituents, and you have a lot in South Florida, whether in Miami-Dade.
President Obama got 70% of the Jewish vote.
What did he get 4 years earlier?
It was 74, but the adjustment arguably is, because of the economy, there was obviously in every demographic group a little bit of erosion.
The Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu congratulated the president today when he met with the U.S. ambassador to Israel. I think we have a clip of that.
Oh, good.
I want to congratulate President Obama on his re-election. I think the United States of America again demonstrated why it's the greatest democracy on earth. The security relationship between the United States and Israel is rock solid, and I look forward to working with President Obama to further strengthen this relationship.
Was that a big issue among your constituents, the U.S.-Israeli relationship? Because, as you know, the Republicans and Romney, they tried to say that the president threw Israel under the bus. That was the argument. Romney made it at the convention, at the Republican convention.
I think that the reason the president ultimately got 70% of the Jewish vote was because on domestic issues, whether it's investing in education or health care, civil rights, civil liberties, women's health, that's the natural home for Jewish voters. And then we were able to make sure that the lies and distortions and mischaracterizations the Republicans tried to sow among Jewish voters were not able to take hold.
We're always out of time, but real quick, I have to ask you about the fiscal cliff. That's the issue that we're facing when I head back to Capitol Hill, and you do as well. Right. John Boehner today in a speech, he had a conciliatory tone, and he also made the point to say that the American people expect us to find common ground, and we are willing to accept some additional revenue via tax reform. What's going to happen?
Well, I was glad to see an olive branch extended by the Speaker. We can't ignore that President Obama did have the kitchen sink thrown at him yesterday, but his accomplishments, health care reform, rescuing the auto industry, Wall Street reform, in spite of that kitchen sink, voters voted to move forward. And we need to recognize that that balanced approach the president talked about the whole campaign is what we need to work together towards.
You sound a little optimistic.
I am optimistic.
It's going to be a very busy lame duck session.
Let's see how long that optimism lasts.
Exactly. Thank you so much, Debbie
Wasserman-Schultz.
Congratulations again.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Still ahead right now, a nor'easter, if you can even believe it, is pounding the same areas devastated by Superstorm Sandy. We're getting new details ahead.
Dismal day on Wall Street today. Kate has that. Some of the other top stories. Pretty bad day.
Yeah, it was pretty rough as we were watching it all throughout the day. All three major indices were down sharply at the closing bell, each losing more than 2% of its value. CNN's Allison Cossack is at the New York Stock Exchange with details. Allison?
Hi, Kate. The Dow posted its biggest loss of the year today, tumbling 312 points. It wasn't the election, but comments from the president of the European Central Bank that sparked the selling. Mario Draghi said the German economy is slowing, a sign the debt crisis is getting worse overseas. The election results were also a concern as Wall Street turns its full attention to the biggest problem facing the U.S. economy, the fiscal cliff. And if nothing is done about it, many economists say we'll go back into a recession. As one analyst puts it, stocks will plummet and the economy will drown in quicksand. A dire forecast, but it's a huge problem. Kate?
Allison, thank you so much. Also, just about an hour ago, the Greek parliament approved a new round of austerity measures. But even ahead of the vote, tens of thousands of people protested, you're seeing video right there, outside the building against new cuts. Some demonstrators threw Molotov cocktails and police fired tear gas. The new cuts are required for Greece to get more international economic help. And if you can even believe it, a nor'easter is bringing new misery to some of the areas hardest hit a week ago by Superstorm Sandy. The new storm is packing snow, wind, and bone-chilling temperatures. A grim forecast for a region where more than 600,000 households are still without power from Sandy, and storm surges up to 4 feet are forecast along already battered coastlines. Insult to injury. Ugh.
Awful.
I know.
I feel so bad for these people.
I know.
Coming up, we have some winners, we have some losers, and we have lessons to be learned from the election. We're going to talk about that with our political panel and a closer look at voting problems, including those long lines that some people had to stand in for hours and hours to vote. Is this the United States of America? What is going on? Also, the President of the United States getting ready to get off Air Force One. He has just landed at Joint Base Andrews. It used to be called Andrews Air Force Base, right outside of Washington, D.C. in Maryland. The president and his family, they've just landed from Chicago, and they're going to be heading over to the White House. All right, there they are, the president, the first lady, Sasha Malia. They have just landed at Joint Base Andrews outside of Washington, D.C. They are going to get into a car and drive to the White House. Apparently the weather is precluding Marine One from taking a little helicopter ride from Andrews to the White House. Helicopter takes maybe 8 or 10 minutes, if that, but to drive takes a little bit longer. You're in a motorcade, you don't have to worry about streetlights. So that's it. So they're getting ready to leave. Now you're looking at live pictures over there. They're in the limo, and they're getting ready to drive to the White House. Let's talk about what's going on as we look at these pictures right now. We've all been poring over election results, the exit poll results, to figure out exactly how President Obama won, why Mitt Romney lost. Let's discuss it with 3 of our expert analysts right now. Joining us, David Gergen, our senior political analyst, also our CNN contributors, Van Jones and Anna Navarro. Anna, look at this. Chris Christie, he was asked, he's always blunt, he said, how come Romney lost? He said he didn't get enough votes. So let's figure out let's figure out why. And I'll talk about the Latino vote, a subject you're familiar with. In Bush in 2004 got 44% of the Latino vote. McCain in 2008 got 31% of the Latino vote. Romney yesterday got 27% of the Latino vote. The fastest growing segment of our population. What did he do wrong?
I think he tried to establish his conservative bona fides that he did not have by going too far to the right on immigration and on issues important to Latinos during the primary, and he never quite recovered. I also think he started too late, the outreach to Latinos. It wasn't after the primary when we saw a real huge blitz and effort and resources being put in. Mitt Romney has been running for president for 6 years. This is something he should have been putting energy into and time into long before that.
Let me bring Van into this conversation. The president got 93% of the African-American vote, 71% of the Latino vote. Those make up about 23% of the total population. He only got, 39% of the white vote out there. He got 44% the last time. What was the issue here?
Well, you have 2 disturbing trends. On the one hand, you have the Republican Party that's kind of backed itself into a demographic cul-de-sac, where they're sort of wrapped around the white vote that's getting smaller. That's disturbing for the Republican Party because they need to be a party of everybody. But you also have another very disturbing trend, which is that the Democratic Party is not being able to find ways to attract white folks. These are 2 unhealthy parties in that regard. And both parties need to look at this very seriously. Now, I do want to say, though, the fact that the African-American community came out 93%, actually bigger numbers and percentage-wise, than 2008, shows a determination on the part of this community to participate.
I thought in 2008 he got 96% of the African-American vote.
You may be right on that, but still, to rival that 2008 turnout, which was historic by any measure, shows a determination on the part of this community to participate. I'm so surprised to hear the Republican Party only saying they got to do better with Latinos. They're not saying they got to do better with African Americans when you see this incredible desire to be a part of the system. So there's something wrong with both parties. We got to look at that.
And David, as we're looking at pictures now of the first family heading out from Joint Base Andrews, heading back to the White House for the first time since the election wrapped up last night, I wanted to ask you, we hear this often when a president wins a second term, that he now has political capital. He's now free from having to worry about getting reelected. Kind of, his hands are no longer tied. He can set his legacy now, and he can get stuff done. Is there, historically, does that bear out, do you think?
That's wrong. Historically, most second terms have actually been weaker at home than first terms, because you have power for a short while, and then it begins to drain away as you head toward the midterm elections in your second term, and then after the midterm elections, everyone's looking over your shoulder to the next person. And therefore, you inevitably, with rare exceptions, second terms are weaker. What the presidents do in the second term is they spend a lot more time in foreign policy, because that's where they continue to have authority. Now, we'll have to see. I think this is one of the big tests for this president. The next few months are huge tests for his presidency.
He doesn't have to worry about getting reelected. What he does have to worry about, every second-term president has to worry about historic legacy. What are the historians going to write? And they are obsessed, these second-term presidents, about how the historians will look at their record, and that's going to be a critical issue for this president.
Republicans in Congress don't have to worry about not getting him reelected. So I think this gives freedom to both sides to act.
All right, hold on, guys. Don't go away. We have more to discuss. We're going to talk about the big winners and the big losers, and I'm not talking about the president or Mitt Romney. We've got some other winners and losers we're talking about also. Election night is a groundbreaking moment for gay Americans. Some of the biggest winners and losers, Kate, were not on the ballot.
They were not on the ballot. We're back here with our team, I like to say, Anna, David, Van. So let's talk about, we know electorally that one person won and one person lost. Let's not even go there. But who do you think were when you look at the election and last night in this bitter battle, who are the biggest winners and losers? Go ahead, Anna.
Biggest losers, I would tell you, are older white men. And biggest winner, I would tell you, except for Bill Clinton, who is an older white man, anybody who is not an older white man, gays, women, Hispanics, African Americans, I think we're all big winners last night.
That's pretty interesting. I mean, the ballot initiatives were really amazing thing to watch.
We're going to have more on that coming up.
Yeah, what do you think, David?
I think Anna's absolutely right. We'll be heard from again.
David and I don't take it personally.
I think Latinos were the big winners last night because they were the sleeping giant of American politics, and they awoke last night. And the numbers on deportation versus a path to citizenship, overwhelming support for that. Let me just single out two others as winners. Jerry Brown. This initiative that he got passed, that we didn't talk about much last night, but very late last night in California, to raise taxes in order to not have declining schools, was a big victory, a substantial victory. It looked like it might go down. One other, Nate Silver. This is the fellow who does these predictions for the New York Times. If
he looks at all the polls, and he studies them. He does these averages. What was his record last night? What, 100%?
If Florida goes for Obama, he called not only the national election, but every single state. Wow. He called every single state.
Quite a record.
He did not make one mistake. And you know, some of the right-wingers were really killing him out there, and he was right.
And we're still waiting for the results to come in from Florida.
Please don't pick on Florida.
We love
Sometimes Florida deserves it.
We have stone crabs and beautiful
We
temperatures.
do love your stone crabs, that's for sure. They're my big winner all the time. What do you think, Van?
Two losers, two winners. For me, Karl Rove, I think, really hurt himself because, I mean, spent $1 billion, doesn't have much to show for it, and was kind
through his super PAC.
Yeah, through his super PAC, and was kind of the last dog barking, saying we're still going to win. I think it's sort of, in some ways, the death of an icon in American politics. I also think that the right-wing talk world is a little bit diminished now because they did create this sort of fact-free environment around this election. But the winners, anybody who cares about liberty and justice for all, has to be excited about marriage equality triumphing. This is a big sea shift in American politics and American life, and I think it's huge. The other winner, the much maligned community organizer. The community organizer who was the scapegoat and demonized by the Republicans won this election. The African-American, Ben Jealous of the NAACP added 1 million black voters through basic community organizing. You had youth organizations like Hoodie Vote, Vote Mob, Dream Defenders groups you've never heard of that turned this election into a youth outpouring with no support from anybody outside of that youth community. Extraordinary victory for community organizers everywhere.
We're going to continue looking at the winners
for a long time to come.
Yep. Good to have a ground game. All right, guys, thanks very much. And as we mentioned, gay Americans and their supporters are celebrating a string of unprecedented election victories, including a Senate seat. CNN's Ted Rowlands has details.
Wolf, in 2006, this state voted to ban same-sex marriage, but last night, Wisconsin made history by sending Tammy Baldwin to the U.S. Senate. In her acceptance speech Tuesday night, 50-year-old Tammy Baldwin acknowledged her role in history, but tried to downplay its significance.
Now, I am well aware that I will have the honor to be Wisconsin's first woman U.S. Senator. And I am well aware that I will be the first openly gay member. But I didn't run to make history. I ran to make a difference.
Oh, it's a huge day. It's a huge milestone in the history of America.
For 20 years, Paul Fairchild has been fighting for gay rights. He says Baldwin's win will inevitably make a difference.
Once we have openly gay people serving on a federal level, it's much harder to vote against laws that protect us.
Baldwin's victory was one of 5 Tuesday night that some believe signals a sea change in the way more and more American voters view the LGBT community. Maine, Maryland, and it appears Washington have become the first states to legalize same-sex marriage by popular vote. And in Minnesota, voters said no to defining marriage as only between a man and a woman.
I am honored.
Baldwin, who served in the House for 14 years before launching her Senate campaign, defeated former two-time Wisconsin Governor Tommy Thompson. Despite being openly gay, Baldwin's sexual identity was not a major issue during the campaign and clearly didn't seem to matter to Wisconsin voters.
And part of the reason why it wasn't a big deal has to deal with what were the top issues this year, and it really was about the economy and about jobs.
Besides being the first openly gay member of the Senate, Tammy Baldwin is also the first female to represent the state of Wisconsin in the Senate. In her acceptance speech last night, Wolf, she says she is vowing to fight for all of Wisconsin, specifically the middle class. Wolf?
Very, very important, not only what's happening in Wisconsin, but in other states as well.
Oh, absolutely, watching it very closely. Also, some voters went to the polls full of enthusiasm. Many did, but many left angry and frustrated. What can be done to make sure Americans don't wait hours and hours in those lines to vote? Fears of an election meltdown wasn't exactly problem-free. CNN's Brian Todd has been looking into this for us. Brian, we all saw those extremely long lines in some locations, really kind of across the country. What were some of the other problems that voters faced?
Well, Kate, you had machines jamming up, machines changing votes. In Philadelphia, Republican poll monitors had to be escorted into precincts by sheriff's deputies after some of them had been denied access. But it was congestion at the polling place that seemed to be the biggest embarrassment. Some voters waited in seemingly endless lines to cast ballots.
You know, an hour waiting to scan, that's bad. That is bad.
2 hours, 10 minutes. Yes.
In Plantation, Florida, 4 hours in line. Some people gave up.
People left and they won't come back. They can't come back.
The president, in his hour of glory, even felt compelled to say this.
Whether you voted for the very first time or waited in line for a very long time. By the way, we have to fix that.
Then there were scattered reports of voting machine problems. In Pennsylvania, an embarrassing scene posted on YouTube. One machine indicated a vote for Mitt Romney when a voter tried to choose President Obama. The machine had to be recalibrated. But the lines were the big story in many places, including key swing states. Paul Hernson at the University of Maryland, who keeps close tabs on voting systems, says the backups shouldn't be happening, but there are several reasons they do. Congestion often builds, he says, in communities that can't afford to streamline voting.
Those communities, counties usually have to decide between paying money for voting systems and election administration, roads, bridges, and hospitals. And of course, voting systems come in last.
But other issues cropped up as well, depending on where you were voting. In some places in Florida, the ballots were 12 pages long. Another big factor, Hernson says, was the decision by some states to cut back the number of early voting days. Some state legislatures rammed through voter ID laws, requiring people to show photo IDs, fill out affidavits and other forms if they didn't have them. Plenty of people had no trouble, and there's no indication that any of this tilted the outcome of the election. But there's little doubt this is now a patchwork system that's messy, unwieldy, different in every state.
How do you fix this? Should there be just one system, federally mandated, streamlined for everybody?
Well, it would be very difficult to fix it by having one system. The states have primary authority for conducting elections, and some of them pass that authority down to the counties and give them leeway in implementation. And it would be extremely challenging because each state has its own traditions, its own culture.
Herndon says there is no one big fix. He says after the 2000 Florida recount, the federal government allocated some money to try to improve things and created an agency called the Election Assistance Commission. Herndon says the problem with that body is that it doesn't work very well. It's not well funded, and we checked on this. It's been without all 4 of its designated commissioners for almost a year now. A spokesman for the commission told us it doesn't have any regulatory authority. The commission can offer advice to the states on how to streamline voting, he says, but it can't tell them what to do. Kate and Wolf, President Obama says he wants to fix this. He's got no agency with which to fix it.
Yeah, it's just amazing that the amount of time people were waiting in lines yesterday, it's just so frustrating
Unreal.
for voters. I know. Right. Brian Todd, thanks so much.
Makes
You've
my
been saying
blood
it too.
boil that this kind of stuff still goes on.
They just want to vote. You know?
Go vote. It shouldn't take 6 hours to vote.
I know.
People have to work. Aaron Burnett is here. Thanks so much
All
for
kinds of
coming
ideas
in.
on how to solve that.
Exactly, yes.
Aaron, it's good to have you here at the CNN election. Said you did a great job in Ohio yesterday, Columbus, Ohio. Let's talk a little bit about what happened on Wall Street.
Yeah, not such a good day for
you
Wall
know
Street.
very, very well. This is the worst plunge in a year, 300 points?
It is the worst plunge in a year. And, a lot of it was the U.S. election. And really the fact that there
When
were...
you say the U.S. election, you think investors were nervous about Obama's winning?
Yes, I think... Now, look, investors, one of the biggest investors in the world, Bill Gross of PIMCO, said to me a while ago, look, we need to cut $1.6 trillion a year. Both of the guys running for president are going to run trillion-dollar deficits a year. Neither one of them were seen as a person who's going to come in and solve this. But there was a very clear view that under the president, there could be a real delay on dealing with the fiscal cliff, which the market's very worried about. That's part of the reason that stocks sold off today. But they really think they're not going to get a deal. We're not going to have spending cuts, and so that's really why you saw it. But keep in mind, the day after an election is often a weak day. And the president's past 4 years have been very good for the market.
It was
Actually
down
outstanding
at
for the market.
6,500, 7,000. Yes. It's now 13,000. It's almost doubled, if you will.
That's right. And, the president has some things out there that he said he wants to do. For example, if you have dividends, and that doesn't mean just wealthy people, that means a lot of older people who are watching right now, your tax on dividends could go up significantly. That suddenly means they're worth less. So that's a lot of what was being priced into the market today. But we'll see if they do a deal on Capitol Hill. Maybe there'll be a deal on some of those things that isn't quite as draconian as the market sees it now.
We're looking forward to the top of the hour. Aaron Burnett out front.
Loving being here in
right here in D.C.
Come visit us a little bit more often.
It's a little chilly. I can
yes,
offer you a sweater.
I just, as a woman, I can agree with Kate.
Yeah.
Wolf, I'm sure you feel just fine.
I feel very comfortable.
Exactly. That's exactly how it should be. So Jeannie Moos, of course, has been combing through hours and hours of election coverage. Up next, she'll show us some of the
We have
more
another major
unusual
projection
moments.
to make right now in another key battleground state. First family has just arrived back at the White House. Take a look at this. Let's see if we can hear what the president's saying.
Mr. President, do you believe you have a mandate for your second term?
Thank you, guys. All right, very nice. They're back home now, at least for the next 4 years. He's been reelected, I'm sure. The girls are happy. The First Lady's happy. They're all happy.
Where they're going to call home. It was the moment of truth on last night's election coverage. Our Jeannie Moos looks at how the networks called the election.
If you missed the moment live, let's relive it.
President Obama has been reelected
President of the United States.
It was a hard-fought battle.
The Colbert Report is ready to project that CNN has projected, that Animal Planet has predicted that the winner of the 2012 presidential election is Barack Obama.
Talk about a thoughtful pundit. After painting a bleak picture of President Obama's second term, Fox commentator Dr. Charles Krauthammer joked,
So as a psychiatrist, I will offer to write prescriptions for anybody who needs them right now.
but Obama supporters were ecstatic. CNN even cut away to some in Kenya. Speaking of which, what would election night be without a Donald Trump angle? After Mitt Romney's loss, Trump tweeted, "This election is a total sham and travesty," we should have a revolution in this country, which prompted NBC's Brian Williams to launch this zinger.
Donald Trump, who has driven well past the last exit to relevance.
The exit for Mitt Romney was Ohio, but after Fox News called Ohio for Obama, the network's own best-known commentator objected.
We got to be careful about calling things.
That's awkward. Once Karl Rove questioned the call by Fox's decision desk, Megyn Kelly walked back there.
He said, whoa, careful.
Live camera in tow.
Keep coming. Here we go.
We're actually quite comfortable with the call in Ohio.
But the anchor who got the most flack was ABC's Diane Sawyer.
Can we have our music? Because this is another big one here.
Viewers thought her delivery was strange. I'll have what Diane Sawyer is having, tweeted singer Josh Groban.
President Barack Obama has won Minnesota.
Someone else tweeted, and Diane Sawyer declares tonight's winner is Chardonnay. Officially, ABC wouldn't comment, but staffers suggest Diane was just exhausted from hurricane coverage and debate prep. And what's an anchor supposed to do when she gets a call of nature while she's in the middle of calling states?
I came back from the bathroom and said that Colorado was still too close to call. Nobody told me while I was in the bathroom Colorado went for President Obama. Thanks, you guys. I really appreciate it.
One thing networks don't project are bathroom breaks. Ginny Mo, CNN.
Good news for Mitt Romney. He has won tonight, and we can announce this right now, most of the Confederacy.
New York.
Very funny stuff. Thanks very much for joining us. We'll be back tomorrow. Aaron Burnett Out Front starts right now.
Out front, the Dow dives. Are investors really panicking over 4 more years of President Obama, or is there something else that's causing the fear? And the GOP licks its wounds and starts pointing fingers. Here with us tonight, one of the rising GOP stars and a possible 2016 candidate. And another nor'easter bearing down on the region, still recovering from Superstorm Sandy. Let's go out front. Good evening, everyone. I'm Erin Burnett, and out front tonight, markets tank. The day after President Obama wins a second term, the Dow has its worst day in a year. The Dow finished the day down nearly 313 points. For the first time in 3 months, it closed below 13,000. And when you look at the broader markets, the S&P 500, the NASDAQ, all were down 2.5% for both of those. So is the election really to blame? Out front tonight, Michael Farr, author of Restoring Our American Dream, The Best Investment. Michael, great to see you. Always good to see you. Now, I know there were a lot of markets often go down on the day after an election, and they're worried about the fiscal cliff, and they're worried about Europe. But how much of this had to do with the re-election itself?
No way to tell, really, Aaron. You really can't tell. Certainly, we had a couple 100-point run-up prior to the election. And then, of course, this morning, I think without the distraction of all of the political punditry and bluster, we see markets all of a sudden come back down. Perhaps investors confronted the fiscal cliff and what's going on in Greece. They need another $40 billion. China's slowing. And, of course, we've got 2% GDP growth, fairly tepid.
Minds. I mean, I know it's hard to tell what's causing what, but, the credit rating agencies, the ones that downgraded this country, and we couldn't make a deal last time around, Fitch was one of them. Just hours after the president was reelected, Fitch said, look, if they don't avoid the fiscal cliff, we're gonna face another downgrade. Now, I know some people are complacent. They say, hey, look, the first downgrade, it still hasn't caused interest rates to surge. Why should we worry about it? But should we be?
I think we have to be. I mean, we saw interest rates actually rally and go lower after the last debt downgrade. And today, even though things looked kind of worrisome, we saw the 10-year Treasury bond go even lower, like 1.62%. Absolutely amazing. The Federal Reserve is targeting inflation at close to 2%, and they're going to, and the same government's willing to pay you 1.62% for a 10-year piece of debt. So investors clearly are very skittish and looking for a return on capital rather than a return of capital rather than a return on capital. So, yeah, I think it continues to be a big deal, and we have to stay focused. And these problems have to be addressed with with Congress showing real leadership. Time's running out, and perhaps markets were reacting more to that. All the polls and sort of in trade still showed President Obama ahead. we don't have a whole lot of change day to day. That shouldn't have been a lot of reason for shock from where I sat.
All right. Well, Michael Farr, thank you very much. And he points something out that I think is important to remind everyone watching. The market expected the president to win. It doesn't drop on something it expects to happen. So maybe it was just a realization that the fiscal cliff crisis is really upon us. Well, just moments ago, President Obama arrived back at the White House for the first time since his victory.
Oh, my God, that was awful.
Arrived with his wife and his 2 daughters. Earlier today, aides were quick to point out that the president had already called key congressional leaders in both parties to talk about his agenda and finding ways to work together to avert the so-called fiscal cliff. House Speaker John Boehner responded this afternoon.
And for this to work, we need to plan for a serious process, focused on substance, not on theatrics. It will require weeks of work rather than a weekend of photo ops. It won't happen around a campfire at Camp David or in a secret room of some Air Force base, or as much as I'd like, over 18 holes of golf. This is going to take time, but if we're all striving for a solution, I'm confident that we can get there.
Representative Chris Van Hollen is a Democrat from Maryland. He's a ranking member of the House Budget Committee. He was a member of the Super Committee on Deficit Reduction. He knows a lot, perhaps more than anybody but the president, in terms of the president's plans and his thoughts. So good to see you. Really nice to see you in person.
It's great to be here.
As you
Thanks
said,
for
we're
being
all running on fumes, and now
Yes,
we
we
have to
are.
get on those fumes and solve this problem because the market is right. It is a crisis. It has to be dealt with. But what I don't understand is, okay, a little bit of a change in the Senate, but essentially this is the same thing that we had before. So deal failed then. Why is it going to happen now?
Well, there are a couple things. First of all, a lot of the Republicans in Congress have been focused primarily on trying to defeat the president. Well, the president was just reelected, so maybe we can move beyond that objective. The second is the structure of the situation. I mean, the fiscal cliff creates big risks. It also creates opportunities because not resolving the fiscal cliff will create problems for the country. We need to focus on 2 things. We need to accelerate the recovery, and we need to act now to come up with a balanced long-term plan to reduce the deficit.
All right, and obviously those are, well, how we do that is the big question. Now, John Boehner had something to say today about revenue. And by revenue, everybody, we're talking about, well, that's the whole point. There's different things you could be talking about in revenue, everyone, not just tax, additional tax revenues. Here's John Boehner.
There will be many who will say that with the election over, we should confront the first of these challenges by simply letting the top 2 tax rates expire and pushing the sequester off to some other date. You know, that might get us out of town, but it won't get us out of the problem, and it will also hurt our economy. Because the American people expect us to find common ground, we're willing to accept some additional revenues via tax reform.
All right, via tax reform. Now, when I hear that and I hear John Boehner say it, I don't hear I'm okay letting taxes go up on some people. I hear I'm okay closing loopholes and deductions where some higher income earners may pay more than others.
Right.
Is that a deal that you could work with?
Well, you just put your finger on the key issue. The question is, what is Speaker Boehner saying? Is he really talking about compromise and a balanced approach, or is he talking about what he used to talk about and Republicans have claimed, which is another round of tax breaks for very wealthy people will somehow trickle down, magically boost the economy so much that it will pay for itself and not increase the deficit? We know that doesn't work. And if that's what Speaker Boehner is talking about, then really it's not going anywhere. It's not a balanced approach. Now, if he's talking about what we call genuine Congressional Budget Office scored revenue, to be wonkish about it, that's a different story. And if that's the case, I'd love to see his proposal. The president has put his proposal on the table for revenue. Let's see Speaker Boehner's revenue proposal. He talks about wanting to do this in the open. Let's do it. Let's see it.
Right. Well, of course, he and the president had a deal, and, you know, fingers can point all kinds of ways, but that deal failed. So, I mean, let's hope they can. But let me ask you this. Who's going to take the lead in negotiations on your side? Is it going to be somebody who has been traditionally rather polarizing, like Nancy Pelosi, or is it going to be someone else?
Well, I should say, and I think this has been well reported, that during the talks between the Speaker and the President, Leader Pelosi was willing to support whatever compromise they came up with it. Right. But I think that remains to be seen exactly who's going to be the negotiator or negotiators. Yes. Obviously, the White House has to be engaged, and I think the President will make clear, as he already has in his acceptance speech last night, that we need to compromise, we need to come together on these issues. It is important to know the President does have a plan on this issue. It's been sitting in front of the Congress for a year. Republicans keep saying he doesn't have one. It's just they don't like the president's plan that he's put forward. It does take the balanced approach.
Which plan is this?
This is the plan to reduce the deficit and eliminate the sequester over a 10-year period by $4 trillion through a combination of cuts and revenue. And he's very clear on how he generates
But he didn't back
revenue.
Simpson-Bowles, which had the same plan.
He did not back all the specific recommendations of Simpson-Bowles, but the framework of his proposal, which is a mix of cuts and revenue, is much closer to Simpson-Bowles than anything the Republicans have put on the table.
So will the president negotiate this himself? That's the question. Because part of the reason that a lot of people were upset with him, right? Part of the reason that the country was not split in half, but was split on this election, was because it seems other people got the job of doing the actual nitty-gritty, doing the negotiation. Is that going to change this time?
I think the president will be directly involved. He was involved, of course, in the conversations with Speaker Boehner.
Yes, indeed.
And I would say that, you know, while this was a kind of close election, the reality is the president had a decisive victory. And the president is very clear on this point, that this was a choice election. In fact, that's the one thing he and Mitt Romney agreed on, right? You can be sure that if Mitt Romney and Paul Ryan had won, they'd say they have a mandate for imposing the Ryan-Romney budget. The president talked about this issue. He says we need to ask higher-income individuals to pay more by allowing the rates to return to Clinton-era levels to generate revenue as part of the solution, along with cuts to reducing the deficit. So it's not as if this hasn't been an important part of the campaign argument, so we'll have to see how this goes.
All right, well, I'll look forward to talking to you a lot more about it, because you know what investors are telling me? You guys got to go about 4 times bigger than you're even thinking of going.
I think we should go big, and I think the framework of the bipartisan commissions is exactly right, and it would be great if our Republican colleagues would adopt that. As you know, people like Grover Norquist have said that that's just, you know, a subterfuge to raise taxes on the American people, when in fact it's a balanced approach to getting the job done.
All right, well, good to see you as always. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And still to come, the keys to victory, how the president won, and the voters who turned against the Republican Party. Tonight, there are warning signs for both sides. John King at the Magic Wall. The man does not sleep. He is back. Plus, after last night, what is next for the Republican Party? A rising star in the party, Virginia Governor Bob McDonnell, is out front next. And round 2, a nor'easter packing strong winds, rain, even snow, slamming the battered Northeast. People who just got power back after a week have lost it again. Our second story out front, the GOP in disarray. Republicans didn't only lose the White House, they did lose 3 Senate seats last night also. Senator John Cornyn, the chair of the group responsible for getting Republicans elected to the Senate, admitted early this morning that his party needs to reassess. And I'll quote him, he said, "While some will want to blame one wing of the party over the other, the reality is candidates from all corners of our GOP lost tonight. Clearly, we have work to do in the weeks and months ahead." So, how does the Republican Party regain its footing? Virginia Governor Bob McDonnell is the chairman of the Republican Governors Association, as we said, rising star in the party, and we appreciate your taking the time to join us tonight, Governor. So how does the Republican Party go about recalibrating? I mean, it's fair to say that a couple of days ago, so many in the Republican Party really believed they could win this. And at least when you look at Electoral College, you look at your state, it wasn't even close.
No, it was a very disappointing night. The president and his team deserve a lot of credit for running a very organized campaign, and they did a good job getting their votes out. It was closer this year, 2.5 points in Virginia versus 7 last time. But we did win 8 out of the 11 congressional seats and picked up 30 new governors now for the Republican team, which is the highest level in 12 years, maybe another one in Washington State that's still counting. So there were some bright spots, but overall, I agree. We've got to do better. It's a combination of tone and message and reaching out to new and minority voters and making sure we do a better job on the ground. And we got beat last night.
Well, I mean, you're gracious to come out and directly admit it, although you are right. On the governor's side, I know it's a sort of a record for Republican governors there, so that was a positive point. But one of the wings that Cornyn was referring to within the GOP was the Tea Party. And some big-name Tea Partiers lost last night. Joe Walsh lost in Illinois. Josh Mandel lost in Ohio, where I spent the night last night. Richard Murdoch in Indiana. Now, obviously, Murdoch had a specific set of specific situation there with the comments he made on abortion. But I think the question is the Tea Party still relevant? I mean, that was part of the reason your party rose, but is it now become an albatross?
Well, Aaron, with the Tea Party and other conservatives that believe we ought to reform entitlements and get our country out of debt and back to a balanced budget, I think that's pretty a mainstream idea. They helped me immensely to an 18-point victory in Virginia 3 years ago. I think it's how we organize. It's how we deliver the message. We've got to be a lot more inclusive and open and energetic and wanting people to join our team by expressing why these conservative values are good for people of all races, creeds, colors, and national origin. We just got to do a better job with that. So I think it's a lot of energy that still helps us immensely at the polls and getting people out. We just got out-organized on the ground last night.
All right, out-organized on the ground's how you describe it, but Tea Party Patriots co-founder Jenny Beth Martin had this to say about Mitt Romney. Here she is.
We wanted a fighter like Ronald Reagan. What we got was a weak, moderate candidate handpicked by the Beltway elites and country club establishment wing of the Republican Party. The presidential loss is unequivocally on them.
What's your response to that?
Well, I respectfully disagree. This is the way the process works. We have lengthy primaries. We had 20 debates, and the people chose. This is the way our party works. Listen, Mitt Romney, as I've gotten to know him over the last year, he's an incredibly smart, talented, decent guy who worked very hard and I thought was a good messenger for our fiscal and social conservative cause. And this was a dead heat going in the election. In fact, 2 weeks ago, before the hurricane, Aaron, we were actually up by 3 to 5 points in swing states, and we thought we were heading towards a victory. So, you know, I'm not going to recriminate. We've just got to realize what we did right, what we did wrong, improve, and do a better job on delivering a message and organizing on the ground. But hand it to the president for running a good closing argument and a good ground game.
So what does someone like you think about 2016? You know, obviously you're one of the names that could be running. So what are you focusing on, Ben? Is it really focused all the time on reaching out on immigration into Hispanics?
Well, I think it's 24 hours after the polls close, Aaron, so I'm not thinking about 2016. I'm thinking about being governor of Virginia with a legislative session coming up. But clearly, I think the future of the parties with Republican governors, like I said, we got 30. We may have 31 when Washington State finishes counting on Friday with Rob McKenna. And I think that the leaders that are in our party that are conservatives, that are CEOs of the states, that are balancing budgets without raising taxes, not making excuses, getting jobs created, this is where the message is going to come on how we can govern better than the way Washington's governing now with Democratic rule. And so I think we're going to see more of those leaders rise up.
Governor McDonald, thank you so much for your time, sir. Really appreciate it. And still out front, the president got reelected on a coalition that did not count on white men. Is that group's influence gone forever? And the Northeast, already reeling from Superstorm Sandy, now being hit with another powerful storm, literally at this moment at its peak. We'll be back. Our third story out front hit again, a powerful nor'easter, as it's called, bearing down on the East Coast tonight. 60-mile-an-hour winds, wintry mix. There's snow in many places, coastal flooding. It's slamming some of the areas hardest hit by Sandy. 600,000 in the New York, New Jersey area have no power and no heat. 8,000 are in shelters after their homes were destroyed after Sandy. Many today who had just gotten power back lost it again. Last week, I went to see some of the most devastated areas on Staten Island, where CNN's Rob Marciano is live tonight with the latest. Rob, I know you've spent the day there. What is the current conditions? It doesn't look good.
No, it doesn't. Can you believe this? I mean, this is a week after a tropical system, or nearly tropical system, moved through this area and crushed it, as you know, from Jersey through this Staten Island area, across Queens, Manhattan, and Long Island, and Connecticut. Now, it's coming down in almost blizzard conditions. We've had wind gusts on eastern Long Island and Buzzards Bay across Massachusetts of 76 miles an hour. We've got over a half a foot of snow in some parts. Here, we've got probably 3 inches, maybe even 4 inches of snow on the ground. You know, this time of year, if it's sticking on the ground, it's coming down pretty hard because the ground is so warm. So one thing that's good is that we didn't have a surge like we were afraid of. So this is an area that had water up and over my shoulders when Sandy came through. Devastating floods to this community. That surge didn't happen, but certainly without power and heat, cold and snow and wind tonight is not boding well for these folks.
And Rob, how are people coping? Because I know so many of them were afraid, they didn't have anywhere to go, and when they were given an alternative, they didn't want to leave because they were worried about looting or worried about their belongings. So where are people going?
Well, a lot of people are hanging tough. We're at the Camerados household. There you go. There's Diane, Vincent, and Anthony making the best of a bad situation. Nice looking snowman there, guys. let's go inside and show you what sadly, what the inside of their house looks like. They've got a lot of their inside of the house out here to dry it out. That's how this entire neighborhood looks like. People just pulled everything out of the inside to dry things out. They've ripped up the floor. They've ripped off the sheetrock. They only have lights in here because they're plugged into our satellite. They've been without power now and heat for over 7 or 8 days now. Finally cranked up the indoor heater there. They do have carbon monoxide monitors going just in case. They're a little bit nervous about that, but they're hanging tough. They're sleeping upstairs, all in the same bedroom, and there's a lot of people in this neighborhood doing the same thing, Aaron.
Oh. All right, well, images are very powerful images. Thanks so much to Rob Marciano. Well, out front next, was Jeb Bush right? President Obama won the overwhelming support of Latinos, the fastest growing segment of the American population. Is the GOP doomed without them? Plus, pot. How marijuana helped the president win. Welcome back to the second half of Out Front. We start with stories we care about, where we focus on our reporting from the front lines. And we begin tonight with the director of a controversial anti-Islam film who has been sentenced to a year in federal prison for probation violations. Mark Basseli Youssef admitted to charges which accuse him of using an alias that violated the terms of his probation from a 2010 bank fraud case. Youssef is the filmmaker behind Innocence of Muslims, the movie that was blamed by some for sparking riots throughout the Muslim world and was initially blamed for the attack in Libya. The Greek parliament has approved a new set of austerity measures. Greek leaders needed to pass a $17.2 billion program to try to get more bailout money. The package cuts spending and pensions. It raises taxes and the retirement age. As many as 70,000 people took to the streets of Athens to protest the measures. Some threw Molotov cocktails, which forced police to fight back with tear gas. One analyst tells us Greece is being asked to take on a lot of fiscal pain. He says we'll see a lot more stress in the region over the next couple of weeks. Keep in mind, round after round of austerity, and it still seems to be getting worse in Greece. Former Penn State University President Graham Spanier was arraigned today on charges he tried to cover up allegations that Jerry Sandusky was sexually abusing boys on the school campus. Among the charges Spanier faces, obstruction of justice, endangering the welfare of children, and perjury. CNN contributor Sarah Ganim reports Spanier's bail is set at $125,000, but it is unsecured. So that means he doesn't have to pay it unless he actually fails to show up for a court date. He will not be allowed to travel outside of the state without the court's permission. Well, after meeting with the president of Burkina Faso, one militant group in Mali is urging other rebels to start a political dialogue. And it's an important group, at least from our understanding, when we were covering that story on the border. The armed group Ansar al-Din is one of many to have taken over the northern part of Mali. And now representatives from that group are calling for a halt of hostilities in the region. What does that mean, though? Here in the U.S., State Department spokesman Victoria Nuland today welcomed the announcement, but says the group has only talked the talk and needs to walk the walk and actually work on a deal. Well, it's been 461 days since the U.S. lost its top credit rating. It is now time to ask, what are we going to do to get it back? Because the election's over. Congress and Mr. President, the next 7 weeks, you better do something. And now our fourth story out front. President Obama won re-election last night despite getting only 39% of the white vote, 20 percentage points behind Romney. Now, other crucial voting blocs carried the president to victory, and that's raising major red flags for the Republican Party today. John King is breaking down the numbers. And John, I know, Democrats made major gains among Latinos, women, suburban voters, all of those things. I want to break each of those down. Let's start with Latinos, because I know there it was a finally double digit in terms of Latino vote.
Giant. And this is a generational problem for the Republican Party if they don't figure it out. You mentioned the white vote. Giant slice of the electorate, 72%. It's colored red because Governor Romney won it. But look down here, 13% African Americans. That's stable from 2008. The president kept that part of his coalition intact. He won more than 9 in 10 African American votes. As you know, Aaron, for the first time nationally, Latinos hit double digits. And look at this, 71%, even higher than his number 4 years ago. 71% of the Latino vote nationally goes to President Obama. That's nationally. Now let's swing this over and let's look at it by states. In Nevada, the white vote was down because why? In Nevada, the Latino vote is 19%. Nevada used to be a swing state. Look at this, 71% again in the state of Nevada, one of the key battlegrounds. Let me just slide this over and give you one more example. The state of Colorado, once a red state, now a purple state. The Latino vote now double digits. And again, when you bring it up, 75%. Let's look over here and I'll just show you how this plays out. President wins Nevada, once a swing state. wins Colorado, once a Republican state, wins New Mexico. We didn't talk about that last night. This used to be one of the classic swing states in American politics. We don't even think about it anymore, right? And he's probably going to win Florida. They're still counting there. Why do I circle those? Watch this. I'm going to slide this little barrier here, come across.
Yeah.
The darker the colors, the higher the Latino population. Look at these states. I didn't even say California. That's been a Democratic state forever. But Nevada, Colorado, New Mexico, Florida, you can find other places as well up into the Midwest. If the Republicans don't solve this problem, it's not just 4 more years for Barack Obama. This is a crisis for the Republican Party.
It certainly is. We're going to talk much more about Texas in a bit because obviously I see that orange there. What about women? Because I know this war on women fight, a lot of people wondered whether it would be effective. But when it actually happened,
in a word, yes.
Romney did not make up that gap again.
It was effective. Come back over here. We'll play the exit polls. When we move this over, let me slide this one out of the way. Nationally, less than half of the electorate is men. Governor Romney wins them. But look, this is not rocket science. 53% of the electorate are women. You see it's blue. They're going for President Obama. If you're getting 55% among the biggest chunk of the electorate, guess what? You are well on your path to victory just there. And again, let's play it out. Let's just not talk nationally. Let's move it over. You go through the battleground states, a closer split here, but the president won both men and women in Colorado. But you start getting here 51%. Again, it used to be a classic swing state. You say that's not much. He's winning in states Republicans used to dominate. And then you come over here. This is the mother of all battlegrounds. Welcome back from Columbus. 52% of the electorate in Ohio are women. And again, the president gets 55%. And so the combination of the diversity of the Obama coalition, college-educated women particularly, Africans and Latinos, you add it up. Simple math. As Bill Clinton said at the Democratic Convention, sometimes it's just arithmetic.
Yeah, sometimes in that speech that was lauded by all. Now, there was another area, though, that is traditionally Republican, the suburbs. Always been seen that way. But that also shifted.
It shifted. And let's go back over to this map, and let me turn off the Latino demographic, and we'll do a little tier and then turn this up. If you look at this, close presidential elections, if you go back to when George Bush won in 2000, when George Bush won in 2004, close presidential elections in American politics are won in the suburbs. You see, this is the 2000 election. You see George W. Bush, I'm going back in time here, winning in the Denver suburbs, right? You see there the president wins right in downtown. The Democrats win in downtown. That's Senator Kerry in that year. But now let's come forward to 2012. Look at all this area. It's blue. In the key swing states, the Democrats dominate in the suburbs. Let's come back over here. You come up to Ohio, and let's make sure it's here. Now, Mitt Romney actually did a good job. He won Lake County, which is a trouble spot. That's a big suburb just outside of Cleveland. He won there. But look down here around Columbus. Oops, sorry. Let me hold this down. Outside of the Columbus city where you were in, the president wins in the suburbs. Down here in Cincinnati and around here, this has to be look at this election. Let's go back to 2004. See Hamilton County, that's Cincinnati and the suburbs around it. When it's red, Republicans win the state. When it's blue, as it was in 2012 and as it was in 2008, the Democrats carry it. Why? Because of the suburbs. And the suburbs is one of the reasons that Pennsylvania, Romney made a play there in the end. Look down here around Philadelphia. Let me put the telestrator back on. Look down here around Philadelphia, all the close-in suburbs there. You have to go way back in time. That used to be Republican territory. But look, in 2012, Obama wins it. 4 years ago, he won it. In 2004, he carried it as well. This is why this has been a Democratic state for so long. You have to go back and back and back. You have to go back to George H.W. Bush, to when the Republicans were competitive in the moderate suburbs around Philadelphia. Again, Latinos, African Americans has been a long-time crisis. Suburbs, especially suburban women, in the big states like this, where the suburbs are key, the Republicans, Aaron, have a problem.
All right, John King, thank you very much. Well, with Democrats making such major gains among Latinos, among women, among suburban voters, what can the GOP do to make up ground? Out front tonight, former White House Deputy Press Secretary Bill Burton, also a senior strategist with Priorities USA, the super PAC that supported President Obama. I'm sure you're going to be glad to not have to raise money for a little while. Yeah, that's a terrible job. Our Republican strategist Leslie Sanchez and our chief political analyst Gloria Borger. Leslie, let me start with you because when John started out talking about the Latino vote, I mean, these numbers are pretty shocking and pretty overwhelming. Bush in 2004, 44% of the vote, of the Latino vote. McCain in 2008, 31%, and now Mitt Romney at 27%. What happened to the inroads made by George W. Bush?
Well, there's no coattails. With Hispanics and GOP, they really don't exist. Latinos vote for a candidate, not for a party, because for many in the Latino community, the Republican brand is very tarnished. It's a community that's seen as somebody, as an entity doesn't care for the Latino community or those interests, which are all these very false stereotypes. But, Aaron, I think you got to look at the fact over the last 40 years, Republicans earned 30% of the Hispanic vote. No more, no less. That's about the average. And we understood if we do not get up into the 37, 38, 39% Hispanic support, the Republican Party will fail to win national elections from probably 2012 on.
I mean, that's a pretty incredible thing. Now, I don't know if you saw what John King was putting up that map of the densely populated areas by Hispanics. I mean, there's a state that stands out there, and that state was Texas. I mean, are we now looking at a point where Texas could be something that you could make a play for as a Democrat?
I think that Texas is no doubt going to be a purple state, either in 2016 or in 2020. It's just a place where the way the population is changing is just going to be better for Democrats. Now, what Mitt Romney failed to do during this entire election is make a strong case to Hispanic voters why they shouldn't feel the way about him that they suspected watching him try to run to the right of Rick Perry in the primary. He got into the general election. He never made a case to Hispanic voters. No real money was spent on Hispanic outlets by the Romney campaign. And I think as a result, he really had no place to grow his support.
There's two things with that. I think a tremendous amount of money was put into this election for Latino. By comparison of what they should be doing on both sides, not at all where it should be. In Texas, I'd have to argue you have Ted Cruz, who's the first Hispanic senator coming out of Texas. Democrats would like to believe the demography is destined to lean to the Democratic Party. As Latinos grow, they're going to naturally move in. Majority of Latinos will be Democratic, but there are many split-ticket voters, many conservative Democrat Latinos who can find a place in the Republican Party with the right candidate and the right message.
And of course, there's people like Marco Rubio, who said earlier this week on this show, before the election even happened, that the Republicans need to reach out more. Gloria, what about the flip side of this, though? You know, 3/4 of the voters still are white in this country, and the president really did not do well, particularly among white men. Is that a red flag for the Democratic Party, or just given the view that demographics may be destiny, it just doesn't matter?
Well, you know, it depends on which way you look at it. I mean, they've always known that they have a problem with white men, particularly because of the economic issues. But when you look at the question of who cares most about my problems, you know, the president overwhelmingly did very well, and a lot of those people are white, blue-collar working men, which is one of the reasons he won, of course, in the state of Ohio. I think the larger problem, quite frankly, is for the Republican Party, because you see that the percentage of the white electorate shrunk, right, from 74 to 72. And I think, you know, that is a problem for Republicans, because they need to start reaching out. You're just talking about Latinos. You know, that's a growing community in this country. And I think, you know, if the Republican Party doesn't wake up and say, okay, you know what? We need to figure out a way to do immigration reform, because there is no reason we should be alienating minorities who, as Leslie points out, might naturally be with us, right? Well, so I think it's a larger problem on the other side. Yeah.
Bill, I mean, my question on this, when you look at the Hispanic vote, in so many ways it seems like it should be natural for some of them to vote GOP.
Right.
I mean, religious and family-oriented. I mean, there are conservative values there that might fit with that party.
There are ways that Mitt Romney could have made a case that he could have dovetailed into the Hispanic community. But, you know, on what Gloria said, I actually am concerned as a Democrat that the demographics are not great for us going into 2016, because, you know, the next candidate on the ballot is not going to be Barack Obama. We're not going to get the kind of margins that we got with the African-American community, likely. We're not going to have a Republican candidate who only gets 27% with the Hispanic community. So I actually think that Democrats do need to find a way to recognize that there is an issue with white voters and figure out how to reach out and find language that works there.
You know, Bill makes
you are the only white male in the conversation here, so.
You know, he makes a really interesting point, because if you look at the Republican candidates who are winning, especially the ones winning statewide, Marco Rubio or Susana Martinez or Ted Cruz, they are winning across the board, not in minority-majority districts. They are winning, you know, with all spectrums of the voting electorate. That's significant for the Republican Party. It points to the fact we're building a backbench. What our future leaders are going to, Luis Fortuno, what our leaders are going to look like in the future. That's the bright side. On the negative side, you have a lot of young Latinos who consistently believe that the Republican Party doesn't connect with them in any way. That's a whole generation we cannot afford to lose.
Final word, Gloria. Here's the problem. You know, in the end, Mitt Romney did not get through with his economic message. And, you know, as you go through this primary season and the whole election season, as you know, Aaron, Mitt Romney, in the end, was sort of starting to do pretty well on who's better able to handle the economy. Right. And as you saw in the exit polls last night, the president was completely at parity with Mitt Romney on who's better able to handle the economy, but he did so much better on who cares about my problems and who understands the middle class. And I think the Republican Party, heading into the discussions we've got over the fiscal cliff, And the question of who's going to solve the debt crisis, who's going to solve the financial crisis, who's going to get us more jobs, I think that's an issue the Republicans in Congress now have to think of, because that's where they failed in the election.
All right, thanks so much to all three. We appreciate it. And out front next, it wasn't just the minority voters or women who helped the president secure 4 more years in the White House. You remember Karl Rove's whole thing, put a little ballot initiative on that riles up your base on the far right? Well, they did it on the far left, and we'll tell you what it was. Plus, Iran could become the biggest challenge the president faces in the next 4 years. But my sources are telling me about Iran's reaction to Obama's victory. Out front next. We are back with tonight's Outer Circle, where we reach out to our sources around the world. And we begin with reaction to the president's re-election in the Middle East, focus of a lot of our coverage here on Out Front. The influential Egyptian blogger Sand Monkey tweeted, "Obama keeps his house and job. Congratulations, B." And, we saw this last night as the results were coming in, all of my tweets coming in from that part of the world. There was a lot of excitement. One of my sources in the region told me the whole of the Middle East wanted to vote, all excited about Obama. Important to note, this is someone who said they would be most certainly hit by higher tax rates and happy to pay them for the privilege of living in the United States of America. But the pressing issues still loom large, perhaps none more than Iran. I asked our Reza Saya how the results will affect Iran's nuclear program.
Aaron, it didn't matter who won these elections. Iran had made it clear that it planned to press forth with its nuclear program no matter what. Mr. Romney, of course, had attacked Mr. Obama, saying he had failed to stop Iran's nuclear program, but he never said how he was going to do things differently. This nuclear program, a complicated issue because Iran has tied it to its national pride and identity, a way to show the world that it won't back down to Washington. Sanctions don't appear to be working, and no one's suggesting attacking Iran anymore other than some Israeli leaders. Many say what will break this deadlock is a deal where both sides can say they gained something. But how do you do that? Does Washington concede something? If so, what? Important questions Mr. Obama will mull over in his second term. Aaron?
And thanks to Reza. And now our fifth story out front, turning the social tide. For the first time in history, voters in 4 states voted to legalize same-sex marriage last night. In Colorado and Washington state, voters okayed the legalization of marijuana. Well, that'll set the stage for a standoff with the federal government. Maybe the president will go along with it. All right, but did these ballot measures, did they influence turnout? That's the crucial question, because Colorado was a swing state. We all know that, up for grabs. Voters there supported the marijuana measure by 55 to 45%, and the president eked out a 4% win. He also won Maryland, Washington, and Maine. Now, obviously, not all of those swing states. Out front tonight, CNN contributors John Avlon, Eric Erickson, and Sasha Eisenberg, author of The Victory Lab, The Secret Science of Winning Campaigns. So, Sasha, overall, Karl Rove was credited with this on the Republican side. Put a ballot measure on people care about. It'll get them to the poll. It'll get your guy elected. Did it work in Colorado, do you think?
I mean, I don't think there was a sort of organized effort to put these on the ballot, but we do see from the sort of quick look at the exit polls that there was a slightly higher turnout among 18 to 29-year-olds in Colorado than there was in the rest of the country. Campaigns are always... One of the issues that goes on in elections is that campaigns tend to assume that the presidency, the top of the ticket, drives turnout. This is the type of issue where I think you could see that there are people who would be brought to the polls because of their, interest, especially young voters, their interest in pot, who might not be sort of part of a typical sort of mobilization effort from campaigns, just not people who would get a campaign's attention, but could be motivated to come out nonetheless. And my bet is we'll know a little bit more about what exactly happened there as the numbers come in.
Eric, Karl Rove's strategy was a ban on gay marriage, put it on 11 states. George W. Bush won 9 of those 11 states. Now, obviously here, some of the states we were talking about on the gay marriage issue were not swing states. But, I mean, let's talk about Colorado. Wouldn't have turned the whole election, but...
Yeah, I actually think what's happening when you look at the X's and you break it down, what happened is Barack Obama's wave helped push those issues. In fact, I think it was Minnesota where in 2009 the same issue was on the ballot and it went down, and it's on the ballot this year with Barack Obama's wave. I think you have to be careful analyzing these things. It really looks like in these states it was a Barack Obama wave that helped get these passed, not these issues getting Barack Obama nominated.
And what about gay marriage, John Avlon? I mean, this is pretty overwhelming. In Maine, 53% said yes, 47% no. In Maryland, 52% yes, 48% no. How significant is that?
It's very significant. I mean, Maine was the state that in 2009 had actually voted this down. So you've got a real bellwether here. You know, Eric's right to the extent that a presidential election, you're going to have higher turnout. So ballot initiatives are more likely to get a representative sample. What we've seen in the last couple of years on same-sex marriage equality, is it hitting a tipping point, a narrow majority of Americans supporting it, really sort of along those lines, 52-48.
Yes.
So I think that, and also the marijuana legalization in Colorado, what you saw is the older voters not supporting it, younger voters were. So you're looking at a generational change. I know, stunning. I know, but you know, it's significant to this extent. What these ballot initiatives are doing is it's showing where we're going as a country. It could be good news for Republicans if they identify more with their libertarian roots, but there are changes afoot about both on marriage equality and marijuana legalization that are going to be the new normal down the line.
But Eric, what do you do about that? Because these are issues in this campaign that were front and center. Right. I mean, the whole party platform from the Republican Party on abortion being another issue when most Americans support exceptions. You know, what's your party do?
I don't know what the party does at this point. I think they have to assess it. I would say this. It looks like, you know, you said 52-48. The interesting thing about these issues in those states, particularly gay marriage, is that it wins in the polls in pretty much every state and has always failed at the ballot, except this time. Right. And what I really think this is Barack Obama's voters going out to support it. Were they on the ballot in 2014? Maybe not, because the turnout won't be so high. So social conservatives, though, are looking at these, and they're saying, at least with gay marriage, this is happening at the polls and not happening by judges.
And Sasha, you study how campaigns target voters based on these issues. So what are the next things they should be targeting? Or should they be pushing this, you know, Eric's raising the question, across more states, especially coming midterms?
Yeah, I mean, I think that there will be always interest in using sort of out-of-the-box issues that candidates don't necessarily engage in, but they can change the composition of the electorate. And I think Democrats are particularly interested. You know, one of the things that Bill mentioned in the last segment is that Democrats are going to have to figure out how to run for office without Barack Obama at the top of their ticket. And that means they're going to need to find new ways to bring minorities and young people into the process who were part of their 2008 coalition, part of their 2012 coalition, but still are not really habitual voters. And my guess is that if they can find social or cultural issues that can help motivate those voters and connect with them, that they'll look at them.
Democrats in Michigan tried this as well with a union ballot to boost union membership. Turns out the voters rejected it, so they still have to be careful what they put on the ballot.
Right.
People are smart. Direct democracy.
People are smart. All right, thanks to all three, and out front next. So the campaign is finally over. And, you know, we've all been saying, oh, we're so exhausted, we're glad it's over. Oh, you know what? We're going to look back at some of the things the candidates wish you'd forget, but you won't. The very long campaign season finally over. And as happy as we are to see it go, we will miss the ups and downs of the campaign trail. Sometimes it seemed both parties would say anything. Other times it was like they didn't know what they were saying at all.
You said that you had run a 2-hour and 50-something marathon. It turned out that, of course, it was actually over 4 hours.
I've just lost perspective on what normal times are.
But, folks, I can tell you, and I've known 8 presidents, 3 of the minimum.
Morning, y'all. I like grits. I love Big Bird.
There's never been a day in the last 4 years I've been proud to be his vice president. Not one single day.
I'm not familiar precisely with exactly what I said, but I stand by what I said, whatever it was.
A 3-letter word. Jobs. J-O-B-S. Jobs.
Join me in welcoming the next president of the United States, Paul Ryan.
Stamped with 3 proud words, made in the USA.
Hey, you know, that would have been an interesting ticket, wouldn't it? Romney, Biden. Hadn't thought about it that way. All right, thanks so much, everyone. Get some rest. Have a good night. Anderson Cooper 360 starts now.
Aaron, thanks. Good evening, everyone. We begin tonight in Washington after a history-making election night with 2 simple words. What next? What next for the men and women in the Capitol behind me in a Democratic Senate and Republican House? What next? What next for the party that tried and failed to retake the Senate and White House, who ran on a platform that a majority of Americans saw as too extreme and a demographic base that now seems just too narrow? What next for them? What next for the man who won re-election despite a slow-healing economy, who returned from Chicago tonight and came home to face rapidly approaching challenges on taxes, the budget, the global economy, and a whole lot more? For President Obama, what next? Today, markets took a nosedive in part because investors see what is coming and worry that Washington simply cannot fix it. And that's why we are here tonight again. In the speeches last night and the statements today, everyone from President Obama to Mitt Romney to the leaders in the building behind me all found ways of saying they get it. They understand the challenges and will rise to meet them. Listen.
We want our children to live in America that isn't burdened by debt, that isn't weakened by inequality, that isn't threatened by the destructive power of a warming planet.
The nation, as you know, is at a critical point. At a time like this, we can't risk partisan bickering and political posturing.
If there's a mandate in yesterday's results, it's a mandate for us to find a way to work together on the solutions to the challenges that we all face as a nation.
It's better to dance than to fight. It's better to work together. Everything doesn't have to be a fight.
Well, tonight, what is next on the fiscal cliff, on the rest of the president's agenda, on whether and how Republicans will deal with a diverse electorate? Tonight, we are looking forward, not so much looking back to last night. We begin with Dana Bash on the coming fiscal cliff when tax cuts expire and automatic budget cuts kick in. Dana?
Well, first of all, welcome to the Capitol, Anderson. On that issue, you heard everybody sort of singing this Kumbaya tune, but when you got down to the next sentence, of course, there was a but. You heard John Boehner in particular talking about the fact that on the issue that has divided them over the past year or so on this fiscal cliff issue, taxes, saying very clearly he does not want to raise taxes, but he also put out an olive branch, Anderson. He did say that maybe he would be for some kind of raising some kind of revenue. Didn't give any specifics about what that means, but talked about broad tax reform as it relates to entitlement reform. On the other side of the Capitol, though, you saw right over there the Senate Majority Leader, Harry Reid, really clearly feeling like he has the leverage here, not just because of what the voters said on the issue of taxes, because it really was a clear-cut issue between President Obama and Mitt Romney, but also because of just the mechanics of it, Anderson. If nobody does anything, taxes for everybody will go up. So Democrats realize that, so they do feel like they have the leverage, and they're probably right.
And there is motivation to try to do something on that. There was a private conference call Boehner had with his caucus. What do you know about it?
Well, we're told from a source who was on the call, this was a call with all House Republicans were invited to this, that he was very sober, and he did try to buck everybody up and say, in fact, the words he used is that we are the last line of defense from an America that Barack Obama would design. But he also had a clear message for his rank and file, which is hold your fire. I need to have some running room, not to mix too many metaphors here, but I need to have some running room to figure out how we can do this the right way. And the other thing that I'm told that he said to them is that he won't let the White House box him in, but he can't be boxed out either. He knows that he's going to have to negotiate big time, and he's going to be the point person with the president, just like they were in those failed talks a year ago.
We'll see what President Obama does to try to reach out to Boehner and repair that relationship as well, and vice versa, I should say. Dana Bash, appreciate that. I want to turn next to Republican Senator Lindsey Graham of South Carolina, who famously said just a couple days ago, if Mitt Romney loses and Republicans say it's because he wasn't conservative enough, he'll, quote, go nuts. Senator, Americans, first of all, how are you doing?
Have you gone nuts? Because I've heard a lot of them saying just that.
Well, I just think the honest truth is that we have a problem. If we'd got 40% of the Hispanic vote, Mitt Romney would be president. 43, Bush 43 got 41%, McCain got 31%, and Romney got 27%.
Going in the wrong direction.
So how do you change that? I mean, how do you change it? You've got, because you have extremes in your party who certainly on the immigration issue, for instance, don't want to see some sort of a compromise.
Yeah. Well, here's what I want to see. I want to see a solution that will not lead to 12 million illegal immigrants 20 years from now, and I'm willing to deal with the 12 million in a firm and fair way, but I want a comprehensive solution that prevents the third wave of illegal immigration. That's all I ask, and I think that's all most Americans want. I think most Hispanic voters, they didn't have a real fondness for President Obama. His job approval rating among Hispanics was about 50%. I just think they saw him as a lesser of two evils between Obama and us, because he didn't really lift a finger to do comprehensive immigration reform like he promised. So we'll be back in the game. Immigration is a national issue. It's just not a Hispanic issue. It's an American issue. And there's a solution to be found out there if people want to find it.
Senator, Americans are going to see massive tax increases if Congress fails to strike a deal on the so-called fiscal cliff. And it's not just tax increases, also massive budget cuts. Every single American will feel the effects. What level of hope do you have tonight that Congress can really come together to strike a deal? Because there's always talk about, oh, yeah, we're going to work together, and then it just never materializes.
Right. It's pretty high, actually. Simpson-Bowles is the way forward, Anderson. And what did Simpson-Bowles do? They didn't raise tax rates. They eliminated deductions, all but two, I think, interest on your home with a cap and charitable deductions. And they had lower rates, a 25% corporate rate. The top individual rate was around 30%. They took that $1 trillion from eliminating deductions and exemptions. They put some of it on the debt, some of it to buy down rates, and they did entitlement reform. That's exactly what I think we'll wind up doing, and we'll come together on discretionary spending cuts. I'm very optimistic after hearing John Boehner today say that revenue would be on the table in the form of Simpson-Bowles. I think that's the magic way forward. And the Democrats have to do entitlement reform.
But if you look at the polls, I mean, that people actually voted for, a lot of them do support raising taxes on the wealthiest Americans. Boehner said he would not do that today. He wouldn't support it. Harry Reid still said Democrats would insist on those taxes being raised.
Well, all I would suggest is that every bipartisan group has looked at this. The Gang of Six, 3 Republicans, 3 Democrats. Simpson-Bowles rejected higher tax rates. They raised revenue by eliminating deductions and exemptions, taking that revenue back into the Treasury, applying it to the debt, and buying down rates to create economic growth. And some future economic growth can be dedicated to
But does that really get you where you
retirement.
need to be on deficit reduction? Just eliminating
absolutely,
loopholes.
it does. It does. Well, there's $1 trillion out there every year that we give away through the tax code. Take that $1 trillion back, apply some of it to the debt, some of it to lowering tax rates to create jobs, and future economic growth set some of that aside to get out of debt. Raising tax rates was rejected by Simpson-Bowles and the Gang of Six, and there'll be no Republican who will go down that road because it will hurt job creation. Tax policy and job creation go hand in hand.
But didn't this, I mean, this president got reelected very clearly saying that is what he wanted to do, to raise taxes on the wealthiest Americans. The Republican challenger said he did not want to do that, and he did not get elected. Doesn't that give President Obama and the Democrats some right to push for raising taxes on the wealthiest Americans?
Well, I think the House got reelected. Their mandate is to not raise tax rates. And go back to Simpson-Bowles. Simpson-Bowles rejected the idea of higher tax rates. They eliminated deductions. The people who will give up most deductions are the wealthy among us. Pick a rate, 30%, and tell people you got to pay it. How many Americans in the upper income level actually pay 35%? The tax code is a social engineering document to reward friends and punish enemies. Flatten the tax rate, make people pay the rate you pick, have a 25% corporate rate to create jobs here in America. If you have bad tax policy, you're going to have bad job creation. Simpson-Bowles, the Gang of Six is the way to go forward, and I'm confident that's what we will do.
Well, we'll watch it. Senator Graham, appreciate your time. Coming up next, our panel, Chief National Correspondent John King, Chief Political Correspondent Candy Crowley, moderated the second presidential debate, also political analyst David Gergen and Gloria Borger. John, when you listen to Senator Graham, I mean, couple his words with those of 2 congressional leaders today, do you get a sense we're looking at anything other than gridlock? I mean, you can say Simpson-Bowles all you want, but both sides completely disagree on this tax raising thing on the upper income Americans.
You're going to hear a lot of Simpson-Bowles. Everyone will say it's the roadmap, and then when you get to the specifics of it, that's when they walk away. That's what happened when it was first released, and that's what has happened every time it comes up since, Anderson. You do have amid, Speaker Boehner, as you were discussing earlier, planted a flag today. He also said, well, I want to be conciliatory. I want to listen. Leader Reid says, I'm not going to draw any lines in the sands. The burden here is going to be on the President of the United States, and even a bit more so than usual, because Speaker Boehner, whether the Democrats think this is fair or not, he feels burned by the last time they went down this path. He thought he had to deal with the President, and he thinks the President walked away from it. And so is this a game of chicken where, who blinks first? The President gives up higher taxes on the rich for long-term tax reform. Republicans give up something in the short term to get more in the long term. That's going to be the kabuki dance, if you will, and the stakes are pretty enormous.
Candy, can you see any position where the President gives up higher taxes on the wealthy? I mean, he did get reelected on this, and he has been very clear on this particular issue. I mean, this was a major thing he ran on.
Yes, and he said if he got a bill that did not include the end of tax hikes for the wealthy, he'd veto it. So but that was pre-election. This is post-election. But the pressure, I think, is on all of them. But let's remember the pressure for the president. One of the things that is difficult about a coalition that puts you in office is every part of the coalition wants to protect something. They think that they helped put this guy back in office. And so you already hear folks on the left saying, do not touch Social Security, do not touch Medicare. There is no need to do that. So there's pressure on that side, and there's pressure on the side of him that said in his acceptance speech last night, and I'm going to work, and we're going to get this done. So I think the pressure on the president is probably even more so than that on Republicans.
Gloria, do you agree with that? I mean, congressional approval levels are, you know, at an all-time low.
Yeah, like 17%, something like that. I think there's pressure on all of them because I think what you have is a divided country. And I think they've got this huge speed bump, which is the question of tax cuts for the rich. And they have to figure out a way to get around that. Maybe they'll raise the bar of how you define wealthy. I think everybody understands that there's an outline of a framework here to do tax reform. You know, Mitt Romney talked about it in his campaign, said cap deductions. He gave them an idea. He said, let's do this. So I think they just have to figure out a way to get around this. You know, my big question is, what role does Paul Ryan play in all of this? Because he's pretty far out there. He's now a national figure, said, you know, no new taxes. And John Boehner's going to have to try and lead some compromises in his own caucus, and he's got now a new national leader.
So do you see compromises possible? Because of the fiscal cliff.
Okay, so here's the thing. In the olden days when I covered the Congress, I always used to say, you know what, they're going to end up doing the right thing. I no longer think that. I now believe that they could all retreat into their corners. The only thing that gives me hope is that it's in their own ultimate self-interest to get something done.
Yeah, it's everybody's self-interest. You know, David, I mean, you know, as you survey the landscape of the incoming Congress, do you see any likelihood that these members will be able to come together, work with the president on big ideas, immigration reform, climate change, tax reform, entitlement reform?
I do, Anderson. I'm increasingly optimistic that we will not go over the fiscal cliff. The sharp drop in the markets today sent a clear signal to Congress and to the president that you guys better not let us do this, that you're going to throw us into a recession next year. And Barack Obama doesn't have to run for office again, but the rest of these folks up there do. And they may often be dumb, but they're not crazy. And I do think that they'll act out of some sense of what the national interest here. I think the way to get there, though, is to be careful not to isolate just the question of tax hikes on the wealthy. If you isolate that, you're going to get everybody dug in. What you need to do is put that question into a broader framework. How do we raise revenues, which John Boehner said today he was now open to and he would favor that, and how do we get spending down through entitlement reform? If the Republicans are willing to come to the table on some form of tax increases that don't come out of the middle class, and also the Democrats are willing to go along with entitlement reform, you could get the structure of a deal now. You can't get a real deal before January 1, but you could get an agreement on what the basic structure would be, and then direct your committees next year within 6 months or a year to come back and put the deal together.
But will they get there is the big question, I think, Anderson. Can they get there? Because just we talked about the Tea Party last time. They came out of an election. They said we won't do these things, and they wouldn't do those things. Some of these new Democrats, Senator Elizabeth Warren, Senator-elect Elizabeth Warren from Massachusetts, for example, ran ads saying, I will never cut Medicare. What happens?
Yeah.
And maybe the president will actually come up with a plan. He's been reelected. He doesn't have to run again.
Well, I'm curious also
maybe
to see,
he'll put something on the table.
Does he change the way he interacts with Congress? I mean, does he sort of take some of the criticism that he's gotten in this race and sort of figure out a different way?
And invite him over to the White House,
yeah,
maybe
play
once
golf
in a
with
while,
him or
play
something.
golf, have him at
Who
dinner.
knows? Candy, David, Gloria, thanks. John, stick around. When we come back, I want to break down the demographics that are key to President Obama's victory and Republican trouble winning the female vote. And as Lindsey Graham said a moment ago, the Latino vote, huge difference there. We're also joined by a panel of Republicans to talk about how their party changes to fix the problems they face.
Seize this future together, because we are not as divided as our politics suggests. We're not as cynical as the pundits believe. We are greater than the sum of our individual ambitions, and we remain more than a collection of red states and blue states. We are and forever will be the United States of America.
Another moment from President Obama's acceptance speech in Chicago in the early hours of the morning. The fact that it wasn't a concession speech, due in no small part because President Obama and the Democratic Party managed to assemble a voting coalition that better reflects America's growing diversity. They did that in part through a computerized data crunching operation that was so sophisticated, so closely guarded that campaign spokesman Ben LaBolt called it their nuclear codes. John King is back to break down the numbers for us. John, take a look.
Anderson, it was their nuclear code, perhaps, but they did what they said they were going to do. If you go back to your notes a year and a half ago, you asked the Obama people, what are you going to do? They said, we're going to identify our voters, we're going to find them, we're going to keep in touch with them, and we're going to turn them out. And nationally, if you look at the electorate, men 47%, shaded red because Governor Romney won, but women, there's a big gender gap, 53%. If you're winning as the president did 55% of the biggest chunk of the electorate and you're competitive elsewhere, you're on your way to winning the election. This is the women vote, if you look at it here. That's one piece. Let me slide it over. That's nationally. This plays out in swing states as well. You get to a state like Colorado, the president actually won the men's vote as well. But women made 51% of the electorate. Once a reliably Republican state in Colorado. Look at that. More of a classic swing state. It's closer here in Colorado, but the president won there by being competitive among women as well. And I'll move you over to one more. This is a little touchy. She's had a tough couple days. 48% in Ohio were men, 50% in Ohio were women. And once again, Anderson, you look at the gender gap. This is just the gender gap, and bang, especially college-educated women in the suburbs critical to the Obama coalition. But that's not the only piece. That's the only piece. Let's come back and look nationally by race. When we saw this number last night, we knew Governor Romney was in trouble. Only 72% of the electorate was white yesterday. Governor Romney needed that up at 74, even 75%. African Americans, 13% of the population. Again, a lot of people thought that would drop. High African American unemployment. Not history the second time around. The Obama campaign, that operation you talked about, found them, got in touch with them, and turned them out in Philadelphia, in Cleveland, elsewhere across the country. And look at this. The president got 93% of their votes. Again, 13% of the electorate, but you're getting 93% of the votes. And this is historic. Latinos crossed double digits, 10% nationally for the first time. And this is not only part of the president's victory coalition, this is a long-term generational crisis for the Republican Party. 7 in 10 votes among Latinos nationally for the president, 27% for Governor Romney. And again, Anderson, it's not just nationally. You look at states like Nevada, where the white vote is smaller. Why? Because the Latino vote is nearly 20% of the vote in the state of Nevada. The president gets 71%. Can't win. You can't win. The other side can't win when the numbers are like that. And let's bring this over Colorado. Much more of a white vote, 78%, but Latinos at 14%, excuse me. Let me pop out the pie chart one more time, and the president getting 75%. Let me shift walls, Anderson, to take one more minute of your time. I want to show you this. Nevada used to be a swing state in presidential politics. Colorado used to be a Republican state in presidential politics. New Mexico was a swing state in presidential politics. Florida, a swing state in presidential politics. If the Democrats keep getting 66, 70% of the Latino vote, watch this. The darker the area, the higher the Latino population. So in Nevada, Colorado, and New Mexico, it's almost game over. In Florida last night, we're still waiting to get the final results. Latino vote critical to the president's lead. And if you look at the state of Texas in the long term, if the Republicans don't solve this problem, 1 or 2 or 3 more presidential elections, we might be talking about Texas as a blue state, Anderson.
Wow. It's amazing looking at the maps like that, the demographics. John, appreciate that. So let's talk about this. Given that, how does the Republican Party evolve? That's the question. What is next for them? For some on the extreme right, there's not a lot of self-examination going on quite yet, certainly not today. Take a look at this from the American Spectator. Doomed beyond all hope of redemption, dark thoughts on the meaning of a catastrophic election. That's from the American Spectator. From a Tea Party group in Ohio to Cincinnati.com, under the headline, "We mourn the loss of our country," there's this quote, "Today I wear black, the day America died." From a conservative interviewed by the liberal Mother Jones, quote, "This is not hyperbole. This country is done. The writing's on the wall. Dead." And from the billionaire Romney surrogate who shall go unnamed, quote, "This election is a total sham and a travesty. We are not a democracy." Joining us, a panel of Republicans, Red State Editor-in-Chief Eric Erickson, GOP strategist Kristen Soltis, and Alex Castellanos, and former George W. Bush Press Secretary Ari Fleischer. So, Alex, we talked last night about your party's challenge reaching Hispanic voters. Is there a sense the Republicans are ready to fundamentally change their approach? Is that what they need to do, or are they just looking for a better way to package the positions they've already got?
Well, I don't think this is a small thing. This is not a matter of changing your positions on a couple of issues. We need to remember that the philosophy that Republicans hold, which is freedom and opportunity for everybody, is what works, and it's the reason people come to this country and have for generations anyway. Nobody comes to this country, to the United States, hey, I'm going to get more government benefits here. Most people who come to this country come here because it's still a land of opportunity, a land of endless promise. And that's what I think the Republican message needs to be. We need to become the party of yes and the party of more. Come here. This is a place that has open arms for everybody. And Democrats, yeah, you get more from government. But there's an end to that. It's going broke. With Republicans, you get more from the economy, which is the real reason you come here.
Kristen, I mean, ahead of the vote, there were all of these predictions that young voters wouldn't turn out for the president the way they did 4 years ago. According to exit polls, your party hasn't made any headway in reaching them. Republicans had 4 years to address the problem. What are they still doing wrong on that?
So actually, young voters did break heavily for the president, but not as heavily as they broke 4 years ago. But Republicans still have a long way to go. And I think this election hopefully has sort of busted two myths about them. The first myth is that they're not going to show up. Turnout is now at 19%. It's never been below 17%. A lot of my colleagues got that wrong. They thought they'd stay home. It's clear that this is a new world. The other thing that's different is you saw the voters in their 30s actually were the group where Obama did better than he did 4 years ago. The young voters for Obama last time, they got older and they stuck with the president. I think it's important for Republicans to realize that this isn't just a matter of young voters who are going to grow up and become conservative when they get older. This is going to resonate throughout these voters' political lifetimes.
Yeah, or part of the problem with young voters may be your party's positions on social issues. A lot of Democrats will certainly say that. Conservatives sound very nostalgic, obviously, about the Reagan era, but that was a time when there was a lot more diversity of opinion on social issues. I mean, now, you know, President Obama mentioned gay people every step on basically every campaign stop. I don't think I ever heard Mitt Romney acknowledge that there were gay and lesbian Americans in existence. And that's just one thing that in young people in the polls you look at, support for something like same-sex marriage runs much higher.
You know, Anderson, if you want people to vote for you, you have to be comfortable talking to people. And that means Republicans have got to start going into communities they typically don't go to and speak and listen. And that connection is just a part of how people say, I think he understands what I'm going through in life. But let me give you two other factors that are huge part of how America is changing, and they're cultural issues, Anderson. If you're married, you're voting Republican by 29 points, according to the exit polls. If you're single, you voted Democrat by 14 points. Think of the gap between single and married. And then also, huge issue, religion. America is increasingly becoming a secular country. 17% of the Americans told exit pollsters they never go to church or synagogue. 29-point Democrat advantage among those who never go. Among those who go to synagogue or church every week, plus 19 Republican. The cultural divides are turning the Republican Party, and this is the red state, blue state issue, into essentially an older party that's a more church-going party of married families and children. The Democrats are increasingly younger, more secular, and unmarried. And the numbers don't look good for Republicans.
Eric, where do you come down on this whole notion of, you know, did the party go too far right? Should it be more of a sort of center-right? Or are you of the opinion that Romney was too center-right and not conservative enough?
I think the problem with Mitt Romney was it depended on the time of day and the week as to what position he was and where he was. And that was part of the problem. Look, when you have a guy who agrees, by the way, in the first debate, which everyone says he won, he actually agreed substantively with Barack Obama on 7 to 10 positions. 7 in the second debate, 5 in the third debate. When instead of drawing bright lines, you're trying to blurry them so you can do this passive-aggressive campaign where you say, I'm going to be a better manager, but I'm not really going to tell you where I stand. Well, you know, people are going to go with the politician they know, not the politician they don't know. You've got to actually be able to articulate your vision for the country, which
But Eric,
really
are you saying...
do.
Are you just saying that what the GOP had was a Mitt Romney problem, or do you think there is a GOP problem? And if there is, what do you think it is?
Oh, I think it's both. Part of the problems the Republicans have is that they've been very successful for 30 years, and they've forgotten that they can't just talk inside the echo chamber. They've got to go outside the echo chamber. They've got to be able to explain things to people. When you're talking to Hispanic voters, it's really hard to woo Hispanic voters when they think you hate them. It's not the policies that Republicans advocate that hurt Hispanics, but they get that vibe from Republicans. They've got to be able to.
So you think it's just the way the message is delivered as opposed to what the policies actually are?
Look, freedom and equality of opportunity sell to everyone. The Republicans have a great message to sell. They just got to remember that a lot of people can't come from countries where that's not the message.
And Anderson, there are some things, though, that Republicans need to fix. You know, we're against big government unless all of a sudden big government agrees with us or we're running it, especially on social issues. Freedom nationally, values locally, get government out of our lives. I think, you know, we saw a lot of excitement from Ron Paul come into the Republican Party. We saw a lot of youth there. That's the future of the party, I think. We can't cheat and cut across the track and hug big government when it agrees with us.
Right.
But the future of the party is also... The future of the party is through economic growth and economic ideas. Our number one problem remains debt, and that still is something that Republicans have got to lead the way in solving.
We got to leave there. Eric, Krista, and Alex, Ari, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Let me know what you think about this, whether you're a Democrat or Republican. Twitter, send me a message on Twitter at Anderson Cooper. Coming up tonight, what is next for Mitt Romney? A look at the former governor's political future, if he really has any. Is he just going to kind of go the way of like Mike Dukakis, kind of disappear from the national stage when we continue?
This interview was brought to you by Cisco Telepresence. With Cisco at the center, working together has never worked so well. Get more political analysis like this by clicking on CNNPolitics.com.
I so wish that I had been able to fulfill your hopes to lead the country in a different direction, but the nation chose another leader, and so Ann and I join with you to earnestly pray for him and for this great nation.
Mitt Romney, obviously last night conceding the election. He spoke for less than 5 minutes, half as long as John McCain did in 2008. Governor Romney also said this. Listen.
I want to thank Paul Ryan for all that he has done for our campaign. And for our country. Besides my wife, Ann, Paul is the best choice I've ever made. And I trust that his intellect and his hard work and his commitment to principle will continue to contribute to the good of our nation.
One thing Paul Ryan was not able to do is deliver Wisconsin, his home state, obviously a key battleground. Its voters helped push President Obama over the victory line as they did 4 years ago. Congressman Ryan did win re-election to his House seat. Under his state's election law, he's able to run for an 8th term concurrently with his vice presidential bid. He's expected to return to Washington. Mitt Romney's next step, though, isn't nearly as clear. Candy Crowley and Gloria Borger join me once again. Candy, 2 failed presidential bids, a 1-term governorship of a state that resoundingly voted against him last night, and a Republican base that clearly was never too enthusiastic about him and is today kind of attacking him. Does Mitt Romney have a political future on the national stage?
I'm not sure Mitt Romney wants a political future on the national stage. I mean, this was not an easy fit. Mitt Romney with this particular iteration of the Republican Party. In general, the Republican Party, unless you have a base to return to, as Paul Ryan does, but if you're Bob Dole, who quit the Senate to run, you do tend to kind of disappear. People don't come back to those who lost elections for them and look for a lot of things. But if you're a John McCain, you can go back to the Senate. You can certainly turn that into something. And John McCain's become one of the most powerful voices of criticism against President Obama, particularly when it comes to foreign policy. John Kerry, the same thing. He had a Senate seat, but there's no place in politics, no elective office that Mitt Romney holds now. So I don't see where he easily fits back into this party at this point.
You could become a cable TV host. Who knows? One of those networks out there. But what do you think? Do you think he has? Because it seems like a lot in the Republican Party today, we're quickly moving.
He's over.
You're right.
History. It sounded like a valedictory to me last night, and. He didn't talk about our cause will live. We're going to continue to fight in the future. It was sort of like he was going to recede, and he'd done it twice. He tried. He lost. And there are a lot of people who regarded him as a transitional figure, even when he was the nominee of the party. So I think he'll probably go back to business, maybe to Bain Capital, who knows? But I don't see politics in his future.
Candy, what about Paul Ryan? I mean, he's long been considered one of the rising stars of the Republican Congress. Will he just pick up where he left off as kind of a increased superstar budget wonk, or do you see him try to broaden out, claim the mantle of party standard bearer?
Well, he's got time. Listen, he has something that is very hard for a House member to get, and that is nationwide recognition. He also is a bona fide brainiac when it comes to budget things. You may not agree with what he would like to do with the budget, but he understands the budget. So there's still a place for him there. He certainly does speak for the conservative wing in the fiscal part, but he's also very pragmatic. So, yeah, I mean, I think he can. There's been some talk, oh, maybe he should go to a think tank and, you know, hang out for a while and think those big thoughts. But, you know, he's got, it's a nice spot. He clearly wanted to keep it if he wasn't going to get the vice presidency. So I think he's young. He's 41 or 42. I think he's one of the contenders when you look 4 years from now, if that's the route he wants to go.
Yeah, Candy Crilly, appreciate Gloria Borger. Thanks very much. Joining me now is former New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani. Mr. Mayor, thanks very much for being with us. Looking at last night's exit poll results, it's clear, or I guess I should ask you, do you think it's clear that your party has a big problem on its hands reaching out to Hispanic Americans, for instance? Its share of the Hispanic votes decreasing. And if so, what do you do about that?
Well, I certainly agree that we have a big problem reaching out for the Hispanic vote. What was it, 25%? Right. I ran for mayor of New York, and each time I ran, I got a higher percentage of the Hispanic vote, and they probably elected me with 43%, then I got 48%. I think that President Bush had us up to about 44, 48% nationally, and since then we've been declining. I think there's one big issue. I think Lindsey Graham would agree with this. I just talked to Lindsey about this a couple of days ago. We've got to get over this immigration reform hurdle. I mean, President Bush was on the right track with comprehensive immigration reform. If we had passed that, we would be a party that probably had a 45% Hispanic base.
So how do you sell that message to the fringe of your party? Because that's not a message they want to hear.
Big opportunity lost, really, in Mitt Romney losing, because I think that's one of the things Mitt Romney could have accomplished. With a Democratic Senate, Republican House, new president, he probably could have gotten 150 Republican votes for comprehensive immigration reforms, which means to the Hispanic community being sensible about the 12, 14, 15 million people that are here. You can't deport them all. You can't chase them all out. Sure, you can focus on the ones that are criminals or the ones that are doing bad things, but I know that community really well, and 90% of them are hardworking people who are actually making a contribution. So why the heck do we want to hound them? And I think that's the major thing that hurts us. And
what's also interesting about your record, I mean, you're someone who's held positions on social issues that certainly are not in step with the rest of your party as it is right now. According to exit polls, unmarried women went for the president by nearly 40 points. Do you think the Democrats, what they said was a war on women message resonated? Should your party adjust its approach on women's issues, especially reproductive issues, or same-sex issues, same-sex marriage? Does there need to be evolution there?
I ran that way in 2008. I didn't get the nomination, and nobody with my views ran in 2012. And frankly, Anderson, I didn't run in 2012 because I didn't think I could be nominated, being pro-choice and being pro-gay rights. I signed, as mayor of New York, I signed the first in the nation civil union bill. And that was
Didn't you officiate at a gay wedding, I think, once? No, I remember reading that. You had some friends who got married or something.
Didn't do that. Okay. Still believe marriage should be between a man and a woman, but I'm very open to civil unions, and I'm also open to allowing states to decide this on a state-by-state basis. So if New York wants gay marriage, fine. If some other state doesn't want to have gay marriage, here we are, a party that believes in states' rights. Until we get into an issue like gay marriage, and then we don't believe in states' rights.
And also this is a party that doesn't believe in heavy federal government involvement in people's private lives unless on certain issues. And again, it's something Alex Castellanos brought up earlier. So again, how do things evolve in that? Do they need to evolve for the GOP?
My ideal Republican Party would be a Republican Party that was fiscally conservative on foreign policy and military policy, and on social issues, we would be libertarian. We would say, we're going to stay out of your pocketbook and we're going to stay out of your bedroom. And I think that party could be a majority party. I think
there are people sorry, go ahead.
I think if we were running that way this time, I think we win by 4 or 5%.
What about the Tea Party? I mean, there are people who say the Tea Party decided it wanted pure candidates, and I put that in quotes, so your party lost some unlosable races that they may have cost Republicans control of the Senate. Some say Republicans can't win with the Tea Party, but they can't win without them, and a lot of leaders don't feel comfortable publicly, even bringing this issue up.
Well, I think what really should try to do with the Tea Party is to get them to figure out what are your priority issues. Their priority issue, the whole reason it got established, was big government, heavy taxes, Obamacare, government trying to direct your life, and then allow a certain amount of flexibility on social issues. If we could organize around fiscal conservatism, conservatism on foreign policy and on military policy, and then allow people to disagree with each other, sort of in the Ronald Reagan mold of, if you agree with me on 8 out of 10 issues, you're my friend. Somehow we're going to have to get around to that kind of party. Otherwise, and I've been saying this for 10 years, otherwise we give away, look at the map, we give away the entire Northeast, and we give away the entire West Coast. By the time we get to the electoral vote, we got to win by 1 state, 2 states, and when you get a good campaign against you, as Barack Obama had a great ground game and a great campaign, then you'll lose.
I got to go, but I just want to ask you very briefly, do you think Mitt Romney has a role on the national stage in the Republican Party, or do you think, he goes to kind of like Mike Dukakis, kind of disappears from the national stage?
We don't do that. Republicans don't reject their prior candidates. I mean, we've had lots of candidates.
I heard a lot of rejection today.
I know. The day after we reject them, and then a year later, they have a role in the party. Mitt Romney ran a very, very good race. The reality is, he's a very, very intelligent man. He's got a lot of terrific ideas. He's someone that I think can play a big role in this party. Will he be a candidate again? I doubt that. There are an awful lot of candidates coming along. But will he be someone that we respect, admire? I ran against Mitt Romney, and I saw in 2012 a Mitt Romney that I really, really admired.
Okay. Mayor Giuliano, appreciate you being on. Thank you very much. I know you had a long day. President Obama's victory comes to new challenges. History shows second terms, of course, can be tricky. We're going to look at the pitfalls and the possibilities. Stay tuned for that. Hey, welcome back. Barack Obama obviously won entry last night to the ranks of 2-term presidents. The day after President George W. Bush was reelected, CNN's John King asked him about the freedom that comes with winning a second term. Listen.
And also whether you feel more free to do any one thing in a second term that perhaps you were politically constrained from doing in a first.
You asked, do I feel free? Let me put it to you this way. I earned capital in the campaign, political capital, and now I intend to spend it. It is my style.
President Bush forged ahead with an ambitious domestic agenda, but his second term ended with a financial crash. President Clinton spent much of his second term mired in that sex scandal and fighting impeachment. And even if they managed to avoid major missteps and scandal, second-term presidents are lame ducks, which brings its own set of problems. Let's talk about that with Cornell Belcher, Democratic strategist and Obama 2012 pollster. Also, Van Jones, former special advisor to the Obama White House. Alex Castellanos is also back. Cornell, first of all, I would have expected you to take today off and at least maybe a couple of months
your
off.
Your producers kept calling me.
We tracked you down. Okay, I apologize about that. Alex, let me start with you. The biggest difference from a first term to a second term is the president doesn't have to worry about running again. I know you don't agree with President Obama's policies, but you heard President Bush in that clip from 2004. Re-election brings with a certain amount of political capital. Do you think it does with President Obama?
Yes, I think free at last. He doesn't have to answer to voters. He's got tremendous flexibility now. And, you know, it happens to politicians and it happens to athletes. Once they've won a big one, once they've won a major, a championship, the pressure is off and they can become better athletes. The same thing is true with politicians. Barack Obama has an opportunity now to kind of lift his eyes over the horizon and see how history is going to judge him, not how the next election is going to judge him. He has two things he has to deal with, debt and economic growth. He can focus on that like a laser, and the politics is going to get smaller, and the presidency now, I think, can get bigger.
Cornell, what do you see is different? What could change now?
No, I think that's well said. Look, this time the presidents, whoever they are, Democrat, Republican, they start thinking about legacy. So what are the big things that they can get accomplished where they don't have to worry about re-election? You know what Alex said. Clearly, the debt and economic growth there, but also I got to think, and I have no information on this, but poverty is a big issue that on the left, his left base has been screaming about. And let's also understand that poverty is someplace where this president started. He started organizing for churches, in urban areas, people in poverty. So I also got to think, this is my dark horse issue here in the second term is also a real look at poverty and what we do about poverty in this country.
Van, what do you see? What do you see changing? Do you think the president changed his style? How do you think things are different now?
Well, I mean, he will focus now on this question of the debt and deficit. He's been clear about that. He wants to do it with a balanced approach. I do think he wants to be the president that was able to solve some of the problems he sees with entitlements. There's going to be some thunder on the left. His liberal base is going to be very concerned that we don't have a 10-to-1 deal on revenues versus spending. But that's going to be there. But I really do think that Cornell touches on something very important. The African-American community has been very patient and very quiet as a lot of pain and suffering has begun to accumulate in the black community. This community has lost almost 60%, 70% of its wealth in the housing debacle, job crisis, kids in prison, urban poverty has not been discussed yet. This community still came out nonetheless, 93% for this president and won Ohio for him. I think there's an opportunity for him to now turn back to this base that's been there for him and find some pathway forward, some jobs for youth program, something like that could be a part of his legacy.
Hey, Cornell, just very briefly, I haven't asked you about last night. Was there ever a moment in the final couple of days where you thought the president was not going to win?
You know, here's the thing, Anderson. It happened exactly how I laid it out. I said it'd be tight in a lot of states, but in the end, from an electoral map standpoint, we were going to be solid. You know, we were going to be solid in Ohio, we were going to be solid in Virginia, and I think in the end we're going to win Florida because we put in a ground operation there. We expanded the electorate there. We registered voters there. We ran really good programs there in those key battleground states. A lot changed from nationally, but if you look at the coalition in those battleground states, not a lot changed from how it looked in 2008.
Right. Cornell Belcher, Van Jones, Alex Castellanos, guys, thanks very much. The other big story we're following tonight, and is exactly what hundreds of thousands of people still suffering in the wake of Superstorm Sandy do not want to hear. Take a look at that. Staten Island, New York, blanketed in snow. Another storm slamming the East Coast. Rob Marciano's tracking the storm from one of the places hit by Sandy, the hardest, next. Well, tonight the Northeast is getting hit hard by another storm, a nor'easter that began pounding the region today. I want to show you some of the hardest hit areas. Heavy rain, snow, up to 60-mile-an-hour wind for the battered Jersey Shore, cities across New York and New Jersey. In Staten Island, hard hit by Sandy, 3,500 customers still without power. It is dark. They are cold. Look at that. Meteorologist Rob Marciano is live in Staten Island tonight. He joins me now. Rob, another storm. How bad is it?
Well, you can see the snow coming down. Obviously, it's cold enough for snow. The winds are blowing, as you mentioned. We are just a couple of hundred yards from the ocean, where this time during Sandy, the water was up and over my shoulder. So this area was decimated. The houses aren't completely destroyed, but certainly flood damage everywhere. And now it's covered with snow. We've got about 3 to 4 inches of it. The kids were out here earlier making light of it, at least trying to have a good time and making a snowman. But inside this home are the Camarettas. And they only have light because they're plugged into our satellite truck right now. I spoke with them earlier today, and for them, it's really all about a matter of survival.
I went through the most pain that I ever went through in my whole life, from being electrocuted, trying to get back into my house, to watching all my possessions and my family practically almost dying. You know, a few days without sleep. You can't sleep when you're living in a house with propane. You're worried about you're going to not wake up from carbon monoxide poisoning.
This has been a week from hell. I mean, you know, I'm grateful that I have my family. I could have lost 3 of them and my husband out there to the water coming up so fast.
You know, your heart just goes out to these people, Anderson. It's been over a week now, and they are just physically and emotionally beaten down. And now this, and with the winds whipping, those people that actually are lucky enough to have gotten the power back, they may lose it again tonight with this heavy, wet snow and the winds kicking up with this storm. Certainly unusual and not what they needed. Anderson.
Very quickly, how long is it going to last around that area?
Well, the snow probably going to last at least through midnight, maybe all the way till daybreak. So we could see several more inches. We get winter storm warnings up. Can you believe that? After a hurricane came through just over a week ago, and high wind warnings up as well. It's a dangerous situation and won't be done till at least daybreak tomorrow, Anderson.
Yeah, brutal. Rob, appreciate the reporting. Thanks. Get warm. We'll be right back.
You got it.
Hey, that's it for us. Thanks for watching. We'll see you again 1 hour from now. Another edition of 360 at 10 p.m. Eastern from Washington. Piers Morgan tonight starts now.
Good evening.
evening. You're looking live at the White House, where a happy and undoubtedly exhausted President Obama is celebrating his big election win. But with no time to waste, the president has already been working the phones, calling congressional leaders, including top Republicans, to talk about what he wants to accomplish before the end of the year. And it's a big agenda: the deficit, taxes and jobs, not to mention the looming fiscal cliff. So a tall order, but listen to an optimistic president. And why shouldn't he be? In his election speech last night.
We are not as divided as our politics suggests. We're not as cynical as the pundits believe.
I'll talk to David Axelrod about the president's plans. And on the other side of the aisle, how will the GOP handle the changing reality in Washington? And indeed, by losing again. I'll ask the Republicans later. Meanwhile, breaking news tonight, a knockout punch from Mother Nature. The nor'easter bearing down on New York and New Jersey tonight, just 9 days after Superstorm Sandy. New York City's death toll has already risen today to 41 from Sandy, and the current storm has forced airlines to cancel more than 1,700 flights in the region. We're live in one of the hardest hit areas. But we begin with the president's storming election victory. Joining me now, the man who arguably did more than almost anybody else to help President Obama win a second term, is top strategist David Axelrod. David, you must be feeling pretty chuffed.
Oh, yeah. It was a great night, Piers. Just to be in that room at McCormick Place last night with that crowd and the sense of joy and idealism and patriotism, frankly, that was evident in that room. And then today the president came by the campaign headquarters and spoke to the young volunteers, not volunteers, but staff. And it was a very moving encounter. So this has been a tremendous 24 hours.
When was the moment last night, if you're honest, that you thought, we've got this, it's all going to plan?
You know, when the votes started getting counted, we knew pretty quickly. We have, you know, we have a fairly sophisticated model. We had projections. We knew when we were hitting our targets. And our folks are very skilled, and when they saw the votes the votes coming in Ohio and Virginia, first it was Virginia, and then in Florida, there was the sense that this could be an earlier evening than we thought.
We look at the demographics that have come out from all the polling last night. Pretty much across the board, you guys had a very good night on women, independents, you know, younger people. African Americans, Latinos, Asians. It was a pretty big, sweeping area of people coming in to vote again for you guys. Were you pleased about the level of the turnout?
Oh, absolutely, and the breadth of it. You know, the question that was being raised on the other side was whether the Obama coalition that served him so well in 2008 would come out again. And so one of the things we saw very early, and even before the polls closed, when you know, just looking at the turnout, was that we were getting strong turnout among the very groups you were talking about, and it was that was encouraging.
The inevitable inquest has started into why the Republicans lost. If you were putting your strategist hat on and looking at their campaign, where do you think they really, in the end, lost it?
Look, I think the problem for the Republican Party is that the center of gravity has shifted so far to the right that they're way out of the mainstream. The positions that Governor Romney took in the primary on immigration reform, the positions that he took on women's health issues and contraception and Planned Parenthood drove large numbers of voters away from them. And then on economics, which is central to this election, they had a theory that, frankly, was not a popular theory in the country, which is that, you know, if we go back to tax cuts for the wealthy and deregulation, that would profit everyone. And then for Romney himself, there were specific things that he did. I think that the decision in the final week to try and litigate the auto bailout again in Ohio had a tremendously negative impact there and perhaps beyond Ohio. So, you know, in the final analysis, there are a lot of factors here, but in the short term, that was a very bad decision in my view.
People are looking at what happened and saying, look, the Senate remains with the Democrats, the House remains with Republicans, you know, Barack Obama's been re-elected, not much change. How can we expect the Washington machine that many see as being fractured, if not paralyzed, to somehow regenerate itself now and get stuff done? Speaker Boehner's come out today and said, you know, come on, Mr. President, let's get some stuff going here. But how much of the responsibility lies with him, with Speaker Boehner, do you think?
Well, I think that he certainly bears some. People want cooperation on both sides. The issue at hand, of course, is going to be the fiscal cliff and our budgetary situation. President's put a proposal forward. It's incumbent on the Speaker to say what they'd be willing to do and not simply say it's not our responsibility. I think people expect everyone to live up to their responsibilities. And, you know, one thing that is clear as I moved around the country with the President is they're hungry for that kind of cooperation. I hope that coming out of this election, people will come with a renewed sense of cooperation, because it'll take that to solve problems. Let me just say one other thing, though. You mentioned that not much has changed. Actually, what's interesting is you had these super PACs spending literally billions of dollars to defeat the president and to defeat Democrats running for Congress. Well, the president was reelected. You have more Democrats in the Senate than you did before, more Democrats in the House than you did before. And one heartening thing to me in this election is that these special interests and billionaires spent all this money and got nowhere with it. And hopefully that'll discourage the kind of obscene spending that we saw in this election, because it plainly didn't work.
Obviously, you've got, as many people put on Twitter, I was watching it last night, the reaction, a second chance, many people see it, to perhaps be bolder, be braver than you were able perhaps to be in the first term. There are parallels. Two of the most popular modern presidents have been Ronald Reagan and Bill Clinton, both of whom had pretty rough first terms. Then they had very successful economies for their second term, and that emboldened them to be much braver, perhaps, than they might have been. Are you hoping you're going to get the kind of economic security, if not prosperity, in this term that will allow you to do perhaps the things Barack Obama, when he sailed in on hope and change, hoped he could do?
Well, Piers, I do believe the economy is improving, but I want to challenge a bit of your premise, because one of the reasons the economy is improving is because this president was brave. It was brave to intervene to save the American auto industry, which was not a popular decision at the time. It was brave to move forward on the Recovery Act, which was not popular at the time and still is the source of controversy, because without that, we would have slid into a second Great Depression. It was brave to stand up the American financial industry when it was on the brink of collapse, even though that was an unpopular thing to do, because he understood that we needed to do these things to move the economy forward. And now we're reaping the benefits of that bravery and those good decisions, because the economy is improving. And I do believe that gives us a chance to move forward on a series of fronts to further strengthen our economy for the short term and the long term, and strengthen the middle class. We're not losing 800,000 jobs a month anymore. We're gaining jobs, and that foundation that's been laid is a foundation on which we can build progress.
And two very quick last questions. One is, I understand that the first person the president called after knowing that he won was Bill Clinton. Is that right?
Exactly. Yes.
Does he feel a big debt of gratitude to him?
Oh, there's no question about it. As he said to President Clinton, he was the most valuable player in this campaign. You know, we got a chance to spend some time with President Clinton over the weekend. He just campaigned his heart out, and he was because he believes that there were two choices here, and one led us forward and one led us back, and he was very effective out there. And so there is a strong sense of gratitude, and I think the president is looking forward to calling on President Clinton in the future for advice, counsel, and assistance as we move this country forward.
And secondly, the biggest tragedy of the whole evening for many of us was the fact that your moustache gets to stay on. Are you a relieved man this morning?
This has been the subject of a lot of discussion. I will say that when I made the bet was if we lost Pennsylvania, Michigan, or Minnesota, I would shave off my mustache. I did it with complete confidence that this mustache, which has been appended to my face for 40 years, was going nowhere. So I was confident then. I was pleased that I was right. But you know, sometimes you just have to take a stand, and I did on that one.
Well, courage has always been your byword, Mr. Axelrod. Congratulations on a brilliant campaign, and a lot of it's down to you, and the team. It was a masterclass in how to win an election. Well done.
Thank you so much.
David Axelrod, a very smart guy. Vice President Biden celebrating and at the same time blasting Republicans, saying the GOP has some soul searching to do. With me now is the Vice President's son, Beau Biden. Beau, you must be a happy guy tonight.
I am. I'm a very happy guy. But what happened last night? Wonderful night.
You were with all the top team, the president, the first family, and your parents. What was the mood like as victory became a reality?
Well, it was a very exciting night. It was, as David said, I think, you know, it was exceptionally exciting for all of us. We were in a different part of the hotel than the first family. I was getting out of the shower, quite frankly, and I saw that we won Iowa, which I was very interested in the fact that we won Iowa, and I spent a lot of time there. And then my 6-year-old son came and I told him that, and then he came back to me and said, "No, Daddy, we won." And because I went back to start getting dressed. And I said, "No, we won Iowa, honey." You know, he said, "We won." And that's how I found out from my 6.5-year-old son.
That's brilliant. And how's your father about it?
Oh, he was, you know, over the moon. He was very, very happy. Our entire family was. We were all together, and it was a great end to a great night and a great campaign.
The key, it seems, to most impartial observers about this second term now for President Obama is how he's going to get bipartisan support to really get stuff done and to fix America's big problems. What do you think he should be doing? Who should he be dealing with, talking to? Who are the names he should be sitting down with? What is the strategy here?
Well, and, you know, I'm going to leave this strategy, obviously, to David Axelrod and to the president, his staff, and his chief of staff, Jack Lew, and my father. But what I will say is that I think there's an opportunity here. When you have Tea Party favorites like Congressman Akin in Missouri being beaten so soundly by Senator McCaskill, when you have Mr. Murdoch in Indiana beaten so soundly, when you have Joe Walsh in the state of Illinois being so beaten soundly by a great veteran, Tammy Duckworth, I think the fever has a potential to break because the Tea Party's been repudiated now 2 cycles in a row. And I think you're going to see a number of Republicans, at least I hope, good Republicans that are going to have, I think, the courage to stand up to the Tea Party caucus because they know it's not in their interest and ultimately not in the nation's interest not to be able to come to principled compromises on so many important things, starting with the fiscal cliff, which needs to be dealt with over the next many weeks.
What's your father's plan now?
Well, his plan is to get to work. He'll be back in D.C. tomorrow. He's home here in Wilmington tonight. And they got a number of issues to tackle, not just the fiscal cliff, but immigration reform, energy policy, education, a whole host of issues that he's focused on that you heard him talking about during the course of this entire campaign.
I mean, he's been, I think, one of the unsung heroes. I thought his vice presidential debate was terrific. I think he's given the president a real kind of yin and yang double act thing, which has worked very effectively, particularly in the areas, perhaps in the Midwest, where you were so successful. He must be feeling pretty proud, isn't he?
Well, I think he is. I am. I mean, he played a critically important role in this campaign. I mean, the vice presidential debate came at a time where there was a bit of a slide if you looked at some of the polls, and you know, he stopped that. I was very proud of him in that debate. I was very proud of him, what he did throughout the country over the last 6-8 months. He was in the battleground state of Ohio dozens of times, all over the battleground states, and spoke directly to the middle class about what this president has done and what this president will do to continue to build this economy from the middle out and the bottom up. And you know, I don't think there was a better spokesperson on behalf of the president and the party and what the administration wants to do over the next 4 years than my father. I was extremely proud of him.
Yeah, so he should be. He's done a terrific job. Sending my very best. And congratulations, Beau, to you, the family, everyone involved. It must be a thrilling time for you all. 4 more years. Well done.
Thank you, Piers.
Where is the economy headed in President Obama's second term, and where are the Republicans headed? Jack Welch is here, live to talk about the election, the economy, and why his mate Mitt Romney blew it. Jack Welch was an outspoken supporter of Governor Romney during the campaign and had some harsh words for President Obama, the former CEO of GE. Joins me now to talk about the election, the fallout, and, well, what happened to your mate, Mitt Romney?
Well, he didn't get it done.
Why?
You know, he didn't get the minorities. He didn't get the young women. So he really had an issue with that population, and he didn't carry them. He didn't sell the story. Now, I think he's a wonderful man. I think he's a great guy. I think he would have been a great president. But it's over. And the president's got to be commended. Oh, what a campaign. You know, when he knocked off Hillary Clinton, that was an incredible accomplishment when he took her on. And he came in now with a tough record, and Axelrod was on a little earlier. He didn't have to shave his mustache.
But actually, hearing David Axelrod, I mean, I've interviewed him about a dozen times in the last 18 months. His voice tone never changes. He's always very calm, very strategic, and always been very confident. And to be fair, they all have been in the recent weeks, even as others have been saying you're in big trouble. You know, and I thought listening to him was very interesting. His analysis of where the Republicans have gone wrong here, pushing themselves so far out in the nominee race to the right that it was almost impossible for Romney really to come back.
Right of Rick Perry on the Latino issue. And it's a tough place to be. But look, they deserve all the credit in the world for a great job. I mean, Axelrod's a hero for this job. If you like management, you like what they did.
Yeah. Very, very smart on the ground operation.
Everything. And, you know, it gets to what has to be done next. I mean, if you think about the country's problems, the fiscal cliff and the regulatory wall, no one talks about that, but it's equally important to knock it down if we're going to get the jobs back and the economy we need. And the president, if we can get out of him the same intensity that he has campaigning, and the same intensity day after day after day.
Well, actually, the same intensity of him campaigning in the last week, because we only really saw that. I mean, I watched Obama last night making his acceptance speech. That was the Obama I remember from 2008, but it wasn't the Obama we saw, for instance, in his convention speech. It wasn't the Obama we saw in the debates. For some reason, he was a little bit lackluster in this campaign, but when it really mattered, I thought he ripped it up.
He got up for it. And if we could get him up for it now, to go after the fiscal cliff and deal with the Republicans, and then go after his own staff, bring those cabinet members in, bang heads, how are we doing about jobs, putting every plan, every regulation, is this a job creator or a job killer? And be on them and managing them.
But look, the Republicans have got to be less intransigent too, haven't they? They've got to be less...
No question.
They have got to be. And they've got to be less driven, I would argue, from the result of this election, by the Tea Party, by the more right-wing members of the party. They've got to try and bring themselves a little bit more to the middle, haven't they?
And the president has got to lasso Harry Reid, who is day one, has come out prepared to change the filibuster rules and do all that. Boehner so far has been okay. His first day one, was quite conciliatory. Now we'll see if they... But the president, if we could get his leadership, the way he has it in the campaign, look, he motivates the campaign workers, he motivates the team, gives great speeches, he's all over it, he's excited.
I thought the moment when he went down to New Jersey with Chris Christie was actually a very significant one for what the next 4 years could be like. You know, they have Chris Christie, Romney's great right-hand guy, putting his arm around the president and fighting together. I like that. And I know Christie's getting flack from the party. I think it's ridiculous that the guy was doing what he should do as the governor of New Jersey.
Christie did just the right thing. He had a job as governor of New Jersey, and he did it. And he endorsed Romney all the way. He gave Romney a lot of support. Look, the optics, everyone's looking for a scapegoat today. I mean, it's the campaign, it's the manager. Axelrod's the hero. Stevens is the bum. I mean, that's the way it works in this game. It's the same way in football.
Would it have made a difference? I mean, I always thought Paul Ryan was a big risk as a VP because it didn't cover any other base, any other demographic. Would he have been bolder and braver, perhaps more successful, had he gone for Marco Rubio or Condoleezza Rice, somebody a bit different from Paul Ryan, who looked like a younger version of Mitt Romney?
You know, that's the second guessing, and I don't know. They always say that
he didn't even deliver his own home state.
He's never run a statewide race. He's been a district guy, if you will. But look, in hindsight, Marco Rubio may have gotten, instead of getting 27% of the Latino vote, you might have got 35 or 40, but you still might not have made it. I mean, the facts are, we didn't make it. And we had as good a candidate as we could, certainly the best candidate in the field. We got a good guy, a good person, a smart guy.
Who would you most like to see in 16 of all the current candidates?
I'll tell you in about 48 hours.
But who's the kind of person?
Well, Marco Rubio's a very appealing guy. I think he's a centrist. I think he can deal with the changing demographics.
Jeb Bush?
Can a Bush do it again? I don't know if the country's ready for a third Bush.
Maybe up against a Clinton.
There we go. That'd be a hell of a race, wouldn't it? Yeah, that's great. What I want more than anything is to bring this thing together now. We got to fix these two issues. But I want you to ask people when they come in here about the regulatory wall.
Yeah.
Because if we don't get natural gas and if we don't get oil out there, we have a chance to make this the American century. If we're the low-cost energy producer in the world, if we really take advantage of this fracking technology and our resources, America can have its... I've said before, this is the internet of this century now. And it's a huge opportunity. We're only in the first inning.
Well, Jack, great to talk to you. Thanks
Always
for taking
nice
it on the
talking to
chin. Near a sacrificial lamb tonight from the Republicans. You volunteered yourself manfully. Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you.
When we come back, the latest from the Storm Zone, plus rising Democratic star Cory Booker on the nor'easter battering his state tonight, and on the president's election triumph. Some breaking news tonight, exactly what New York and New Jersey did not need. Another dangerous storm battering the region. It's 9 days after Hurricane Sandy. CNN's Rob Marciano is in Staten Island tonight, one of the areas hardest hit by both storms. Rob, looks pretty cold over there. Tell me what it's like.
Well, it's cold and it's snowing, but just think, Piers, a little over a week ago, when Sandy came through, the water from the Atlantic Ocean, which is a couple hundred yards that way, would have been up and over my shoulders. It inundated this whole entire area. The houses aren't gone, but damage all around. And now they've got 3-4 inches of snowfall here. A lot of them are staying in their homes, but a lot of the homes have the debris that's been pulled out. Actually, hi, guys. These guys just came up and delivered some hot soup. So the community is coming together because the folks inside this house are staying put. And one of the reasons, sadly, is that some of their stuff got looted right after the storm, and they don't have power. The only light you see is because they're plugged into our satellite truck. So a cold, dangerous night ahead with a lot of wind. Briefly on weather, already seeing record snowfall totals. Take a look at some of these, over 8 inches in some parts of Connecticut. Even New York City seeing almost 3 inches of snow, and it's still coming down. Winter storm warnings are posted. Radar lit up with all sorts of snow. So it's just incredible to see this sort of snowfall a little over a week after basically a hurricane came roaring through this exact same area. Not what we need, and certainly the folks that maybe just got their power back on, maybe seeing it go down as this heavy, wet snow lays down on some of those weak branches and power lines.
Yeah, and hundreds of thousands still without power at all. It must be freezing. Rob, thank you very much indeed. Cory Booker, obviously this area is affected of you as well. Tell me about what it's like where you are, but also what is your view of the repeated storms we're seeing at the moment?
It's Mother Nature's 1-2 punch, and it's testing the resolve and the grit of my state and my city and obviously this region. As I was shooting in here to do this interview and go back and soon follow around plow trucks in a few minutes, I just continue to see the fact that we haven't recovered. I've got about 25,000 people without power. Now this is being dumped as a potential to knock out more power within my state.
So 8 inches in Connecticut. This is a big snowfall.
It's significant, and fortunately the bigger snows are further north where there was less hurricane damage. But this is going to take continuous pulling together, standing together, and fighting together, because this has just been a brutal 10-day stretch for this metropolitan region.
It certainly has, and we send all our best wishes to those in those difficult areas. It must be very hard for them. It's time to the election. Big night last night for President Obama. I think he won a very convincing victory. What are you most pleased about? When you woke up this morning, what were the things that went through your mind?
Well, a lot of it was just relief. I mean, there's a lot of gains that I specifically saw for people in my city. This whole Obamacare that's gotten so tortured. The reality is there are millions of Americans that have access to health care Those that were being denied by big insurance companies for coverage are going to be able to keep their coverage. You know, plans that are investing. We need to cut. We need to be responsible. But there's also, we can't only cut our way out of this problem. We have to invest. So waking up and knowing I've got a president that's committed to Pell Grants and opening access to education, knowing that I...
Where's he got to go harder, Corey? Because before we were, you were in campaigning mode for him. He's got back in. He can't be re-elected. So this is it for him. You can push the envelope now as one of his friends and supporters. What do you want to see him really going harder at?
Well, look, at the end of the day, we know what our problems are, and this is going to be tough to bring people together. This fiscal cliff is going to test not the president, but really the national resolve of our leadership to come together and solve our fiscal problems. I think the president did some really responsible things by putting up solid plans, but now we got to push to get them through. And I think that's going to be the test. But I don't want to go off the air without saying I think other things are happening in America that should be very encouraging. You know, I think that this was a moment in our nation where we took another step forward on issues of inclusion, of equality, of restorative justice. If you look at what happened in America, number one, first time ever you see marriage equality passing in other states, people recognizing, hey, you and me, created by the same God, we are all Americans. We should have equal protection under the law. You saw restorative justice things, California getting rid of 3 strikes. And I view the pot legalization not as people saying, hey, we love marijuana, but enough is enough. We're locking up so many people. We've got to find another way. Not a way I necessarily agree with, but think about this. We're the land of the free, but we lock up more people, wasting calculable resources from our country in this prison industrial complex, and people are starting to think there's got to be another way to do things. So as I look at the whole country, at a lot of the ballot initiatives, I get very encouraged that this nation is becoming, this democracy of ours is becoming more robust, more inclusive, and more enlightened about how to create safer neighborhoods, how to lower taxpayer dollars.
See, that is all true, and I don't take issue with any of that.
Yeah.
What I do think is crucial, though, is this whole bipartisan thing.
Yes.
And I was saying to Jack Welch, I was very encouraged, like many people, by Chris Christie's relationship with the president at such a crucial time. Chris Christie could have just totally ignored the president and played politics, but he didn't. And that kind of leadership is what is desperately needed in Washington. People want to see the Republicans and the president and his top people coming together and getting stuff done. I think the American public will be very unforgiving, and rightly so, if we get to February and we've gone over another cliff.
Well, first of all, it's brutal. The debt ceiling debate last year alone caused more shaking in consumer confidence than the attacks on 9/11.
It was pathetic.
It was outrageous. And
I mean, really, outrageously pathetic.
I talked to Bob Iger at Disney, and he was saying to me that what happened then is what happened, and people less people visiting his parks during that period, less people making.
Of course.
Yeah, so it hurt the economy. So look, I'm proud to be in New Jersey, where our folks are far more centrist, and you don't have the kind of extremes. I'm really worried about a Congress that sees. This is Republicans, right? Losing people like Olympia Snowe, who are leaving, losing people like Dick Lugar, who are getting beat on their right, having guys like John McCain and Hatch have to run far to their right just to keep their offices. This is very perilous for our country. I'm looking for us to going back, where you had guys like Ronald Reagan and Tip O'Neill reaching across the aisle, working together. Guys like Jack Kemp, who influenced a lot of my thinking on urban policy.
Clinton and Newt Gingrich in the second term worked very well together.
So I think we've got the right president for that, but we need the kind of leadership coming out of Congress that's going to rise up to that challenge and bring our nation together, because most of us in this country are not out on the margins. We're not the wingnuts, as some people call them. Most of us, however we identify, Republican or Democrat, we actually have so much more in common than we do apart, and that's where we hope that our government will now follow where the people are.
That is so true. Cory Booker, great to see you.
Good to see you as always.
Best of luck on the ground, because I know it's tough over there. Appreciate you coming in.
Thank you.
Coming next, the fight for women's votes. How the Republican Party lost the battle. 2 women on opposite sides of that question. Go head to head. Both sides courted women voters, but in the end it was President Obama who had the majority of their support. So what went wrong for Romney and the right? I want to bring in Cecile Richards, the president of Planned Parenthood, and Republican strategist Kellyanne Conway. Welcome back to you both.
Thanks. Thanks, Piers.
Kellyanne, let me talk to you. We've talked a few times in the last few months about this. In the end, women rejected Mitt Romney in quite large numbers. How much of that was down to the policies that he adopted, the tone that he adopted, the behaviour of people like Akin and Murdoch? What do you put the blame down to for the loss of support amongst women?
Well, the margin was pretty typical for a successfully elected incumbent. Actually, Piers, President Obama carried women by 13 points in 2008 and carried them by 11 points yesterday. So his margin among women was down 2 points. That's an unusual trend line for a successfully reelected president. Ronald Reagan, George W. Bush, and Bill Clinton, all successfully reelected, all increased their margins among the female vote by 7 to 8 points. Obama actually went the other way. And I just don't want to confuse causation with coincidence.
Hang on. He's still 11% ahead of Mitt Romney. So whichever way you try and spin the apple cart.
Oh, no, I don't want to spin anything. You know how I am on the women's vote and what Republicans
Romney
need to
lost,
do
and he was comfortably beaten amongst women and amongst mothers as well, and by a higher margin. So why is the question?
And he carried men. In fact, the real gender gap exists for this re-elected president among men as well, but nobody seems to want to talk about that.
Kellyanne, nobody wants to talk about Mitt Romney's triumphs at the election. He got hammered.
No. Piers, all I'm saying is it's a very typical fact of politics that women do tend to favor Democrats and men tend to favor Republicans. What happened yesterday was not atypical in that. Women favored a successfully reelected president by slim double digits, and Barack Obama carried unmarried women handily. Mitt Romney carried married women. Mitt Romney carried older women. Barack Obama carried younger women. Mitt Romney carried white women. Barack Obama carried non-white women. But on the broader question of what the Republican Party has to do, 3 quick things. One is go to where the women are. You know, this idea that women are just going to sit by the TV all day or click on to these internet ads to the tune of $1 billion and decide that they like you and that you are like them is really foolish. It's insulting to women. And not play into, I think there was never a really good response about Obamacare, and there was never a really good response about Benghazi, and really a failure to communicate against this war on women.
Okay, let me bring in Cecile here, because you've had a good run there. Cecile, I mean, obviously Obama won pretty comfortably, both in the popular vote and the electoral college vote. So it was a fairly convincing victory. And there's no doubt, you know, that women were more attracted to him and what he stood for than they were Mitt Romney.
Big time. I mean, this was an incredible night for women, for women's health, for the president. Overall, you know, the gender gap was 18 points yesterday, overwhelmingly won among Latino women, among young women. And I think the other thing we saw, so I think it was rejection of Mitt Romney's policies and his promises to get rid of Planned Parenthood, his pledge to overturn Roe, wildly unpopular with women. But in addition to that, we saw the candidates, some candidates who should have really easily been elected. Richard Murdoch in Indiana, Todd Akin in Missouri, were defeated because of their extreme positions on women. I think women went to the polls and showed they would not vote for men who wanted to take away their rights and who didn't believe in women's health.
Yes, well, then why did Scott Brown lose in Massachusetts? He's Mr. Pro-choice. I mean, let's not confuse causation with coincidence.
Kellyanne.
And let's not be a commercial for our interest here tonight. I mean, let's be fair. Where in the CNN exit polls? Wait, where in the CNN exit polls was what you just described? Where was abortion? Was it the top issue? Was it number 2? Was it number 3? Was it number 4?
No, but hang on.
Kellyanne, excuse me.
Kellyanne, I admire your optimism, but let's face facts here. Todd Akin and Richard Murdoch.
What does that have to do with Mitt Romney?
They both lost because of their ridiculous outpourings about issues that women thought were utterly offensive. What Mitt Romney should have done the moment they came out and opened their mouths with this nonsense was cut them off at the head.
He did. He told Todd Akin to get out of the race that same day. He told Todd Akin to get out of the race.
Did he? Why did he
Mitt Romney told him to get out of the race. But why are we talking about 2 people who lost in the Senate? Again, I didn't hear President Romney. I didn't hear President Obama last night in Chicago thank Planned Parenthood for his victory, say, as soon as I get back to Washington, I'm going to make sure this war on women continues. He was a pretty humble president. He realizes that 57.7 million people last night voted against him. And that, yes, we all want to work together, but it is ridiculous to pretend yet again that women ran to the polls because of abortion.
Yes, look, I think it was so clear last night, and Kellyanne can keep speaking, but the point is, President Obama talked about Planned Parenthood throughout this entire election. The only thing that Mitt Romney did, obviously he took very extreme positions on overturning Roe, on getting rid of birth control access. And what was incredible to me is in the waning weeks of this election, when it was clear that Mitt Romney was going down to defeat and that women were not supporting him, he ran millions of dollars of ads trying to convince women that he really was not that extreme on women's health issues. It didn't work. Women didn't vote for him, and that's the reason, frankly, that President Obama was reelected last
Where
night.
was that in the exit polls?
Let's agree on one thing. I think we can all agree on this. 20 years ago, there were 7 women in the Senate, and thanks to last night, there are now 20.
That's
that is
right.
something to celebrate, isn't it? 1 in 5.
Very exciting. It's incredibly exciting, and I think we saw over and over again. I mean, Heidi Heitkamp, who just was victorious in North Dakota. I mean, that's frankly a state where a Republican should have easily won, but Heidi has a very strong position in support of women's health care access. She's a breast cancer survivor, and that was actually, she really appealed to women and men about the need for women's preventive care. Mitt Romney continued to be dismissive his entire campaign about issues, trying to say that any issues women were concerned about were small issues and irrelevant. I think women showed last night they weren't.
Where did he say that? Where in God's name did Mitt Romney say that any issues women cared about were small and irrelevant? Can I see that quote, please?
I was actually on with you, Kellyanne, on a panel where you said, you know, women didn't care about women's health issues. All they cared about was jobs.
No, I
and the
didn't
economy.
say that, Cecile. Hold on. Back it up. Back it up. I never said women don't care about health issues. You want to pretend that the word abortion means women's health because you're scared of using the word abortion.
I'm not at all
Stop saying
scared.
women's health if you're not talking about breast cancer, obesity, nutrition, cardiovascular disease, the #1 killer of women. Stop pretending that abortion's women's health. Can we talk about the fact that Heidi Heitkamp probably has a very different view on energy from North Dakota than your president and her president, Barack Obama? He's not for hydraulic fracturing. He's not for what's led to the North Dakota.
Into hydraulic fracturing, which wasn't quite the topic
as
of this
opposed to
segment.
quote abortion.
Here's what I would like to say.
There, ladies, we have to leave it there. I will bring you both back, though, because there's a nice simmering tension between you. So thank you both for joining me.
Thanks. Thanks, Piers.
Coming next, does President Obama's victory mean America is moving to the left? I'll ask my political all-star panel.
It doesn't matter who you are, or where you come from, or what you look like, or where you love. It doesn't matter whether you're black or white, or Hispanic, or Asian, or Native American, or young or old, or rich or poor, able, disabled, gay or straight. You can make it here in America if you're willing to try.
Does President Obama's victory usher in a new and much more liberal America? It's a question a lot of people are asking tonight. Here with the answers, New York Times columnist Frank Bruni and Kurt Anderson, host of Public Radio's Studio 360 and the author of True Believers. Welcome to you both. Good to be here. Let me start with you, Kurt. I mean, it seemed to me from what the president was saying there, you don't have to be, doesn't matter if you're black or white, Hispanic or Asian, Native American, young, old, rich, poor. You can make it here in America if you're willing to try. It's a great American dream. He was obviously trying to revive that. Is he capable of delivering the old American dream now in a second term?
No, he's not. And I think what the Democrats need to do and what the president needs to do is to actually have a way forward and to sort of talk turkey about the fact that it isn't going to be like it was anymore. I think where he succeeded, and are we a more liberal America? In the social cultural ways, unquestionably. That was, to me, the big point of last night, is that on gay marriage, these popular initiatives, not a judicial decision, not a legislative decision, but the people in Maine and Maryland and Washington State saying, yeah, we're fine with this, with gay marriage. You see on the marijuana legalization in Washington and Colorado, I think the culture wars last night were won by the liberals. And I think that's unquestionably so. The politics, the political economy issues, I think that's where we are still very much split 50-50 and haven't figured it out.
Frank, I mean, I think that there's no doubt that what you saw last night was a repudiation of the Tea Party faction of the Republicans, the more extreme members of the Tea Party. They're not all extremists by any means, but that more extreme right that was chased by all the Republican nominees earlier this year, I think that got rejected last night.
I think you're absolutely right. I heard you say earlier, are we moving to the left as a country? I don't know that we're moving that far to the left, but I think the Republican Party has been held hostage by its right. And what they learned yesterday to today, as they're making sense of all this, is that if they don't find a way to distance themselves from their rightward element, from the Tea Party, they're going to start losing a lot more elections. And they're going to have a hard time ever getting the presidency back.
Yeah, I think, Kurt, you just see a total disconnect, don't you, between what is going on in terms of marijuana being legalized, gay marriage being legalized, the first gay senator, and so on one level. On the other level, you've still got Republicans, you know, who want to try and reverse Roe versus Wade and all that kind of thing. And it sounds to me so sort of archaic. It's like, come on, you know, this is not the battleground that's ever going to get you to where the next election's going to be fought.
No, and it's really interesting to read, as I did today, what the Republicans are saying about what's our problem. Now, they understand that you can't go, as they did, from having a margin of 9% among Hispanics for Democrats 8 years ago and 44% yesterday. You can't go from having, in addition, though, 8% gender gap 8 years ago, 12% gender gap 4 years ago, 18% gender gap today. There's a real problem there, and they can't just say, "Oh, we got to stick to our guns," and he wasn't conservative enough. There's a real problem if they allow, as Frank said, this right-wing tail to wag their dog.
Was it a mistake, Frank, do you think, to go for Paul Ryan as the VP pick? Did he send the wrong message? You know, another white guy with pretty far-right, you know, social issue views, certainly. Was it, with hindsight, or was, you know, Monday morning quarterback, but was it a mistake? Should he have gone for a braver pick, a Marco Rubio, a Condoleezza Rice?
I don't know that Paul Ryan hurt him that much, because I think at the end of the day, people don't vote for the vice president. But there were a whole bunch of atmospherics here. I mean, Paul Ryan, very associated with an anti-abortion position, and then you had these other Senate candidates saying what they did. And it all kind of came together in a way that made the Republican Party look, as you said, archaic and very mean-spirited. It's interesting you mentioned Rubio and Condoleezza Rice. I wonder, coming out of this, whether the Republican Party is just going to try to find and recruit candidates who have a darker skin color or who punch certain holes, rather than realizing that there are certain policies and certain ways the party talks that alienate a lot of voters, no matter what the color of the skin of who they put on the ticket, or, you know, what the gender of the person they put on the ticket is.
I just think you look at these poll results last night, and you're thinking, the idea that in 4 years' time they could fight another election with two white guys from reasonably well-off backgrounds, I just don't think that can fly. I think they've got to be more adventurous, the Republicans. But for now, Frank and Kurt, thank you both very much.
Thank you.
And we'll be right back.
Thank you.